Issei defeated the beast of the end, but at the cost of his life. But fate gave him a second life.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Got Reincarnated as Tien-Kun after killing Trihexa movie. Before we start, please go support Tanjiro Kamid for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. After the betrayal that Issei Hyoudou suffered at the hands of the people he loved, he was forced to fight with the Trihexa again, dying as the winner. Draig would go with him, hoping that one day if Issei were reincarnated, they would search for him through his energy. A few years later, Azazel would find them, and Rias along with a group has to go to this new universe to find out if Issei was really alive, but they would discover that Issei Hyoudou was no longer him, but Tien-Kun. He was the new Issei. Changes. The XD universe location. Underworld. In a remote place in the underworld, you could see that something was happening, a war. There the factions faced Rizavum for survival. Rizavum had total control over the Trihexa, which destroyed everything in its path. In the distance a person was approaching the Trihexa. This person was Issei Hyoudou, who screamed, tearing off the head of a being made of darkness, then throwing the head he went towards the others who stood in his way to the Trihexa. Issei. Move, arrogant puppets. He ripped off the heads of several dark beings who were just trying to stop him without any success. Creatures of darkness. These were just victims of Issei's anger, who was going at high speed where the Trihexa was facing the faction leaders. While he was running, a voice spoke to him. Draig. Buddy, stop, your energy is running out. By the time you get there you won't even be able to fight due to the lack of energy. He said, worried about his partner, that since they're united, he didn't pay attention to him, and as in all his attempts, he didn't pay attention to him either and continued killing and running. In the distance, a large group of people could be seen. They were the Gremory group along with Volley's group. He saw how his friend and rival was going far away from them. He tried to go with him, but Rizavum's soldiers and the creatures did not let him leave there. Rias on the other hand was desperate to get to her beloved Ice. It was the same thought for the other Gremory girls. Issei was arriving where the leaders were, but before arriving he received a blow to the side of his stomach after being dragged. He could see his opponent being a woman with snake hair, also being of darkness. Issei increased his aura just because of his anger, making everything around him heavy, making the woman and the beings following her nervous. Issei rushed at them, causing a massacre. At one point he was winning, but being outnumbered they made him retreat. Issei, angry alone, decided to use Draig's power, creating a dragon shot in the form of a sphere, thus carrying a large amount of energy, making it more powerful. The beings in front of him were greatly frightened. Issei launched himself with the sphere in his hand and crashed it against the woman, who exploded and in the process eliminated the enemies near him. Issei only breathed tiredly, but decided to go to where the Trihexa was and end it all. The people who watched everything through a broadcast made by Ajuka were impressed and shouted Issei's name with great force. They felt that with Issei there, they would have a greater chance of winning. Meanwhile the leaders faced the Trihexa, already almost without energy. Azazel. Shit, I have no more energy to keep fighting. He said, breathing heavily next to Michael, who was almost in the same state. Searches was next to Auden and Zeus facing him to take him to the area where his ceiling would be. Isaka. I can't take it anymore, I wish I was with Issei-Kun and not here. She said, kneeling, looking at the Trihexa who was trying to kill the leaders, but when the Trihexa had Auden's death assured, he received a blow to his jaw, moving him away a few meters. Issei had arrived at the fight somewhat tired. The being looked at the boy with a smile, who just looked angry. The creature roared, making everything rumble. Trihexa. Issei just spoke mentally to his partner with seriousness and anger. Issei. Draig, let's go with the balance breaker. He spoke mentally, watching as the being prepared to fight. Draig hesitated for a moment. He thought that maybe he could convince him to work alongside the leaders, but he already knew that he would not accept his help, less since what they did to him happened, so resigned he just activated it. Issei. Balance breaker. He shouted as he put on the armor. A light blinded everyone, making them focus on the battle that was coming. After a few seconds, from a cloud of smoke came a red armor that took out two wings from its back and put itself in a fighting pose, ready to fight. Everyone was attentive to the fight between two dragon gods, one who was always feared and hated by all races, and one who was loved, admired and respected, but who feels hatred for all races. They both looked at each other, they all felt a great tension, they both stood still. Until each one launched into a blur of speed. The Trihexa roared loudly, as did Issei. Both. Raig. And when they arrived in front of each other, they caused a huge explosion, scaring everyone and also pushing them away due to the shock wave. Rias, seeing this, was terrified and screamed with all her might. Rias. Issei. I scream as I see the huge explosion that caused the clash of the titans. Several hours later, same place. In the same place where Issei and Trihexa faced each other, it was raining. The soldiers and leaders of the factions, victorious, approached a specific place where Issei was hugged by a sobbing Rias, seeing her beloved almost on the verge of unconsciousness or worse death. He only saw his ex-partner cry for him. The girls were also kneeling, watching the boy who made them change for the better and how they paid him back with a betrayal, with infidelity, and the worst thing is that it was with the one he considered his rival. He only cried when he saw his friend, brother and rival in a bad state. He was the only one who made him feel the emotion of a fight. He made him feel the taste of defeat several times. He had told him several times that he was like his brother, and he paid him back like that, making the women he loved be unfaithful to him. The leaders looked sadly and helplessly at the boy, who little by little stopped breathing. He could no longer continue. Issei. Well, cough cough, I think I won't be able to continue for another day, cough. Rias. Sniff please, sniff sniff, Issei-Kun, don't say that, you sniff will live, we will get married, and we will be happy, sniff, forgive me Issei-Kun, forgive me. She said as she shed tears and put her head on the boy's chest, who just smiled. Issei. You don't have cough cough to ask me for forgiveness, I had already forgiven you, it's part of being human, cough to forgive and love, ha ha, cough cough. Issei. But I think that we won't be what we used to be, maybe cough we'll see each other in the next life, and I'm sorry for not talking to you before, it's just that cough cough I was angry. He said as little by little Issei's life was going away. Rias and the others cried a lot more. Draig before leaving said. Draig. Ibo, I'll go with you, I can't go anywhere where my friend doesn't go, please, find us. He said as Draig's gem was slowly fading. Well, Issei Hyoudou, the op-eyed dragon, died being a hero. Rias, unable to bear the pain, screamed to the sky. Rias. I screamed as I cried out of pain and sadness, while everyone just cried in silence, watching the hero of this world walk away, unable to be loved or enjoy his life to the fullest, and only receiving pain and disappointment. The boy somewhere woke up abruptly. Looking around, he saw that he was in his room. He began to breathe more calmly. He looked at the window that was covered by the curtains. He moved the curtain a little to see the starry sky. The boy looked at the sky to wonder. Issei Hyoudou, why do I have memories of you if you're just a fictional character? I'm Tien, tiny normal boy, but I have memories of a character. I found you. The XD universe place. Human world, Haidu mansion. Rias. It's been 16 years since Issei-Kun, it was forever, and several things have happened in our lives. I'll start with the easiest, but painful for my family. Gremory divorced my Oni-sama when she discovered that her own husband betrayed her brother-in-law. This angered her and said that they would divorce and that she would stay with Milikas, that she did not want her to grow up under the bad influence of her father. She said something that impressed me, and that was that she had accepted the declaration of love from Issei, and she, on a date she had with him, rejected him, hoping that my Oni-sama would give her more attention in return, like before he was the Mao, but she never changed and regretted it too much. Gremory. The second thing that happened was that Vali married Lavinia. Even though the years have passed, Lavinia says that Vali has had a nightmare with Issei at most once a month, so he still hasn't let him go. He feels that he is still there, but that they still haven't found him well. Sona and her nobility now live in Spain, since they founded their own company there. Sona tells me that Saji, every day before leaving home, spends a while looking at a photo of him with Issei. One day they went out for a boys' night together, and that sometimes she finds him crying in his room. Issei's parents are still upset about knowing that their own son is dead, but they try to hide it as much as they can, so we gave them a house on the beach to live there and feel happy, knowing that their son is somewhere, resting in peace. When people learned that their hero was dead, they asked the leaders to make a statue of him in the center of the city of Lilith, and every year thousands of people go to see it, and before leaving they leave flowers. And finally there are us. We still live in the Haidu house, even though there is nothing tying us to that place. We cling to that place. All together we have hope, the hope that one day they will find my Issei-Kun, my beloved, the love of my life. Where are you, Issei-Kun? The XD universe location. Gregory. In the city of the fallen angels, you could see in a large building, a man who was working on some inventions without paying attention to his surroundings. It was Azazel, who just looked distracted at what he was doing. Azazel. He looked at the invention he had in his hand. With a sigh he continued working on it until someone knocked on the door. Azazel just said, I came in, so that a fallen angel came in to tell him. Angel C. Sir, you have a message from the Mao Lucifer. The angel said, looking at his leader, who stared at nothing for a moment, which the fallen angel took as a sign to continue. Angel C. The Mao Lucifer wants to know if you are going to go to the party in honor of the Sekiryuutei. The fallen angel watched as his leader stood there, seemingly thinking about telling him. Azazel. Tell him that when I finish this I will go there. He said to continue with his invention. The fallen angel nods to leave the room and go tell his leader's answer to the Mao Lucifer. While Azazel continued with his thing, he heard a small alarm coming from his computer. He approached to see and saw how it was writing random data at 1,000 miles an hour. This surprised Azazel a little, and he decided to try to stop it, but with each attempt he couldn't, until one moment the computer stopped. Seconds later the screen turned off. Then it turned on and began to type slowly. Data found. Status: Al of Reincarnated. Location: Original Universe. Current age: 16 years old. Previous current name: Previous: Issei Hyoudou. Current: Tien. Before you could finish saying your name, Azazel had already come out through a magic circle to let everyone know that Issei was alive, going to the party. The XD Universe place. Underworld, Lucifer territory. Currently the party was at Search's mansion, who saw everything with a calm smile. He saw his sister chatting quietly with her pieces, Volley with Lavinia and her team, Sona and her entourage, Auden talking with Zeus and Anubis, Yasaka with her daughter and Venelana. In the distance he saw Grafia dancing with her son, who had a big smile. He saw Michael talking to Gabriel and Dulio, Ajuka talking to Falbium and Seraphol. He saw Razor fight with Sererg. So he sighed. He would soon give a speech, and he had to be calm. He still thought about that day 16 years ago, where his brother-in-law and the boy he felt like his younger brother. He still felt sad, but now he was in a better place. So now, he took a deep breath to start his speech, and when he was going to get everyone's attention, the doors opened abruptly. Everyone watching saw Azazel, who, at a slow pace, approached the table where Search's was and said between gasps. Azazel. I found it. Search's. Who did you find, Azazel? The conversation was heard by everyone. The girls felt their hearts racing as they waited for the words they wanted to hear to be said. Volley, upon hearing the word found, directly approached Azazel. Many people were confused. They did not know what was happening. They just watched the conversation between both leaders. Azazel. I found Haidu, Issei. Azazel's words caused a great silence that no one knew how to respond. They had heard correctly, Issei Hyoudou, the deceased hero of the factions, the powerful op-eye dragon. No one knew how to respond, and coming out of shock, Search's spoke. Search's. What you say is true, Azazel. It is impossible for Issei-Kun to be alive. He died years ago. Many there, upon hearing the words of the leader of the fallen, cried with joy, but after hearing those of the Mao Lucifer, they realized that it was true. Azazel just took out a laptop that was connected to his from a magic circle, then he entered the file that the computer saved. Azazel. Issei Hyoudou, status. Alive and reincarnated. Everyone was pleased by his words and came closer to listen to his words. Azazel is apparently in another universe different from ours, one called the Original Universe, and his age is 16 years old. Searches. Well, his age matches the time that passed since he died, but I can't explain how he was reincarnated the same year he died. Azazel. But there's something different about your name, something I didn't notice. Rias. What is Azazel-sensei? The girl said, desperate to hear about her beloved brown-haired man. All the girls also looked at the man, wanting to know more about him. Azazel. His name is not Issei anymore, he's called Tien. He said, projecting a photo of the two of them. Azazel. We don't know the appearance of the new Issei, so well my computer where the location of the original universe is, we will have to decide who will go look for him. Rias. I'll go find him. I scream in desperation to see my dear and beloved Issei-Kun, but before any leader speaks, Volley walks near Azazel to say. Volley. I look for Issei. He said, looking seriously at Azazel, who was surprised. Since Issei died, he did not see the serious Volley again, but when he was going to answer, someone arrived pushing Volley aside, who got upset. Sererg. I'll go for Issei, I won't leave him there. Volley. Sererg, don't interfere where it doesn't concern you. He said angrily, looking at him, and Sererg just turned to look at him to tell him angrily. Sererg. No, I won't leave Issei, I already abandoned him once, and I won't do it again. He said while both looked at each other threateningly. When it seemed that he was going to start a fight, Azazel separated them. Azazel. And who said that you will go? We have not made a decision yet. I look at both of them, who just separated, with a noticeable anger. Everyone was surprised. Two boys who considered themselves friends, who were always great friends, were about to fight over who would look for Issei. Searches. Azazel, isn't it better to create a group to look for Issei? What if the place where he is very dangerous? Michael. That's true, we have to take all possible precautions. Said the overlord of the sky, approaching, looking at the other leaders. Everyone nodded, until Azazel had the light bulb on to tell everyone. Azazel. And if we create a small tournament where the best competitors will be the ones who will go, and whoever comes first will be the leader in this mission to find Issei in this new universe, where anything can happen. The leaders, hearing the words of the fallen leader, nodded, knowing that this was the best option right now. They also didn't want to plan for too long. Issei might be in danger at the moment and they didn't want to take any risks so that when they arrive he'll be dead. Auden. Well then everyone who wants to go, step forward. Minutes later. Searches. Okay, we have the participants ready and they are. List of participants. Sererg Bale. Razor Phoenix. Bakeno Himajima. Saji Genshiro. Zenobia Quarta. Beige Argento. Volley Lucifer. Rossweisse. Rias Gremory. Hiroka Taoju. Michael. All of you will participate to see who will go after Issei Hyoudou. Misaka. Let the tournament begin. Original universe your city. In a high school, several boys could be seen playing ball on a field, among them. TNTA. You were only in PE class, so the teacher let you play whatever sport you wanted, so you and your friends decided to play soccer. Well, let's see what happens. Friend number 1. Take Tennessee. Your friend shouted, throwing a long pass that you received with a jump while the ball fell on your ankles. Colored by me, like everyone else. You started heading towards the rival goal while dribbling past your friends without anyone being able to stop you. Friend number 2. It seems that Tennessee is very thoughtful, he doesn't seem to pay attention to anything around him. He said trying to grab your hand, but the second he had it, you let go. When you arrived in front of the goalkeeper, instead of dribbling him or something like that, you just decided to make a hat to him. And you continued walking calmly towards your side of the court. Friend number 1. Hey Tien, is something wrong? He asked, putting his hand on your shoulder. You just thought for a few seconds and then, after a sigh, you said. Tien. I feel like something very important and impressive will happen soon, and I don't know what it is, it gives me a feeling of fear, pain and sadness. You said watching as the ball fell at your feet, you watched as your friend just smiled and said. Friend number 1. Come on, friend, don't worry about things in the future, worry about the present. He said to start running with the ball, you just stared at him for a moment, then looked at the sky and said. Tien. Why will it be that I always dream about Issei and about Draig? My goal to get you back. Original universe your city. In a big house, with a big yard, you could see in a room, a boy with hair your color, and his height was your height. He was getting ready to go to school. While he watched his cat and dog play on his bed, you just laughed. When you were about to finish tying your shoes, your mother appeared at your door to talk to you. Mother. Dude, you know what to do while you're alone here at home, call us if anything happens. Tien. Of course mom, I'll call them if something happens. Mom don't worry, I'll be fine, just at home, it's not like I go out much, besides there's a police station nearby, so everything will be fine, besides I have my faithful bodyguards. You said pointing at your dog and cat who were still playing, she just laughed and then sighed heavily to look at you. Mom. Okay, I trust you, but please take good care of yourself. He said to take your cheeks and give you a kiss on the forehead and then give you a hug. You just reciprocated the hug. When you saw the clock in your room, you got scared, you saw that you were late. Tien. I'm late. You screamed to quickly grab your backpack and hug your mother one last time and run away while screaming. Tien. Goodbye mom, I love you, enjoy your vacation. You screamed as you walked out the door. She just stayed in your room while she was just laughing to look out your bedroom window and then at a painting you had. Mom. Uff this kid, well, that's how I was, I hope I didn't cause problems for the neighbors by playing soccer too hard. The XD Universe Colosseum Underworld. In a large colosseum, many people were seen screaming with excitement while they watched Issei's best battles on a giant screen. Issei vs Razor. Issei vs Volley. And finally, the battle that hurts everyone the most. Issei vs Trihexa. Currently, a person stood in the middle of the battle arena. It was Grafia, who only coughed and then spoke through a microphone. Grafia. Welcome to everyone present to this very special event that everyone is excited to see. Here it will be decided who will go on the important mission of search for the powerful Op-Eye dragon, Issei Hyoudou. After that the people began to scream with excitement, hearing again the name of their greatest hero. The Colosseum trembled with excitement while in a dark tunnel, a person walked. This was Rias, who walked to the exit of the tunnel until in front of him there was someone. It was Razor, who only had his eyes closed until Rias stood next to him and said. Rias. I'm going to win this fight. Razor. I hope this fight is exciting and you give me more difficulty and that it is not like last time. Both remained silent, waiting to be called for their fight. Rias just looked at the end of the tunnel, where Issei was reflected looking at her with a smile. She just smiled. She was determined to win in maximum beyond the team, and she would not let her chance of not finding her love go by. Razor. Stop fantasizing about your brown-haired girl, they already called us, I hope you give us some difficulty. Issei was a real challenge. Tirada. Rias. We're coming Baka. Rias said, walking towards the tunnel exit, being followed by Razor, who was adjusting his suit ready to fight. As Rias left, everyone cheered while Rias just greeted the people with a smile, but she saw out of the corner of her eye how she came out to show Razor with a smile being surrounded by fire. Rias seeing him only thought stupid they were friends, but sometimes she couldn't stand him when he acted arrogant. She laughed, she remembered when they were both engaged and Issei had to save her to avoid getting married. She would always be in debt to him. Sighing, she told herself that there was no time for regrets, now her beloved was in danger and she had to save him. Rafia. Both opponents to their positions. A silver-haired girl said as they both stood face to face, serious, both wanted to win, one only because his sister asked him to, and he owed it to her. Thanks to her he is now married to Yubaluna, and the other just wanted to meet her beloved brown-haired girl again. Rafia. Okay, start. I shout for both of them to smile and throw themselves at each other. I will show you all the fights in another chapter, but for now let's move on. The tour ended, it hadn't taken the whole day, it was barely noon, the leaders were in the combat area, about to announce to the search team. There would be 8, there were going to be 6, but it was decided that Asia, now being an expert healer, would be taken on the mission, apart from the fact that they realized that it wouldn't be enough with just 6. Searches. Well, it has been decided who will go on the search mission for Issei Hyoudou. Said the Redeed, Mau Lucifer to the people who were only waiting for the decision of the leaders. Searches Lucifer. Everyone was nervous to see who would be chosen for this, but the competitors were the most nervous, everyone wanted to be on the team. Searches. I just want to say that the 2 who won't be chosen will go when things get tough there, so don't worry about not being able to go. He said calmly as all the participants calmed down a bit, but this wasn't over yet, they had to decide the final team. Searches. Okay, these are the team members, the ones named, step forward. He said looking at everyone who was just sweating from nerves, everyone wanted to be on the team no matter what, everyone wanted to find Issei, find their beloved, find their friend, find their secret love, everyone, but everyone wanted Issei Hyoudou, the hero of the factions to return. Searches. Ah, well, let's go with this, well, come forward. Saji Genshuru. Saji. Well, Issei just wait friend, I'll find you. He said, standing at the front of the line, with a relieved smile at being chosen. Searches looked back at everyone to say. Searches. Next member. Razor Phoenix. Razor. Ha, I already knew it, just wait, idiot, when I find you I'll beat you to a pulp for dying without fighting me. He said while several people looked at him badly for those words, but they let it go, the boy had the habit of never having respect for anyone. Searches. The next one is. Bakeno Himejima. Bakeno. I thought I wouldn't make it, just wait Issei-Kun, soon you'll be safe in my arms, from where you should never have left. He thought as he just looked at his hands with happiness while he saw the other 2 chatting happily to be there. Searches. The next one is. Udo Kiba. Kiba. Fine, just wait Issei, you'll come home safe and sound. He thought walking next to Akeno who smiled at seeing his friend, who also smiled happily. Azazel. The next one will be. Hiroka Taoju. Hiroka. Great Naya, when I find Issei Naya we will have many children and I will never leave him. She said happily, hugging herself, while many death glares were directed at her, which she didn't even pay attention to. Azazel. Hahaha, this woman doesn't think about anything else but Issei's children. He said while the leaders laughed amused at the situation. Azazel. Ahem okay, next up. Sererg Bale. Sererg. Hi. He said firmly to the leaders while Sererg walked beside his new companions he thought. Sererg. Issei, friend, don't worry, now everything is fine, since I'm here, and you'll never be alone again. Searches. Okay, now the second in command of the mission. Ollie Lucifer. Ollie. Good. He thought as he clutched his chest as his gaze became determined, he was willing to die just to see his friend one more time. He wouldn't let him suffer much longer, he didn't deserve it, he never deserved it, but now he was ready to make amends for his mistakes, and he would give everything to obtain his forgiveness, he even had a spell that would increase his chances of having his forgiveness again. Searches. All of them will be the ones who will go, but without first saying who the captain is the only one who tried harder than everyone else, the leader will be. Rias Gremory. Essuries. Hi. She screamed almost happy, she was about to shed tears, she was waiting for this moment for a long time, now she would find her beloved, she would never let him go again, they would be returned happy, now he would never be alone again alone she remembered something, but didn't give it importance. Remember this for more chapters later. Azazel. Get ready, in 2 hours you will be sent a message that the portal is ready. He said as he walked away with the other leaders. Zenobia and Rossweisse sighed sadly upon learning that they were not selected, they looked at the ground, while Zenobia squeezed her hand furiously for not being strong enough to reach the team, Rossweisse just looked at the ground almost crying, she was disappointed in herself for not making it onto the search team. That said, she wasn't strong enough to see Issei. The girls approached to see her, they felt sorry for her, they all knew that she tried hard to try to get in, but she didn't make it, facing Sekiryuutei was her bad luck. Rias. Cheer up Ross-chan, you can go if things get complicated, so you're not that far away. She said, trying to comfort her, while the others nodded, trying to encourage her. She just tried to avoid crying and accept that Rias was right, she would only have the opportunity to see Issei if something happened on the other side. She just tried to smile even though the tears came out. While people left, she watched the scene with pity. Akeno. Okay, how about we get ready girls, the three of us have a mission to do. She said, looking at her teammates, who nodded, while they all left in a magic circle. No one realized that they were being watched by two beings. We've been gone for 15 years and when we come back, we receive this news. The first person said to the second, who crossed his arms and spoke seriously. I'm surprised that the brat is alive, and even more so reincarnated. I never thought that would be possible, but apparently the boy was the only one to achieve it so far. He said as he opened a dimensional gap with his hand and was followed by the other person. Yes, how about we visit you in a while? He said as he received a nod from the other person who crossed the gap. The XD universe 2 hours later, Kuo Academy. The magic circle opened where the girls came out, all came to say goodbye to the three girls who would go on the mission. When they arrived, they saw the others preparing and saying goodbye to their loved ones, hoping that no one would die. As they approached the leaders, they listened to their conversation somewhat. Searches. As if the portal closes, they won't be able to return for a while. He shouted angrily upon hearing the words of the leader of the fallen, who only sighed while holding a tablet. Azazel. Yes, I already told you, since we don't have enough power to keep the portal open for long, they will have to look for it as quickly as possible, because if it closes they will have to wait until the portal can open again. Just gather enough to send the group for half an hour. He said while looking at the tablet. The whole conversation was heard by everyone, who just thought too many things because of nerves. Azazel. Apart from that, we will need all the soldiers possible to protect the portal. There will be many beings that will be attracted to the portal, or others knowing about Issei will want to get rid of him. He said, seeing the armies there, ready to protect the portal. They were the armies of all the factions. Searches. Okay, we'll try to do everything as quickly and effectively as possible. He said as he walked towards his sister, who just approached him. Searches. Rias, please take care of yourself and bring Issei back home. Rias just watched him, to smile determinedly at her Oni-sama. Rias. Of course I'll take care of myself Oni-sama, and Issei will return home safely. He said as they both hugged each other tightly, wishing they could see each other again. Everyone was ready, the portal was already open. The boys were already in front of the portal, ready. Everyone just prayed that they returned safely. The boys were just nervous, they didn't know what they would find on the other side. Rias. I know you're nervous, but we're doing it for Issei. He would do this without hesitation, for one of us. He said seriously, calming the boys and raising the team spirits, who one by one entered the portal, everyone only wishing the boys good luck. Original universe, your city. The portal opened in an abandoned train station. The boys were alert to any hostile movement. They began to look for the exit. They searched until they found it. As they left, they saw a very pretty city. Starting to walk, a small magic circle appeared in their ears and someone started to speak. Azazel. Testing, guys, are you listening to me? He said, receiving a yes from everyone. That made everyone happy, and Azazel continued speaking. Azazel. Great, guys, a floating robot will always follow you, it will allow us and the people to see what is happening there. He said. Rias noticed that robot and nodded to the floating robot, which only focused on her. Azazel searched his tablet for Issei's current location. Azazel. Okay, according to my robot scan, it detected Issei, a few blocks from you, one very busy with people. He said as the boys nodded and went over there, looking for the boy they cared about so much. Current location, Tennessee. Tien was leaving school, being accompanied by his best friend. Both walked towards the train station, without noticing that in the distance, some boys were running in their direction, without knowing that they were looking for that boy. Amigo. Hey Tien, what are you doing this long weekend? You know they are preparing for the final exams before the holidays. Ask your friend while you were just eating a hamburger that you bought at your school store before leaving. You finished your bite to tell him. Tien. I guess training, reading mangas or playing video games, and maybe playing soccer. You said watching as the cars passed before they stopped and the pedestrians passed. Your friend just smiled and they continued walking. In the distance, Rias and her group were walking, almost running, trying to reach Issei, while Azazel told them how close or far they were from him. Meanwhile, the XD Universe Kuo Academy. Everyone was in front of a giant screen that broadcast everything that was happening with Rias and the team. The soldiers were watching the whole place. There were two soldiers talking quietly while patrolling the area. Both stood watching as a blizzard of snow came towards them. They took cover. But they saw something that terrified them. There were many, many snow elves. These soldiers did not have the slightest opportunity to speak because they died from 2 arrows in the head. An angel who saw everything opened a magic circle that reached Michael, who was with the leaders. "Michael? What's going on?" The blonde-haired man with blue eyes asked his soldier. Everyone looked at the angel, waiting for the answer from the soldier of the angels. "Michael? Yes, angel. Sir, they are snow elves, they are going towards you." The transmission was cut off. Everyone was alerted when they heard the angel's words. The elves had not been seen for a long time, and everyone knew that they were very aggressive, but suddenly a lot of snow was coming. That meant one thing: elfes. They were there, in front of them. Their leader advanced with his horse. No one was calm, everyone was very alert to them. "Elf King. Leaders, I handed over the portal and the Sekiryuutei." This being said with a disturbing smile. Everyone was surprised. They did not expect him to decide to speak. The soldiers of the factions arrived ready to fight. "Elf King. Well, if they don't hand it over by good means, it will be by bad means." He said to raise his weapon, and all his soldiers rushed into the fight. The soldiers of the factions also rushed. The pitched battle broke out. It was quite even. Something to highlight was that Serches and Michael faced the Elven King. Both put up a good fight, but both were outclassed in speed and endurance. Both managed to combine their skills, making the Elven King retreat, who noticed how his soldiers were falling in greater numbers, angering him, so he did something that no one expected. He invoked a large magic circle, from which a large creature made of ice came out. That terrified everyone, but even more so when they heard the Elven King scream. "Elf King. Go to the portal and kill the Sekiryuutei, hahaha." I screamed in a state of madness. The giant being just started running to the portal. Azazel got upset and screamed. "Azazel. Stop him, if he enters he will overload the portal and close it." I screamed, but 3 people stood in front of the being. They were Grafia, Zenobia and Rossweisse. Grafia only created a wall of ice that with Rossweisse's seals. Zenobia only charged energy into Durandal, but that was not enough to stop it. Zenobia was hit along with the 2, which caused them to enter the portal with the monster, causing a huge explosion at the site where the portal was. Searches. Grafia. Screaming in despair, Azazel just started writing on his tablet, noticing that they had entered the other universe. Azazel. Shit, they're there now, we can't do anything for now. Searches just knelt, beaten to the ground. All the elves were dead. There were few fallen from the factions. Everyone was attentive to Azazel and the transmission. Original universe, your city. You were arriving at your station. When the train stopped, you got off. Until you reached the stairs, you began to go down the stairs. In the distance they were following your steps. They noticed that you were releasing some dragonic energy. They had lost communication, so they had to manage on their own. You were walking down a busy street. You were calm. You felt the breeze touch your face. Your scarf started to shake, so you had to grab it. You saw the sun starting to set on the horizon. As you resumed your walk, you heard hurried footsteps. You were about to run to the side so the runner would pass, but you felt a hand and then a tug. When you turned around you saw her. It was impossible. She's a character from an anime. Shouldn't she exist, right? Rias Gremory was in front of you, crying, and you heard her whisper some words that confused you. Rias. Ice. You were about to ask, but you saw a magic circle appear in his ear, and you heard Azazel shout. Azazel. Rias, be careful, there is a creature coming towards you, get Issei out of there. Rias was startled, hearing the words of the fallen angel. She took your hand and began to run, but a loud noise was heard. When she turned around she saw a large being made of ice, destroying houses and killing people. Did you notice that there were several DXD characters there? Were they cosplayers? You had no idea, but what mattered was that being. Rias. You'll be fine, let's just get out of here. He said as he watched Grafia, Zenobia and Rossweisse fight alongside Saraerg, Vali and Saji. Bekeno. Just go, we will stop him. She said to summon her priestess clothes and fly to face the being. While you ran holding Rias, you saw how each one was falling in battle. You could not react until you saw a little girl. She was scared, looking for her mother. She was crying. That was enough to let go of Rias and run away. You heard Rias screaming for you to come back, but you didn't pay attention. You were running and the being noticed your presence and smiled creepily and threw itself towards you. Everyone noticed that and began to shout for you to get away. Vali just tried to stand up and go for you, but he couldn't. His legs had frozen and the ice was quite resistant. You were running. The being passed completely by the girl and went towards you. When you were close, you threw the backpack at the being's face. This distracted it and made it slide, trying to stop. You just quickly passed between its legs. You reached the girl to hug her. She didn't care who she was. She clung to you. When you turned around, you received a blow with the being's head, which sent you crashing into a wall, breaking that wall. You were just protecting the girl. You tried to stand up while the creature started a fight. With Rias, Razor, Kuroka and Kiba, who were easily defeated, they were no match for their power. The monster turned his gaze towards you, but noticed something, how you released an aura that he easily recognized Draig. When you opened your eyes, they were green, the creature just launched itself at you, and in one jump you were already on top of the creature, with one hand you held the girl, and with the other you were preparing a blow. When you reached the face of the ice monster, you hit it right in the forehead, crashing it into the ground. When you jumped and moved away, you noticed that you had knocked out the being, seeing a piece of cloth from a dead person, without seeing and avoiding vomiting, you grabbed it to cover the girl's eyes. Tien. Please cover your ears, and don't uncover them under any circumstances. You said, and the girl nodded. She trusted you completely, so she proceeded to cover herself and looked the other way. You just approached the monster that weakly opened its eyes. When it saw you it growled. Without waiting for a blow you pierced its skull, killing it. Everyone looked at you in astonishment. When you took your hand out you started to look as if you were confused. When you looked at your hands you saw that they were bloodied with blue blood. It took you a few seconds for then. Tien. Aya. You screamed, and the second you fainted, everyone got worried. The first to approach was Bali, who checked your pulse. Knowing that you were okay, he sighed calmly. Looking around, he saw all the mess and that it would take him time to fix everything and make everyone forget this. Original universe at night. Your city, your house. You were waking up, you saw that you were in your room, but you remembered what happened. Seeing you in good condition, you smiled, but you saw how your body was naked. You missed yourself. You never sleep like that. When you leaned forward to get out of bed, you touched something soft. You felt strange. You didn't have any stuffed animals or anything, so you squeezed, but you heard. Hiya. You just looked to your side and saw Rias asleep. You were surprised to the point of falling out of bed. Rias, hearing her wake up, began to stretch and then said. Rias. Good morning, Tien-Kun. Tien. Rias, what are you doing here? You said nervously as you tried to cover yourself. She just smiled as she got out of bed to grab your cheeks. Rias. Isn't it okay, Tien-Kun? Tien. As far as I know, no, it is forbidden to be in someone else's bed when you don't know each other. You said as you looked away, not wanting to see her. He just laughed to stand up and start changing. She just looked at you strangely. Rias. Tien-Kun, get changed, everyone wants to see you downstairs. She said, confusing you quite a bit. You decided to listen to her. She just widened her smile. Both of them, when finished, left your room. They were going down. You were looking at her crimson hair until you heard voices talking in your kitchen. When you arrived you saw the whole team. They were Vali, Razor, Saji, Kiba, Sarerg, Akeno, Kuroka, Zenobia, Rossweisse and Grafia. You were surprised to see many characters from the Anime High School DxD. For a moment you thought you hadn't taken your pills for schizophrenia. That made you laugh, but before continuing with your thoughts, someone stood in front of you. Akeno. Hello, Tien-Kun. He said with a smile. You only saw his eyes, those eyes, now you considered the second most beautiful eyes, after Rias. Akeno. I'm glad that you're okay, Tien-Kun. Live together. Original universe Casa Ta. It was possible as the sun rose over the horizon, the Ta house received the sun and more indeed. This was Rias Gremory, who woke up from the rays of the sun that passed through the curtains. She woke up because of how annoying the light was, rubbing her eyes because of how annoying the light of the big star was. Sitting on the bed, he looked at his sides, noticing that the girls were still asleep, seeing one in particular. It was Grafia's. She was not present. He thought she had gone to the bathroom or something like that. She put on a robe to leave the room, walked and saw the door to the men's room ajar. Looking through there, she saw how everyone was asleep and they looked like a truck had run over them. She laughed silently, but I decided to keep walking to a specific room with a smile. When I got to your room, I opened it carefully so as not to make any noise. When I saw inside the room I got scared when I didn't see you, so I quickly went down the stairs until I heard. Grafia. Come on, Tien-sama, he has one more left. He said as if he was encouraging you. Ria's blood ran cold upon hearing that. She decided to peek out a little, surprised by what she saw. He saw Grafia on top of your back while you were doing push-ups hard. You were doing the last one. When you finished doing the last one, Grafia got off so that you instantly fell to the ground exhausted. Your cat just climbed on your back and settled down to sleep while your dog came licking your face, making you get up wiping your face. Grafia. Ow, Rias-sama, I didn't notice you, how did you sleep? I asked, looking at her. She just stared at you while you tried to get away from your dog who was just playfully biting your arm. Rias. I'm fine, and how did you sleep? He said, watching you stand up while you cleaned your dog's drool and then, gathering it in your hand, threw it in his face, making him angry and start cleaning himself. Grafia. I'm fine, Rias-sama, breakfast is ready, so sit down. She said while on the table there were many things. It was all the breakfast that everyone would eat. She was surprised to see so many things. She sat down, and when she tried the small sandwich that was there, her eyes shone when she felt the flavor. In seconds he devoured the sandwich. After that he turned to see Grafia to ask her. Rias. Grafia, how did you make such delicious sandwiches? He said, looking at her. She just laughed softly to tell him as she sat on a chair close to you to give you a bottle. Grafia. It wasn't me, it was Tien-sama. He was already awake when I had just woken up and he told me that he would take advantage of the opportunity to make us breakfast. I already had breakfast. He said calmly. Rias just looked at you, surprised by what the ice lady said, but everyone heard someone coming down the stairs. When they saw them, they saw Akeno, who when she saw the three of them said. Akeno. I thought I would be the first to wake up, but I think I'm late, Yufufu, I'll have my moment with Tien alone. He said, taking his face while looking at them. You only cared about your mental health and the damage that this sadistic woman could cause. Tien. I'm already condemned, right? You thought, watching as the girls sat down to eat next to the Redeed who started talking to her. It seemed like they were very focused and you decided to leave them alone for now. You took the opportunity to go with Grafia to watch TV in the living room. 1 hour later, same location. You were currently reading your favorite manga, everyone was with you in the room chatting with each other and trying to talk to you until Volley, tired of being there bored, saw a soccer ball, smiled darkly. He thought that maybe if he angered him by playing soccer, he would unleash the power of the Red Emperor and they could fight, so he got up from the couch to go over and grab the ball. Volley. Hey Tien, do you want to play soccer? He said, extending the ball towards you. You looked at him doubtfully to ask him as you stood up. Tien. At least you know how to play, why don't you seem to know how? You said while taking off your jacket. He just smiled nervously, so you sighed to tell the boys. Tien. Hey, they play on their team, why don't I think he can do it alone, besides I think the only thing they do is train, why do they do sports? I don't think so. You said while you took off your shirt being seen by all the girls that apart from a blush there was some bleeding on their part. You finished changing, showing the shirt of your favorite player. You didn't want to dirty your clothes, they just nodded nervously. Everyone knew Volley's intentions, so everyone will go so that he wouldn't create destruction. They wanted to save themselves the trouble of spending almost all day erasing people's memories. Outside house patio. You saw how the boys stretched, you had the balls on your feet, being only one you would have a disadvantage so you would take out. The position they chose was volley, forward, Saji, razor, midfielders, Sererg, defensa, Tiba, archer goalkeeper. Volley had chosen that position to be able to face him faster. He didn't care about scoring a goal. Saji was there because he discovered one thanks to Sona, who had the ability to use magic to improve her sight, and thanks to the power of Vitra, he had the ability to copy his rival's movements, so he could see and copy Tien's movements and be able to overcome him. Razor was there since he wanted to be one of those who faced Tien, so the closer he was the better. Sererg was there thanks to his strength and speed, so he would be able to pressure Tien, and if he escaped he could follow him closely. Kiba was in this position, thanks to his explosive reflexes and his speed, which made him a spectacular archer goalkeeper. Tien, after studying the boy's side, looking to one side, he saw how the girls were watching, all without Tien knowing were there to prevent him from getting out of control, so they put up a barrier and avoided problems. Tien. Phew, okay, let's get this done, get ready. You said with a small touch, starting to run towards them. Volley was running at the same speed towards you. When both arrived face to face, you began to dribble in front of him at great speed. Volley was barely able to stay standing as he couldn't keep up with your speed. He tried to use magic to overcome you. You defended the ball without giving him the chance to touch it at least once. In a second, Volley managed to crash into you while you were running towards Razor and Saji. You moved the ball away to prevent Volley from getting it. You went all the way around Volley, who couldn't react. When he reacted, he managed to place his hand on you, but you only took a step to the side while you pushed yourself with Volley's chest, starting to move the ball. You spoke while your eyes turned green. Tien, as long as you remain hanging on my being my brother. Everyone recognized the voice, causing Volley to get distracted for a moment. You took advantage of it while a green aura surrounded you. With a quick Rabona, you managed to make a tunnel to Volley, who was so surprised that he couldn't react. Tien, you'll never be able to surpass me. Made by me. While Volley would be stopped processing what happened, you kept running towards the two blonde boys. Razor just cursed Volley for not trying hard, but smiled knowing that he would have a fight with Tien. Razor. Idiot Citri, stay here and watch what you do. He said as he launched himself at Tien, who only saw him indifferent while his eyes were bright green. That caught his attention. Tien tried to go to one side that Razor tried to avoid by going there too, but you stopped before and turned around, supporting yourself with your heel, but Razor also used his heel to stop before and barely managed to grab your shoulder. Both of you were running while Razor tried to stop you, so you stopped the ball with your Q, and you stopped too. Razor could barely stop a few seconds later, but when he turned around you passed by him. When he turned around again, you were running at high speed towards Saji. He saw your movements. But he couldn't see or copy them, it was as if something didn't fit, something that couldn't let him see your way of playing, he didn't know, he was getting nervous, but. There are times when you cannot copy their abilities, because some act on instinct and do not fight coherently, therefore there will be no pattern or anything similar. Saji. Shit, I had forgotten that I must. You had run past him, that left Saji in shock, he didn't know at what moment Tien had accelerated a lot, so that he wouldn't notice he was close, Razor arrived in front of him starting to yell at him why he didn't stop him. When he turned around he saw the aura you gave off, it was a green one that looked like the one Issei used to expel when he felt angry, that means that In was angry for some reason, or maybe it wasn't In who was angry but Issei. You were running towards Kiba, but Sekiryuutei arrived in the middle. He just stood in front of you without letting you pass. You tried to turn around to do a heel flip, but when you were about to do it, Sekiryuutei managed to kick the ball which went out by force, causing a throw in. You just sighed to the sky as your body relaxed, Sekiryuutei looked at you, seeing how your aura was still there, that surprised him, but he decided to stay alert of what could happen, not wanting you to get angry enough to start a fight. Saji. Well, what to do now? He said watching as Rossweisse grabbed the ball looking at you, waiting for you to tell him what they would do. Tien. I have to take it out, Sekiryuutei took it out because I have it out of the band, well Ross, would you take it out for me? You asked seriously, she heard what you called her, this made her blush, but at the same time she smiled and nodded. After you explained, he threw the ball, Saji was about to receive it, you jumped in the middle receiving it with your chest, this surprised him, without waiting you started running directly towards Sekiryuutei, who ran towards you charged directly to crash into you, you only quickly made him pass over you. Sekiryuutei fell to the ground with everything, that made him complain of pain, until now the girls were surprised by the demonstration of Tien's ability, until now he only showed strength, speed and pure intelligence, no dragonic energy, it only depended on his body, the aura was just a mystery as to why it was there. In ran alone against Kiba at high speed, he was nervous, he didn't know if with his speed and explosive reflexes, he would be able to stop him, In prepared to shoot when out of nowhere a hand came from behind you. Run by me. That hand grabbed your shoulder causing your stability to break, when you turned around you saw Volley who only looked tired and sweaty, Volley was only trying to stop you and steal the ball, without having any other options you were forced to shoot, Volley was about to get the ball. Volley. This ends now Issei. He said about to touch the ball, but with your bad leg you shot to one side of the goal, Kiba seeing the ball jump managing to hit it, making it bounce to the side, you took your hand off Volley to run towards the ball. The other three boys ran to the middle to prevent you from reaching, Volley started running after you, well they saw you, Kiba and Volley thought. He can't shoot from that angle, so we'll be fine as long as he can't position himself. You watched as everyone was positioned, you positioned yourself to shoot, everyone believed that you would be incapable of scoring a goal. Made by me. And when they least expected it, when Volley was about to take the ball from you, and Tien's attack was coming to an end, you positioned yourself with your good leg to give a powerful shot over Kiba, who didn't even manage to touch the ball while jumping. That surprised everyone and even more when they heard and saw how the ball entered the goal and hit the net, everyone remained silent watching Tien's back, nobody believed what was happening. Volley started to shed tears, threw himself on the floor on his knees, starting to scream until at one point he started talking to Tien and was. Volley. I hated you, I hate you Issei, because the hell can I never overcome you, I thought that now that you were reborn you would be weaker than me and everything, but you're still better than me, I don't know how you do it, but I swear that I'll figure it out no matter what. Everyone was surprised, they hadn't seen that side of Volley not since that moment, everyone saw how Tien looked at the white-haired boy with contempt, but the boy's voice surprised everyone again for hearing it, it was from Issei. Tien Issei the difference between you and me, Volley, why you are not able to defeat me is because I train, my new self trains every day, so he is much stronger and faster than me, besides I suppose you have not trained right. Paint. Tien Issei I thought so, you are weak Volley, and that will not change until you decide to train, then you will be able to surpass me, as you will surpass someone who trained to not be dependent on a magic weapon or magic. You said with an angry voice, seconds later, the green aura that surrounded you disappeared, seconds later you fell to the ground fainted, everyone was just still, they had listened to the brown-haired man, but Volley was hurt by the harsh words of his brother he was in emotional shock and didn't know how to react. He just shed tears, he didn't know what to say, what to do, he didn't know anything, he was just shedding tears, he couldn't utter a single word, he didn't know why he reacted like that, it seemed that the envy he always had for him still remained, which made him lose perhaps his only moment to talk to the boy. Volley. I say, no don't go see come back sorry brother. She said without being able to move, Kuroka ran to see her leader and friend, he didn't pay attention to anything other than him or Issei, she had to force him to enter the house with the others who entered the fainted boy. Minutes later inside the house. Everyone except you and Volley were in the room, silent, thinking about what happened. Nobody wanted or rather could not understand the previous situation. First they played a soccer game where Tien humiliated them all. Second, Volley entered an attack of anger and envy. Third, Tien, controlled by Issei, tells Volley that he was weak and inferior to him, and finally Tien fainted. Several things happened at the same time and they didn't have time to understand the situation. The first to speak was Zenobia. Zenobia. This is so confusing. He said, drawing the attention of everyone who agreed with the blue-haired girl. Rias. I never imagined Issei responding like that to Volley, much less in a situation like this where it was supposedly just fun. He said, clasping his hands over his head, trying to think of a logical answer, but nothing came to him. Saji. Issei being angry and talking down to someone close to him is something new to see. What problem is this? Razor. Well, I expected the idiot to at least show his face, but the way he did it was surprising. Rafia. This shows that, even though he has forgiven us, he is still resentful after the day we declared him as the traitor who reported to Rizavum, and I used this moment to show that we made a mistake by betraying him. She said she would be the silver-haired maid, and everyone had no choice but to agree with her. Akeno noticed Volley's absence, so she asked her team. Akeno. And Volley, I haven't seen him for a while. I asked curiously, which was directed at Kuroka, who was lying on the couch chair, who yawned to say. Kuroka. He asked me to leave him with Tien in his room, and when he was there he just sat on a chair that was there, and he has been doing nothing but looking at Tien and the floor. Rias. I know that Volley is part of the team and I should trust him, but after how he acted with Issei a moment ago, I don't trust him anymore. She said seriously as she stood up to go, but Sekiryuutei stood in front of her, preventing her from moving forward. Sekiryuutei. I'll go, Rias, stay here. He said, going up the stairs, being seen by everyone. Rias just had to stay watching how her cousin was going to see his new beloved. Sekiryuutei arrived at the door of your room. Before entering he took a deep breath and then opened it slowly. He first saw Volley with his head down. Sekiryuutei. Volley, are you okay, friend? He asked as he sat down on your desk chair. He just stood still. Sekiryuutei sighed to just stand up and hug his friend. He just let himself be hugged. He didn't know what to do. His friend despised him and his face. He just made things clear. He always was and always will be inferior to him. No matter how many times he reincarnates, he will be better than him. That frustrated him. His dream, which for a moment he thought would come true, was broken by him with a few simple words. Volley. I thought my jealousy was gone, but still I feel jealous of him. I can't get over the one who made me want to get over him. He's just on another level. No matter how hard I try, I'll be the weak one of the two. That's been proven several times, but I never wanted to admit it. He said, looking at Tien, who was still asleep. Sekiryuutei only listened to the words of his best friend and decided to speak. Sekiryuutei. Don't be sad about it, my friend. You are strong, capable of fighting. That shows that you are strong, and you know that Issei has always been special, and that is why he takes advantage of that. Whatever makes him special, to overcome yourself. You just have to find that which makes you special, and just maybe, you will overcome it. Volley. I guess you're right, my friend, but for now, I'll just try to seek his forgiveness in my own way, even if it costs me my life. You have to make changes. Original Universe House of Tien-Ta. You were currently waking up with a headache. You noticed that you were in your room. You don't remember how you got there, but the last thing you remember was arriving in front of Volley playing soccer, and then everything was dark. Maybe you were so focused on playing that you didn't even have time to process everything that was happening and not save any images in your mind. You didn't know, but you didn't give it importance. You decided to get up now. As the minutes passed, you finished changing. When you left, you saw the doors of the boys' rooms open. Could they have woken up already? Without thinking much, you went to the kitchen. As you approached, you heard voices, so before entering you decided to listen. Razor. Hahaha, really, are you still angry because Tennessee beat you? Hahaha. The Phoenix laughed loudly. Volley, who was just eating his ramen, trying not to give importance to the blonde's words. Saji was just laughing at the way the Phoenix boy was laughing. Rias and Akeno were just concentrating on their talk. Rafia was preparing breakfast for Tien, being helped by Akeno. Kuroka was just hugging one of your shirts. Rossweisse, Zenobia and Asia were talking with Kiba, and finally, Sekiryuutei was just watching the conversation between the White Emperor and the future Patriarch Phoenix. Volley. Even though I'm not entirely happy, I'm glad that he's able to win, because if you guys beat me, I would kill you. There are only two people that I let be able to defeat me. He said with a poker face while Sekiryuutei just looked at him with a drop of sweat. You just listened to the conversation while you wondered what exactly had happened. You sighed, deciding to go in. When you passed the door, everyone saw you. That made you nervous. The first one to greet you was Asia. Damn, I forgot to mention it in the previous chapters. Please act as if this never happened. Asia. Hello Tien-san, how did you sleep last night? The nun asked our protagonist. You just smiled to tell her softly. Tien. Very well, Asia, I slept perfectly, thanks for asking. You said as you watched Grafia and Akeno bring 2 plates, one each. You sat next to Zenobia, she looked at you smiling, but that smile went away when she saw how both placed their plates. Akeno Grafia. Enjoy Tien-Kun-sama. They both said with a smile. The girl saw the interactions between the 3 of them angrily, you seeing your favorite dishes you started to eat quickly, being watched by a proud Grafia and Akeno. You just wondered how your favorite dishes tasted, but you remembered that they are capable of making people forget their memories, so you assumed that they only searched your mind. Wait, they searched your mind. You just prayed that they didn't see your darkest desires. You didn't notice how Akeno and Grafia watched you blushing, all ignored by the others, but when they heard Zenobia talking to you, they started listening while continuing to eat breakfast. Zenobia. Tien-Kun. She said while you were still eating, you looked at her, she took it as if she were still talking. Zenobia. I wanted to ask you if what are you doing today? I asked smiling, you just looked at your plate, then saw the kitchen, noticing that things were missing, you sighed to look at it again. Tien. I guess going out to buy things, I didn't think I would have people at home, so I bought things for myself, but luckily mom and dad left me money to buy enough things for half a month more. You said as you finished eating, you got up from your seat to start leaving your room. Before leaving, you approached a piece of furniture to take out a sheet of paper and pencil. You approached the table to leave it in front of Vali. He got confused and before asking, you answered him. Tien. Clothing size that everyone wears. You said as you started to leave the kitchen, Zenobia just followed you, asking if she could go with you. Rias was about to go with you to ask you too, but a hand prevented her from moving forward. Grafia. Rias-sama, the leaders are calling us. He said while looking at her seriously. Rias saw how Tien left with Zenobia, after seeing that she looked at the floor thinking. Rias sighed heavily and only let herself be guided by Grafia who walked up, Akeno, and the others watched both women leave. Akeno. Ah, we'll have to wait here I guess. He said as everyone nodded finishing breakfast. Akeno just watched Rias leave, she sighed remembering your memories, that made her blush. Akeno. Fufufu, Tien-Kun. He said smiling as he watched you go down next to Zenobia who was wearing your mother's old clothes when she was a teenager. You grabbed your wallet and house keys. Tien. We'll be back in a while. You screamed as Zenobia grabbed your arm. As they walked out onto the street, both of them left under everyone's eyes. No one said anything. Everyone saw you leaving, saw the door closed and sighed. They didn't know what to do without you, they didn't know what they could do in the boy's house. Akeno just looked at the stairs where Rias and Grafia were going down. Everyone saw both of them who just smiled looking at you, but when they didn't see you they got discouraged. Akeno. And how did everything go? He asked quietly while Rias just sat, resting her chin on her hand, just sighed heavily, and answered. Rias. Well, luckily for us, we'll be here for a few days before returning. The time may vary depending on the result there. She said while just looking at the ground thoughtfully. The others looked curiously at everything. Saji asked out of curiosity. Saji. What results are you talking about? Is something happening there? He asked as he got up from the couch to look through the mangas you had, but ended up finding your console, so he decided to connect it to the television. Rias. They have to gather enough energy to take us back there. From what Azazel told me it's a lot, but they are discussing whether they will send the girls and some other people here, but to send them here, you could bring them tomorrow. He said as he grabbed a picture of Tien along with his pets. He sighed looking at the photo. Akeno like the others were confused. Akeno. But it's not the same to take us there as to bring them there, it doesn't consume the same amount of energy and magic. She said doubtfully. Rias just wrinkled her face and then answered her best friend. Rias. Not really, it consumes more magic and energy making a portal to take us there than creating a portal from there to send them here. By being there they can channel their energy better to create a portal, but when they want to create a portal, they must use a lot of energy and magic, so they need more magic and energy to send here and be able to create the portal here. He said sighing at the long explanation. Grafia just nodded in affirmation. Vali who was leaning against a wall sighed heavily. Suddenly everyone felt a presence they knew perfectly, it was Rizavum. Original universe current location Tennessee. You and Zenobia were walking now, each holding several bags in your arms, both talking, enjoying your moment alone. Zenobia. It was nice Tien-Kun, to learn more about your city, thank you very much. He said with a bright smile. You just got embarrassed, you looked at the sun shining, both of you were heading towards your house, you were walking near a park, both of you were just enjoying the moment. Until Zenobia felt a presence heading towards them, so she took you in a bridal way to jump dodging something big that passed at great speed. You saw something that was huge and long with a blue color. You were scared when it went towards the people of the park, who were terrified by the thing that was approaching them. You just broke free from Zenovia's grip, which caused you to fall from a great height since they were flying. When you fell you hit your arm, but you didn't care, you started running as fast as you could. Zenobia was just worried, but when she saw the being better, she recognized it, which caused her fear and concern. So it decided to fly towards you to try to stop you. You were trying to get to that thing's head, if it had a head. At one point you climbed onto the being's back, noticing that its scales were so strong that nothing like a sword or something sharp could pierce it. You just kept running, until you noticed that there was a family trying to help the mother get out of a tree that had fallen, causing her foot to be crushed. You noticing that, you started to run faster. You felt how hard its scales were when you stepped hard. In a moment, the enormous being began to zigzag to be able to get you off of it. You just tried not to lose your balance. When you reached the head, you didn't know what to do to make it deviate, but something came to your mind. You grabbed a scale tightly to forcefully let go, and then with both feet, hit an eye of the being that only roared in pain, causing it to deviate, but consequently collided with a large house, causing you to fly and end up on the ground in pain. When you got up and looked up you saw the being, which was a large blue and red snake, reddish eyes, and finally many teeth, but there were two that were too long. Zenobia arrived at your side and she spoke terrified. Zenobia. Tn-Kun, we have to go quickly. He said as he took your arm and slowly stepped back, trying to force you to escape. Tennessee. Why? If we leave him, he'll destroy everything, and innocent people will suffer. You said as you looked at the destruction the great snake caused. She was just desperately trying to get you away from everything. Zenobia. Why you don't understand this being is the ruler of the swamp, Blue Poison Fang's Risaka. He said as the large snake rose up, looking at them from above in a threatening manner. You were just terrified seeing it. Zenobia was ready to escape and warn Rias. But the creature without warning launched itself against the two. Both went to one side, dodging as best they could. You went to the right while Zenobia went to the left. The snake only began to follow you. Zenobia. Tennessee-kun. He screamed as he stopped. You just started doing what you could, starting to do Parker to avoid him. At one point you made him crash into a wall, stunning him. Tien. Zenobia, look for Rias and the others. I took care of this one for a while. You screamed to jump, dodging a charge from Risaka, starting to run, moving him away from the area, looking for an area where there was nothing. Zenobia hesitated but decided to marry him, but she forgot that she could make a magic circle, which was certain death for you or not. You ran at high speed through the streets, pushing people and avoiding them being in the path of the snake, until you reached the central square of your city. The snake, knowing the space it had, only rushed to cut you away, trapping you. You grabbed a piece of iron simulating a sword. What you didn't know was that you were being watched by something that smiled crookedly. The snake rose up preparing to attack. You just tried nervously. You were a little doubtful of your physical abilities, but if you didn't try, you wouldn't know if you were strong enough to face him. The big snake, without waiting any longer, launched itself towards you, opening its mouth to be able to eat you. You just prepared to fight. Moving to one side you let it pass by, hitting it with a piece of iron. With one blow the piece of iron had broken, barely leaving less than half. You just broke out in a cold sweat at that sight and were now very doubtful of your chances of winning this fight. Original universe, current location Rias and the others. Currently Rias and the others were flying towards your direction, trying to go see if Rizavum was there. Volley was furious. He didn't know how that old man had survived his fight against Issei and him, but he swore that he would kill him, that he would make sure to kill him forever. When he was about to go ahead, everyone felt someone behind them. When they turned around they saw him. Volley clenched his fist tightly in anger, knowing that the guy who caused the death of his best friend was alive. Rias. Rizavum live in Lucifer. I didn't color it out of laziness, I didn't want to color it. He just smiled. Rizavum. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. DXD group, or rather, group from Search perhaps. He said with a smile, upsetting everyone. Rias just tried to remain calm in the face of the situation. Volley already wanted to launch himself at him, but he knew that old man had a plan for everything, so he didn't want to end up defeated. Rias. How are you alive? Issei destroyed you with his dragon shot. He said as he charged his power of destruction. Rizavum didn't even flinch, and just spoke calmly. Rizavum. You really don't think I thought about that possibility, so I thought about it and created a perfect clone of me, one that cost me. I managed to make one, although I would have liked to make more. You and your group destroyed all the data to create more. He said while a white magic circle was created below him. Everyone was upset. Volley, knowing what he was planning, didn't think twice and launched himself at him, but before hitting him, he created another magic circle that blocked Volley's attack. Rizavum. We will see each other again, I hope by then, the new Sekiryuutei. He said as he finished disappearing into the magic circle. Everyone was now only worried about Tien, but in the distance someone was shown flying at high speed towards them. When they looked closer they saw Zenobia, who was sweating. Rias. Zenobia, what's going on, where is Tien-Kun? She said worriedly when she didn't see our protagonist. Zenobia began to explain the situation. No one could believe how smart or stupid Tien had been. Rias. You did well, Zenobia-san, but one thing. He said as he took her shoulder, for some reason she trembled at the feeling of his strong grip. Rias. You could have used a damn magic circle. I screamed and started shaking her hard, she just wanted to get loose, everyone watched with a drop of sweat. Everyone started flying at high speed to where Tien was, Rias just started to contact Azazel, praying to Lucifer that you're okay. Original universe current location Tien. You were just barely walking, as you blocked a blow from the big snake, you were kneeling while they bled and breathed heavily, you tried to throw a punch, but you were hit from behind ending up destroying a building. You were getting up, while you were removing the debris that had fallen on you, you saw the people who saw everything terrified, you only saw the fear in the people. Tien. Shit, I can't beat him, he's too strong, I can barely do anything to him, I don't know if I'm strong enough. You thought as you stood up, trying to stand up. When you exhaled, steam came out of your mouth. You couldn't keep your balance for long. But if I stop fighting, someone will get hurt, I don't have to be stronger. You thought as you removed the blood from your lips, still covered in blood, you saw how the snake renewed its attack. Dodging his attack, you grabbed a piece of iron back to try to stab him, but it only caused it to crash against his scales. Risaka realized you were next to him, so he turned around to try to eat you, you jumped to the side in reaction, you dropped the piece of iron preventing him from eating your hands. You took advantage of the fact that his neck was in front of you, to grab onto his neck, you began to feel a burning in your left hand, you began to use force to break his neck, but you could barely make a few cracks. Tien. Shit, I can't, I lack strength, I just need a little more strength. He thought as you tried to apply more force, what you didn't notice was that a kind of glove appeared on your left hand, and it said something. Boost. You felt yourself applying more force, starting to break its neck. The snake, sensing this, roared and crashed into a building. Then it crashed its neck against the wall, making you moan in pain. You began to apply all the force you could. Tien. Die. You thought as the snake spurted blood from its mouth, in the last attempt, it impaled you against the wall, you were just trying to hold on. Tien. GHHDE. You screamed with all your might. The snake slowly lost strength, as a last resort, and without caring if it died, it threw itself against a large pillar of rocks, it only hurried before dying, you only saw that, but you did not give in to it. And when it arrived it crashed into everything, causing rocks to fly out, but it also caused several stones to crack, the creature fell to the ground dead, you just let go of its neck, and sat right where you had crashed. Tien. Ha, I guess I got a little louder. You said as you stood up forcefully, you could barely stand, you looked at your body, you saw what you used as a weapon. Tien. My clothes are ruined, the iron is broken, my whole body hurts, all my wounds are bleeding, do I think I need medical help? But. You said as you raised your other hand seeing a tooth of the giant snake, a tooth of Risaka. You smiled over your victory, you decided to go see the people. You were going to where it all began, people were just clapping, they were smiling, shouting with happiness, that made you smile, but. Blood splattered, your hand was bleeding, you saw a hole in your hand, you let out a groan of pain and knelt down, you noticed someone walking towards you, you let out a groan of pain when you saw him, you noticed his white hair, the long robe like a priest's, he had a sword and a gun, you knew who it was. Tien. Siegfried. Ha, so the new Sekiryuutei-chan knows me, ha, this is exciting. The ex-priest shouted, being in a state of madness, he approached you, you alone stood on guard, so that the priest would disappear, you looked for him, something told you to duck, so you quickly did it, a trail passed over you, showing that the crazy priest tried to cut you horizontally. Seeing you like that, he tried to make a vertical cut, you just rolled dodging that, what you didn't see coming was a front kick making you fall on your back, he tried to stab you with his sword in the abdomen. You just moved to the right, you started to run to avoid it, but when you looked ahead, you didn't see how the priest made a great jump, which ended on top of you, falling and crushing your back. Tien. Kirk. You screamed in pain while you shed blood, Siegfried just laughed madly, people watched in terror as their savior was defeated by his new enemy. You. Should I see can't. You said as you tried to stand up but the priest, he just noticed something in your hand, smiles madly. Siegfried. Ha, really not even with the boosted gear you are able to face me, ha, you are disappointing Sekiryuutei-chan. I screamed looking at you, you opened one eye noticing a red glove with a green gem, with 2 yellow spikes on the sides, it was the boosted gear, initial form. Twice critical. Tien. This is great. You said to hear some words in your head, well you were crushed by Siegfried who only mocked you. Say it. Do it. Just say those words. One word and. It changes everything. You will be superior. Say it. Say you want a boost. Sweat poured down your body, you didn't know what to do, you didn't have many options, you were trembling with fear, insecurity, doubt, you were undecided, your doubt was what to do until. Be a true Sekiryuutei. Tien. I want to be a true Sekiryuutei. The powerful aura came out of you, being green and black, the priest jumped away, he felt like a dragonic aura came out of you, he just smiled, firing a bullet towards you, it was stopped by a green magic circle that had a dragon in the center. When you cleared up, you looked normal, except that when you opened your eyes, they were green, you just turned to see the priest who only broke into a cold sweat, seeing your serious look. At that moment something sounded coming from your left arm. Boost 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 boost. You just threw yourself at Siegfried, he smiled when he saw you do that and waited for your blow, you prepared your arm with the boosted gear, he just raised his sword waiting to protect himself, but without realizing it, and when it happened, he had received it in the ribs. He spat blood from the powerful blow, he tried to cut you in half, but you put your glove on which caused the blow to be deflected, the priest angrily pointed his weapon at your face, but I don't know what I expected you to charge at him, grabbing him by the stomach. Siegfried started hitting you with a weapon on your back, you just complained of the pain, you ended up crashing him into the ground. He just tried to get you off him, but he didn't expect you to start hitting his face, well the boosts were losing strength until you landed the final blow. You just sighed in pain, Siegfried took the opportunity to hit you in the stomach, pushing you away. You were breathing heavily, but without realizing it, you received a blow to the face and fell on your back. The priest laughed madly, then stuck his sword in your right hand. Tien. Airg. You screamed in pain while Siegfried crushed your abdomen with his foot and laughed madly, you were just trying to remove the sword with your other hand. Siegfried. Ha 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 ha, it was good while it lasted Sekiryuutei-chan, but your luck ran out. I screamed maniacally, starting to strain, you were just trying not to cry from the pain, stopping laughing, Siegfried said more calmly. Siegfried. Well Sekiryuutei-chan, say your last words before you die for good. He said as he pulled out his gun and pointed it at your head, you just closed your eyes hesitantly to say. Tien. Be balance breaker. You said doubtfully, Siegfried laughed a little and then said. Siegfried. Amen. And he shot. Siegfried jumped holding a slanted cut from his shoulder to his waist, he heard someone scream. Balance breaker. The male voice shouted, showing a sword while grabbing the hilt of that sword. It was Kiba who launched himself to attack back at Siegfried, who only protected himself with the handle of his gun. You saw how everyone arrived, Asia was the first to arrive, starting to heal your wounds with a worried face. Rias. Tn-Kun, what happened to you? I asked, upset, crouching down next to you. Saji and Razor continued on to help Kiba, Volley stayed next to Serayard who only approached with the girls, Zenobia only approached apologizing for leaving you alone. Tien. It's okay Zenobia, you just did what you thought. You said with a nervous smile, even though they were still asking you too many things at once, it was getting uncomfortable. Tien. I don't know why, I don't know the reason, but I feel insecure having them around me, even if they are good people, I don't know the reason for my distrust towards them, but I am afraid of them for some reason. You thought watching them, they distracted themselves from you to see the boys facing Siegfried who couldn't against the three of them, so invoking a magic circle in his hand, he created a flash of light that blinded everyone. Taking advantage of the situation, he invoked a teleportation magic circle and then disappeared. When everyone regained their sight, they noticed that the priest was no longer there. Razor. Shit, that stupid maniacal priest disappeared. The Phoenix said frustratedly, Saji placed his hand on his shoulder, nodding in acceptance. Kiba. Well the next one won't escape. The boy said animatedly, that made the other two blondes smile, well with you, you were scolded by Rias. Rias. You, how could you possibly face a very feared being alone? If it hadn't been for the fact that you had the physical abilities to defeat it, you would be dead now. Tien. Rias. I don't know how you managed to hold out against that damn maniac Siegfried, but I thank whatever deity saved you. She said angrily, you just looked at the floor, she just kept talking to you without you paying attention, you just felt that Asia finished healing you. Tien. You listen to me, you never do it. Asia. Tien-san. Rias. Are you listening to me Tien? She said angrily, you just looked at the floor discouraged, while your hair covered your eyes, a faint green glow appeared in your eyes. Rafia was the only one to notice, surprised she let the situation pass to see what would happen. Rias. Tien, tell me, did you hear anything I said? She said as she approached and stood in front of you angrily, everyone saw the boy who only had his arms resting on his legs and his gaze lowered. Tien. Since you've been with Volley you don't listen to me anymore and you don't let me act my way, that makes me angry and sad. He said, everyone had heard it, they were surprised how Tien knew that, was Tien always really Issei? Or was Issei controlling Tien right now? Rias. How do you know that? She said nervously, like everyone else, they hadn't expected that, you just woke up with muscle pain, Asia tried to help you, but you just hid her hand away, that shocked her, no one had ever rejected her help except Issei, but this wasn't Issei. Tien. Every damn day, believing that you only did the best for me, but no, I was totally wrong, I could never go back to my way of fighting, you always wanted me to do it your way, I couldn't even do a simple dragon shot. You said as you stood in front of Rias who just looked at you in shock, you got a little closer to her to tell her. Tien. But 15 years ago, that day I understood that I was nothing more than a simple object for you, that I never mattered to you, no that I never mattered to all my feelings, my thoughts, nothing. You said angrily, the faint green color took over your eyes that released a small aura on top, Rias was scared, clearly the boy was angry. Rias. Tn-Kun I can explain, why you are the bearer of Issei-Kun's soul, let us take his soul, and everything will return to normal. Tien Issei do you really think Tien talks, he has nothing to do with this Rias. Issei said as a green aura surrounded in, everyone was surprised, Issei just grabbed Rias by the collar of her shirt, who just watched as the boy brought her closer. Tien Issei look Rias, if you despise my heir's efforts again, I swear that not even Trihexa himself will save you from your death, and this is no joke, so be careful. He said to release and make her fall to the ground, Issei began to look at everyone and ended up seeing Volley, he just gulped nervously and approached his brother. Volley. I say, brother, I'm sorry about yesterday I don't know what happened to me. Issei. I'll tell you what happened, you felt envy, jealousy and anger, knowing that I was superior to you, since I managed to obtain at least a way for my Diabolos dragon to be superior to yours, that's where you started with all this, if you had accepted that I was superior to you, this would not have happened, and we would have ended up in a situation like this. He said as he approached and summoned the boosted gear, Volley was surprised and summoned the divine dividing wings. Issei prepared his fist to hit Volley, but you fell to the ground, unconscious, the green aura disappeared as you fell. Volley watched with tears at the unconscious Tien, he had become unconscious after so much physical exhaustion and muscle pain, the boy could not give more, Volley just fell on his butt to the ground while he held his head while repeating. I'm sorry. Please Issei, just forgive me. Rias on her side watched you unconscious, she couldn't believe that her beloved Issei had said those things to her so harshly, she had so many doubts in her head, was it all her fault? Or was it her fault for everything? But the question that came to her mind the most was it the fault of all the supernatural beings including them? Sarah Erg approached the boy on the ground to carry him in a bridal manner, Saji along with Kuroka lifted a Volley full of tears, Grafia along with Zenobia, and Rossweisse lifted Rias who only allowed herself to be guided. No one noticed that a small floating robot with a camera was watching them from afar, it was Azazel's robot that had been there since the fight started. The XD Universe Kuo Academy meeting room. This place is where the leaders had gathered for the first time in a long time, where Kateria's attack occurred, here they used it to see and observe what was happening with the search party. Everyone is currently talking about what happened with the news that Rizavam and Siegfried are still alive. Searches. How is that bastard still alive after all these years? Searches said as he hit the seat, Azazel only saw his computer that had been brought here, so he wouldn't have to go to Gregory and come back just for some things. Michael. It's be surprised but even more surprised that young Tien-Kun can use the boosted gear, even though he is not a supernatural being, maybe he is one of those humans capable of awakening a sacred gear, even though they have a weak body. Zeus. Remember the boy doesn't have a weak body, he's stronger than an average teenager, so it's no surprise. Said a blonde man with a beard looking at the screen where he focused on you. Anubis. If he managed to awaken the boosted gear in a short time, then he would activate balance breaker. Said a man with a jackal helmet, everyone nodded, behind searches were some people talking. So the guy is now the new Sekiryuutei, I'm a little surprised. Said a woman sitting looking at the person in front of her, this was another woman who only laughed to speak. Yufufu, I didn't think he was so handsome, if Issei looked like that before, I would have doubts about leaving him to my daughter. He said looking at the boy who was just sleeping, next to him was a man with reddish hair who spoke. You are a very vulgar woman, did you know that? The man said, drinking a cup of tea, the woman only had a vain grow. I'm just telling the truth, right? Tiamat. He said to the woman, this was a tall, beautiful and slender woman, with light blue hair and eyebrows and blue eyes, she was wearing a general's clothing with long sleeves, a blue scarf around her neck and high-heeled boots, she was sitting leaning on her handboard. Tiamat. Well, he's somewhat right, he is somewhat handsome, but I don't notice that, and you know it red. He said looking at the man's hair is tied in a high ponytail, he wears a black dress shirt, a light gray vest with a silver dragon insignia that is adorned with a red gem in the eye, a red tailcoat with silver details with a tail, black pants with a similar design, straps on his left thigh, and black knee-high boots with silver shin guards, left or black gloves with red insignia and finger chains, and large red wrist guards. This was the most powerful dragon currently, Great Red, the Dragon of Dreams. Great Red. Yes I know, since Haidu Issei died, you have not been interested in another man. If I am not mistaken. He said calmly. The dragon nodded. The other woman just laughed at the situation, then seeing how Azazel saw things on his computer, since the team had left, things are very altered with many disappearances and appearances. Nobody knew what was happening, only that when the portal exploded, it caused several portals throughout this universe to open, taking people to the Tien universe, which caused some concern for the boys. This was the real reason why they would send more people. They just hoped everything would be okay until tomorrow. Original universe house of TNTA. Everyone was resting from a long day, everyone was finishing eating, Vali and Rias were the quietest, they hadn't said a word since they arrived. Currently everyone was going to bed, but Rias stopped in your room, she opened the door to watch you sleep, she just approached and moved you, so that you were lying on your back, she saw your face, and the image of Issei came to her. She shed a few tears but heard someone approaching, so she wiped them away and looked, seeing Akeno, she saw her in silence and approached her side to observe you. They both just stayed silent until Akeno broke the silence. Akeno. Today it was a very I don't know how to explain it, too many things happened, but all in all it was painful. She said turning to see Rias who only nodded with a sad face, feeling sorry for her friend, Akeno put her hand on Rias' shoulder, trying to cheer her up that she didn't care much about what her friend did. Akeno. Are you okay, Rias? I asked making Rias shed tears, Akeno hugged her friend comforting her, Rias just clung to her friend trying not to make noise so you wouldn't wake up. They were like that for a while until someone came through the door, seeing, it was Grafia who just approached them and hugged Rias too, Rias was like that for a while until she calmed down. Grafia. Tell me, are you still hurt by those harsh words that Issei said to you? The silver-haired girl calmly asked the girl who just nodded looking at a sleeping Tien. Grafia sighed tiredly. Grafia. Rias, you've been treating Tien as if he were Issei, but remember, you are both different people, you don't have the same tastes, you can't treat someone like you treat the other person. They are the same person and a different one at the same time. Grafia said as she lay down to sleep on top of you, Rias and Akeno imitated her, Rias was the last to fall asleep, and before falling asleep, she kissed you on the cheek, now she would only try to get along with Tien, she knew that Issei was important, but Tien was also a person, and she shouldn't just focus on Issei, maybe and just maybe Tien will be important in the future. Are we one? The XD Universe Kuo Academy meeting room. In this room, Azazel was alone looking at papers and checking his computer, he had been like this for a few hours, after sleeping the first thing he did when he woke up was look at his computer, he wanted to check something that left him doubts. So he was the first to arrive, he doesn't remember how many hours ago, he thinks it was, I don't know, about 2 hours ago, he honestly doesn't know, but he doesn't care, he wanted to know if something was true. He continued with his own business, Michael, Serziches and Auden entered through the door, they saw an Azazel who looked like he hadn't slept at all, he was drinking coffee, while he looked at his computer screen, and then looked at the papers, and it was like that without paying attention to the newcomers. Michael. And what's happening to Azazel? The angel asked, surprised by his ex-brother's behavior. Serziches didn't know how to answer the truth, so he just made a slight movement with his shoulders, showing that he didn't know. Auden just laughed at the brat's behavior, it seemed like he hadn't slept at all, and he looked like one of those paranoid old men from horror movies, every time he looked at the screen of the huge computer, he gave a sigh of apparent disappointment. Serziches. Hey Azazel. He said unsure if his partner was going to listen to him, he gave a slight glance towards them and laughed nervously, but returned to his usual calm attitude. Azazel. Oh, I hadn't noticed them, sorry, I was checking my database. He said laughing while still looking at his computer, the three approached confused as to what the fallen angel was looking for. Michael. What are you looking for, Azazel? The archangel said, looking at all the data, folders and information that passed on the screen, Azazel apparently looked at everything that passed by there. The leaders just came closer to watch until. Azazel. Eureka. The fallen man shouted as he stopped his computer on a folder showing a rather strange title. Cloning. That made the three doubt what the leader of the fallen was really looking for until he noticed the faces of his companions, so he smiles to explain to them. Azazel. Notice by their faces, don't they recognize this? They shook their heads and he gave a slight amused mocking laugh, then went on to explain to them while showing a hologram that showed a large amount of images, calculations and complete plans of the DNA of a bunch of unknown people. Azazel. Here you have the data that Rizavim supposedly said we had destroyed about the ability to create clones. In a file he explained and deduced how to create perfectly designed clones, apart from saving every piece of data from all the soldiers he had at his disposal, and they gave him some of their blood. He said looking at a tablet that showed all the information, Auden just stroked his beard, Serziches was just surprised, well Michael just thought until the light bulb came on. Michael. isn't this from the Rizavim base that the boys raided 17 years ago? He said, something hesitant and surprised. The other two leaders looked at him surprised for not remembering that event. Azazel, indeed my dear Watson, it is from that base that Issei discovered in one of his missions with your sister's nobility Surziches. Surziches? I thought you destroyed it, Azazel, you know this can be very dangerous if someone knows how to use it. The Issei-Kun said while looking at Azazel seriously. The angel just laughed to grab a USB to start playing with it. Azazel. To get this information, they will first have to go through my corpse, a part who knows about this, if the only person who knows about this is in another universe, ha 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 ha. Original universe place. The dark place, where darkness reigned like in your heart, I love you no lie. But continuing, even if you looked for something there, you would not see anything, because the kingdom of the shadow ruled. There, floating only a boy could be seen, of color TC, he was conscious, but did not want to accept that he was in that place terrifying from his point of view. I don't know how he's scared of a place where there's literally nothing, if he faced a snake almost 20 meters long, got into a fistfight with a crazy priest, and yet he's afraid of a dark place. The boy has been there for more than 20 minutes and never moved a muscle until he decided to stand up. When he looked around, he found absolutely nothing. The truth is, he didn't know what to do. So he decided to walk. He didn't find any trace of life, maybe if he walked more he would find something, he told himself, but nothing. It wasn't until he inadvertently began to feel hot and little by little, he noticed how orange flames surrounded him until a tornado appeared. This only scream of fright to see how a red arm came out of the fire until when he made a quick movement to one side clearing everything and saw something surprising. The booster gear armor was in front of him, looking at him with its bright emerald green eyes. The moment passed slowly without anyone moving their body until he himself, out of fear, took a step back when the armor took a step forward. With slow steps, the armor walked towards him, and he didn't know what to do, so by instinct he took steps back. When the armor stopped seeing him move, he just took more steps back. When he blinked, he didn't see the crimson armor anymore, but when he took one more step, he felt his head hit something hard. First he rubbed his head, when he turned he saw it in front of him. He just stood still with a look that even though it couldn't be seen, was firm and serious. One of his hands went to him, that terrified him closing his eyes. For seconds of not feeling anything, he opened one eye and saw how the imposing armor was combing his hair and arranging his clothes. After finishing he heard a sigh that confused him. Well, sometimes it seems to me that you don't take care of your appearance, you should pay more attention to that. Then he notices her surprised and confused look. What? Tien. Why are you accommodating me if a second ago it seemed like you wanted to kill me? He said with doubt while pointing at him a little accusingly. The armor realizing it, began to laugh like crazy, bothering you a little. Ha 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 ha, sorry, I wanted to accommodate you, but I accidentally showed more of an appearance of a villain ready to kill you than of someone who wanted to help you, but let's leave that, I'll introduce myself. He said as he put a hand on his chest to rest a hand on your shoulder, to say with determination and pride. Issei. My name is Issei Hyoudou. I am the Red Emperor Dragon, or also known as Welsh Dragon or whatever stupid nickname I earned Op-I Dragon, but I have no regrets. He said with pride, but sadly for a second, then he turned to see Tien, who only had his mouth open in shock, then he grabbed his jaw to force him to close his mouth, then he just smiled. Tien. Wait, Issei Hyoudou, what do you mean? Why are you here? Why are you doing in a place like this? If it's someone's head, please have more imagination for mental spaces, even though it's impossible. Issei. It's your idiot head. Tien. The boy just stood there blankly until the brown guy started laughing, while the teenager complained and tried to make up an excuse. As the minutes passed while they calmed down, the boy asked the adult again, and yes, he is an adult, 15 years have passed, and I think he was 17 as far as the light novel goes. Tien. Issei, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in your dimension with the leaders or something? He asked confused while the brown just sighed looking at the ceiling that was supposedly there, then turned to look at him to speak. Issei. Well, it's a difficult subject, but to summarize, I'm dead and now that we finally met, you are my reincarnation, that's why I'm here. You were somewhat confused and impressed, after shaking your head to sort out your thoughts, you spoke. Tien. Wait, like dead? If Rias said that you were alive living in your diamond. Issei. Don't believe 100 of what Rias says, there are many things she doesn't tell you, for the moment keep our talk a secret, okay? Tien. Yes, but what would you do now, apart from a question, why are you wearing the armor? You asked while gently knocking your knuckles on the armor's chest, which only made a small noise, while Issei just stayed silent, but then laughed. Issei. Hahaha, there is an explanation, but let's go with a short one, to understand the story of Five Nights at Freddy's. Wait, wrong script. Issei. In a short summary, when I died, my soul separated from my body, it began to travel with the booster gear through all the universes, until it ended up in this universe, and I saw you, a newborn child, who would live his life quietly, well, before I decided to join you, now your destiny is to carry the Sekiryuutei. He said with a smile as he extended his hand from where the palm came out a green flame, small but bright, you just watched surprised but excited, he grabbed both of your hands to delicately leave the flame in your hand. This made you smile, but the flame after growing in a second, surrounded you and displayed a flash. Tien. What just happened? You asked upset looking at every part of your body looking for some anomaly in it, Issei just patted your back. Issei. You just received my blessing, so now you are able to use the booster gear more easily, you don't have to make much effort when using magic, I think they are advantages of being dead. Tien. Advantages of being dead. Issei. Yes, being a soul the laws of time-space do not affect you, for example, I am able to see your future, and you do not end well either way. Tien. Both ways. The teenager asked confused, the adult realized that he had screwed up, so he just sighed and proceeded to count. Issei. To be honest, I saw your future end well, before the rescue group arrived. He made quotation marks with his fingers when mentioning Rias and the group, the disgust and dislike he felt for the group was noticeable, he had forgiven them, but that did not mean that he would consider them friends and couples again. Issei. And when they were gone, there was only one destiny for you, and that was to end up as a dark warrior who consumed the power of the Trihexa to protect his universe. Issei. You would be a lone warrior, a powerful being who used dark arts to protect people, but at the cost of your normal life. Issei explained seriously, you saw the image that was projected in front of you, seeing a Tien accompanied by powerful creatures ready to follow their lord. Issei. But as a result of the arrival of the DXD group, it caused a disturbance, and another destiny was found for you. Issei's worried voice betrayed everything, it was something that would not be good for you, you swallowed with anguish, this noticed by Issei, who only held his head and continued the explanation. Issei. Since you are now connected to me and the arrival of the supernatural, it made you a target of many old enemies of mine, for example people revived by Rizavam, Siegfried, Kakabiel, among others, you are not safe even in your home, so time passed, and you ended up in a fight against a powerful and good enemy. Issei. That enemy was too much for you, a boy who could barely handle his problems, and you also refused to use the booster gear, even I don't recommend that, look kid, for nothing in the world stop training. You who were silent processing everything, it was crazy for you, in a second you meet a fictional character who is supposedly your reincarnation and shows you your entire future, and anyway you end up badly, it will surely leave you with a problem in your head. Tien. That's my futures. You said with your worried voice, you didn't know how to react, but the feeling you felt the most was fear, you didn't want to end up like that, you didn't want it, Issei places his hands on your shoulders and then rests his forehead on the front of the armor with yours, you felt the tip but avoided giving any complaint. Issei. I know you're scared friend, but you must be strong, fear can sometimes be greater than courage, but when someone is in danger, fear can be your best friend, maybe you won't lose it, nobody can, even me, but being strong from here. He points his finger at your head and smiles with determination, even though it couldn't be seen because of the armor. Issei. You will be able to overcome that obstacle and be strong as fear, right? He said as he separated from you, you looked at the bright emerald eyes of the armor that showed emotion, determination and pride for him, that made a glimmer of hope appear in your eyes, you smiled as a light appeared on the horizon. Issei. Well, you're waking up, soon we will begin your training to improve your control over your abilities, see you boy. He waved goodbye as golden particles flew out of your body, dissolving it, causing you to disappear into thin air. The night still continues, marking 5 in the morning, you looked at the clock lazily, you didn't want to get up, also being that you couldn't with the beauties of Rias, Akeno and Grafia on top of you sleeping as if you were a teddy bear. From being like that for so long, his arms were starting to cramp from having Rias and Akeno on them. Tien. Shit, what do I do to get out? You seriously thought about how to get out, and I say seriously why you were so engrossed watching Grafia's bust rise and fall with each breath, when you finally got rid of the idiot, you managed to get out using the most ancient techniques used by ninja masters. You put on your training clothes and went down to the living room, when you arrived, you were looking at the dark room, things were barely visible because of the light of the moon that was on the horizon going down, on the living room table you saw a book that you had never seen before. As you picked up the book, you saw a strange symbol on the cover. It looked familiar. Issei. Good book, right? You jumped in fright and landed on the ceiling lamp. When you looked around you saw nothing, but a voice echoed in your mind. Issei. It's not like you're a little cat. Tien. Wait, where are you? You lowered the lamp looking everywhere for Issei who was just laughing a lot at your confusion. Issei. In your mind, idiot, I am dead and I do not have a physical form to be on the earthly plane, so I must remain in your mind, besides you thought I could not talk to you, you are stupid sometimes. You were surprised by the explanation and took the book back that had fallen to the floor. Issei made a surprised groan. Issei. Boy, you got a gold mine, that book is a Keno's, with it you learn magic, we can use it to improve your skills faster. You opened the book where you could see a variety of spells and abilities, some more difficult than others. Issei. Go to page 100 and from there look in potions, there should be what we need. For a few minutes you searched from page 100 and when you got to page 132 there you saw something that interested you. Change of power. Issei. Perfect, this is what we were looking for, power change, this will allow us to obtain someone's power for our own. Tien. Change, how will it help us improve? Issei. Simple, by using this potion it allows us to take an amount of power from a person and depending on whether the person is stronger than us, he will give us his strength in exchange for some of ours, if he has more magic than us, he will give us some of his change, it would be a 30-70 change. Issei. It's very easy, we make the potion and use volley to obtain everything, he is better than you in almost every aspect, so it would be beneficial. Tien. And how will we do it? The conversation became serious with each word, both just stared at the page of the book. Issei. We will do it with the ingredients, they are important, and we would not use this potion if we did not have the ingredients at our disposal. Issei. We need raw Asaka's fang, the one you have. Tien. But it's my memory for killing my first enemy. Issei. Hey, lower your voice, or they'll hear you and discover you using this, and our plan will all go to hell. Tien. Issei. We also need the blood of the person who will use the potion, that's you, then we need the blood of the people whose powers we will change. I didn't know this, apparently we can use several people at the same time, well, we won't have to use just volley. Tien. So I'll have to make a friendship with all the strongest of them. You heard a small sound of affirmation, you smiled as you looked to the side, noticing that on the armrest of the sofa was Rasaka's fang, you grabbed it and then smiled. Issei. The snakes of the Rasaka race are beings that have poison in their bodies, but for their own species, they are a way to improve their skills and abilities. The Rasaka is the most powerful of its species by devouring many of its species, we will use the potion to improve you. After all the explanation, you decided to go outside and start training by moving 2 truck wheels tied with ropes. For minutes you moved the wheels, carrying weights, and moving the junk from the yard. During all that time you didn't see the sun rise, and a person watches you from the window, it was Razor, who was just watching you train. Razor. Come out of there, cat girl. He said to the air while a black-haired girl comes out of the darkness. Kuroka was smiling while watching Tien train. The sweat is all over the body of our protagonist, which causes his shirt to stick to his body somewhat marked. The smell of sweat reached Kuroka that at the slightest contact of the smell with her nose, it caused her to shudder. Razor just looked at her strangely, he knew that she was very perverted in the sense of being with Tien. With the slightest contact from Tien to her, it caused a blush in her like the one she had right now. Razor. I already know that look and smile, don't even think about trying to have kittens with him. Kuroka. Shut up, the one I came to see is Tien, not you idiot Naya. Razor. I know you well, cat, I know very well how you think, how you act and, GHN. He groaned in pain as he felt Kuroka's palm hit his cheek, leaving a crimson red mark, anger rising in Razor, who was going to lash out at Kuroka. Razor. Daughter of P. Kuroka. Shut up, sniff s, just because we sniff h hung up a few times sniff doesn't mean t that you know me. Sniff. She said in a loud but soft voice at the same time to avoid attracting Tien's attention. Razor saw her for a few seconds, he remained silent, so he decided to leave for the moment. Razor. From now on we will never talk as friends again, what happened in the past never happened, Tien he must not know. He left without saying another word. Kuroka looked at him with hatred while tears ran down her cheeks, because it was true, if Tien found out at some point, it would cause him to reject them, making it so he couldn't have Issei-Kun by his side, she didn't like that. Kuroka decided to go put on her normal clothes as usual, since she was wearing her beloved's mother's clothes. After finishing training and talking to Issei, Tien decided to take a bath and get rid of the sweat. He sat in the shower, the quiet was what he liked. Ever since the rescue group arrived, he still wondered, rescue what? Did something of their size come here through a portal? The portal that brought them is what brought what they're looking for. He still remembers that conversation. Bla's back. This happens after the chapter. My goal, get you back ends to clarify. The Keno. I'm glad you're okay, Tien-Kun. She approaches the boy and takes his cheek. He was somewhat astonished because a fictional character was touching him. He was already seriously thinking about taking the schizophrenia pills. Asia. Are you okay, Tien-san? The nun approached and took the sleeve of your shirt. When you saw her beautiful emerald eyes, then you turned to see everyone in the kitchen. Saji. What's wrong, Tien? It feels like you've seen a ghost. Tien. Hey yo meh. You were confused, not knowing how to answer or speak. First you were coming back from school, when suddenly people come and stop you, they look like cosplayers, then a creature resembling a huge dog with eyes appears, then you try to save a girl who is surely fine or dead, then suddenly you receive a power-up like Yuno's from Black Clover, and after being unconscious, you wake up with Rias' Gremory in your bed, and the worst or best of all, is that you are naked. It is safer that I cure you since you are surely not a virgin. Sererg. Leave him, he's probably still processing what happened yesterday in less than 4 minutes. Said the leader of the Bale clan, while placing his hands behind his head and leaning against the wall relaxing there. Everyone was talking and laughing happily within, even though he was alone he remained silent thinking. Since when did they become so confident? Even though he saw them well, everyone was laughing and smiling, making jokes, they were real smiles. He decided to leave the kitchen for a moment, but when he left, he saw Rias crying while they were face to face. She was in tears and approached him and took his cheek. Rias. I really missed you so much, darling. His soft touch was on your cheek, you didn't know why it caused a small shudder in your body, but your mind didn't give it importance because it was focused on the touch of the crimson-haired girl. In the moment you were on the couch, you with your head resting on her lap, she kept caressing your hair and cheek. Tien. I don't know how you do it, but I don't want to stop feeling this. Rias. Well, I won't let him do it until Tien-Kun asks for it. All seen by the group who laughed at seeing how the strong Tien was dominated by Rias' caresses. It seems that he had become so accustomed to Rias' caresses that at the slightest caress, Issei's body falls asleep. The minutes pass quickly for the whole group, Asia talking with Zenobia and Rossweisse, Volley arguing with Razor while being watched by Sererg, Kuroka talking with Grafia, Akeno pampering Tien with Rias, and Saji. Saji. MMH interesting tastes. Sona's husband was looking at a shelf full of mangas, for example One Piece, Dragon Ball, Naruto and whatever you want, then there were your video games from PlayStation, Xbox, etc. Where did the idiot get all that from? He continued watching everything until a manga interested him. The title on the side was High School DxD. The curiosity of the Vitra bearer shot to the sky. Picking up the first volume, he was surprised to see it was Rias on the cover. He started reading, and it showed the whole story of how Issei met the supernatural world and how he became Rias' pawn. You were enjoying the caresses and whispers of Akeno and Rias, both of them pampered you, so why not let yourself be given feminine affection for once in your life? Saji. Tien, what is this? Saji showed the tome he had in his hands. You got very upset when you saw that, you jumped off the couch and took all the tomes, hiding them behind your back. Tien. Nothing. Just stupid mangas, nothing important. Even though everyone saw it, no one believed what they saw. You tried to go down the stairs slowly. Tien. I'm going to do something upstairs and I'll be back. But when you tried to leave you crashed into Sererg who was just a little serious. When he fell to the ground the tomes scattered on the floor. Rossweisse. What is this? Everyone grabbed a volume of the mangas and saw how their lives were shown there. No one could believe it. Sererg helped you stand up, you sighed in exhaustion. Tien. Well, what you see there are mangas where they come from, and before you ask me something, if for us they are like entertainment, we did not know that there was a real universe of yours. Saji lowered his hand, realizing that he was going to ask that. Rias sighed and left the tome on the table to approach you. Rias. Well, if you told us this, we'll tell you something in return. Grafia looked at her for a second, although she wouldn't say anything. If there were to be a problem with this in the future, she would solve it. She wouldn't be solving it because she told her something very important. Rias. We're here to rescue someone. We came through a portal that Azazel created. You know him, right? Even though we haven't found that person, can we stay here for a while, Tien-Kun? His explanation didn't let you think for a second, but you were able to understand something. You looked at everyone who in turn also looked at you. After thinking about it, you smiled. Tien. Of course Rias, you can stay until you find what you are looking for. Then to flashback. You didn't know that you would end up using them as tools, even though you didn't want to. It was part of the plan to be able to improve and be stronger and avoid the fates that the world has for you. You were so focused on your thoughts that you didn't see someone coming and diving into the water with you. A few seconds later, you feel arms wrap around your sides and breasts press against your back. Looking back, you see her. It was Kuroka who had come with you to take a bath. Your surprise was so great that you couldn't speak for minutes. Kuroka. No, you are surprised Tien. No. Tien. Kuroka, what are you doing here? You were somewhat confused by her appearance, but upon realizing her nudity, you looked ahead avoiding seeing her, but your mind reminded you of that every second. Kuroka. Naya, can't I spend time with you Naya? It's just that everyone is monopolizing you, and I can't spend some time alone Naya. Tien. Of course you can spend time with me, but not like this. Kuroka. Well, it doesn't matter, Tien Naya, come on let me clean your back, Naya. Tien. Minutes past 11:58 am. Your current situation was uncomfortable, since you were between Zenobia and Rossweisse who looked at each other with murderous auras, undecided about who was going to feed you, Volley, and the others saw that situation with some amusement. Rias, Asia, Akeno and Grafia were not there because they were talking to the leaders, even though you didn't see them, you wanted to meet them, but they wouldn't let you. Zenobia. I think you didn't understand Rias-chan, I'm going to feed Tien. Rossweisse. Zenobia-san, since we woke up, I've been saying that I'll feed Tien, so could you stop grabbing his arm? Your neurons, which you never used, woke up to find an idea how to escape. This moment was more dangerous than saying, long live Barca in Madrid or long live Madrid in Barcelona. Your only solution was. Tien. Could you see let me go? I want to go to the bathroom. Both agreed without stopping to look at each other. Volley, seeing that you were leaving, slowly left the kitchen. Sererg noticed that he left but let him pass, hoping that Lucifer wouldn't do anything stupid. As you left the bathroom you noticed something, a restlessness on your back. Looking back, you saw Volley leaning against the side of the bathroom door. If it weren't for the fact that Volley had his eyes closed, he would have seen your face from the fright you had at first. Tien. Volley, what are you doing here, weren't you having breakfast? You said with the best calmness you could show. Volley kept his eyes closed until he turned to look at you seriously. Volley. I wanted to ask you something, Ta. Tien. What do you want to ask, Volley? Volley was clear that he wanted to ask him, and it was why Issei's aura became more present in Tien's body. He talked about it with Rias, who only said that maybe by using the booster gear, her bond with Issei became stronger. He had been a bit dissatisfied, so he was going to ask him. For seconds he remained silent until. Volley. I wanted to ask you how you felt in your first fight against a high-class monster. The truth is Volley didn't have enough courage to face Issei, even though he was Tien, he knew that Issei could hear him being inside Tien, and if Issei got angry, his chances of being Issei's friend again would disappear. Tien. Well, to be honest, I felt scared and nervous, I've never had a fight like that. Volley. You fight like that? Have you ever had fights before? Tien. Yes, at school in elementary school, many children made fun of me for my heterochromia. Volley. Heterochromia? Tien. Yes, before for some strange reason my right eye was green, until a few years ago it disappeared and became like the other eye. Volley smiled upon receiving that information. Apparently, Draig tried to fuse with his wielder years ago to obtain a body he could control and modify for Issei, but it seems he never could. Maybe and just maybe. Volley. Ta, do you want to train? Tien. When? Differences. Guo Academy meeting room. Azazel. So, any ideas on who we'll send? No one in the room spoke, it was an unorganized idea and just suggested at random, everyone ended up accepting without thinking, which brought this problem, no one could believe the nonsense they did. Auden. We can send the girl Citri, she is a good strategist currently, she will be very useful to the girls there. Michael. Auden Dono is right, as we know, now with Rizavam there, anything can happen and we can't risk Issei's life. Surziches. Even though. Zeus. What's up Surziches, what are you thinking? Surziches. It's just that I still don't understand how Siegfried or Welfried came back to life, damn it's hard to tell the difference. Azazel. Easy Surziches, the Holy Grail. All. Anubis. How is it possible if the Sekiryuutei destroyed it? Azazel. Anubis, you really don't think the Sekiryuutei might have some secrets? Anubis. Azazel. After Michael commissioned Issei years ago to finish off the renegade priests and destroy the Holy Grail, Issei told me that he would keep that relic for a special occasion. He had told me that he would keep it in the booster gear, but everything went wrong, and Rizavam managed to obtain it by extracting it. Zeus. And I guess he didn't use it until now, and it brought back many of his warriors. Azazel. I only thought he would have brought the Mad Priest, but there is a possibility that he also brought some of his other strongest henchmen. Auden. Even if Rizavam has the Holy Grail, it is useless to him, it is one wish per person and remains unusable for a time until he has enough power to fulfill another wish. Isaka. And how do wishes work in the Holy Grail, Auden Dono? Azazel. It's easy, the Holy Grail can grant a person a wish, the person uses the wish, and depending on the complexity and the amount of energy spent, it will take some time to regenerate the energy spent to be able to grant another wish. Auden. That thing is a pain in the ass, besides, what did Issei want with it? If the boy could have anything at his fingertips, he's the most powerful Sekiryuutei in history. Azazel. The woman with black hair, two tails of hair that went to her sides, purple eyes and she was dressed in magical girl clothes entered through the door. She was Seraphol Leviathan, the most childish Mao of the group. Ajuka. Where have you been Seraphol? Seraphol. Ah, I won't even tell you, since the news that Issei is alive reached the children's ears, they have asked me to do a collaboration when I arrive, and many businessmen wanted to buy the rights to broadcast that commercial, and it is making me lose my mind. Bartholomew unleashed his fury, Serziches took some papers and after staring at the last one, he smiled. Serafal. And I want to grab a stick and stick it up my. Serziches. What if we send her? All? Huh. The woman with light blue hair, wearing commander's clothes, was tall, had blue eyes, and a serious look appeared in the image. Isaka. Serziches, you've gone crazy, do you really want to send that woman to protect Tien? You know what she does with men who aren't Issei, she won't accept, and if she does, she assures us that she will protect him. Serziches. She will, she only feels affection for Issei, still a unique man for her, but apparently, Tien is going down Issei's path, so there are high chances that she will fall in love with him, with a woman like her in love, it's like taming a wild horse with apples, it will be slow, but successful in the end, there is no chance that she will not protect him. Azazel. Serziches, I don't know if you consumed something you shouldn't have or if you literally went crazy, but it seems like it could happen. The XD universe another place. In a place full of hot springs, there was a group of women sitting enjoying the moment, they were Ravel, Sona and their entourage. They were having a relaxing moment since it was known that some people would be chosen to go to the dimension of the current Sekiryuutei and Issei's reincarnation. Ravel. And as I was saying, when Issei-sama sees me, he'll see the dress we wore for the first time, and he'll surely have those old and beautiful memories again when we spent the afternoon together and used to talk all hour. All. The silence was uncomfortable, Phoenix had realized that she had let herself be carried away by her thoughts, which made her start to sweat. Ravel. I say I'll wear my dress so that the idiot remembers who he is and isn't behind a very poorly made mask, if that's it, hahaha. Ravel. Idiot, why did you say that out loud? While the group was laughing and talking animatedly, Tsubaki, although laughing with the group and participating, noticed that her king, Sona Citri was disconnected from them, which was strange for her, she seemed thoughtful. Tsubaki. Kaichu okay, is something wrong? And the Citri didn't respond for a few seconds, she just kept her gaze on the water, her wet hair dripping water from the tips and her glasses somewhat fogged up, a smile grew on Sona's lips. Sona. I'm fine Tsubaki, just I'm happy to see Saji happy. Tsubaki. You Saji happy? Sona. Yes, since all this happened with Issei, I only see a smile on his face, I'm very surprised by his change. Tsubaki. Yes, it's true, the few times I've seen him during this time, he had a very big smile. What's exciting about him? Sona with her happy smile, responded with a piercing look for Tsubaki. Sona. Something tells me that this guy Tien has something to do with it, I really want to meet him and see what's so special about him. Original Dimension House of Tien. This house is quite large for several people, now some of them were in the kitchen. Others in the living room and even without knowing it, 2 people were outside the house, in the patio of this. These were Tien and Vali who were just face to face, a refreshing breeze moved the leaves of the trees, the green grass and the hair of both boys. Vali watched Tien with a challenging smile, this confrontation would help him to know more deeply the abilities that the reincarnated human has. Tien just showed a serious face, but inside, he had many doubts, he didn't know why he had accepted, but it was Issei's idea to accept, since he wanted to see what the limits of his abilities and limitations are. Vali. Okay, Tien. How about we get this started? I'm excited about this moment. Tien. I was happy for you, why wasn't I? The boy whispered with some dissatisfaction as he adjusted his clothes. He had to put back on the clothes he used for training, even though they were sweaty, they were the ones he preferred to use the most. Vali, who was showing emotion a few seconds ago, changed his face to a serious and displeased one with Tien's response, because he thought that he was excited about the idea of fighting like him, but it seemed that with his response, he did it with displeasure in his opinion. So with some anger he released Divine dividing from his back, those wings were exhausted with strength and aggression, propelling Vali against Tien, who in fright only rolled to the side, barely letting Lucifer pass by, who ended up hitting a tree that ended up falling next to Tien. It should be noted that there was a magic barrier, which prevented everything that happened inside from being heard, and the barrier was invisible, which hid everything inside, and the barrier itself could not be seen by the human eye. What the two didn't know is that Rias and the others were watching from outside the barrier, alert for Vali, because since all this started, it seemed that Rizavim's grandson was starting to act less Vali and more Lucifer, he was more aggressive, he seemed more resentful towards Issei, or well, that's what was going through the minds of all the members of the group. But what was really going on in Vali's mind was just frustration, not being at Issei's level, even though he knew that Tien wasn't him, and that he had lived a quiet life which made him someone alien to the fight, so he wasn't interested in anything about it. But even though Volley knew this, a part of his mind makes him think that Tien is so strong that he doesn't care about people weaker than him. A large part of his mind involuntarily deceives himself without being able to control it. Volley, after hitting the tree and knocking it down, turned quickly without hesitation and hit the place where Tien was. He only moved by instinct, letting himself be carried away by adrenaline. Advice from Issei. Issei, when the fight starts, let yourself be carried away by your body, let yourself be carried away by the adrenaline until a plan forms in your head, and look for the moment to execute it, and if not, well, your opponent attacks, start your plan. And that's what he was doing right now. He didn't know what to do. Volley was much faster than him. He felt that with every movement Volley made, he got more tired, so he hoped he could solve this. From dodging so much he didn't see that with each step and slide he took, he was getting closer to a Trihexa. He turned around to be able to run and get away. His foot just got caught on the root, making him fall to the ground face down. Volley with a smile raised his fist, alerting the others. His fist, imbued with blue flames, moved at great speed behind Tien's back. Sekiryuutei, in a moment of worry and fear of an onslaught, destroyed a part of the barrier going against Volley. In a very unexpected moment, Volley received a heel blow from Tien, who, standing on his right foot, kicked Volley in the face and in the process hit Volley's right shoulder. Made by me. Everyone was surprised. In Tien's eyes they saw a green flash. A draconic presence appeared from the body of our protagonist, who after hitting Volley, moved quickly away from him. Volley just took steps back, touching his cheek where the blow was. He felt it swollen. It was a hard and unexpected blow. I turned to see Tien, who was only sweating, breathing heavily from the many actions he had to do in a short time. Volley's eyes began to move rapidly, looking all around him and all of Tien. This was because of the blow. It was causing him dizziness, and he was trying to stay on his feet. The group that had entered to stop Volley now only observed the situation. They did not expect such a response from Tien, unless the one that Volley was now doing now. After he took his head, he looked at Tien with different eyes. Altered eyes, more crystalline eyes, eyes that represented the draconic eyes. Or predators. A bluish aura came out of Volley, the divine dividing stretched completely, showing its majestic side. Lucifer walked towards Tien with calm steps, leaving footprints wherever he stepped. Maybe he was calm, but who said he wasn't walking with accumulated strength? Tien, seeing this, only got upset, trying to get out of the situation. He looked around, but without finding, he understood that there would be his grave, so he decided to wait for the blow or at least dodge it. When Volley stood in front of him, Tien felt much more afraid without realizing it. Volley's sharp eyes watched him with a blank expression. His body trembled, unable to control the amount of magic he released. His trembling hand approached the protagonist, who closed his eyes, already resigned. The weight was felt on you, as if someone had collapsed on you. You slowly opened your eyes, seeing a fainted Volley. The aura that surrounded him a second ago disappeared. Volley had collapsed due to the overload of emotions and energy in a second. As his mind was clouded, he couldn't hold on for long. You just breathed as fast as possible. Your body fell to the ground with Volley on top of you. The situation was too much for you. Your legs lost strength, and the adrenaline of the moment was going away, realizing that the fatigue was too much. The truth is that you wanted to live, even though you resigned yourself to dying. It was because you thought that since you were not up to the task, it was better to die, but deep down, the desire to live your life was greater. The DXD group arrived and pulled Volley off of you. The girls began to search your entire body. They only found your clothes with cuts and some scratches. They were calming down until they noticed a cut on your forehead where blood was coming out. Asia began to heal you, while Rias just spoke angrily, looking at Volley, while Lekeno tried to stop her from doing something crazy. Rias. I can't believe it, how dare Volley do this? He said it was just training, he went too far. Lekeno. Rias, calm down, it's just a cut, Asia can heal it, and it's nothing special. Besides, Volley just got carried away by the situation, you shouldn't get angry about it. Rias. Lekeno, you don't understand, L. Rafia. Rias, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Akeno-san is right. Volley just got carried away by his negative emotions, which resulted in this, but looking on the bright side, is that Tien is learning very fast. He was able to dodge a person with the abilities of a deity with some effort. Rafia. Aside from the fact that he was able to hit her even faster than the level of the fight was going, Volley wasn't very serious. If he were, he would have activated his armor from the beginning without hesitation. Rias. The Redeed looked angrily and discontentedly at her ex-sister-in-law, thinking that she would support her, but it was the opposite. With marked veins, she approached Tien and lifted him in her arms in a bridal manner and headed towards the door of the house. Rias. I want it to be understood, I don't want that monster near you, or he'll pay dearly for it. The aura of destruction surrounded the Gremory, giving a threatening appearance with the boy fainted in her arms, because her mind couldn't either, because even though it was a small cut, it was going hard to the head, and she ended up hitting the grass with her neck. The girl entered the house, leaving everyone outside unable to understand Ria's actions. Some looked at Bali unconscious in Sererg's arms. Akeno without hesitation entered the house, knowing where Rias went. Seconds passed and Akeno arrived at Tien's room, inhaled and exhaled, then slowly opened the door. When he peeked his head out, he saw everything dark, the curtains closed and the lights completely off. In bed, Rias was completely naked, hugging Tien completely asleep. He just clung to her tightly while she hid her face in the boy's hair. "Look at Wapped, if you download it for me we'll have a fight." Rias had heard Akeno come in, she knew she would come, but she stayed in her position, being hugged to her beloved, calmed her mind was full of images of Vali. Betrayed Issei, fighting with him, arguing, even when he was with him, but the image that is most in his mind is that of Vali touching Tien's head. That was what hurt her the most, seeing her beloved hurt. She promised herself that her beloved would not suffer anymore, and she was not keeping her promise. Akeno approached Rias and knelt behind her, seeing Tien's face between Rias' breasts. Seeing his sleeping face makes her quite happy, it's her way of staying positive. "Rias? What do you want, Akeno?" "Akeno? Nothing, just seeing them, you know Rias, you worry me a lot." "You started acting." "Rias? Act like?" "Akeno. Act less like you, less friendly, less charismatic, more aggressive, overprotective with you, that's not how you act, and it worries me." "Rias? Akeno. When we arrived, the first thing you did when you saw the wolf was try to get Tien out. You got angry with Zenobia for not using a magic circle to not leave him alone. You got angry when Vali got angry with Tien, and now you want to forbid him from seeing Tien. I don't think that's part of the Rias I know." "Rias? And what do you want me to do if that idiot almost killed me, Issei?" "Akeno. Rias, Tien is not Issei, you don't have to overprotect him." "Rias? He is and will be my Issei, whether it is not his body, whether or not it is his weapon, but I will never let him near him again, because I love him and I don't want him to get hurt again." "Akeno. Rias, I understand that you worry about Tien and his well-being, but you can't control his life, he must also become strong." "Akeno." Rias. Silence was present, both friends for the first time after so long, after Issei's death, after everything they went through together, they had their first argument, both had opinions they say at this moment. Akeno loves Issei and Tien, but she knows that she must let Tien grow in the sense of combats and the magical world. If he depends on someone, it can be detrimental to him. While Rias loves Issei and Tien, she wanted him to be well always. If she was stronger, he would not suffer more. If he depended on her, she would only take care of him, pamper him, etc. "And you? Tien? Miming zzz. Akeno. Understand Rias, either you separate yourself from him for a while and let him grow, or I myself will force you to do it." And so Akeno left the room, leaving an angry Rias. The veins on her face were noticeable. At that moment she just wanted to prove Akeno wrong, that Tien didn't need to grow up in the supernatural world to become stronger, that she would be enough. The next day the room. Tien just looked at his cup of tea, currently sitting in the living room. He knew that if he looked up, he would find himself in the staring match between Rias, Vali and Akeno. They kept looking at each other with hatred, without exceptions, and with no intention of letting that hatred disappear. Tien was just trying to escape from that situation, saying that he was going to do something, but the three of them forced him to sit down again. "Rias? And tell me, Tien, how are you feeling right now? Do you feel tired? Does anything hurt?" "Tien? I'm fine Rias, just a little uncomfortable with these bandages on my forehead, just a band-aid was enough, and that was it." "Rias? No honey, we can't take that risk and have you end up badly." "Tien? It's not that big a deal." "Issei? She's like that, so leave her alone. She never behaved so protectively, but we can't say it's just an act." "Akeno? But I'm sure you can continue with your day normally, right? Honey?" "Tien? In fact, if Pooh." "Rias? No. You can't dear, you must rest." "Ollie? I feel like there's something left over here." The tension grew with every second. Tien was just sweating from nerves. Rias and Akeno had his arm so he couldn't escape. "Sererg. Hey Tien, will you join me for some shopping? I don't know where the stores are around here and I think you can help me a lot with that." "Tien. Well, I'll accompany you." "Akeno." Rias? "No. Go alone Sererg." "Sererg? Well, at least tell me where the nearest store is." "Tien. Okay, you leave here and go straight to the left and in about 3 blocks you will see 2 stores and from there you will be in the commercial area." "Sererg. Fine, thank you." Sererg leaves the room, which it should be noted, there is no one there. When he approaches the entrance, everyone was there. "Saji. So, were you able to get him out of that situation?" Sererg. "Nope, they didn't even let him take a step." "Rafia. Asia. I've never seen them like this since Issei-sen died, it worries me a lot." Zenobia. "Calm down Asia, they've been friends since they were little, sooner or later it will be solved somehow." Razor. Yes, it's solved and that's it, but we have another problem. Vali Zapenko is there like a statue. He said he was going to talk to them, but he does nothing but stay silent. Giba. I think I didn't want to talk to them, but to Tien, she's always watching him, and it seems like she's looking for the perfect moment to be alone with him. Rossweisse. Those three mhh. Asia. What's up Rossweisse-san? Rossweisse. It's just that since we started staying here, those three have changed a lot. Kuroka. Naya. What kind? Rossweisse. For example, Rias is more overprotective with Tien, very aggressive with everything that has to do with him, she always thinks about him and is with him, almost as if she were obsessed with him. Rafia. Rossweisse. Akeno, she acts like she used to with Issei, flirtatious, charming and affectionate, she never stops pampering Tien, she shows a nostalgic aura. Razor. I haven't seen it that way. Rossweisse. And Vali is very resentful, but at the same time repentant, it's as if he had two personalities, even though he wants his forgiveness, the actions that Issei does end up feeding his resentment towards him. Zenobia. What do you mean by all this? Rossweisse. Maybe Tien is mentally changing the three of them, maybe some of you here are even changing without realizing it. Sererg. It's quite a topic. Where am I? Where are the others? Ryazijm-sama. Akeno Sererg-sama. Where is everyone? Rafia woke up in some desolate place, abandoned but destroyed houses and buildings roamed these dead lands. With each step she took, the feeling of loneliness ran through her body, the red sky stretched for miles, fear invaded the body of the Gremory clanmate after a while. This place without people felt very desolate, as if something had taken all life from this planet. As he passed by a red river with black spots, he saw how few species of fish were still alive, some even mutated to survive. As she was walking again, an explosion was heard a few meters away, and the Lucifuge's first reaction was to hide behind a rock. When she hid, everything became completely silent again. But minutes later he heard hurried footsteps, as if they were running, then he heard a voice which he recognized. Ah shit, I have to escape, I have to warn the past, I have to avoid this. Rafia poked her head out and was surprised by the individual's appearance. His hair CC all messed up, his bright eyes looking at the ground while trying to breathe, a white hat resembling a polar bear covered much of his hair, he wears a light blue t-shirt and dark blue shorts, he has a green backpack, and what surprised Rafia the most was seeing in it a mechanical arm. This boy was Tien, a very different one, for Rafia he seemed very worn out, as if he had always been fighting and would never rest, she noticed that on his back there was an almost broken sword. Tien raised his hand and summoned a green magic circle with celestial symbols, Rafia noticed that the circle looked like the one Issei used before. Tien. Huh. Tien turned to his back and saw what was approaching, he took out his sword, well, he tried, but from the forest nearby came some arms of a red mass that had eyes, these arms tried to grab Tien, and even though he tried to escape he couldn't and tried with all his strength to pull out his sword. Tien. Shit. They found me. He tried to get out of those arms, but they pulled him hard, it was the end of him, when he turned to the side he saw her that silver hair, he would always remember it. Tien. Rafia help me. Rafia. Tien Tennessee. She tried to help him, but without taking a step, everything went dark, the vision of Tien asking for help passed every second, she didn't know what to think, that boy who gave her smiles in the mornings, had lost that bright smile just like Issei, something she didn't think was going to happen again. Rafia woke up, looked around and noticed it was morning, she sighed heavily, and decided to get up, when she wanted to get up she noticed a weight, when she realized it she blushed a lot, she saw Tien lying on her, resting his face on her breasts. Now I didn't know how to react, I didn't think this was ever going to happen, but deep down it felt really good, feeling the boy's warmth with her felt quite good. And I wished it would never end. Story of my life. Original universe your house. It was a sunny morning for everyone, after what happened a few days ago everything was relatively calm for Tien, because 2 days ago he saw how Rias, Akeno and Vali were almost fighting right there in his home, something that scared him quite a bit, not because of the issue that he might die, that is the least of his worries. What really worried him was that his mother would find out about it. Although his mother wasn't in town, his neighbors had her number, so he was still in danger. His current situation is difficult, completing the folder to pass the year was difficult, lately he doesn't spend time with the others because he's focused on this, from time to time some come, but none of them stayed for long. The one who stayed too long was Rias, who sometimes came and chatted with him or sometimes just stared at him, it was very strange behavior in his opinion. While Akeno would occasionally come over with some dessert or food, which she lovingly dedicated to me, it was something sweet of her, Rafia, Rossweisse, Zenobia, Kuroka and Asia all spent time with me in their own way. Rafia came whenever she could, sat next to me, and helped with whatever she could. Being from another universe, according to her, the history of our lands was different. Events that didn't happen here did there, and vice versa. But beyond the differences in dates and events, there was something in her gaze that felt familiar as if she'd known me all her life. Sometimes, while I was writing, I could feel his eyes on me. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it was intriguing. It was as if he were searching for answers in my reflection. He never said anything about it, but his silence spoke louder than any words. Rossweisse, on the other hand, came loaded with books, with that professorial air she couldn't help. Although she tried to help me, we often ended up arguing about some irrelevant topic that led to long conversations about the absurdity of certain educational systems. But in those moments, the tension in her face disappeared and she seemed more relaxed, almost happy. Zenobia didn't complicate things. She'd arrive with some training to do or simply sit and watch television without saying much. Her way of being with me was silent but comforting. In her own way, she made her presence felt without words. Hiroka, on the other hand, had a habit of appearing out of nowhere. Sometimes I'd find her asleep on the couch or eating from the fridge. When I confronted her, she'd simply smile mischievously and say the house was cozy. There was something about her carefree attitude that managed to bring a smile to my face, even if I didn't always understand her true intentions. Asia was the most constant. She always found an excuse to check on me. She made sure I was okay, that I was eating enough, and that I wasn't overloaded with tasks. Sometimes, her care reminded me of a younger sister, but there were also times when her gaze reflected something else, something she tried to hide, but that was obvious to anyone paying attention. Yet, despite all of this, Rias was still the one who spent the most time with me. There was something about her presence that filled the air with a certain warmth, but also a sense of uncertainty. I didn't know how to describe it, but every time she fell silent beside me, I felt like there were words trapped in her chest. It was like she was waiting for something even she didn't know what it was. And there I was, stuck in the middle of it all, with an incomplete folder and too many unanswered questions. Rias Gremory's Pav. There he was, my beloved, but at the same time, he wasn't. Tien, that boy who seemed to want to blend into the shadows, far from the eyes, far from anything that could expose him. An ordinary boy, a high school student about to graduate. And yet inside him, beats Issei's soul. But I can't help but wonder, why does it feel so far away? You're not Issei. Not in the way he looks at me, not in the way he talks to me. Issei was loving, warm, a beacon that enveloped us all in his light. He was always there, with that smile capable of making me forget my troubles, reminding me that no matter how dark the night, he was with me. But Tien is like the echo of that light. A distant reflection, like a photograph worn by time. He's attentive, yes, but not in the way Issei was. He's brave, sure, but there's something about him, something that keeps him at bay, as if he's afraid to cross that invisible line that separates us. It's not just me, I see it in everyone. Rafia is the only one who seems to reach out to him. She understands him in a way I can't. She spends hours by his side, helping him in any way she can, sharing their silence as if it were something sacred. And I stand on the sidelines, watching from afar like someone observing their reflection in glass, knowing that if they touch it, it will shatter. Razor, on the other hand, keeps his distance, though I notice the respect in his gaze when he sees Tien concentrating. Sererg, with his warm and direct nature, helps him study, almost like an older brother. Kiba and Saji, although more discreet, do the same. They all seem to find their place next to him. But I don't. And Vali doesn't come closer. Maybe because he knows I won't allow it. Something in me twists every time I see him watching Tien from a distance. I know he wants to talk to him, I know he sees something in Tien that I can't understand, but I won't let Vali get any closer than necessary. Why do I feel like Issei is abandoning me? I miss his smile. I miss his hugs, those kisses that brought me back to life when I thought all was lost. I miss the way his gaze rested on me, as if I were the only thing that existed. But even though In is in front of me, I feel Issei hiding inside him, as if he were too far away to reach. Sometimes I wonder, is it still him? Or is he just someone else, a stranger with the memories of the person I loved? My greatest wish is to have him back with me. But what if he doesn't want to come back? What if Issei isn't waiting for me on the other side of the silence? Akeno has always had that calm smile, as if nothing could shake her from her center. But behind that facade, I know she's also hurting. I can tell from the way she looks at him, from how her eyes soften whenever she leaves a dessert on the table or sits close to him without saying a word. Akeno doesn't push, doesn't demand, but not because she doesn't want to. It's because she's afraid that if she does, Tien will also distance himself from her. And that's what sets us apart. Akeno believes Tien should find his own path. I, on the other hand, can't allow that. If I let Tien continue growing on his own, Issei will sink even further inside. I can't stand it. Issei has to come back. He's mine. He always has been. Rafia sometimes looks at me disapprovingly. She sees what I'm trying to do, but she doesn't say anything. She watches me, as if she expects me to notice something she thinks is obvious. But I won't. I can't fail at this. If I have to break Tien to bring Issei back, I will. The Kendo doesn't understand. She believes that if we just let him be, maybe one day Tien will accept Issei and the two of them will live together in balance. But I don't want balance. I want Issei, whole and all for myself. Lately, I've started training again. Not like before. Now there's a rage in my movements, an urgency I can't control. Every time I strike, I imagine a wall between me and Issei. And every time that wall falls, I take a step closer to him. You can try to hide it, you can try to pretend that he and Issei are two different people, but I know the truth. I saw it in his eyes that time we crossed paths in the kitchen. For a second, when I called his name, Issei's gaze was there, trapped somewhere in the background. Come back with me, I wanted to say. But Tien looked away and left without answering. I don't care how long it takes. Issei will return. The Kendo can wait. I won't. I'll become strong enough that he'll have no choice. I'll break any barrier that stands between us, even if that barrier is Tien. Because Issei is mine. And he always will be. I remember those moments, those damned moments that now keep me up at night. Why didn't I see him before? Those little gestures he made for each of us, as if everything he had was to please the others, well what did I do? I thought I'd always have time for him, that he'd always be mine. I saw him blushing at my caresses, at every touch, as if he were a silly, shy, and pure child, and now, he doesn't even look at me. How could I have been so stupid? I thought I had everything under control, that my love for him was enough to keep him by my side, while I played the spoiled brat fighting for his attention. I thought I had everything under control, but I lost it without realizing it, all because of my arrogance and selfishness. And when I saw myself in his place, when I fell into Vali's arms, I believed I could replace him, that I could feel something, even if it was just a sigh on my skin, but I didn't. Not even Vali could fill me. No one can fill the void Issei left in my heart, not even him. Why did I do it? What happened to me? It was his body, his soul, but it wasn't him, it was just a shadow, a false satisfaction that made me emptier, more broken inside. In that moment, everything became meaningless. Why did I care that Vali wanted me, when the only person I truly wanted was him, my beloved Issei? How could I have been so foolish? And, worst of all, the other girls, they did the same thing. How could I have let them all walk away from him like that? How could I have watched my love for him fade away among all those men, as if what I felt didn't matter? Now I understand, now I realize that everything I did for them. That unwavering pure love was only for me. I wanted him for myself, but everyone else ruined it, destroyed it, and now, nothing remains of him, only his soul trapped inside this body. Every time I see him it consumes me, it hurts me. Because he's not Issei, but I feel like he is. I see in his eyes that sparkle that my Issei once had, and at the same time, it kills me to know that he's foreign to me. He doesn't see me as the Rias he loved before. How dare I betray him like that? How dare I let everything fall apart? And now I'm going to get him back, even if I have to do it by force. Vali, that bastard, thought he could be mine, but Issei is mine. Everything he did for others, everything he sacrificed, he did for me, and I let him go. No one else will have that right. Issei is mine, and I don't care what I have to do to bring him back, to tear him from the hands of that body where he doesn't belong. Fate made a mistake, but I'm going to fix it. No matter how, or how much it costs me, because I have to have him back, just for me. You're just an obstacle, a shadow standing in my way. And I can't let you go. I'll bring you back, no matter what I have to do. My Issei, he'll come back, and he'll never leave my side again. Lately, I've been feeling a lot of Issei's energy coming off of Tien, like something's happening inside Tien. Everyone's theorizing that it's Tien communicating with Issei, but I don't believe it. I feel like my beloved is trying to take over Tien's body. Although it's just a guess, I don't fully believe it. But it's the only explanation I can find, because every time I look at him, I can see glimpses of him. I feel him, I feel his presence in his gestures, in his words, even in the air around him. It can't be a coincidence. There's something more. My Issei hasn't disappeared. He's still there, inside Tien, waiting for the right moment, waiting for the moment to return to me. And that consumes me. How could I not have seen it before? Every action, every movement of Tien's, everything reminds me of my Issei, that Issei I loved deeply, that Issei who was always mine. But now, he's not the same, something has changed. Tien's gaze isn't the same. And sometimes, when I get close to him, I can swear I see something in his eyes, a flash of my beloved. Just thinking about it makes me feel like the world is about to fall apart. I can't let Tien keep him. No, Issei is mine. He's always been mine. This body, this appearance, is just a prison for him, and if I can't free him, then I'll do whatever it takes to get Issei back into his body. My thoughts are growing increasingly heated. If Issei is struggling to return, I will help him. I will do everything in my power to help my beloved regain control. Nothing and no one will stop me. The thought of losing him forever, of having this body of Tien's hold him back any longer, drives me crazy. I feel like I'm going crazy just thinking about him, about how the distance between us grows every day. Sometimes, when Tien is around, my body trembles. It's as if my heart, my soul, can feel Issei inside it. Every word Tien says, every action he takes, it's as if my Issei is asking for help, as if he's calling me. And I can't just sit idly by. I know the others feel it too. Akeno knows it, and she's becoming more distant, colder toward me. Sometimes I look into her eyes and I can see that she doesn't feel the same way she used to. She loves In too, maybe not the way I love Issei, but she has feelings for him. I can't let that happen. I can't allow anyone else to get close to him, anyone but me. It's my responsibility to save him, to bring him back to me, even if I have to fight everyone. And then, an idea begins to form in my mind. If he wants to come back, I'll help him, but not just any way. I'll do my bidding. I'll bring him back to me, and it won't matter what I have to do to achieve it. Fate has played its part, but now I'm the one in control. And if Tien continues to be the obstacle, then I'll eliminate him. Issei will return to me, no matter the cost. You went down the stairs, and when you were already in the living room, you noticed that there was no one there. You assumed they had maybe gone out. You remembered hearing Rossweisse argue with Zenobia about what to buy. You decided to ignore it for now and head to the kitchen. On the way there, you remembered hearing a noise, which made you quicken your pace. When you entered, you saw something that left you completely speechless. Rias. Hummo. Hey Tien, you're just coming down, I was going to bring this to you. Tien looked at her briefly, his expression unchanged. Ria's demeanor was cordial, but there was something in her gaze he couldn't quite place. She seemed genuine, but the energy she radiated felt odd, almost as if she were seeking something more from him. Rias smiled gently and reached out, offering him a plate of seemingly homemade food. Tien. Thanks, Rias, I wasn't hungry, but I guess it's not hard for me to accept it. Rias stared at him, her smile remaining, but something about her expression changed. That response from In there was something about the way she spoke that made him feel empty, distant. As if she wasn't looking for interaction, as if her mind was somewhere else. Rias. Aren't you hungry? The strange thing about all this is that I haven't seen you eat much lately. He said as he moved a little closer, without taking his eyes off her. In, without looking directly at her, took the plate and sat down in one of the nearby chairs, beginning to eat slowly, as if he really wasn't in a hurry. Rias watched his every movement, noting every gesture, the way he held his fork, the way he seemed so distant. That distance, that indifference, caused her unease. She was so close to him, yet she felt like there was something separating him from her, something she couldn't quite grasp. Rias. You know, I've been wondering lately, what do you think about all this? About what's happened, about how things have changed. She continued, her tone now softer and more thoughtful. Tien looked at her out of the corner of her eye as she ate, not showing much emotion on her face. What do you think about all this? That question seemed deeper than Rias thought. It wasn't just a matter of simple changes, but something that was affecting her more than she wanted to admit. But Tien, without giving much importance to the situation, answered calmly. Tien. I guess it's all normal, right? We're all changing, and I'm changing too, even if I don't notice sometimes. I don't find it so strange that things have changed, it's just what happens in life. Rias swallowed, feeling a knot in her stomach. It's just what happens in life. Those words of his weren't just what he thought, but they reflected something deeper, something that made her feel even more disconnected from him. It was as if he wasn't thinking about anything that had happened before, as if the relationships they shared, the battles, the moments together, meant nothing to him. Rias. I understand sometimes I feel like everything that happens is slipping through my fingers, like I can't stop it, but what about you, Tien? Don't you really feel like things should be different? He said in a soft tone, looking at her face. She leaned a little closer, searching for something in his gaze, some sign of emotion or a deeper thought, something that made her feel like he could still connect with her, that there was still something left of the Issei she had known. But there wasn't. Tien looked up at her for a moment, as if she were a distraction, then returned his attention to his food. Tien. I don't know, sometimes it seems like all of this is just part of what I've been through. I don't think we can change what happened, and I really don't want to dwell on the past. Rias felt something in her chest tighten. The past was all that kept her tied to him, to the person she loved, but Tien saw it as something foreign, something that shouldn't matter. How could he be so indifferent? His words tore her apart, but something else was beginning to grow inside her. An obsession, a need to understand what had changed about Tien, why he wasn't the same anymore, and how she could get him back. Just as Rias was about to delve deeper into the conversation, something interrupted her. The kitchen door swung open, and several of the others walked in. Akeno, Saji, Kiba, Zenobia, and Asia. They all seemed relaxed, as if nothing was out of the ordinary, as if nothing had changed in their interactions. Rias, feeling her emotions stabilize, took a step back, returning to her usual posture, though her mind was still focused on what she had just discussed with Tien. What had she wanted to say to him? What had she begun to feel for him at that moment? She didn't know. But something inside her was no longer letting her think clearly. Tien, for his part, barely looked up as the others entered, as if he had let the conversation die there. Rias was surprised by this attitude on his part, as if he really didn't care about anything that was happening around him. And that it confused her and drove her even crazier. Hours later, in the girls' shared room. The moon softly illuminated the room through the window, its rays shining faintly on the sheets. In the silence of the night, the girls' breathing was calm and deep, their bodies sunk in a restful sleep. All of them were asleep, except for Rias. Lying on her back, eyes open, Rias stared at the ceiling with an expression that couldn't quite reflect what she felt inside. There was something strange in her chest, like a void, an anguish she couldn't quite understand. The sound of the others' regular breathing was almost like a soothing melody, but she couldn't clear her mind. The conversation with Tien still echoed in her head, like a constant echo that wouldn't leave her alone. Those words from him, that indifference, that disconnection, something inside her broke every time she thought about it. She couldn't understand why she couldn't reach him. Why couldn't she just make everything go back to the way it was? Rias. Issei, why can't I forget you? The question echoed in her mind over and over again, a constant thought that made her lose herself in the darkness of her own obsession. The way Tien had answered her questions so coldly, almost as if they weren't on the same page, as if everything they'd shared before didn't matter. It was as if nothing she had done for him, nothing she had given, meant anything in his new world. What if he doesn't come back? What if he never comes back to me? Rias clenched her fists, her fingers digging into the sheet. She still remembered how her arms would wrap around Issei, how he would hold her, how he would look at her with that tenderness only he knew how to give. The way he always made her feel special, like she was the only person in the world who truly mattered. But now Tien. The Tien she saw every day, so distant, so alien. She felt her heart pounding wildly, as if she were bleeding out from the inside. The image of Tien, almost a shadow of Issei, seemed to haunt her. Was this what had really happened? Rias. Maybe I should let it go, maybe Tien is right. The idea of letting him go, of allowing him to grow on his own, seemed tempting, but there was something inside her, something deep, holding her back. The fear of losing him, of losing her Issei, was greater than anything else. I can't lose you, Issei, not again, she thought, feeling a tightness in her chest, as if the air were too thick to breathe. However, that desperation to recover what she once had with Issei was transforming. It wasn't just about him anymore, about getting him back. Something in her was warping, something dark beginning to take shape. Rias no longer wanted to simply have him back. She wanted him with her, not only because she loved him, but because she couldn't bear to see him go away, to lose him forever. The sound of her rapid breathing was the only thing that broke the silence of the night. Rias' thoughts swirled through his mind, a mixture of love, hate, despair, and a growing obsession. How had it come to this? Why did she feel this way? Was this really what she felt for him? In her mind, the images of her relationship with Tien and what she'd done before, the times she'd fought for him, began to crumble and rebuild into something darker. The laughter, the knowing glances she shared with him, the love she felt for him, everything was changing, and everything was becoming harder to control. Rias. Nothing can separate me from you, nothing. Rias closed her eyes, breathing deeply as she turned onto her side, looking down at her sleeping companions. The sound of their breathing was no longer reassuring, but rather a reminder of what she couldn't have. What she wanted, what she longed for, was far greater than she could bear. Rias. No matter what happens, Tien, you'll be mine. The room was plunged into stillness, but deep inside, Rias could no longer find peace. An obsession was beginning to germinate in her heart, pushing her to a place from which she could never return. She felt empty, yet at the same time filled with a dark purpose, a need that only grew stronger. The moon, like her soul, shone in the darkness, reflecting the complexity of her mind, her emotions. Rias was no longer just the girl in love with Issei. Now she was someone losing herself in the darkness of her own desires, willing to do anything to achieve what she longed for. Little white lies. Akeno's path passed. In the past, she'd always felt that Vali and Issei were opposites in many ways. While Vali embodied the brute strength, coldness, and martial perfection that so caught her attention, Issei was a whirlwind of emotions, a man driven by the desire to protect those he loved, even if it meant putting his life at risk. Vali was someone with whom she could share that adrenaline rush that her sadistic and masochistic side so enjoyed, the pleasure of aggressive hex, of masochistic pleasure. Issei, on the other hand, Issei was warm, clumsy at times, but always there, his heart overflowing with affection and devotion for her and the others. But if she had to be honest, Issei never saw her as just an object. He looked at her with affection, with admiration. His words were always full of tenderness, with no hidden intentions. His gaze was genuine. And Vali. Vali looked at her the same way, right? True. Akeno's pav present. Tien. He wasn't Issei. No matter how much they tried to compare them, no matter how many similarities they could find in their behavior, their composure in times of tension, or their bravery. He wasn't Issei and she didn't want him to be either. From the moment she began to observe him more closely, she realized that Tien had something that made him different from everyone else. His dedication to the things that mattered to him was absolute. He was a man serious about his responsibilities, committed to every task he set for himself, even though no one seemed to notice. He didn't allow himself to be distracted when something needed to be done, and in a way that made him admirable. There were times when his soft voice, his way of speaking, and his kindness vaguely reminded her of Issei, but Tien wasn't him. The courage, the strength, the determination were all there, but in a completely alien form. Physically, they didn't look alike, but deep down, something about him made her feel familiar, as if there was a scent that evoked someone she already knew, yet at the same time, he felt different. And that's why it had to grow on its own. I couldn't treat him like Issei. I couldn't force him to be someone he wasn't. Tien was Tien and maybe, just maybe, that wasn't a bad thing. Vali had always been the image of perfection in battle, the fearless warrior, the one with no emotional ties, the man who seemed unattainable. His strength and confidence had attracted her at times, but she had never truly felt close to him. No matter how hard she tried, there was a barrier between them, something Vali would never allow her to cross. Issei, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He was warm, passionate, full of emotion. There was something in his gaze that made her feel desired, but not just physically. Issei appreciated her, valued her as a person. She was someone who, despite her sometimes immaturity, gave herself completely to those she loved. But in the end, her unwavering devotion wasn't enough to keep him. And then there was Tien. Tien was different. He wasn't cold like Vali, but he wasn't warm like Issei either. There was something about him, a calmness hidden beneath layers of seriousness and determination, something that made him different from both of them. Akeno watched him closely, noting how he moved, how he thought, how he spoke. He didn't try to impress anyone, didn't seek recognition, he simply did what he had to do, expecting nothing in return. But that didn't mean he was indifferent. He cared about others, even if he did so silently. He helped without expecting gratitude. He was brave without seeking admiration. He was strong without boasting about it. And that made him intriguing. Was this what caught his attention the most? Or was it the fact that, unlike Vali and Issei, Tien didn't seem trapped in an image of himself? He just was, and that made her want to watch him even more. The thought of Tien wouldn't leave her alone. No matter how hard she tried to focus on something else, her mind kept returning to him, to his way of speaking, to his calm but determined expression. Last night something different happened. After dinner, when the bustle of the mansion began to die down and most people decided to relax, Akeno had felt the need to seek him out. Not for any particular reason, just she wanted to be with him. Flashback the night before. The clock read 8:15 p.m. when Akeno headed to Tien's room. She knew Tien was there, preparing for his final exams. She'd seen him concentrating, reviewing notes with a level of discipline few in the house possessed. Akeno leaned against a doorframe and smiled softly. Akeno. Tien, can I come in? He looked up from his notes and nodded half-heartedly, as if too immersed in his studies to reject or accept with any real interest. Akeno walked gracefully and sat opposite him, surveying the books and notes scattered across the table. Akeno. Wow, you're so dedicated, you remind me a bit of someone. Tien barely reacted, calmly turning a page. Tien. I have to pass, I don't want to stay this year. Akeno. That's admirable. Although, don't you think you could take a break? Tien. If I fail, a break won't do me any good. Akeno let out a small laugh. Akeno. You're more serious than you look. Trying to start a conversation, Akeno rested her chin on her hand and asked. Akeno. By the way, what do you think about the relationship between the demon clans, the angels, and the fallen? Since you're supposedly a fan of our manga. Tien looked at her for a second and then went back to his book. Tien. I don't have an opinion. It's not my problem. Akeno blinked, a little surprised by his lack of interest. Akeno. But it's an important issue. It could define the future of many. Tien. That will be decided by others, not me. Her answer was simple, void of emotion. Akeno crossed her arms, feeling a slight sense of frustration. Not because she expected Tien to give a political speech, but because she really didn't care. Trying a different approach, Akeno smiled sideways. Akeno. Okay, so what do you think about the tradition of arranged marriages among the demon nobility? It's a rather controversial topic, especially when it comes to Rias and Razor. Tien didn't even look up. Tien. I have nothing to do with that. Akeno. Oh, come on, there must be something you think about it. Tien. As long as they don't put me in one, they can do whatever they want. Akeno sighed. It was clear that any topic related to demonic politics or their customs did not capture Tien's attention. Akeno decided to try one last topic. Akeno. I've been researching legendary dragons and their reincarnations. There are many theories about how a dragon's soul can be reborn in a new body. This time, he noticed a small change in Tien. His fingers paused for a moment before he resumed typing. Tien. Interesting. Akeno smiled. Akeno. So, this does interest you? Tien. Not really. But I've heard similar theories before. Akeno felt she was close to something, but before she could continue the conversation, Tien closed her notebook. Tien. I think that's enough for today. Akeno looked at him in surprise. Akeno. Are you done? Akeno. For now. He stood up, gathered his things, leaving them on the nightstand, and headed to the door without another word to take a shower. Akeno sat there watching him leave. He wasn't like Issei or Vali. Tien was a completely different person. And that made her want to know more. End of flashback. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling of the room, Akeno sighed. Tien wasn't easy to read. But there was something about him, something that made her want to keep trying. Tomorrow at the mansion. The sound of falling water filled the bathroom, the steam enveloping the space in a warm mist. Akeno closed her eyes, letting the warm water run over her skin, relaxing her muscles as her thoughts slid through her mind like water over her body. Tien. It was funny. When she arrived at the mansion, she didn't think much of him. He was just another human, another temporary guest in her world. But within days, without her fully noticing, he had become part of her routine. He opened his eyes and sighed, running his hands through his hair, letting the water drain away the last traces of foam. Your routine, yes, your new routine. She turned off the water and stepped out of the shower, enveloped in a warm breeze. She grabbed a towel and quickly wrapped it around her body, but instead of dressing immediately, she grabbed her satin robe, a light garment that barely covered what was necessary. It wasn't carelessness, it was habit. It was early, too early for the others to be awake. Only Grafia and she usually moved around at this hour. The halls were silent when Akeno went down to the kitchen, her footsteps barely making a sound on the cold floor. Upon entering, she wasn't surprised to see Grafia already at work. The silver-clad woman was wearing her apron, organizing ingredients with her usual efficiency. Akeno, good morning Grafia. Akeno greeted with a smile. Grafia turned her head slightly, giving her a look before continuing with her own business. Grafia, good morning Akeno. You were late today. Akeno laughed softly. Akeno. Maybe I wanted to enjoy the shower a little longer. He approached the table and began preparing some ingredients. Helping out in the kitchen with Grafia had become part of his daily routine for days. Not because he was forced to, but because he found it relaxing. And, although he didn't say it out loud, he liked making sure Tien had something good to eat. Akeno. Tien is still busy with his studies. He commented while cutting some vegetables. Grafia nodded. Grafia. It's admirable. She maintains a discipline that even some noble demons would envy. Akeno rested her chin on her hand as she looked at the food being prepared. Akeno. He's so dedicated that I couldn't even get him to talk much last night. He's completely focused on that. Grafia raised an eyebrow. Grafia. Frustrated because he doesn't pay attention to you. Akeno laughed. Akeno. Not exactly. It's just she's different. She doesn't let herself be easily influenced. Grafia paused for a moment before speaking. Grafia. Different, yes, and that different is affecting everyone. Akeno looked at her, curious. Akeno. What do you mean? Grafia sighed and continued with her work as she spoke. Grafia. Haven't you noticed? Rias is barely the same. She's changed, though only a little. She tries to hide it, but it shows in her actions, in the way she looks it in. Akeno looked down for a moment, but said nothing. Grafia. And not just Rias. Grafia continued. Grafia. Vali isn't the same either. Ever since the events with Issei began, he's stopped being that arrogant white emperor. He no longer has that air of absolute superiority. Akeno put the knife down on the cutting board and crossed her arms. Akeno. Tien, is it changing everyone? Grafia nodded slightly. Grafia. Sometimes, a person who doesn't belong to a world is the one who has the most impact on it. Silence filled the kitchen for a moment. Akeno didn't reply, but in her mind, Tien's image became clear. Maybe Grafia was right. Maybe Tien wasn't just a human lost in this world, maybe he was here for something more. And Akeno. I couldn't stop wanting to find out what it was. His thoughts revolved around what Grafia had just told him. Tien was changing everyone. It was strange, but true. He couldn't deny that his presence, his attitude, his determination were affecting others in ways he himself didn't seem to notice. Brafia took a moment before continuing, her gaze fixed on the food they were preparing. Brafia. Not only Rias and Volley have changed. His voice calm but with a more serious tone. Brafia. Everyone around Tien has been affected by his presence. Bekeno looked at her, without interrupting her. Brafia. Rossweisse has become more insecure around him. She used to argue vigorously on any subject, but now every time she tries to talk to Tien, she hesitates. She overthinks her words, as if afraid that anything she says might push him away. Bekeno nodded slightly. She'd noticed that Rossweisse wasn't as confident as before, especially around Tien. Brafia. Zenobia has also changed. She never used to care what others thought of her words or actions, but now she hesitates. She wants to get closer to Tien, but at the same time, she's afraid that the way she acts will change the way he looks at her. Bekeno couldn't help but smile wryly. Bekeno. Zenobia was never the type to worry about such things. Brafia. Now she does, and not just her. He paused for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully before continuing. Brafia. Razor Hess no longer the same arrogant man who used to boast about his greatness and being superior to everyone. Ever since Tien's arrival, his attitude has changed. Before, he spent his time trying to prove his superiority, but now Hess been silent, as if he realized his old attitude no longer serves him well. Bekeno narrowed her eyes. Razor had never been a humble man. It was strange to imagine him without his constant air of grandeur. Brafia. Sererg too, used to always act directly, facing problems head-on. But with Tien he keeps his distance. It's not that he despises him or sees him as an enemy, but something about him makes him hesitate. As if he understands that Tien is different from what he's known before. Bekeno nodded. Brafia. And Kiba. Brafia muttered, Kiba's name making Bekeno look up. Bekeno. What's up with Kiba? Brafia sighed. Brafia. Ever since Issei died, Kiba has been afraid of messing things up again. And with Tien he can barely talk to him. He was always someone who protected his own, but now he's afraid that any wrong word or action could push Tien away. And Saji he's the same. Bekeno frowned. Bekeno. Saji too. Brafia. Yeah. Saji used to be impulsive, but now whenever he's with you, he seems to doubt himself. Like he's afraid of making a mistake he can't undo. Silence fell between them for a moment. Bekeno hadn't noticed how affected everyone was. But the worst part. The worst was Asia. Brafia. Asia. Brafia muttered, with a tone of sadness that Bekeno rarely heard, Bekeno swallowed already knowing. Brafia. She is still stuck in the past, she hasn't gotten over Issei's death. No matter how much time passes, she still feels guilty about everything that happened. She believes it's her fault, that if she had done something different, if she had been stronger, if she had acted differently, Issei would still be here. Bekeno closed her eyes for a moment. Asia had always been the most fragile of them all. And now her suffering was still present, hidden behind her sweet smile, but what Brafia said next was what surprised Bekeno the most. Brafia. I'm scared too. Bekeno looked at her in surprise. Bekeno. Fear. Of what? Brafia put the cooking utensils on the table and took a deep breath. Brafia. Afraid of losing Tien, of losing him like I lost Issei. Bekeno said nothing. Brafia. And afraid that I'll never be able to tell him how I feel about him. The silence between them grew heavier. Bekeno understood what Brafia meant. Tien was changing everyone. And without realizing it. He was becoming an impossible person to replace. Hours later, 4:54:15 p.m. Tien walked through the streets with shopping bags in her hands, feeling the cool evening air hit her face. She had gone out with the excuse of buying things, but in reality she just wanted to get away from home. He couldn't help it. Every moment he spent there, surrounded by everyone, made him feel more suffocated. Rias Bekeno Volley Kiba Sererg Rossweisse. Each of them acted in ways that made him uncomfortable, different. Rias and Bekeno seemed more and more obsessed with him, not in a way that made him feel loved, more like they were trying to hold on to something he didn't understand. Volley wasn't his usual arrogant self like in the anime anymore, which should have been a relief, but instead, it only made him more uneasy. Zenobia and Rossweisse seemed to doubt everything they did around him, Kiba and Saji avoided talking to him as if they were afraid of ruining something, and Asia could barely look at him without her face, showing a deep sense of guilt and pain that she hides very well. It was as if his very existence was changing everyone, and it scared him. But what worried him most was Issei's silence. For days, he hadn't heard her voice in his mind. It had always been there, guiding him somehow. But now, the silence was absolute, as if she had completely disappeared. And that gave him a bad feeling. As he pondered his thoughts, his steps led him near the river, a quiet area he often passed when he needed to clear his head. However, as soon as he reached that spot, he felt a pang in his chest. Something is wrong. Her breathing became heavier, her instinct screaming at her to leave. Now. Without a second thought, he turned on his heels and started walking away. But then, a male voice stopped him. "Wow, I didn't expect to find you here, Tien." His body immediately tensed. He shouldn't turn around. Something inside him told him that if he did, everything would get complicated. But his curiosity and the weight of that voice compelled him to do it. When he turned his head, his eyes met the figure of a tall man with silver hair and a serene expression. The face I knew. Euclid Lucifuge. Raphia's older brother. "Colored by me, if you use it give credit please." And from the calm way she smiled, as if she knew something he didn't, Tien knew his bad feeling wasn't wrong. Tien felt a chill run down his spine. It couldn't be real. It didn't make sense. Euclid Lucifuge was dead. In the high school DxD universe, he had been defeated long ago, eliminated by Issei himself in one of the most important battles of the conflict with the Lucifers and the enemy faction. I don't remember a damn thing about this, but correct me if I'm wrong. There was no way he was here, alive, walking around completely normally and talking to her like nothing was wrong. But there it was. Tien. How? Tien muttered, taking a step back, her body trembling involuntarily. It couldn't be real. Her breathing became erratic. She felt her chest tighten. Her mind screamed at her to run, to flee from there immediately. But she couldn't move. It wasn't as if he was a coward. He had faced danger before, had fought and endured against strong enemies. But this was different. Euclid Lucifuge was a monster. Someone who in life had proven himself far superior to most of the warriors of the underworld. And he, Tien, wasn't on their level. I had no chance. Fear consumed him. And without even realizing it, his body reacted instinctively. Boost. A scarlet light enveloped him as the boosted gear materialized on his left arm, the Red Emperor. But Euclid just smiled calmly. Euclid? Oh. Crossing her arms as she looked at him with amusement. Euclid? I see you're not just a human. Tien gritted his teeth, his hands trembling. He tried to control himself. Tien. How are you alive? He asked, his voice trembling. Euclid tilted his head slightly, as if amused by the question. Euclid. That's an interesting story, but first let me tell you something, Tien. His tone of voice became more serious. Euclid. Do you know how difficult it was to find you? Tien didn't respond. He just remained on guard, not lowering the boosted gear for even a second. Euclid. I've been looking for you for days, you're someone special, more than you know. His words made Tien's stomach turn. Tien. What do you want from me? Euclid laughed softly, as if it were all just a game. Euclid. Let's just say I'm not the only one who came here with interesting plans. The explosion of the machine that brought you all here had consequences no one imagined. Tien felt his heartbeat faster, but he didn't know what that machine was that he was talking about. Tien. What are you talking about? Euclid. When the machine collapsed, it created portals all over this world, portals that brought beings from different factions. People from different places, with different goals. Some came with peaceful intentions, others, not so much. Tien felt his breathing become heavier. That explained a lot. It explained why everything was changing. But before I could fully process what Euclid was saying, he shrugged and continued. Euclid? Of course, you'll never know who they are. Tien felt a chill run down his spine. Tien? What? Euclid took a step forward, his gaze sharpening. Euclid? Because I'll make sure you come with me. Tien? Where to? Euclid's smile widened. Euclid? With Rizavam live in Lucifer. Tien's face lost all color. Rizavam? The most dangerous demon of all. Tien felt his whole body freeze. This was worse than he had imagined. A sincere feeling. The true warrior is not one who is not afraid, but one who, even trembling with terror, still carries on. He is one who faces despair, who feels the weight of death lurking, and yet fights for his life. Fear is not weakness, it is proof of a desire to live. Tien understood it the instant his eyes met Euclid Lucifuge's. His entire body shuddered. A wave of panic ran down his spine like a paralyzing poison. He couldn't be real. He couldn't be alive. Tien. Impossible. With a whisper, every fiber of her being told her to run. To flee before it was too late. But her legs were unresponsive. They were rooted to the ground, frozen by sheer terror. Meanwhile, Euclid moved forward with chilling calm, as if enjoying every second of her agony. Euclid? Well, the elusive child finally shows his face. The man's low, gravelly laugh stuck in Tien's mind like a warning. I wasn't playing. The survival instinct roared inside Tien, forcing him to react. He clenched his fists and felt the energy coursing through his body. In a crimson flash, the Red Emperor's boosted gear on his right arm glowed brightly. He wasn't going down without a fight. Tien. I won't let you take me anywhere. Tien shouted, launching himself at Euclid with a punch imbued with power. The impact collided with Euclid's arm, but it was like hitting steel. The man didn't even flinch. Euclid. Pathetic. Before he could react, Euclid counterattacked. His fist slammed into Tien's stomach with monstrous force, knocking all the air out of his lungs. It hurt. It hurt like he'd been pierced by a spear. Tien barely had time to compose himself before Euclid grabbed him by the neck and threw him against a nearby wall. The impact shook his bones, and a trickle of blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Euclid? That's all? Euclid looked at him with contempt, approaching slowly. Euclid? And to think they consider you a difficult problem. Tien gritted his teeth. No, he wasn't going to just lie there like a useless person. He staggered to his feet and, gathering all his strength, threw another punch straight at her face. But Euclid blocked it with irritating ease and grabbed his arm, twisting it into a painful position. Euclid? Let me teach you the difference between a warrior and an insect. The pressure increased. One more second and it would break his arm. He felt the bone crunch, the pain becoming unbearable. No. That's when it occurred to him. Tien, take this. With all his strength, he kicked him directly in the lower back. The impact was instantaneous. Euclid grunted in pain, and his grip loosened. Tien seized the moment and, without a second thought, ran with all his might. He didn't look back, he couldn't. If he stopped, he was dead. The sun was shining high above, but the stifling heat did nothing to ease the feeling of emptiness that surrounded him. Tien ran through the streets, feeling as if he were the only living being in the city. There was no sound of cars, no footsteps, only the echo of his own labored breathing and the tapping of his shoes against the concrete. But I wasn't alone, I felt it. Even though he couldn't hear his footsteps, Tien knew that Euclid was still following him. He had been stalking him with surgical precision, jumping between the rooftops without making a sound, calculating every movement. He didn't attack him immediately, he wanted something more. Tien. Why don't you just catch me? Then he understood, Euclid didn't want to kill him yet, he was waiting, watching, maybe he was waiting for him to lead him straight to Rias and the others. Tien. Damn bastard. If she could make him run on instinct, if she made him desperate enough, she would push him to flee to where he felt safer, to his home. If that happened, Euclid could discover their location and expose them all. No, I couldn't allow it. Tien knew that the only reason Euclid could move so freely was because no one knew he was alive. If Rias or Grafia knew he was still alive, they would put the supernatural world on alert, but right now, everyone believed he was dead, and that gave him an advantage. He could act in the shadows. If he made a mistake here, if he caused Euclid to lose his anonymity too soon, other enemies might take advantage of the situation, might attract something worse. So he couldn't just run without thinking. Tien swallowed and took a deep breath. If I couldn't go home, if I couldn't just run away, I needed a plan. And he had it. Without slowing down, he began to channel energy into his right hand, the vibration in his palm making his skin tingle, a dragon shot. It didn't have to be too strong. If he made it too powerful, other supernatural beings would sense it, and that would spell disaster, but if he made it too weak, no one in the house would notice. I had to find the exact balance. Behind him, Euclid still hovered on the rooftops, moving with the same precision of a predator stalking its prey. He was no longer making any noise, he was testing their reaction. Tien. Do you think I didn't notice? Tien felt the pressure increasing in his palm, the red energy began to take shape, vibrating intensely. His arm trembled from the effort of running and charging the attack at the same time, but he couldn't stop. Finally, he felt the exact moment. Tien. Now. He turned sharply and launched the dragon shot with all his might. The red flash lit up the streets as the blast of energy traveled through the air and slammed into a wall in the distance, causing a controlled explosion. I didn't mean to give it to Euclid. I just wanted Rias and the others to feel it. I wanted them to know something was wrong. I wanted someone to wake up. I wanted Issei to wake up. But he didn't have time to wait for the answer. A shiver ran through his body. Euclid had moved, the sound of something falling behind him, making him turn around with his eyes wide open. The shadow of his pursuer loomed over him, and before he could react, Euclid was there, just a meter away. Tien felt his body tremble, every cell in his being screaming for him to run, to flee from that man who, despite the sun at its highest point, projected a shadow that seemed to devour all the light around him, but his body didn't respond, his breathing became ragged, and the pressure on his chest became unbearable. Euclid Lucifuge stood tall, his expression distorted by frustration and fury, his silver tuxedo, elegant and shiny moments before, now showing several tears, his eyes, cold as death, fixed on Tien with a murderous gleam. Euclid. Sabandija. Euclid whispered in a blood-curdling tone. Euclid. Do you know how hard it is to make the suit? It's designed to resist magic, but of course sacred gears are a different story. His words, full of contempt, echoed in Tien's ears, who could barely swallow before an invisible force struck him like a lightning bolt. He had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Euclid was in front of him. There was no sound, no warning, only the brutal impact as Euclid's hand closed on his face like an iron yoke. Euclid? You're a disappointment, a petty vermin who thinks he can challenge the greats, you're no warrior, just a scared kid running like a rat. Tien struggled, but it was useless, the difference in power was abysmal, despair began to cloud his mind, he felt that everything was falling apart, that his struggle was useless. But then, an explosion of ice ripped through the air, forcing Euclid to let go and jump back, crystalline shards flying in all directions, and Tien fell to his knees, gasping. I won't let you get your hands on him, Euclid. That voice, that presence. Graphia Lucifuge, the beautiful Graphia stood before him with her imposing posture, her gaze was a mixture of contained rage and absolute coldness, but what most disturbed Tien was not her presence, but Euclid's reaction. His face twisted into a crooked smile, his eyes shining with a mixture of fascination and madness. Euclid? Graphia. He whispered with a sickly devotion. Euclid. Always so perfect, always so unattainable. Tien felt a chill run down her spine. The way Euclid spoke of his sister was repulsive, his obsession evident, almost palpable in the air. But before he could process it, several more presences appeared, Rias, Akeno, Zenobia, Kiba, and the others arrived like lightning, surrounding Euclid with combat expressions. Euclid clicked his tongue, but his smile didn't disappear. Euclid. Sooner or later, I'll take him with me. He said in an almost amused tone. Tien felt his stomach turn as Euclid took a step towards him, but at that instant, a fist slammed into the ground, shattering it and forcing him to retreat. Sekiryuutei. I won't allow it. Sekiryuutei Bale stood before him, his muscles radiating power and determination. For the first time in the entire battle, Euclid seemed to hesitate, looked at those present, then at Tien, and smiled mockingly. Euclid. HMPH, I guess that's enough for today. Before anyone could react, his figure vanished into the shadows. Tien fell back, gasping, his body trembling, his mind still gripped by terror. I knew this wasn't over. He knew Euclid would come back for him. And I knew that next time, I might not be so lucky. The silence was thick, suffocating, Tien kept looking at the exact spot where Euclid had been seconds before, his mind still couldn't fully process it, his hands trembled slightly, his breathing was irregular, and the cold sweat running down his forehead was proof of the terror that had consumed him. Asia stood beside him, inspecting him with trembling hands. She knew Tien was physically fine, but something about him, something in his gaze wasn't right. Her fingers brushed over his skin, searching for any wounds, but what worried her most wasn't his body, but his mind. Asia. Tien, are you okay? Asia asked with a trembling voice, although she already knew the answer. He didn't respond, just stared at his own hands, the same hands that seconds before had desperately tried to hit an enemy that was beyond his level. His booster gear had disappeared, dematerializing in the air as his body could no longer sustain the activation, the empty feeling in his arm almost as strong as the pressure in his chest. Graphia stood apart from the group, her back stiff, her expression impassive, except for the blood beginning to flow from her arm, her own nails digging hard into her skin, in an unconscious attempt to contain the anger and guilt that were eating her up from the inside. His own brother, his own blood almost took someone from him who no, he couldn't think about that now. The others looked at Tien in silence, Vali had his arms crossed, his expression serious and his gaze cold, Sekiryuutei maintained a firm posture, but his jaw was tense, Rias and Akeno watched Tien with concern, unable to erase the image of his terrified face during the fight. Tien was lying on the sofa, covered with a blanket, his breathing was calm, although his expression showed some discomfort, he was not sleeping deeply, his body was still intense, his head rested on Graphia's chest, who, despite everything, had decided to stay with him. Her fingers gently caressed his hair, trying to give him some peace of mind, although she herself was in a whirlwind of emotions. Meanwhile, Vali, Akeno, Sekiryuutei, and Rias were in the room, watching Tien from a distance. Their expressions were serious. They had agreed to see his memories of the fight to better understand what happened, but something else had happened. Rias. It doesn't make sense. He said, frowning. Akeno. We tried to look further, we wanted to understand what's happening to him, but… Vali. Memories related to Issei are blocked. Vali concluded in a deep voice. The silence grew even thicker, everyone knew. Something was interfering with Tien's memory, something they couldn't explain. Graphia pressed her lips together tightly, continuing to stroke Tien's hair, she looked at the others with a mixture of frustration and fear in her eyes. Sekiryuutei. If we can't access those memories, we won't know the truth about what's really happening to him or what it all means. Sekiryuutei whispered, and everyone nodded seriously. Tien stirred slightly in his sleep. I didn't know what was more terrifying. What I had just faced or what I didn't yet remember. Rizavum. The atmosphere was stifling, the dark purple sky reflected the sinister place in which they found themselves trapped, the air felt thick, as if the atmosphere itself conspired to rob them of hope. Everything seemed similar to Tien's house, but at the same time, it wasn't. There was something disturbing, a feeling of unreality that gnawed at the mind. Rafia was sitting on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the floor, her expression was absolutely cold, but her fingers trembled slightly as she clung to her own dress. Akeno, for her part, rested her forehead against the window, watching the outside with sharp eyes, searching for answers in that world that didn't seem to follow any logic. Her breathing was slow, but the tension in her muscles betrayed her anxiety. In the corner, Volley was sitting in a chair, his arm wrapped in a makeshift bandage, just like his back, his furrowed brow and clenched jaw showed the rage contained within him. He couldn't bear the idea of having fallen into a trap set by Rizavum, that damn bastard who played with them, as if they were mere pawns on his board. But the most imposing figure in the room was Tien, standing by the sliding glass door, his body shaking with fury and frustration, his breathing erratic, and his gaze burning with uncontrollable hatred, helplessness eating him up from within, and the only way he could release all that despair was with a scream that tore through the silence. Tien. Rizavum. You can't leave us here. We'll find a way out of here. And when I find it, I'm going to kill you. I'm just going to say, XD. His voice resonated with inhuman fury, echoing in the void. His breathing was erratic, his chest rising and falling rapidly, while his fists clenched with such force that his nails almost pierced his skin. Rafia looked up, her silver eyes reflecting the internal struggle within her. She knew Tien wouldn't give up, but she also understood the danger of the situation they were in. Akeno closed her eyes for a moment, her expression hardening. Volley, on the other hand, let out a huff of frustration, slamming his good hand on the table. Volley. If you keep yelling, you'll only give him more reasons to have fun at our expense. Volley muttered, his tone filled with suppressed rage. Tien. Have fun while you can because when I get out of here, I'll make sure it's the last time I laugh. Tien spat with fierce hatred and anger in his gaze. Silence fell upon them again, but this time, it wasn't a silence of resignation, it was the silence before the storm, before the fight for their freedom and for revenge. Flashback. Tien was sitting on the sofa, with a cup of tea in his trembling hands. Since his confrontation with Euclid, something inside him had changed. Every time he tried to get close to the door, his heart beat violently, his breathing became erratic, and a cold sweat ran down his back. He couldn't forget the feeling of being caught, of Euclid's inhuman speed and the look of madness in his eyes. Every time he closed his eyes, he relived the moment Euclid's claws almost tore him from the ground, feeling the pressure on his face as if he were still there, his body stiffening, his mind caught in a constant replay of the moment he was almost taken away. He had tried to get out several times, but his legs simply wouldn't respond. Just seeing the open door made him dizzy. It was an irrational fear, but real. Rafia, Akeno, and Volley watched from a distance. They knew what was happening, but no one said anything. Akeno clenched her fists in frustration. She couldn't stand seeing him like that. Rafia, for her part, bit her lip, suppressing the guilt she felt. The day the Citri clan, the rest of the Gremory clan and other reinforcements would arrive had arrived, and Tien had decided to stay. He didn't feel able to leave, not after what had happened. Tien. Just for today. He told himself that, but deep down he knew it was just an excuse to avoid facing his fear. Rafia, Akeno and Volley were preparing to leave when suddenly, a chill ran through the air, a dull sound rumbled under the house, like a monstrous heartbeat emerging from the bowels of the earth. A magical seal of colossal proportions lit up beneath their feet, its dark blue glow expanding rapidly. The air became thick, gravity seemed to shift. Tien felt his skin burning, as if the seal was draining his energy. He tried to move, but his limbs felt heavy, as if an invisible force was holding him down. Rafia, with her eyes wide open, tried to undo the magic, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the four of them disappeared in a blinding flash, leaving behind only an empty house and a spilled cup of tea on the table. The air was thick and cold when the four appeared in the courtyard of Tien's house. As soon as they materialized, the young man let out a furious "Tien. Damn it." As his breathing became erratic and labored, his heart pounded, and the tightness in his chest became unbearable. The images of Euclid holding his face, the feeling of helplessness and absolute terror, still haunted him. Akeno and Rafia noticed his condition and immediately tried to calm him down. Akeno gently held his face, searching his eyes with a serene but worried look. "Akeno. You, breathe, we're with you." He whispered sweetly. Rafia, on the other hand, simply stood by his side, with one of her hands on his shoulder, applying a light pressure in a sign of support, but Tien could barely hear them, his mind trapped in the paralyzing fear that consumed him since that battle. Volley, for his part, remained completely silent, his icy gaze fixed on his surroundings. He knew something was wrong. That seal hadn't been the work of any common enemy, and the fact that it had transported them exactly there only meant that someone wanted to play with them. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind was the only warning before a presence made itself known. Atop a thick branch of a tree in the courtyard, a figure stood with absolute confidence. Rizavam Livan Lucifer, with his mocking expression and the arrogance painted on his face, looked at them with an air of absolute contempt. Rizavam. Ah, my dear grandson, how disappointed I am. I expected so much more from you, Vali, but here you are, surrounded by garbage and wasting your potential. Sad, really sad. Vali clenched his fists tightly, his gaze darkening. He didn't respond immediately, knowing his grandfather was only trying to provoke him. Rizavam then turned his attention to Grafia. Rizavam. And you, the much acclaimed Lady of Ice, I never thought I'd see you so worried about a mere brat. It's really curious to see you like this. Could it be that your little heart is still capable of feeling something? Pathetic. Grafia didn't reply, her expression remaining unperturbed, but her nails dug lightly into her own palm. Rizavam snapped his fingers and a large magic circle began to form at his side. Darkness gathered in its center until a gigantic creature emerged from it, a black-scaled dragon with an amethyst glow in its eyes and enormous sharp claws. It was colossal. Its mere presence made the earth tremble. Its breathing was heavy, and each exhalation gave off a dark aura that corrupted the air around it. Rizavam. I'll introduce you to an old friend of mine. I hope you can entertain him for a while before he dies. The creature roared loudly and launched itself at them. The battle began immediately. Vali was the first to react, activating his divine dividing and launching himself furiously against the beast. Grafia unleashed her ice magic, creating gigantic crystalline spears that shot towards the dragon, piercing its scales, but without causing significant damage. The Kendo summoned lightning bolts from the sky, causing them to strike the creature with devastating power. However, the dragon resisted, shaking its body and launching a wave of dark energy that forced them back. Tien froze, his legs unresponsive. The battle unfolded in front of him, but he couldn't move, he couldn't do anything. His breathing quickened even more. Memories of Euclid returned violently to his mind, the fear of being caught again, the feeling of absolute vulnerability. He felt useless, weak, incapable. Vali dodged a swipe from the dragon, but not fast enough. One of its claws grazed his arm, causing a deep cut to open in his skin. Then a second slash impacted his back, leaving a large scratch that crossed where his sacred gear was. Vali grunted in pain, but stood his ground. He knew they couldn't lose here. As the battle reached its climax, Rizavam sighed exaggeratedly. Rizavam. Well, this has been entertaining, but we have more important things to do. At that moment, a magic circle appeared next to his ear. He listened attentively to what they were telling him, and after a few seconds, his smile widened even further. Rizavam. Looks like business is calling, but don't worry, I'll be back soon, and when I do I'll be sure to properly experiment with you. With a snap of his fingers, the dragon vanished in a spiral of darkness, and Rizavam disappeared with it, leaving the four badly wounded, the echo of his threat still ringing in the air. End of flashback. Tien breathed deeply, leaning against the sliding glass door. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, fear, hate, frustration. He knew that facing Rizavam was playing with death, but rage burned in his chest. This man not only saw them as simple pieces in his sick game, but he had made it clear that he would return, he would experiment with them again. He sighed and closed his eyes, trying to find some measure of calm, until he heard voices behind him. The Keno. I'm not going to do it, Grafia-san. The Keno snapped, fury evident in her tone. Grafia. We have no other choice. Grafia replied coldly. Grafia. Vali's wound is not superficial. If we don't do something, his combat ability will be greatly reduced. The Keno. Let him rot then. The Keno crossed her arms with a look of contempt. Tien glanced sideways. Vali was standing, his face twisted in a mixture of anger and disdain. Vali. I'd rather die than let this touch me. The Keno's fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned pale. The Keno. As if I would want to touch an idiot like you. The atmosphere was tense, poisonous. Grafia sighed in frustration. Grafia. There's no time for this nonsense. The only way to cure him now is by using magic through full contact. Tien finally stepped forward. Tien. Keno, do it. The Keno turned her face towards him in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the boy she loves was encouraging him to do this. The Keno. What? Tien. We don't know when Rizavam will return, we can't afford to be weakened. He said, with a firm tone, but inside anxiety ate at him. Keno gritted her teeth. The Keno. Do you really expect me to get naked with him to save him? Tien. It's not about that, it's about surviving. Vali let out a snort. Vali. Don't make me throw up. The Keno and Vali exchanged hateful glances, but in the end, they reluctantly agreed. Without saying anything else, both of them disappeared into one of the rooms. Tien exhaled and slumped onto the sofa, feeling the weight of everything on his shoulders. Grafia came over and, without warning, pulled him onto her lap. Grafia. Get some rest. She whispered, gently stroking his hair. Tien closed his eyes, enjoying that brief moment of peace, although in his mind a doubt was slowly devouring him. What was Akeno's problem with Volley? What was wrong with just healing Volley? Wasn't it like in the anime, where she only hung around him to heal him? She wouldn't be unfaithful to Issei, but that thought made her stomach turn. Another place abandoned train station. The icy wind blew through the rubble of the station, raising dust and dry leaves. The atmosphere was tense for everyone. Rias crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on the space where the portal was to open, her fingers impatiently drumming on her arm, a tick that betrayed her nervousness. Rossweisse? Why are they taking so long? Rossweisse whispered, adjusting her clothes that were sticking to her from perspiration and nerves as she scanned the area. Sekiryuutei. They should have arrived minutes ago. He said while frowning. The others shared the same concern. Asia hugged herself tightly, biting her lip in worry. Hiroka. Shouldn't Tien and the others be here too? Hiroka said with her ears pricked. Rias inhaled deeply. Rias? Yes, but he said he wouldn't come. Zenobia. Huh? Why? Zenobia asked, surprised and upset to know that, and before anyone could answer, an unnatural cold took over the place. A dark fog began to filter through the train tunnels. Tiba. What the hell? Tiba instinctively drew his sword, red eyes flashed in the gloom, dozens of pairs, from the fog emerged enormous wolves, their fur crimson like blood, but the most terrifying thing were their metallic jaws, sharp as blades. Rossweisse? These wolves, they're not normal. Rossweisse muttered, getting into a fighting stance. Razor? Are they waiting for the portal to appear to attack us? And this set his fists on fire. Sekiryuutei. Never mind, let's finish them off. Sekiryuutei shouted, immediately launching himself against the horde. The wolves pounced with inhuman ferocity. One of them tried to bite Asia, but Kiba cut it in two with his sacred sword. Rias extended her hand, releasing a huge sphere of destruction that disintegrated several in an instant. Rias. We can't let them overtake us. The portal must open soon. As the battle intensified, no one knew that elsewhere, hatred was growing into an entirely different confrontation. Akat's eyes faked Tien house. Akeno slowly opened her eyes, the dim light illuminating the room, and the first thing she felt was a deep disgust. Her skin still smelled of Volley's magic, something that made her want to vomit. She sat up in bed, noticing that she was naked, even though she was wrapped in a sheet, it didn't matter. The sensation was the same. Disgusting. Akeno. Damn you. She whispered to herself. Near the window, Volley watched her own healed body, moving her hand, flexing her fingers, the wounds had disappeared. Volley. At least it helped. He muttered contemptuously to Akeno. Akeno gritted her teeth as she hurriedly dressed. Akeno. I hope that when I'm with Tien, he'll be able to remove the impurity of your disgusting smell. Volley turned his head towards her with a mocking smile. Volley. Impurity. Don't speak as if you were a pure maiden, fallen priestess of the Himejima clan. Akeno felt a chill run down her spine. Volley's tone was full of venom. Akeno. I prefer the warmth of Tien 1,000 times over having to be near a rotten dragon like you. Volley. HMPH, and I'd rather bathe 1,000 times than endure the stench of a woman like you. They both glared at each other. Volley. If it weren't for the fact that we're still trapped here, I'd make you eat your words, Himejima. Volley narrowed his eyes, a threatening gleam in their eyes. Akeno. TCH, try it and see who ends up on the ground, Volley. The tension between them was so thick it could be cut with a knife. The room wasn't big enough to hold so much hatred. But deep down, they both knew they couldn't waste time on their grudge. Why would Rizavim return, and why would Tien wait for them? Akeno and Volley's footsteps echoed in the wooden hallway. Each step they took together was torture. The air was thick with hostility, a tension that neither of them tried to hide. Akeno. I can't believe I had to touch you to heal you. Akeno crossing her arms with a disgusted expression. Volley. Believe me, it wasn't a pleasure either, you fallen bitch. Volley spat out disdainfully, not bothering to look at her. Akeno. HMPH, at least I'm not an arrogant lizard with a superiority complex. Volley. Better a dragon with power than a boar like you, crawling for a man's attention. Akeno stopped in her tracks, her purple eyes burning with fury. Akeno. What did you say? Volley turned slightly, with his usual mocking smile. Volley. What you heard, you damn bitch. He shrugged. Volley. But it's nothing that's not known, right? Akeno. TCH, I don't know how Tien could stand being around a monster like you. Volley. Monster. Volley laughed sarcastically. Volley. Coming from someone who throws torture rays and enjoys watching others suffer, it's funny. Akeno. You don't know anything about me, you damn shitty dragon. Volley. And I don't want to know, you cheap bitch. Akeno raised her hand, electricity crackling in her palm, but at that moment, something caught her attention, a subtle sound in the room. Both. What? They both turned their heads at the same time, and what they saw left them stunned. Grafia had Tien between her breasts, holding him tenderly. The boy slept peacefully, completely oblivious to the world, while the queen of the Mao Lucifer kissed his face gently. On her forehead, on her cheeks, on her nose. On her jaw. For a moment, Akeno felt her vision turn red. Akeno. What the hell are you doing, Grafia? He screamed, throwing himself onto the sofa. Grafia barely gave him a sideways glance before continuing to pamper Tien. Grafia. SHH, don't make any noise, she's resting. Akeno. To hell with that. Get off him. Akeno threw herself at Tien, wrapping him in a hug and pressing her body against him, her hand caressing his hair desperately, while her face snuggled into his neck. Akeno. My Tien. Grafia frowned. Grafia. You're very noisy, Akeno. Akeno. And you are too shameless, I switch. Akeno spat, her eyes filled with anger. Akeno. How dare you touch him like that? Grafia remained calm, but a dangerous glint shone in her silver eyes. Grafia. He needed to relax, I just made sure he was comfortable. Akeno. Don't use cheap excuses. I won't let some other bitch have him. Bali, who had been watching the scene with a mixture of boredom and disgust, sighed heavily. Bali. The women in this house are a mess. Turning around, he decided to ignore them completely and began inspecting the house. There was something strange in the atmosphere. Bali. Albion. Within his conscience, a deep and wise voice answered him. Albion. You noticed, right? Bali scanned the walls, the furniture, every little detail of the structure. Bali. Yes, this house isn't just a replica, it's almost perfect, even the smallest crack in the wood looks real. Albion was silent for a few seconds before murmuring. Bali. Whatever Rizavam is planning, he's using this as part of his game. Bali clenched his fists. Bali. I don't like being part of anyone's game. Tien was still in his personal paradise, feeling the warmth and softness of Akeno and Grafia's breasts as they continued their heated discussion. Even though their voices rose with insults and threats, he simply enjoyed the moment. But then she felt it, a chill ran down her spine. It was a strange, dark, and evil presence. Her body reacted before her mind could process it. She jumped off the couch, leaving the two women surprised. Grafia. In? She asked, puzzled. Akeno. What's up, Tien-Kun? Akeno tried to hold him back, but he was already heading for the courtyard. When she stepped outside, she felt the air was thick. Tien looked around, trying to find the source of that feeling. Nothing, but something wasn't right, he felt it. Suddenly, a brutal impact hit him from above. Tien. Gah. Tien shot out like a missile, crashing into a tree in the yard with such force that the trunk split in two and fell on the house. Akeno. In. Akeno screamed, launching herself towards the door. Grafia. What the hell was that? Grafia stood on guard as she left the house, and inside the house, the rumble shook the walls. Vali raised an eyebrow, turning towards the direction of the noise. Vali. Interesting. He approached a window and then he saw him. The creature. From the darkness, it descended slowly, placing its sharp claws on the ground with a dry, chilling sound. A humanoid bat. Its body was skeletal, without a single trace of hair, its wings stretched out as if they could envelop the entire courtyard. It had long, twisted arms ending in sharp claws, its 3-toed feet scraped the ground with a sharp sound, and its face. It was a horror. Its eyes were on the sides of its head, like those of an abyssal fish. It had no lips, only a huge, elongated mouth, full of sharp teeth. Bali. That's no ordinary demon. Bali whispered, feeling the evil aura emanating from it, then a cold, mocking laugh resounded throughout the place. I wanted to let you rest a little longer, but why? I'd better leave you with some entertainment until I get back, don't you think? Tien, who was still trying to get up from the ground, felt his blood freeze upon hearing that voice. Tien. Rizavam. Grafia clenched her fists. Grafia. So it was you, you damn bastard. Rizavam. Come on, don't make that face, dear Grafia, I assure you that my little friend here will make things more interesting. The bat snarled, baring its deformed fangs, its wings snapping open, creating a gust of wind. Tien was trembling, not because of fear, but because his body was reacting to the presence of something that shouldn't exist. Something that did not belong to this world. Akeno and Grafia reached him, getting into a fighting stance. Vali came out of the house, looking at the creature with an arrogant smile. Vali. Well, this might be interesting. Tien swallowed. His heart was still beating rapidly. The creature was watching him with its alien eyes, showing its fangs like a silent threat. His mind was racing. Tien. How the hell do we fight this? But before he could decide on a plan, an irritating voice interrupted him. Bali. TSK, how pathetic. Bali crossed his arms with an arrogant smile. Bali. This is too easy, I'll take care of it, just sit with your butts planted firmly in place. Bekeno frowned, crossing her arms. Bekeno. Oh, sure, it'll be a pleasure to watch you get your ass kicked, although, now that I think about it, maybe the creature will do you a favor and give you that idiot face. Bali gave him a murderous look. Bali. Shut your bucking mouth, cheap priestess. Brafia, on the other hand, tried to stop him. Brafia. Don't be impulsive, Vali, we should scan the creature first and act with a plan, we don't know what abilities it may have. But Vali had already made his decision. He reached out and a bright blue energy enveloped his arm. Vali. Balance breaker. The white and blue wings of his armor spread out and his power surged into the air like a wave of destructive energy. Albion. Vanishing dragon. In the blink of an eye, Vali launched himself at the creature. The beast roared, meeting him with a brutal charge. Boom. The ground split into 1,000 pieces by the impact of both, the battle was equal at the beginning, Vali was fast and precise, launching bursts of destructive magic while dodging the beast's attacks. But the creature was ferocious, despite its grotesque appearance, its speed and strength were abnormal, every time Vali tried to attack it, the monster responded with a brutal swipe of its claws or with a flapping of its wings that created cutting gusts of wind. Vali. TSK. Vali gritted his teeth, narrowly dodging a blow aimed at his head, then everything changed in a second, the creature began to adapt, it was stronger, faster, now it dominated the fight. Vali was forced to retreat. Vali. What the hell is this thing? Before he could react, the creature punched him in the stomach with monstrous force. Vali. Gah. Vali flew into the sky like a bullet. But before the monster could continue its attack. Boom. The lightning bolt fell from the sky, hitting the creature directly. Vali, who was still in the air, lost control and fell to the ground hard. Bekeno. You're welcome. Bekeno smirked, her hands still sparking with electricity. Vali stood up angrily, dust still covering him. Vali. What the hell are you doing, you damn bitch? But before he could continue insulting her, a spectacular burst of dark energy forced them apart, the creature had attacked them, and the entire courtyard shook from the magical explosion. The group scattered in different directions, and then, the beast's eyes fixed on a single target. Tien knew it immediately. Tien. Shit. The creature lunged at him, and Tien reacted on instinct. He leaped back, dodging the claws that dug into the ground where he had been a second before, he ran towards the trees, using them as cover, the beast growled furiously, chasing him into the shadows. Every time he tried to catch it, Tien used the logs as obstacles, jumping from one side to the other with agility, his breathing was labored, his body was on the edge of adrenaline and anxiety. If he stopped for even a second, he would be dead, so Tien continued to desperately dodge between the trees, his heart pounding. But the monster was catching up with him, it was about to catch him. Until Vali fell from the sky like a comet, hitting the bat and slamming it brutally into the ground. Boom. The earth split from the force of the impact. Vali. Are you okay, idiot? Vali said arrogantly, without even looking at Tien. Tien staggered back, still stunned. But before he could answer, Bekeno grabbed his arm tightly. Bekeno. Tien, let's go. Her voice sounded firmer than usual, Tien looked at her surprised, she pushed him away, protecting him with her body. Bekeno. I don't want you here, this monster is too dangerous. But before they could move any further. Brafia. I won't let a bat slow us down. Brafia stretched out her hand, and an icy chill coursed through the air, in the blink of an eye, a massive ice prison enveloped the creature, the monster roared, its movement slowed by the frostbite. Vali crossed his arms with a mocking smile. Vali. Looks like I saved our little Tien, Sime, are you going to thank me or would you rather keep running like a coward? Bekeno frowned. Bekeno. You're unbearable, Vali. Vali laughed mockingly. Vali. And you. Besides throwing lightning bolts like an idiot, you haven't done anything useful. Bekeno gritted her teeth. Bekeno. Son of a bitch. Crack. The sound of something breaking made them turn immediately, the creature had shattered the ice prison. Before anyone could react, the beast grabbed Vali's face with inhuman speed. Vali. What the? Boom. With a brutal movement, the monster threw him with tremendous force, Vali shot out like a bullet. Crashing straight into Grafia, they both tore through the entire house, destroying walls and furniture in their wake, dust rising into the air. An awkward silence fell over the courtyard, the creature slowly turned around, its alien eyes fixed on Tien and Bekeno, and it began to walk towards them. Bekeno. Tien, get behind me. Bekeno got into a fighting stance, her hands sparking with electricity. But before he could do anything, the creature opened its mouth and a projectile of dark energy shot out. Boom. The explosion violently separated them both, Tien fell backward, sliding along the ground until he stopped. His breathing became labored. Tien. Shit, this isn't just a monster. But he couldn't just stand idly by, he had to do something, and with his heart about to burst, Tien clenched his fists, gathering all his courage. And he launched himself at the creature. Wham! He kicked him in the face with all his might. But the beast didn't even flinch. Tien froze. The monster's eyes stared at him with a disturbing emptiness. And before I could react, the claw caught him by the face. Tien. Gah. Boom. The bat slammed him into a tree with brutal force. The air rushed out of his lungs, his vision blurred for a moment, but then he saw something that made him panic. The creature charged towards Akeno, with a single movement, it grabbed her by the neck, Akeno tried to resist, but the beast's strength was overwhelming. He wanted to move, he wanted to scream. But his body didn't respond. And the creature's cruel smile was the last thing he saw before everything went blurry. The world turned dark around him. Tien could barely breathe, his body still sore from the brutal impact against the tree, his blurred vision captured the scene in front of him. The Kendo continued to struggle desperately, her legs kicking in the air as the monster's claws tightened around her neck. The creature stared at her with those empty eyes, as if debating whether to devour her immediately or have some fun first. Tien gritted his teeth. No. I wasn't going to allow it. But his body didn't respond. And in that moment, his mind transported him to another place. The vast field, trees in full spring and mountains in the distance, the sun slowly setting on the horizon, dyeing the sky in shades of orange and gold. It was a place that Tien remembered well. Tien. We used to come here on vacation as kids. Sitting on the grass, he watched a boy in front of him, Issei Hyoudou was standing with his arms crossed, silently watching the sunset. Tien looked at him curiously. Tien. What are you thinking about? Issei didn't respond immediately, but when he did, his response was a mess. Issei. Ah, I just remembered something from your memory. Your mother in a bikini looked. It's a reference, you bastards. Boom. An unexpected blow to the face sent him flying across the field, leaving a trail of dust. Tien. What the buck are you talking about, idiot? Issei rolled on the ground, complaining. When the scene changed again, they were both sitting under a tree. Here, there was no concept of time. From a golden sunset, they passed to a radiant morning in a blink. Tien leaned his back against the trunk, looking up at the sky. Tien. Hey, Issei, why didn't I go through the same process as you to obtain the boosted gear? Issei closed his eyes for a moment. Issei. Because you are special. Tien frowned. Tien. That doesn't answer anything. Issei chuckled. Issei. You were already trained, for someone like you, unlocking the boosted gear was not a problem, the difficult thing will be obtaining the balance breaker. Tien crossed his arms. Tien. So why do I feel like everyone around me is stronger than me? Issei sighed. Issei. I'm not going to lie to you, your first enemies were at your level without the sacred gear, but sooner or later you'll face high-level monsters that will beat you up. Tien shuddered. Issei. Even the DXD group is stronger than you, they've just never needed to use their full strength. His words weighed like a millstone on Tien's shoulders. Issei. So if you really want to be strong you'll have to earn it. The sound brought him back to reality, an unknown voice echoed in his mind. You don't have a chance right now. Tien felt a chill. But there is a way. Tien. Tell me. It's a simple deal. Your arm in exchange for power. 5 minutes of absolute strength. Tien closed his eyes. If I don't accept it the fall will die. Tien. I accept. The creature had made its decision, it was going to devour Akeno at that very moment, but just as it opened its mouth. Wham! A brutal impact to the face sent him flying through the air. A green aura glowed in the darkness. The monster's eyes opened wide. The last memory he had before violently colliding with a tree. It was Tien's silhouette wrapped in enormous power, the monster rose from the rubble, his body covered in wounds and dust, but his gaze still reflected uncontrollable fury. He had destroyed everything in his path, but when his gaze fell on the person responsible for that brutal attack, something inside him shuddered. Tien stood, his body surrounded by an emerald glow, his face the definition of fury, green flame sprang from his right eye, dancing with intensity, reflecting his growing power. And on his right arm, the boosted gear glowed with a scorching brilliance. Tien. Listen carefully, trash. You're the most disgusting, repulsive thing I've ever seen in my entire life. The monster growled, showing its sharp fangs. Tien. On top of that you dared to hurt my friend and 2 ladies. Tien took a step forward, and with each movement, his power grew. Tien. You're nothing but scum. Boom. An emerald flash lit up the entire place, momentarily blinding everyone present. Among the rubble, Volley and Grafia managed to get up, their bodies aching after being brutally thrown by the beast. But when their eyes fell on Tien, they were speechless. Ollie. What the hell is this? Grafia, on the other hand, smiled with satisfaction. Grafia. That's why I guess you shouldn't anger the wrong person. Bekeno, still wounded and panting, looked at the scene with her eyes shining with emotion. Bekeno. Phew, this is getting interesting. He muttered, feeling indescribable pleasure at seeing Tien's unleashed fury, and when the glow dissipated. The monster saw something that made him back away. From Tien's back. Armored wings emerged, glowing with a red and blue glow. The air became dense, the pressure of Tien's aura crushed the ground beneath his feet. The monster didn't want to wait any longer, he launched himself with all his might, but Tien did the same. And in an instant. Both collided with tremendous force. Their fists met in the air, the impact shaking the entire battlefield. Boom. Shockwaves rippled out in all directions, kicking up debris and dust as the monster attempted to leap away. But it was a mistake. Tien. Where do you think you're going, you damn bug? Tien roared, chasing him with terrifying speed. Crack. His fist connected directly with the creature's face, twisting its jaw. The monster tried to counterattack, but Tien was already upon him, a shower of relentless blows fell upon the beast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tien was destroying it. The creature writhed, trying to defend itself, but it had no chance. Tien's dominance was absolute. Even Vali was impressed. Vali. That power is ridiculous. Brafia crossed her arms, smiling. Brafia. That's him. Bekeno, breathing heavily, bit her lip. Bekeno. Ah, I think it's turning me on. When the fight finally stopped, the monster was completely disfigured, its body covered in cracks, blood, and deep wounds. But then Tien noticed something. Inside the creature's chest, there was an embedded machine, his eyes focused on the name written on it. House Brigade. Tien gritted his teeth. Tien. So those bastards are behind this, it was already predictable. And at that moment, he raised his fist in the air, the emerald aura intensifying, and with a voice filled with fury and determination. Tien let out a roar of victory. Tien, Graiaya. The echo of his cry resounded throughout the battlefield, he had won. I am here. Tien was breathing heavily, feeling the burn of his wounds as his dazed laughter filled the air. He was lying on the ground still warm from the battle, with bruises scattered all over his body and a persistent pain in his jaw, blood trickling from a cut near his hair, staining his skin a deep red. Despite the pain, he couldn't stop laughing, the adrenaline still running through his veins. Brafia and Akeno knelt beside him, checking his wounds with concern, but then, they both stopped when they saw something unexpected. Brafia. What is this? Brafia whispered in an icy tone, but with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Akeno brought a trembling hand towards Tien's fingers, small red scales had begun to emerge from her skin, slowly advancing as if claiming her body. Bali, who had been watching everything with his arms crossed until now, clicked his tongue indifferently. Bali. Not surprising, after what he did, this was to be expected. Tien narrowed his eyes and looked at the two beauties beside him with a playful smile. Tien. I died and now I have two beautiful angels and a heavenly guardian with me. Before he could crack another joke, a sharp pain shook him completely. Vali kicked him directly in the ribs, forcing him to roll on the ground while cursing in pain. Vali. Don't die now, idiot, it wasn't that bad. Before Tien could complain, Akeno stood up with fury in her eyes, facing Vali with a mixture of contempt and satisfaction. Akeno. At least he did something, unlike a certain idiot who ended up buried in rubble. Vali crossed his arms and frowned. Vali. Shut up, Himejima. Akeno. Oh, did I touch something? Akeno let out a cruel chuckle, enjoying the opportunity to humiliate him. Tien sighed and stood up with difficulty, ignoring the ego fight between his two companions. His eyes fell on the body of the fallen monster. With a painful effort, he began to sift through the remains until his fingers brushed against a small object embedded in the enemy's flesh, a seal with ancient inscriptions. Brafia quickly approached, her silver eyes analyzing the object intensely. Brafia. It's a seal that allows you to enter and exit a pocket dimension. Tien looked at her seriously. Tien. So that means. Brafia nodded and handed the item over. Brafia. It means we're inside a dimension created by Rizavum, and with this we can get out of here. The atmosphere became tense for a few seconds. Akeno, who until now had focused on arguing with Vali, turned around with a dangerous smile. Akeno. Then there's no reason to stay any longer. Vali clicked his tongue and looked away. Vali. TSK in the end, it was all just a damn game played by that old bastard. Tien squeezed the seal in his hand and let out a sigh. It was time to get out of this hell and settle accounts. But what none of them noticed was that the red scales on their fingers weren't disappearing, on the contrary, they were spreading. Another place. A silver glow illuminated the battlefield as a magic circle materialized in the air, from which four figures emerged. Akeno and Grafia held Tien, helping him stay upright while pain and fatigue weighed on his body. Vali, still with his eyes closed and his arms crossed, bowed his head slightly. Crack. The red-furred wolf with a metallic jaw tried to bite him, but before it could make contact, Volley's fist pierced its skull with lethal precision. When everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves in the middle of a fierce battle. Sekiryuutei, with his titanic strength, tore wolves to pieces with every blow. Razor, with his usual arrogance, incinerated them with hellish flames. Saji used his sacred gear, throwing his celestial rope to catch and strangle enemies. Dibba, with elegant movements, cut the wolves in two with his sacred sword. Zenobia and Rossweisse, covering each other, fought relentlessly, Zenovia's holy sword shining with a blue glow, while Rossweisse lashed out with a celestial spear. Kuroka, yawning disinterestedly, kicked lethal while protecting Asia. Rias, at the center of it all, unleashed her power of destruction, wiping out the wolves around her. But the wolves kept appearing. At the back of the battlefield, a large black wolf, with bright red lines running down its body, sat on the ground, releasing masses of red energy from its claws. From those masses more wolves were born. It was an endless stream of enemies. Tien, watching the scene with tiredness, let out a dry comment. Tien. I wish I had gone on vacation with my dad and mom. Before he could react, a wolf leaped straight at him. Clash. An ice spike pierced the wolf in the air. Grafia, with her usual elegance, had launched the attack without flinching. But then. Kuroka. In Naya. Kuroka's honeyed voice was the last thing he heard before being crushed to the ground. The Nekomata had thrown herself at him with a flirtatious smile, rubbing her face against his chest. Kuroka. I missed you so much, I missed your warmth and your scent. He purred, sliding his hands over her torso. Kuroka. I hope our future children have this beautiful scent. Tien could barely think from the pain, but the atmosphere became dense instantly. Zenobia frowned, a vein popping out on her forehead. Rossweisse looked on with an awkward grimace. Asia covered her mouth, completely uncomfortable. Rias. The density of his aura of destruction increased. The Keno was ready to tear Kuroka apart right then and there. Asia, in a desperate attempt to save Tien, tried to push her away with the Keno's help. Meanwhile, Razor was beginning to lose patience. Razor. TSK, this is ridiculous, we've been in this garbage for minutes without making any progress. Sekiryuutei, with his usual firmness, struck another wolf and spoke in an authoritative voice. Sekiryuutei. We must reach the leader, until we defeat him, this will not end. Bali, tired of the situation, summoned multiple magic circles and fired energy blasts. The wolves were falling en masse, but they kept coming back. Rias tried to summon a large sphere of power of destruction, but the wolves wouldn't let her complete it. His patience was running out. Rias. We must hurry if reinforcements from the DXD world arrive, this will get even worse. Tien felt the healing warmth of Asia's spell as the girl sobbed silently, pressing her lips together to keep from bursting into tears. Her trembling hand shone with the soft golden light of her sacred gear, but the amount of wounds Tien had made her despair. Asia. Tien, tell me you're okay. She begged with a trembling voice. Tien tried to answer, but she could barely speak from the pain. Akeno and Kuroka, for their part, continued fighting the wolves while arguing with each other. Kuroka. Why does it bother you so much that I approached Tien? Kuroka asked with a mischievous smile, eliminating a wolf with a sphere of black magic. Akeno clicked her tongue, electrocuting several enemies with a discharge. Akeno. I wouldn't mind if you stopped acting like a cat in heat every time you see him. Kuroka feigned surprise and brought a hand to her chest. Kuroka. Naya Akeno-chan, I didn't know you cared so much, maybe you'd like a girl's night with me. Akeno shot her a warning look, but Kuroka continued with her game. Kuroka. Don't play hard to get, the last time Rossweisse-chan tried, she couldn't walk for a week. Rossweisse. What are you saying, pervert? Rossweisse shouted from across the battlefield, her face completely red. Rias ignored the chaos around her, focused on coming up with a plan as her aura of destruction grew, while Volley, on the other hand, looked at the battlefield with a frown, considering using his juggernaut drive to finish off all the wolves at once. Volley. No, it might hurt them. At that moment, Sekiryuutei shouted. Sekiryuutei. Razor, incinerate that black wolf at once. Razor. I have no angle. The phoenix replied in frustration. Kiba reacted instantly, opening a path with a precise slash of his sacred sword. Kiba. Now you have one. Zenobia mimicked him, cutting off the left flank, while Rossweisse summoned a flurry of light spears to eliminate the wolves trying to surround them. But just when it seemed they had the upper hand, the black mass of the main wolf began to twist, forming a clone of itself, its features changing, momentarily taking on the faces of Sekiryuutei and Razor, before violently throwing them at Rossweisse. Saji. Damn, this is worse than training with Azazel. Saji growled as he caught two wolves with his sacred gear. Rias gritted her teeth, feeling her power overflow. Rias. We must end this before reinforcements from our world arrive or things will be even worse. Tien, with effort, managed to stand up, ignoring the pain and ignoring Asia's protests. Tien. So let's do it now. Bali shot out like a flash of lightning, streaking through the air with blinding speed, his dragon-enveloped fist slamming straight into the wolf clone's skull. But something unexpected happened. The wolf not only withstood the impact, but caught his arm with a massive claw, blocking him completely. Bali? What? Bali frowned, not many were able to withstand his strength, and the wolf held him with more pressure, making his bones creak, and with brutal force threw him against Rias. Rias? Bali. Iridid screamed, but she didn't have time to react before they both crashed into the wall of the train station, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Kiba appeared instantly, gliding with his demonic speed, his sword flashed in a precise slash aimed at the wolf's arm, but the cut barely left a superficial wound. Before he could react, the wolf threw a direct blow to his stomach. Kiba felt the air escape from his lungs before being sent flying. He didn't have time to recover when a red wolf rammed him like a cannonball, sinking him into the ground. Zenobia tried to take advantage of the distraction, raising Durandal with both hands and unleashing a downward slash with all her strength. However, the wolf reacted faster. With a fleeting movement, it struck the back of Zenovia's neck with its claw. Zenovia. Gah. Zenovia's eyes rolled back before she collapsed, unconscious, Rossweisse appearing right after, summoning a magical spear with her Norse sorcery and throwing it with lethal accuracy. But the wolf caught her in midair with chilling ease. Rossweisse opened her eyes in surprise. Rossweisse? It can't be. The wolf smiled, letting out a dark aura that made the Valkyrie hesitate. It was only a second, but it was enough. The monster used the spear as a lever and threw her like a rag doll. Rossweisse crashed into a concrete column, leaving cracks in the structure before falling heavily to the ground. Sarah Erg and Razor, seeing their companions fall one by one, decided to stop holding back. The Phoenix ignited his hands with blazing fire, while Sarah cracked his knuckles, letting out a ferocious smile. Sarah. Alright, let's beat the shit out of this bastard. But before they could move, a limping figure passed them. Tien. His body was covered in wounds, his breathing was heavy, and a small smile crossed his face. Tien. Calm down, everything is fine, because I'm here. The battlefield fell silent for a moment, the wolf's eyes fixed on him with a predatory gleam. Sarah Ergen Razor felt a chill. But Tien just smiled calmly, ignoring the pain that ran through his body. Tien kept walking, his body swaying with each step, his breathing was heavy, but his eyes showed no fear. The creature looked at him with its fanged grin, but before anything could happen, its body began to slowly evaporate. Everyone? What? The DXD group watched in surprise, no one expected that. Then they understood, the original wolf was standing up, his enormous body shook, letting out a growl that echoed through the station. He took a step. Then another. Until I was face to face with Tien. Tien, despite his tired and sore face, didn't look away, but was the creature excited? The wolf's eyes shone with a strange glow. It was then that everyone noticed something terrifying, a reddish light began to emerge from its fangs. Rossweisse. He's preparing to attack. Rossweisse screamed, still recovering. In an instant, the creature opened its jaws and fired a crimson energy beam. Tien barely had time to react, his body moved on pure instinct, ducking just before the energy reached him. But the lightning continued its trajectory, straight towards Akeno and Kuroka. Akeno. Kuroka. Akeno yelled her name before pushing her, both of them falling to the ground as the explosion shattered the wall behind them. The dust cleared, and Kuroka, still under Akeno's body, opened her eyes. The first thing he saw was the face of the Thunder Priestess. And then her breasts, pressed together by the position they fell into. Kuroka smiled mischievously. Kuroka. Nah, I didn't expect you to want to do it here, but I'm not one to refuse. I know how to please a woman, you know. Akeno remained silent, a blush creeping up her face. Finally, with an awkward smile, he placed his hand on Kuroka's face and pushed her aside. Meanwhile, Tien looked up. His eyes met the wolf's, he didn't hesitate for a second, he clenched his fist and threw it with all his strength against the beast. The impact resounded like thunder, the wolf growled and took 2 steps back. Absolute silence, until everyone noticed something even more surprising. The creature was bleeding, a thin line of blood running down its snout, dripping onto the ground. The wolf stopped smiling, now he was furious. He launched himself at Tien with monster speed, ready to destroy him, but before he could reach him, a blue lightning bolt brutally struck his side. Bali. You have a score to settle with me. Bali's voice echoed with fury, his balance breaker armor shining, his heavenly dragon aura roared as his fist, covered in destructive energy, smashed towards the wolf. Bali looked at Tien, who was barely conscious, his body shaking from the effort, and with a sigh of resignation, he easily picked him up in his arms. But not just any way. Tien. Huh. Tien blinked, confused, as he realized that Bali was carrying him like a princess. Tien. Hey, put me down. Ollie. Shut up, you've done too much stupidity today. The DXD group watched the scene in silence until Kuroka couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kuroka. Naya. Look at this. The white celestial dragon lovingly carrying our heroic Tien. Bekeno, with a mocking smile, brought a hand to her lips. Bekeno. Ara Vali-kun, I didn't know you were so chivalrous. Vali ignored the comments as he left Tien in the arms of Grafia, who had arrived after noticing the disaster. The Queen of Destruction looked at Tien with a frown. Grafia. In Samba, what kind of crazy thing did he do this time? Tien just let out a groan before closing his eyes. Razor, with his arms crossed, approached Vali and raised an eyebrow. Razor. Okay, so what do we do with this idiot? Vali didn't even hesitate. Vali. I'll take care of it. Razor was about to protest, but Sekiryuutei stopped him by placing a hand on his shoulder. Sekiryuutei. Leave him alone, if anything happens to him, we will intervene. The blonde-haired man clicked his tongue, but didn't insist further. Meanwhile, the rest of the group began to regroup. Rossweisse carried an unconscious Zenovia in her arms, Saji helped Kiba walk, who was barely standing, Rias was next to Asia, who was still sobbing at seeing Tien's state. And then there was Kuroka. The Nekomata had her arms wrapped tightly around Akeno, rubbing her face against her breasts without the slightest shame. Kuroka. Naya so soft and warm, Akeno-chan. Akeno. Stop doing that. Akeno tried to push her away, her face red with embarrassment, but Kuroka didn't seem willing to let go. Kuroka. Come on, after what happened, I need comfort, I know you like it too, Naya. Grafia sighed as she carried a half-asleep Tien, who muttered something unintelligible before falling completely unconscious. Vali, who had until then deactivated his armor, waved a hand and summoned it again, his body glowing with silver energy. It was then that Albion spoke in his mind. Albion. Vali, the creature you faced has the same energy as that bat, it might belong to Rizavum. Vali narrowed his eyes. Vali. That only gives me more reason to take care of this myself. His gaze returned to the enormous beast that loomed before them. Vali began to trot, but soon his speed increased and he took off from the ground, flying straight towards the creature. The beast attempted to intercept him with a savage blow, but in an instant his left arm was separated from his body. The creature stared at its severed limb, not understanding what had just happened. Vali, with a cold expression, stood a few meters away, holding his fist covered in dark blood. Vali. You're not as tough as you look. But his slight satisfaction faded when he saw the beast's arm regenerate instantly, the wolf spinning around with superhuman speed, seeking to strike him again. However, Vali reacted in a split second, raising his leg and delivering a brutal downward kick with his heel. The creature's head spun grotesquely from the impact, its neck twisting unnaturally, but instead of falling, it simply resettled itself, as if nothing had happened. Vali. TCH. Vali attempted another blow with all his might, but this time the beast intercepted it with an equally powerful impact. The crash echoed throughout the train station, and Vali was thrown back several meters into the air. From below, the DXD group watched the battle with expressions of amazement and tension. Except for Kuroka, who still had her face buried between Akeno's breasts. Kuroka. Naya. This is getting good. Akeno sighed, completely resigned, without even trying to push her away. Akeno. Do whatever you want. Kuroka. I knew it. I knew you liked it, Naya. Meanwhile, in the sky, Vali clicked his tongue in annoyance. Vali. Bastard. His energy increased in an instant, and his hands were covered with blue flames, the same ones he had inherited from Albion. Without another word, he launched a torrent of blue fire straight at the creature, the flames engulfing it completely, consuming it in a matter of seconds. For a few moments, silence reigned in the place. The group watched expectantly, hoping the battle was over. But then, something emerged from the fire. And what they saw left them frozen. The skeletal figure began to walk out of the flames. It was a humanoid skeleton, but with monstrous features. Remnants of flesh still clung to its bone structure, and its skull bore enormous fangs. But the most disturbing thing was its energy, it continued to emanate that dark and corrupt presence. Vali clenched his fists in anger. Vali. What the hell has my bastard grandfather created? His eyes filled with fury. If before he wanted to defeat him, now he wanted to erase him from existence, the wolf began to regenerate while slowly advancing towards Vali. Although his face was disfigured, his flesh reformed as if it had never been damaged. Vali. TCH, this is annoying. Without wasting any more time, he charged at the creature with brutal speed, striking it with a devastating blow. The wolf was thrown against the wall with such force that the concrete cracked, but, as if it were a mere nuisance, the beast regenerated, its face returning to its original form in a matter of seconds. Albion. No matter how much you do the same thing, the result will be the same. Albion's voice echoed in Vali's mind. Vali. So tell me, what's the solution? Bali asked impatiently. Albion was silent for a moment before answering. Albion. I can feel a strange energy in your heart, it may be the source of your life or your power. Bali's eyes lit up with interest. Bali. Then that's where I should attack. The wolf opened its mouth suddenly, releasing a beam of dark energy. Bali barely had time to dodge it, feeling the scorching heat pass dangerously close to his face. But he used that opportunity to take a dive. His hand, covered by Albion's armor, pierced the creature's chest like a sharp spear. With a brutal movement, his arm emerged from the other side of the beast's body. In his fist he held a beating heart, wrapped in dark energy. The wolf let out a guttural sound of pure disbelief. He desperately tried to hit Vali, but he moved away before his attack could reach him. From a distance, Vali observed the creature's horrified expression, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Vali. If this is what keeps you alive. Without hesitation, he squeezed his heart with all his strength. The organ disintegrated in a burst of dark energy. The wolf staggered, his body losing all vitality. In a second, he fell to the ground like a puppet without strings. And, as if connected to their existence, the remaining red wolves began to evaporate into thin air. A deep silence took over the place. The DXD group was finally able to relax. Hiroka, still with her head buried in Akeno's breasts, sighed with satisfaction. Hiroka. Nah, is it over? Because I was very comfortable here. Akeno rolled her eyes, but before she could say anything, Hiroka pulled her face away and gave her a mischievous smile. Hiroka. By the way, Akeno, as a reward for saving us, how about a night of bath time fun? Akeno's face turned completely red. With a strength she didn't even know she had, she pushed Hiroka away from her. Akeno. Stop saying things like that. Meanwhile, Rias walked towards Vali with a serious expression. Rias, Vali, how could that creature have stored up so much energy? And more importantly, how did something like that end up in this universe? Vali was silent for a moment before answering. Vali. If I had to bet I'd say my bastard grandfather is involved. Rias. Rizavam. Then it means he's planning something unusual, human bones. Before they could continue their conversation, the air around them suddenly distorted. The portal began to form in the middle of the battlefield. From inside, several figures began to emerge. Rias watched them for a moment, then with a small smile, she murmured. Rias. Glad to see you here. Location Tien's house, Tien's room. Tien woke up feeling a warm hug around his torso. First he saw that he was in his room, he didn't know how, but he didn't care much why he was comfortable, and second, he immediately noticed that they were feminine hands, soft and thin, which brought out a sleepy smile. Without thinking too much, he turned on his side and reciprocated the hug, enjoying the contact. However, when he buried his face in the hair of the person next to him, something didn't fit. Tien. 2 pigtails. His mind, still sleepy, tried to process it. As far as he could remember, none of the girls in the house wore their hair in pigtails. The confusion increased when his hand accidentally squeezed something soft and he heard a muffled moan. I didn't imagine we would meet in this situation, Tien-Kun. Tien's eyes suddenly opened. In front of him was none other than Shidorina, with an obvious blush on her face and her mother's black lingerie awry. Tien. Irene. He screamed, falling back onto the ground and looking down at his own body, he realized that he was completely naked. Tien. What the hell happened here? Irina, still with her face red, covered herself lightly with the sheet. Irina. Well, after you fainted, someone had to heal you, and seeing you hurt worried me, so I offered, but you had a fever and you needed contact, so your energy would flow better, and at one point I had to undress, but after healing you, I put on your mother's clothes, she has very good taste. Tien looked away, trying to process it all. Tien. So did you sleep hugging me with that lingerie on? Irina. It was the only clothes I could find at the time. Tien sighed heavily, covering himself with a sheet and putting on at least a pair of pants. But just as he was about to answer, the door burst open. Rias. Oh, what a scene. Rias stood there, arms crossed, a dark aura evident around her, and she was also wearing her mother's lingerie. Tien. Don't you have anything else to wear? Rias. Irina, we agreed that once you finished healing him, you would go to your room. Irina hugged Tien's arm, causing it to be trapped between her breasts. Irina. But I wanted to stay with him a little longer. Ria's brow furrowed and without another word, she grabbed Irina's wrist and dragged her out of the room. Rias. Rest, Tien, we'll talk tomorrow. The door slammed shut, Tien sighed, falling back onto the bed. Tien. Why do these things happen to me? But just as he was about to close his eyes, the door slowly opened again. Akeno. Tien-Kun, can I sleep with you tonight? It was Akeno, wearing only a white silk robe. Tien blushed. Tien. Why? Akeno sighed. Akeno. Kuroka is too excited lately, I'd rather Rossweisse or Zenobia put up with her, they've dealt with situations like this in the past, and besides, I want to spend some time with you. Tien looked at her for a few seconds before nodding in resignation. Tien. Well, I guess it's okay. The Keno smiled and closed the door, but as soon as she did, she took off her robe in one movement, revealing her silhouette without anything underneath. Tien. Why are you naked? The Keno just crawled under the covers with him. The Keno. Tien-Kun, it's more comfortable this way. Tien was completely blushing, but Akeno just settled down, resting her head on his chest. Akeno. Thank you. Tien looked at her in surprise. Tien. Why? Akeno closed her eyes with a smile. Akeno. For protecting me, it's been a long time since I felt this safe. Before Tien could respond, Akeno surprised him with a kiss on the lips. Tien's face was burning. Tien. What was that? Akeno licked her lips in amusement. Akeno. You taste like chocolate, I like that flavor. She clung closer to his torso, pressing her body against his. Akeno. But take away this stinking smell, this horrible stench that surrounds me. Tien hugged her gently, not fully understanding what she meant, but feeling the weight of her emotions. Then, he remembered what he had said before about Rossweisse and Zenobia. Tien. Akeno, what did you mean by saying they could handle Kuroka? Akeno let out a mischievous giggle. Akeno. Well, when Issei went on long missions, Rossweisse and Zenobia became somewhat addicted to his scent and pheromones, and the desperation of not having him drove them a little crazy. Tien swallowed. Tien. See, crazy in what sense? Akeno. Let's just say they had their own nights, and not just them, sometimes everyone in the house ended up having one. Tien felt like his brain was collapsing at that information. Akeno laughed, amused at his reaction. Akeno. Sweet dreams, Tien-Kun. And with that, she snuggled up against him and closed her eyes. Tien, for his part, wasn't sure if he would be able to sleep after all this. A broken phoenix but flaming. The sun peeked timidly over the horizon, casting its golden rays through the curtains of a still quiet room. The light fell on the face of a sleepy Tien, who let out a soft moan, turning slowly in bed while yawning like a small child, rubbing his eyes and letting out a light half-sleepy laugh. Tien. I had a lovely sleep. He looked around, still a little confused, and noticed he was in his room. He sighed in relief, although a part of him felt like something was missing. He turned to the opposite side of the mattress out of habit, but the space was empty. Tien tilted his head, confused. He remembered sleeping with someone. His body still felt a slight foreign warmth, but there were no traces. Was it a dream? Tien. I'm already starting to hallucinate things because of tiredness. He was only wearing loose shorts, so he found a t-shirt, put it on somewhat haphazardly, as usual, and left the room. As he walked down the stairs, a group of female voices reached his ears. They seemed to be having a lively conversation, and from the familiarity of the voices, he thought everyone had gotten up earlier than him. With that thought, he reached the ground floor and greeted them with his classic, somewhat sleepy smile. Tien. Good morning, girls. Good morning, Tien. Asia, Irina, Akeno and Zenobia responded in chorus. Rossweisse. You slept like a baby. Rossweisse commented with a half-smile as she handed her a glass of juice, but at that moment, something caught her attention. In the group of girls, among their familiar faces, a new and very different presence made her raise an eyebrow. A woman with waist-length sky-blue hair and a slightly messy hairstyle that gave her a wild and dominant air. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were an intense gold that conveyed a look of almost imperial coldness, as if she could reduce to dust anyone who dared to speak without her permission. She wore a white suit with black edges that hugged her figure perfectly, with side slits that revealed her firm thighs, covered by lace stockings that reached mid-thigh. The plunging neckline left nothing to the imagination, enhancing her generous bust, while a dark blue cape fell from her shoulders, fluttering slightly with every movement. Her black boot slightly clacked with a clack every time she crossed her legs. Tien froze for a second, swallowing. Tien. And that who? The woman stared at him, her expression neutral and cold, but with a slight intrigue that could only be noticed if one was observant. Are you Tien? Smaller than I imagined. He said in a deep, sensual voice, as he brought a cup of tea to his lips. Tien, little one. He said, offended. In height, of course. He responded with a slight smile that didn't reach his eyes. Rossweisse. Tien, this is Tiamat, a legendary dragon, the most powerful among the female dragons. She has decided to come with the others for reasons she didn't want to say yet. Tiamat. Personal reasons. Tiamat interrupted, taking a sip. Tiamat. But I must admit, I find your energy interesting even though your presence irritates me a little. Tien. Ah. Why? I haven't even done anything. Tien protested. Tiamat. You haven't done anything exactly. He replied calmly. As he looked back out the window, Tien staggered slightly back at the coldness with which he treated him. The Keno. Haha, it seems Tiamat-san doesn't like you. The Keno mocked, smiling with that mischievous tone of hers as she hung onto Tien's arm. Arena. Step back a little, Akeno-chan, Tien is still weak and you're already attacking her. The Keno. Oh, come on, I'm just hugging him besides, I like seeing him blush. The Keno said as she gently squeezed her arm against her chest, causing a small squish that made Zenobia look away with a lopsided smile. Zenobia. Typical, can we at least stop flirting first thing in the morning? Just then, a loud cracking sound was heard from the backyard. Everyone turned to the window. Through the glass, they saw someone training with brutal intensity, launching attacks engulfed in flames. Tien. Razor. Rossweisse. Yes, he got up before everyone else to train, he's been like that ever since Volley defeated that beast last night. Everyone stared at the noble phoenix, sweating in the sun, his movements quick but full of control, as if he were purging his soul with every blow. Arena. He doesn't seem like the same one we met before. Rias. That's because it isn't. Rias said, having just come down the stairs. Rias. Since the defeat against Issei years ago, he has changed, he is no longer the arrogant man he once was. Tien watched him in silence, seeing how the flames rose around him, but his eyes were not haughty or arrogant, they were serene, something rare in him. Tien. Maybe he finally found his purpose. Tien said without realizing he was speaking out loud. Tiamat looked at him with a new expression. Not cold, but curious. Tiamat. Interesting. The sound of the pan sizzling filled the kitchen, mingling with the delicious aroma of breakfast. Tien, with a spatula in hand, prepared breakfast with a concentration that didn't seem typical of someone surrounded by an avalanche of feminine and feline energy. Naya. It was the only thing he heard before feeling a light weight on his back. He blinked, he didn't dare to turn around completely, but he already felt who it was for some strange reason. Tien. Kaneko. The small and serious Nekomata said nothing, she just stayed there, glued to his back as if he were her personal pillow, her little hands hugging his waist and her cheek brushing his back as if it were its natural place. Kaneko. I've been wanting to see you for a long time. Tien. Hey, why? Kaneko. It doesn't matter. She replied, hugging him tighter. Grafia, who was helping him with breakfast, just smiled amused. Grafia. Looks like you have your own shadow now, Tien-sama. Tien. Shadow. No, this is a love parasite. And as if chaos had a well-timed clock, more people began to arrive in the kitchen, one after another, familiar and not so familiar voices began to fill the room. First came Sona Citri and her entourage. Tsubaki, who greeted with a slight nod as she approached to talk timidly with Kiba, who was already there, laughing nervously. Bulsaji took advantage of the moment to speak with his president with comical seriousness. Then, Ravel Phoenix appeared, elegant as always, accompanied by Yubaluna, Isabel and Shui, members of the Phoenix clan that Tien did not expect to see so early nor in her kitchen. Tien. Do you also live here now? He asked in a low voice while stirring the pan. Yubaluna. We only came by Razor-sama's order, although technically he forced us to stay inside the house. Yubaluna said, looking out the window with concern. All of them were looking in the same direction. Towards the garden, where Razor was still training intensely under the morning sun. Shui. It's been like this minutes, hours, maybe all night, we don't know for sure. Shui added with a neutral expression, although his eyes showed slight concern. Kuroka appeared out of nowhere like a lazy cat, hanging onto Akeno's neck from behind, causing the electric priestess to let out a resigned sigh. Kuroka. Naya Akeno-chan, your neck is so soft. Akeno. Tien, could you help me with this heavy cat? Akeno asked with a forced smile. Tien. Sorry, I have a smaller one stuck to my back right now. He replied, sweating a little. Arena. TCH lucky. Arena muttered as she crossed her arms and looked at Kaneko with visible jealousy. Asia also looked at him, clearly wanting to be the one to hug him. Zenobia just muttered something like, I should have gotten up earlier, and seriously poured herself a glass of water. Rias, sitting in a chair next to the table, drank her tea calmly, her crimson eyes fixed on him while she smiled subtly, as if watching him was enough to make her feel at peace, although her crimson aura intensified every time another girl got too close to her. Sona. Is something wrong, Rias? Sona asked with an arched eyebrow. Rias. No, I'm just enjoying my tea, although I think someone is being a little too affectionate with my Tien. He said with a soft smile, but his tone held a hidden threat. Tien. I don't belong to anyone. Tien muttered to himself even though he thought it was a heavy joke from Rias, but Kaneko hugged him tighter. Rias. You're mine. She said. Volley was leaning against the wall, clearly bored, while Serayard talked to him about training, strategy and muscles. The albino nodded every now and then, but it was evident that his mind was elsewhere or on another plane of existence. Finally, Tien managed to serve breakfast for everyone and sat at the table. Kaneko sat on his lap, not letting go of him, which caused a silent explosion of jealousy around them. "Irina. Don't you have a chair, Kaneko-chan?" Irina asked with a forced smile. Kaneko. "Yes, but this is my place," he said, without looking at her. "Tien. This is getting out of control." Tien thought as he took a bite. As he ate, his mind began to wander. Something didn't fit his house. Tien. Wait a minute, my house wasn't that big. When did it become so palace-like? There were more rooms, more space, even a second floor that I didn't remember seeing before. Tien. I don't want to think about it. As long as there are enough bathrooms and food, I'm fine. But then he looked out the window, once again watching Razor train, the flames swirling around him, his expression that of someone purging himself with every hit. Tien. Hey, why is Razor still out there? She asked into the air. As she put down her fork, the maids looked at each other before Ubeluna spoke. Ubeluna. We don't know, he told us we had to stay inside, he won't let us out. Tien. And it's been there since when? Tien asked, somewhat distracted. Isabel. It could be hours, maybe since last night, we don't know for sure. Isabel said. Tien sighed, leaving her half-eaten plate. Tien. I think after I finish I'll go talk to him. Rias raised an eyebrow, while all the girls stopped eating for a second, some annoyed, others restless. Bekeno. Are you going to talk to him alone? Tien. Yes, why? Bekeno. It's nothing, you've just been very unstable lately. Irina. How dangerous. We can't let Tien go alone with such a dangerous man. Kaneko. If senpai goes, so do I. Tien sighed again. His life had become a whirlwind, full of magic, strange girls, houses that grow bigger by themselves, and noble phoenixes training, as if they wanted to break the world. And it was barely morning. The sun was barely touching the sky when Tien walked out onto the patio with a bottle of water in his hand, his eyes, still half asleep, opened wide when he noticed something different. Tien. Huh. Since when does my house have an extra floor? The new structure looked like something out of a magical architecture novel. Elegant, modern, and clearly built with supernatural help, although his common sense made him wonder how the hell that happened. He was too used to his life no longer making sense since the DXD group came into his life. But his attention was stolen by a loud bang and the sound of flames. Razor, ha! Razor Phoenix fell to the ground covered in sweat, panting as if he had just come from a fight against a pack of dragons. Tien, without saying anything, approached and offered him the bottle of water. Razor accepted it as if it were an oasis in the desert. Razor. Thank you. He said between gulps. Tien. Training since dawn. What got you? Tien asked with doubt and disinterest, while crossing his arms. Razor didn't respond immediately. He stared at the weak flames still coming out of his closed fist, then let out a sigh filled with regret. Razor. Yesterday during the battle against that alpha wolf I couldn't do anything, nothing, and that burned me up inside. Tien. He sat down on the grass. Razor. I was the promising heir of the Phoenix clan, the strongest, the most talented, the hexiest. He raised his chest dramatically, although his tone was more sad than arrogant. Tien looked at him silently, the sincerity was palpable, something rare coming from him. Razor. With that fame, I believed nothing could stop me, and I wanted a wife worthy of my lineage. Rias Gremory Crimson Goddess, Hexy, powerful, with big breasts. He raised his eyebrows with a nostalgic smile. Razor. And her best friend, Akeno, a fallen angel with the face of a princess and the heart of a sadist, the perfect combo. Tien. Did you want to marry Rias to have access to Akeno too? Tien raised an eyebrow. Razor. I admitted. Razor shouted with his arms in the air. Razor. But then that Issei Hyoudou guy appeared. At first, he was just a pawn, and nobody. And at my wedding that bastard punched me so hard that not only did he send me flying, he punched the arrogance right out of me. Tien. And then came the bullying. Tien commented with a drop of sweat running down his temple. Razor. Days of mockery. Memes. YouTube videos with millions of views. The Phoenix fallen for love. When you marry a Gremory and her pawn kicks your ass. He screamed as he threw himself on the grass. Tien sat next to him, patting him on the shoulder a couple of times. Razor. And then eventually, I started training again, but doubts were always there. I never knew when reality would hit again and I ended up giving up, but yesterday that wolf, that damn monster, made me feel so useless. I want to be strong again, Tien. Not for fame, not for women, well, maybe a little, but I want to feel useful again. Tien. So get up, train, get strong, but this time do it for yourself. Tien offered his hand with a sincere smile. Razor took it, standing up with a different flame in his eyes, not arrogance, that was clear to Tien. Tien. And don't worry about the girls, they're still interested in you, obviously I'm not talking about Rias and Akenk. Tien said without thinking too much. Razor. What dear, I know what you mean. Just then, Ubeluna and Isabel were peeking out the window, watching Razor with flirtatious smiles. Shui even blew him a kiss. Shui. Razor-sama. Do you want a massage after breakfast? Razor. I guess I made them too loyal, didn't I? Razor literally started steaming from his ears. Tien. Oh, and by the way, do you know anything about the new floor in the house? Tien asked as they walked away. Razor. That was Tsubaki, Rias, Grafia and Sona's doing. Apparently they agreed with a spell from Maya Beelzebub and Leviathan, so there would be room for more guests. Razor replied with a twitch in his eye. Tien. More. From inside the house, a group of female laughter and familiar voices were getting dangerously close. Akeno. Ara. Where's our Tn-Kun? Ravel. Come here. I want to have breakfast with you. Tien could only think one thing. Am I damned or blessed? Flashback. I always thought I'd have it all. The Phoenix surname was synonymous with power, elegance, and supremacy. With a snap of the fingers, everything was given to me. Doors opened, heads bowed and legs too. No one would say no to the heir to one of the most influential houses in the underworld. My father, that bastard, was the one who taught me how everything worked, although never with words. His way of educating me was different. Blatant infidelities, different women every night. My mother, she knew it, she accepted it, or rather, she didn't care. She slept with partners, with friends of my father. Sometimes I think she did it just to show him that she could play the same game, that we, the children, were just pieces on that poisonous board. Ruvel, my older brother, was the first to break up. He left, saying he'd come back for us, that he'd changed the Phoenix system. Lie. He never came back. Or maybe he never could. So I was left with Ravel, locked in a golden palace full of lies and lust disguised as affection. When I came of age, I inherited my own nobility, beautiful, voluptuous, desirous women, all of them serving me, all of them wanting me, and I, out of inertia, took them. One after another. Without feeling anything. Even my sweet sister, Ravel, joined my nobility. Of course, I never crossed that line. I'm not like my parents, but she knew I was empty, and yet, she stayed by my side. But my true goal. The only woman I wanted to have in my arms, between my legs, in my nights. It was Rias Gremory. That voluptuous reed who made my blood burn hotter than my flames, and her inseparable shadow. The Keno Himejima. The beauty with a provocative smile, a wicked gaze, and the voice of a fallen angel. He loved them both. Not as companions. As women. As mine. For years I cultivated that desire like a constant fire. I asked the council to arrange the marriage with Rias. It was a perfect deal. It united two great houses, better demons, and gave me the hexiest girl in the underworld. Everything was going well, until he appeared. Issei Hyoudou. A mere pawn. A zero. A perverted idiot with less magic than an average human. When Rias challenged me to a raiding game, I didn't even take it seriously. That pawn was a joke. We quickly defeated him in the first fight, and the marriage was almost signed, but that damn day, something changed. That pawn came back with holy water, with power beyond what I expected, and defeated me, humiliated me. In front of everyone. In front of Rias. In front of the council. That blow wasn't just physical. It went straight to my pride. I locked myself away for weeks, thinking everyone would laugh, that the entire underworld would laugh at the heir humiliated by a pawn. But the cruelest thing was that no one said anything. Nobody cared. Not a message, not a visit. Not my mother, not my father. Just Ravel, the only one who came to knock on my door. I left that room and decided to train. I wanted to go back to being the phoenix that everyone admired. But I was always afraid. Afraid of another blow. Afraid of another Haidu. Time passed, and then something happened, something that triggered my ego again, that made me feel invincible again, a triumph, a battle won, beautiful women in my arms, kissing me with devotion. I thought. I'm back, this is the Razor Phoenix from before. And just when I thought I was back. Another blow. Crueler. Deeper. More real. I fell into a silent abyss. I spent years wandering, lost, even though I tried to help, even though I tried to stand out, I was useless. My flames no longer impressed anyone, my screams no longer intimidated, my presence was just background noise. And then he arrived. Tien. That human. That boy who, with a smile, had become the new center of attention. The girls he once desired were now looking at him. Rias, Akeno, even my sister, not in the sense that he desired her lovingly, etc., but that she also fell in love with Tien. They all flirted with him, they looked after him, they looked for him. And the worst part. I couldn't hate him. Because Tien was authentic. Brave. Someone who didn't seek attention and yet, he received it. I want to be strong again. Not to win back those women. Not out of pride. But so that Tien will look at me at least for a moment. And say. Razor Phoenix also shines. Tien was sitting in the middle of the room, lying comfortably on a large fluffy pillow, his stretched legs gently supporting three small bodies. Kuroka, in her Nekomata form with bright golden eyes, curled up with a soft purr, Kanako, in her Nekomata form, but quieter than usual, and his own cat, which was simply sleeping happily on top of the other pair, as if that chaos was its natural cradle. Ravel. Your hair is a mess. Ravel murmured from behind him, patiently running a brush through his tousled hair. Ravel. Did you have a fight with a storm, perhaps? Tien just sighed with a small smile, relaxed by the warmth of the feline bodies on him and Ravel's delicate hands arranging his hair. Tien. I don't know, I woke up like this, I guess I slept like I was defending myself from a dragon. He replied jokingly, while Ravel puffed out her cheeks. On the sofa, Akeno was sitting with her legs crossed, absent-mindedly petting Tien's dog, who was resting with his tongue out, completely surrendered to her pampering. Her gaze momentarily shifted towards him, and she smiled sideways. Akeno. Yufufu Tien-Kun, if you need me to comb your hair tomorrow, I'd be happy to do it, although I might start from the bottom. The sadist said mischievously. Tien pretended not to hear her. Rias, for her part, was sitting on another sofa, an open book in her hands. Although her eyes had been on the same page for 5 minutes, she watched it out of the corner of her eye. The atmosphere bothered her. Every time Ravel ran her fingers through Tien's hair, and every purr from Kuroka made her grit her teeth just a little more. Sona was next to her, writing something on her tablet, although she clearly captured every expression of the Gremory, while Tsubaki, in the distance, conversed with Kiba as always, with that tone of exaggerated elegance that not even marriage had managed to extinguish. Bali was sitting next to Tien, watching TV as if he wasn't surrounded by an army of demonic women, and Yakai, Sererg, on the other hand, was standing a few meters away, lifting a weight that Tien would swear weighed as much as a small car. Tien. Is that a small weight? Tien muttered in disbelief. Sererg. For me it's like warming up. Sererg replied with a smile as he continued flexing. Tiamat was casually leaning on the back of the sofa, her long hair falling like a waterfall of sapphires, watching Tien without any shame, with a smile that he didn't know if it was amusement or something else. The door suddenly opened. Razor Phoenix entered staggering a little, with his hair disheveled, his chest heaving, and dark circles under his eyes. He didn't even look at anyone, he crossed the room without saying a word and disappeared down the hallway toward the second floor. Tien. Will it be okay? Tien asked, not moving. In response, Razor's 3 maids came out of the kitchen behind him, each speaking at a time, throwing questions at him, as if he were a harassed celebrity. Shui. Razor-sama, you should eat before taking a shower. Isabel. Don't forget to hydrate. Ubaluna. Do you want us to accompany you to the bathroom? Tien blinked slowly. Tien. God, please don't do anything dirty in the bathroom. And as if fate had heard her plea only to laugh in her face, a few minutes later, knocks began to be heard from the floor above, and right after, moans, faint, muffled, but unmistakable. Tien blushed violently, pressing his lips together and slowly lowering his head. Tien. Razor damn bastard. He discreetly turned up the volume on the television, trying to think of something else. Akeno. Ara. Is Tien-Kun imagining things? Ryo Akeno, clearly amused, petting the dog as if she were just another spectator of the scene. Rias growled, slamming the book shut. Kuroka, still in cat form, shifted uncomfortably on her legs, the movement causing a slight tickle that Tien couldn't ignore, so he instinctively brought his hand to her back and began to stroke her tenderly to calm her down. At that moment, Asia came out of the kitchen with a tray in her hands, accompanied by Irina, Zenobia and Grafia, each carrying plates of cookies. Asia. Snack time. Asia sang, with a smile as pure as ever. They handed out the plates one by one, everyone got one, but when they got to Tien. Tien. 3. He asked, looking confused at the plates in his hands. Asia. You were the nicest this week. Asia said. Irina. And the cutest one too. Irina added. Zenobia. And the most trained. Zenobia added. Grafia. And the one who needs energy the most. Grafia finished, with a firm but sweet voice. Tien looked at the 3 plates and then at them, she sighed. Tien. Well, cookies are cookies. He said with a crooked smile, taking one without thinking much. Meanwhile, upstairs, another moan sounded. Tien. Razor, you're going to pay for this. The sound of the fan turning softly mixed with Tien's footsteps as he left his room. He was topless, wearing only loose comfortable sweatpants. He looked around the room for his cell phone. After a few seconds, he found it at the foot of the bed, right where he had left it charging the night before. He picked it up, quickly unlocking it, and as he walked down the hall to the living room, he began to type a message to his mother. How are you? He wrote. A few seconds passed and the response arrived. We're fine, honey. Your dad got an extension on his vacation, so we'll be here in Okinawa longer. Do you want to come spend a few days with us? Tien stood still for a moment, staring at the screen. The idea of seeing his family pleased him, but he remembered the house full of supernatural beings, the chaos that arose every morning in the bathroom, the training sessions, the arguments, the friction between the girls, and the final exams. No, Mom, I have exams in a week and a half, and besides I can't leave the house alone right now, the club members are here. He finally wrote. Upon arriving at the room, the first thing he noticed was an unusual, almost uncomfortable silence. The sofas were empty, and the atmosphere seemed at a standstill except for one figure. Sitting elegantly, her legs crossed, was Tiamat, wearing a casual but tight set of clothes. Shorts that left little to the imagination and a white strapless blouse with a deep neckline that, even when she was sitting, stood out shamelessly. Her light blue hair fell like a waterfall down one side of her face, and her gaze, serious and focused, fixed on him as soon as she saw him. Tiamat. Tien. He said in a firm voice, pointing towards the backyard with his thumb. Tiamat. I want to talk to you, now. It didn't seem like a suggestion, he swallowed. Tien. Did I do something wrong? He asked, partly joking, partly nervous. Tiamat. That depends on how you respond. Without giving him any more time, she stood up with inhuman grace, the movement making her butt stand out due to the tight shape of her shorts, while the natural bounce of her bust when she stood up did not go unnoticed by the boy's eyes, who looked away with a slight blush. Already in the courtyard, the fresh air blew gently. Tien sat leaning against the trunk of a tree, letting his hair flutter slightly. Tiamat, for her part, sat next to him, but with a more refined and proud posture, crossing her legs with intimidating elegance. For several seconds, the only sound was the wind and the distant murmur of voices in the kitchen. Tiamat. What do you think about all this? Tiamat finally asked bluntly. Tien blinked. Tien. All this? Tiamat. Yes, that beings like us walk around your house as if it were our own, that your life changes so much overnight that you carry something you don't understand. The boy looked down, his voice sounding calm, but somewhat exhausted. Tien. I don't think I've ever imagined it, not even in my wildest dreams. It's stressful, yes, but I try to stay in control, as I always have. Tiamat looked at him out of the corner of her eye, her expression neutral, but there was a small spark of interest in her gaze. Tiamat. And your arm? Tien raised his eyebrow. Tien. My arm? Tiamat. Since this morning, you feel different, right? Before he could respond, she reached out and took his right arm. Her touch was gentle, but her pressure firm. She examined him with a detailed look, and without any shame, she slid her fingers over his skin, from his shoulder to his wrist, causing Tien to feel a chill run down his spine. Tiamat. There's no doubt, Akeno-san removed all the essence and aura that remained from Draig. It's funny, I didn't think I'd feel it again. Tien looked at her, confused. Tien. Draig. What do you mean come back? Tiamat slowly lowered the boy's arm, but didn't let go. She kept him on her legs, right where the neckline of her blouse showed the beginning of her breasts. He looked away again, uncomfortable. Tiamat. Only someone I knew was its last bearer, someone who deserved to have it, someone who is no longer here. The silence was heavier this time. Tien stared at the sky for a few seconds, until his mind connected the words. Tiamat. So the only way someone could have the sacred gear now is if. Tiamat nodded without saying it. Tien felt as if the world had stopped, her thoughts were rushing. She hadn't seen him in a long time, but she hadn't talked much about his past. She had only received advice. She didn't know his history, his legacy, and now, if she was right. Tien. Issei Hyoudou died. Tiamat didn't respond with words. Instead, she gently pulled him towards her and, without hesitation, rested his head against her chest. Tien's face was enveloped by the warmth and softness of her bust. His breathing stopped for a moment, his face turned red, and his body tensed from the sudden contact, but the sweet scent she gave off, the warmth of her skin and the slow rhythm of her heart, there was something reassuring about them. Tiamat. He was a great man. She whispered, gently stroking his hair. Tiamat. An idiot, stubborn, womanizer, but he was the only one I truly trusted with my respect, my affection, and my life. Tien couldn't speak, he just closed his eyes, clenching his teeth. Tiamat. Now Draig is with you. You won't be able to speak to him yet. You need time, acceptance, and strength, but you will. Because if he chose you, it's for a reason. Tien. Thanks. Tien murmured, still in his chest. She smiled softly, almost tenderly. Tiamat. What are you thankful for? Tien. Because no one else told me. The boy said, raising his gaze slightly, his eyes firm, but still filled with a feeling unrecognizable to him. Tien. You were the only honest one, and that I appreciated more than you know. The blush that crossed Tiamat's face was almost imperceptible at first, but there she was, a dragon queen, ancient, wise, and proud, surprised by such a simple phrase. She looked at him for a few seconds and looked away with a slight snort, crossing her arms with an arrogant smile. Tiamat. Fool. But she didn't let go. In fact, she pulled him a little closer to her, leaving him wrapped in her scent and body, while the sky began to turn the colors of sunset. And so, Tien understood a little more about the world around him and the weight he was beginning to carry with this newly acquired discovery. The Court of Truth. Night had fallen over the residence, a soft breeze caressed the windows, while the world seemed to calm down after the intense conversation that Tien had had with Tiamat. However, inside the shower, the silence did not bring peace. Under the shower, the warm water slid slowly down the curvaceous body of the Dragon Queen, brazenly outlining every corner of her smooth skin, every dangerous curve, every trace of her power and her beauty, but this time, it was not the power that worried her. Tiamat remained with her head bowed, leaning against the wet wall of the bathroom, her eyes half closed, a slight blush staining her cheeks. It was not common to see her like this vulnerable. Since that event, no one had spoken such sincere words to her, words that touched her, not as a queen or a dragon, but as a woman. Thank you for telling me the truth, I really appreciate it. That simple phrase, filled with pure gratitude and no ulterior motive, repeated itself over and over again in his mind. He struggled to understand why it affected him so much, and yet, he felt it like a flame in his chest. Tiamat. What's happening to me? She stepped out of the shower minutes later, wrapped only in a white towel fitted to her wet body, which highlighted more than it hid, the steam still clinging to her skin like a second layer, and her dark blue hair dripping softly over her shoulders. She walked down the long hallway of the residence, unhurriedly, but with her mind elsewhere. As she turned into the living room, she saw him. He was there, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, completely absorbed in his geography book. A peaceful scene that was shattered in seconds. Tiamat. Good night, Tien. Tiamat said in a calm voice, barely showing emotion. Tien. Ah, good no what? Tien looked up and saw her, and his soul almost left his body. He dropped the book, staggered, and ended up falling backward to the ground with a loud bang and a stifled scream. Tien. Why are you dressed like that? I mean, undressed. No, I didn't say that. He babbled, covering his face as he tried to compose himself. Tiamat. Eh? Tiamat tilted her head in genuine confusion. Tiamat. What do you mean? I'm wearing a towel. Tien. That's the question. He shouted, unable to avoid glancing at that wet shiny body as if taken from a dangerous dream. Tien. You're literally just wearing that. Please go change before I have a heart attack. Tiamat looked at him for a few seconds, then sighed with a slight, almost mischievous smile. Tiamat. Man, I don't know what all the fuss is about, but fine, if that's what you wish. She responded by turning around, letting her hips move so naturally and provocatively that it looked like a dangerous dance in the dim light of the hallway. At that very moment, Zenobia was descending the stairs, wearing a short training shirt and mini shorts that didn't leave much to the imagination. She stopped in her tracks when she saw the scene in front of her. Tien on the ground, still agitated, with her cheeks red as tomatoes, and the majestic figure of Tiamat slowly walking away wrapped only in a wet towel that dripped with each step. Zenobia. What the hell was that? Zenobia asked, crossing her arms, her frown marking an unmistakable annoyance. Tien couldn't even speak, she just sat back on the sofa, picking up her book again, trying to ignore her racing heart and the heat she still felt on her cheeks. Tien. It's not what it seems, she just He whispered through gritted teeth. Zenobia didn't respond immediately, she just frowned more, watching as Tien fanned himself with his hand to cool his face. Something stirred inside her, a small knot of discomfort, like a pinch in her chest. Why does this bother me so much? It wasn't that bad, right? She sat next to him with her arms crossed and her legs closed, not looking directly at him. Zenobia. Mister. He murmured without turning his face. Zenobia. Do you like that kind of women? Tien. Zenobia. Nothing, forget it. Then she looked away, without hiding her slight pout. Tien, confused as always by her classmates' mood swings, simply sighed and went back to reading, although, inside, not a word of the book remained in her mind. The house was curiously quiet, a cozy silence filling the halls, broken only by the occasional distant sound. A muffled laugh, a soft door slam, the click of a book closing. In the living room, Tien was sitting on the sofa again, reading, or at least trying to. Next to him, Zenobia changed the channels on the television every 5 seconds without paying attention to any of them. Her gaze went from the screen to his face, and back again. She was restless, there was something in her chest that she didn't understand, a mixture of annoyance and desire to get closer. She wanted to talk to him, to say something, anything, but every time she opened her mouth, her mind went blank, until finally, with her voice a little louder than she wanted, she dared. Zenobia. Do you want me to make you something? I can cook something simple. She said, trying to sound relaxed, but her tone had a charming clumsiness. Tien looked up, noticing that strange shine in her eyes. She thought for a second, but gently shook her head. Tien. Thanks, but I'm not hungry right now, Zenobia. He responded with a small smile. She nodded, though inside she felt a pang of frustration. She'd worked up the courage for this, and he rejected it, not because he didn't want to be with her, but still it hurt. Silence returned, the television kept changing channels, until Tien broke the moment. Tien. Are there any cookies left? Liar bipolar. Zenobia quickly turned around with a flushed expression. Zenobia. Yes. I'll get them. He walked quickly towards the kitchen, but stopped before entering. From the dining room, a few meters away, he heard soft voices and laughter. He peeked stealthily. There were Tsubaki Shinra and Yudo Kiba, very close to each other. Kiba smiled charmingly, while Tsubaki looked at him with a mixture of sweetness and mischief. They whispered soft words, and from time to time, they laughed as if they shared a private secret. Zenobia froze, her instinct wasn't to leave but to watch. Zenobia. Is that how you do that? Looked that faint smile. And why is she laughing like that if she didn't say anything funny? She stood there, crouching, red as a tomato, muttering to herself. Zenobia. Is that flirting? And how does he know what to say? I don't understand anything. After a few more seconds, she forced herself to move forward, sneaked across to the cupboard, grabbed a box of crackers, and ran back as fast as she could, her heart still racing from what she'd seen. Upon reaching the room, Tien looked up. Tien, thanks Zenobia. Zenobia. Nothing. She whispered, handing him the box and sitting next to him. Just as he took one out and took a small bite, she watched him with an unusual intensity, blushing more with every movement, and although she wanted to say something, she couldn't. She had no experience. She had never been the type to lead in relationships, or at least, she hadn't really tried. She was always the one who let herself be led. Issei never allowed her to reverse roles, not even once. Zenobia. What if with Tien it's different? An impulsive idea took hold of her, without thinking much about it, and taking advantage of a moment when Tien was taking another cookie without looking at it, Zenobia pounced on him, pushed him firmly against the back of the sofa, cornering him between the cushions, while she took him by the chin with her cold but firm hand. Tien almost choked on the cookie. Tien. Zenobia. What are you doing? He asked, overwhelmed, as he tried to make sense of the scene. Zenobia. I want you to look at me. She said, in a lower tone, her eyes fixed on his, injected with something strange desire, curiosity, excitement, something that hadn't been in her before. Tien blinked in confusion, until something caught his attention, something abnormal. Tien. Wait, your eyes. He muttered, as he focused, he realized that in Zenovia's celestial glow, there were faint shapes, vibrant pink hearts floating like sparks. Tien. Why your eyes? What the hell is wrong with you, Zenobia? Are you okay? But he got no response. He only saw how she began to unbutton her shirt slowly, with trembling hands. Under the fabric appeared a pink-purple lingerie, fine, with embroidered details. The combination between the provocative and the innocent in her expression was an explosive cocktail. Tien blushed like never before. Tien. Zenobia, what are you? Stop, please. She didn't seem to be listening, her body moved on impulse, and her face no longer reflected insecurity. Now she seemed completely hypnotized by him, as if her whole body was screaming, I want it, and her mind couldn't say wait. He came closer, so much so that their breath mingled in the air. Zenobia. Tien, I don't want to be submissive again, I want to be the one who decides with you. Zenobia was trembling, not out of fear, not yet, it was desire, an overwhelming impulse that she didn't know how to control, that came from deep within her, mixed with insecurity, confusion and an almost sickly need for validation. Her breathing accelerated as her hands rested on Tien's body, her mind clouded, her desire to be seen, desired, loved, recognized, something inside her screamed for attention, for a different look. He held Tien's wrists firmly with one hand while with the other, he began to lift his shirt, brushing against the boy's skin with uncomfortable slowness. Zenobia. Let me prove to you that I'm enough. Without saying a word, she kissed him, not a sweet kiss, it was a clumsy kiss, rushed, without permission. Tien opened his eyes forcefully, he was paralyzed, he didn't understand, his body tensed, he tried to move away, to look for air, but Zenobia didn't give in, she began to kiss his neck, while a tear slid down the boy's face, it wasn't pleasure, it was fear. Tien. Zenobia please. He whispered in a broken voice, she didn't hear him, or didn't want to, she kept moving forward, slowly lowering a hand towards Tien's shorts, her face was red, her eyes they were no longer entirely hers, in her pupils, pink hearts throbbed with sick desire, it was as if something inside her had exploded. But just as her fingers touched the waistband of Tien's shorts, a force on her shoulders yanked her off the couch. Zenobia. Ah. She screamed as she was thrown violently to the ground, rolling onto her back, gasping for air. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Rossweisse's icy face looking at her with a contempt that was hard to describe. "Rossweisse? Zenobia Quarta." His voice was as hard as steel, and in his right hand, a magic circle of violet and silver hues shone with threatening intensity. Behind Rossweisse, her arms crossed and her blue hair fluttering slightly from the magic in the air, Tiamat looked at her with sharp eyes and suppressed fury. "Tiamat. What the hell are you doing, you foolish girl?" Tiamat said in a raspy, dangerous voice. Zenobia turned towards the sofa. Tien had shrunk into himself, his eyes shining with unshed tears. He was literally trembling, and that face of absolute terror, hit her like a sledgehammer. "Zenobia. What have I done?" she whispered to herself. Minutes later. The atmosphere was charged, the silence in the room was like a bomb about to explode, no one spoke, everyone was there, everyone saw, everyone judged. Rias Gremory paced back and forth with firm steps, her face disfigured by anger. "Rias. What the hell is wrong with you, Zenobia? Are you sick or what?" He screamed with suppressed rage, his eyes glowing with demonic power about to explode. "Rias. You tried to force him. Force him. On Tien. He. Bakeno, in a corner, just clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Zenobia, filled with silent fury. Tiamat continued leaning against the wall, watching without saying a word, like a beast waiting to attack. At her side, Rossweisse stood firm, her arms crossed, but the tension in her body was evident. Dibba was holding Tsubaki, who was still not recovering from the shock of what they saw. Razor, with his hair wet from having just showered, was sitting with Yubeluna, Isabel and Shui, who still showed the marks of their recent intimacy, but everyone was visibly uncomfortable, even the most lustful demon felt repulsion by what had happened. Bali didn't take his eyes off Tien, for the first time, his gaze wasn't one of superiority, it was concern and guilt. Sekiryuutei stood, arms crossed, brow furrowed tightly. Kuroka and Grafia were standing near Tien, as if they wanted to protect him. Sona, a little further away, had her glasses half adjusted and a confused look, as if she was trying to make sense of what had happened. Saji just muttered to himself, trying to rationalize what he had witnessed. And in the middle of them all, Zenobia, on her knees, with her eyes open and wet, couldn't stop looking at the ground. Rias approached again, her words now laced with venom. "Rias. You're a disgrace, what kind of woman are you? What kind of god warrior are you? You wanted to grape him, Zenobia. To you. A boy who's been kind to you since he arrived. You're trash." Zenobia couldn't answer, her lips trembled, she began to speak. "Zenobia. Wanted to prove that I was valuable But the words wouldn't come out, only tears. Rias turned away in disdain, crossing her arms. "Rias. I don't even want to see you for a while, and if you come near Tien without his permission, I don't care if you were a warrior of God, I'll tear you to pieces with my own hands." The silence became heavier, only the sound of Tien breathing heavily could be heard. Asia continued to hug him, stroking his head, as if she wanted to calm him down. And in that instant, Zenobia felt something she had never felt before. Shame, fear, guilt, emptiness. And for the first time, she doubted herself. Was he really so different from those monsters he swore to fight? The atmosphere was tense, like a rope about to break. Everyone was gathered in the dining room of the new Great Ta house. A long table was conjured by Grafia with the help of Rossweisse, so everyone could sit. Rias, with a hard expression and eyes that still reflected anger, was at one of the heads. Her gaze scanned every face present, but stopped especially on Zenobia, who was at the opposite end, without even touching the plate in front of her. Sekiryuutei was talking animatedly with Razor, who had returned refreshed after an intense session with his three maids, Yubeluna, Isabel and Shui, who kept pampering him with discreet caresses and kisses. The Phoenix was laughing with that air of shameless nobility, enjoying the warmth and aroma of the food. Hiba was completely absorbed by Tsubaki, who continued to show herself more affectionate than usual, her hand caressing the blonde knights, and although he tried to maintain his composure, he couldn't help but blush. Sona and Saji chatted with Ravel, who seemed to be more confident lately. Little Phoenix explained a plan to improve logistics for engagements between heirs, while Saji took notes as if it were a high-ranking meeting. Bakeno, with her always radiant smile, tried to keep the atmosphere light. She was sitting next to Asia, who didn't take her eyes off Tien. Tien ate slowly, his fingers trembled slightly as he held the cutlery, and although he tried to hide it, it was evident that he was far from well. Akeno approached, giving him gentle words, while Asia watched him with eyes full of concern. Every bite Tien managed to swallow was a small victory for them, but also a silent alarm. Meanwhile, Zenobia remained motionless, her dull eyes staring at the void in front of her. Tiamat, leaning back with her arms crossed against the back of her chair, did not lose sight of her. Rossweisse also kept her attention fixed on the blue-haired girl, both ready to act if Zenobia did something out of place. Zenovia's silence spoke louder than 1,000 words. She hadn't even wiped away her dried tears, the weight of guilt seemed to crush her. Tien couldn't take it anymore. In his mind, a storm was brewing. Why did she do that? How did she get to that point? Why did I? His body trembled more and more with each thought until the fork fell from his hand, making a metallic clang on the plate that interrupted all conversation. Everyone turned to look at him. Asia was the first to speak. Asia. Tien. Are you okay? Bekeno was already holding his shoulder, looking gravely at his pale face. Bekeno. You're breathing, you're hyperventilating. Calm down, please. Zenobia, seeing this, felt her heart break into 1,000 pieces. I did this to him, I destroyed him. And then. Everything faded away. He blinked and the dining room disappeared. The air changed. The sound of the wind surrounded him. Flowers, an endless field of flowers embraced him with a warm breeze. The sky was clear and the sun's rays slid between peaceful clouds. Oh. A familiar voice said with a quiet laugh. We haven't spoken in a while, don't you think? Tien turned around and there it was. Issei Hyoudou. With a nostalgic smile, the former Sekiryuutei walked over among the flowers. Tien was speechless, the weight of everything he felt overcame him, and he fell to his knees, tears sliding down his cheeks uncontrollably. Tien. I can't take it anymore, Issei. I can't anymore. He said with a broken voice. Issei didn't respond immediately, he knelt beside him, stroking his head tenderly, as if calming a wounded child. Issei. Calm down, kid, you're safe here at least for now. Tien clung to that warmth. Tien. What do? I feel so dirty, so why did she do that? Issei sighed and looked at the sky. Issei. Because desire, Tien, desire can corrupt even the purest of hearts if left unchecked, but you're not alone. You've surrounded yourself with many people who would give their lives for you, unfortunately not the right ones. Issei. Don't let darkness cloud all the light you've built. Tien looked up, still crying. Tien. What if I can't forget it? What if every time I see her I only remember that moment? Issei smiled sadly. Issei. So don't forget, learn, forgive her, don't do it, but move on, there's something much more important than that. Tien. What? Issei snapped his fingers, the world changed, the flowers burned, the earth shook, they were now in the center of a huge volcanic cavern, rocks floated in lava, and the air was thick, suffocating. A gigantic shadow appeared behind Tien. When he turned, he was met with colossal eyes of a brilliant emerald green hue, red and crimson scales, sharp claws, an ancient and powerful presence. Draig, the Welsh dragon, one of the 2 celestial dragons. Tien took a step back reflexively, amazed. Issei just crossed his arms with a confident smile. Issei. Meet my old partner. Draig's been wanting to talk to you for a while now. Right, partner. The dragon's deep rumbling voice echoed through the cavern. Draig. You are special, too special to be left to fate. You have a bigger role than you can imagine, child, and it's time for you to start understanding it, with my guidance and aims. Tien swallowed. He didn't understand anything, but something inside him said that this moment would change something. And so, without warning, a new stage in his life began. A few minutes had passed. In the shower, Tien was leaning against the wall, while the hot water ran through his body and soaked his hair. His thoughts were a whirlwind. Now that I think about it, I never had a real connection with anyone since I was a kid. I was always lonely, I barely lived with my parents, and ever since I joined the DxD group, my life hasn't stopped spinning, and it hasn't even been 2 months. He reflected on everything he'd been through. The battles, the encounters, the revelations, and yet now, for the first time, he felt truly alone. He'd won fights, yes. But when one ended, another, worse one, appeared. He could never breathe, he could never go on. I must become strong on my own. He murmured, his eyes closed. For me and only for me. Without noticing it at first, emerald flames began to emerge from one of his eyes, faint but intense, and for the first time in a long time, a strange satisfaction took hold of his chest. He left the bathroom, drying his hair, walking down the hall, still thinking silently, until, as he got close to his room, he stopped dead in his tracks. In front of the door stood Zenobia, dressed only in her underwear, looking around with obvious discomfort. When she saw him, she forced a nervous smile. Tien began to hyperventilate, brought his hand to his mouth, holding back a scream of panic, and quickened his pace, trying to pass her as if she didn't exist, but just when he thought he'd succeeded. She took his wrist. Tien froze, a chill ran through his body. Zenobia, noticing his fear, didn't try to look at him, she just lowered her head and spoke with a trembling voice. Zenobia. I'm sorry, I'm ashamed of what I did, I want you to forgive me. It's been so long since I felt something so close with someone. I wanted to feel loved again, but I didn't know how to act. I understand if you hate me, if you detest me, I just wanted for you to understand. He gently released her wrist. Tien didn't respond, he just walked into the room silently, the door closing behind him. Zenobia lowered her head even further until she felt a presence behind her. "You're Sererg. Sererg. Wow, you disappoint me," he said in his typical harsh and serious voice. Zenobia was startled and turned towards him. "Zenobia. You're also to blame," she answered him firmly. Sererg looked at her. "Sererg. Me? What did I do?" "Zenobia. It's because of you that I cheated on Issei in the past. And I don't want to make the same mistake again." He gave a slight sarcastic laugh. "Sererg. Don't blame me for your decisions, you weren't looking for love, just a casual encounter without commitment. When we received that news all you wanted was comfort, but deep down, you were only looking for pleasure." They both stared at each other intensely for a few seconds, and without saying anything else, they left for their rooms. Tien was already putting on his pajamas. He barely paid attention to the fact that Asia and Rias were lying on his bed, smiling at him in a flirtatious and mischievous way. They both wanted to cheer him up, pamper him, make him forget for a moment all the weight he was carrying, but he simply got into bed silently, completely ignoring their presence. They looked down, discouraged, and decided to get into bed with him, and they hugged him, but this time he didn't push them away. It was already very late at night. Tien was still awake, lying on his side, with his open eyes staring at the darkness of the ceiling. The silence surrounded him, but his mind was a chaos of thoughts. No matter how hard he tried to focus on his goal, the memory of what had happened with Zenobia wouldn't let go. She was beautiful, strong, innocent in her own way, but during that moment, there was something that froze his blood. At first it was nervousness, even a little excitement, but as everything became more intense, the only thing he felt was fear. Fear of seeing her transform into something he didn't expect, a monster devoured by desire. She was not the Zenobia he knew. He shuddered slightly at the memory. Then a warm hand gently touched hers, she flinched slightly and turned to her right. It was Rias. Leaning on her elbow, her hair loose and her eyes shining in the dim light coming through the window, she looked at him tenderly. "Rias? You can't sleep, right?" he asked in a soft voice, like a whisper in the night. Tien was slow to respond, just barely shaking his head. "Rias? I figured something had you like that," she said with a half smile, although concern was evident in her eyes. "Rias? Ever since you came back from showering, you've been distant." Tien swallowed. "Tien. I don't want to worry you, I just have a lot of things on my mind." "Rias? Does it have to do with Zenobia?" Tien looked at her surprised. Rias smiled sweetly. "Rias? It's not like I've heard any conversations, but the way you came out, the way Asia and I were rejected, it was obvious, something happened." Tien sighed, he didn't want Rias to misunderstand anything. "Tien. It wasn't her fault, Zenobia isn't bad, just I didn't expect to see her like that, it was too sudden, I wasn't prepared." Rias was silent for a moment, absorbing his words. "Rias? And you were afraid that I would too?" she asked in a soft tone, but with a slight hint of sadness. Tien looked at her. "Sorry." "Tien. No, with you it's different." He answered without hesitation. Rias moved a little closer, standing just inches from his face. "Rias? Then don't be afraid to let yourself be taken care of," he whispered, and without warning, his lips fell on Tien's. It was a soft, slow kiss, as if Rias didn't want to scare him, as if she just wanted to make him feel something good, even if it was just for a few seconds. Tien stood still, surprised by the gesture, his body tensed, but not because of rejection, but because of the unexpected. Rias slowly separated, keeping her forehead resting against his. "Rias? I'm not going to force you to do anything, I just wanted you to know that I'm here and that you don't have to carry everything alone." He looked at her, with a mixture of emotions in his chest. The memory of Zenobia was still there, hovering like a ghost, but this time it didn't seem so oppressive. Rias wasn't looking for possession or desire, she just wanted to be by his side. "Tien. Thanks." Rias caressed his face with an almost maternal tenderness and settled down on the bed beside him, hugging him gently from behind. "Rias. Sleep, Tien, tomorrow will be a new day," he whispered before closing his eyes, and for the first time in a long time, Tien felt like he could maybe not forget, but at least rest. Without knowing that Rias was pretending to sleep, and when she noticed that he was asleep, she opened her eyes and smiled in a macabre way, starting to whisper with those dark and horrible eyes. "Rias. Time passes and little by little I'm getting closer to you, Tien Tao Issei Hyoudou. I wish Asia wasn't here, she ruined my plan, stupid nun. For as long as I can remember, I was raised with a purpose. My stepsister, Griselda Quarta, was my guide, my light and my shadow. She had a last name that represented honor, strength, faith, and I had to live up to it. My days were filled with rigorous training, endless prayers, and the constant pressure of being a future wielder of a sacred sword. Griselda did it out of love, I know, but that didn't stop loneliness from becoming my most faithful companion, until I met her. Issei Hyoudou. With her smile, her warmth and her stubborn faith, she was my first friend. We trained together, grew up together, laughed together and fought like sisters. When we were assigned the mission to recover stolen sacred swords, we didn't hesitate. It was our duty. It was then that Durandal was entrusted to me. An imposing sword as wild as I am. And so we arrived in Kuo, Japan, where I met Marina's childhood best friend. Issei Hyoudou. A demon, weak in appearance, but a single glance at his aura was enough to know that he was not ordinary. He was the bearer of the celestial dragon, Draig's chosen one. I faced him and his partner, Kiba. I beat them, easily. But then, everything changed. The confrontation against Kakabiel, the fallen angel who revealed the most painful truth. God was dead. My beliefs, my purpose, everything shattered. I felt empty, lost. And it was he who gave me a new reason. Issei, despite his weakness, never stopped fighting, never gave up. His bravery fascinated me, intrigued me. I wanted to convince him to have children, powerful warriors. But Rias always appeared, interrupting me, stealing my every moment. I became his knight, I accepted him, it was my new reality. I met his family, his world, the underworld. Asia became an important friend to me. Her devotion to an absent god moved me. We slept next to Issei, we trained under Azazel. And every day that passed, he was different, better, stronger, more desirable. In every battle, I feared losing him, against Loki's children, against Loki himself, against enemies that defied logic. I saw Issei come close to death more times than my heart could bear, and yet, he always smiled, he always came back. When he held Mjolnir, I couldn't help but smile. He was my hero. More battles came, Kyoto, Yasaka, the leader of the Yokai, another one who joined the harem, then the raiding game against Sererg. Kaneko entered her mating season and she woke up next to Issei, Kuroka too. And I was boiling inside. I wanted to be her. I wanted to be them. I wanted to be the one he would hug when he woke up. Then came the promotion test alongside Akeno, Kiba and Issei. And finally, death. Issei died. And with him a part of me. I broke. All my strength, all my faith, all my pride. They were of no use against the pain of losing him. But he returned, thanks to Office and Great Red, with a new body, with new strength. He was more than human, more than demon. I saw him take on Trihexa, I saw him stop Rizavam, I saw him become a pillar for this world. And then the news. The lie that destroyed me. I sought to forget. Sererg was my escape, my punishment, my pain. But when I found out the truth, everything fell apart. I couldn't forgive myself, not after I doubted, not after I gave up, not after I was weak. Now. I know Tien. He's not Issei. But there's something about him, something different, something that moves me. I don't want to make the same mistakes, I don't want to let go of what could be real. Maybe this time I'll be the one who wakes up next to someone. Maybe this time. I deserve to be happy too. If I don't have Issei, I have Tien. And when peace seemed real. It was a silent dawn, the room was completely dark, lit only by the soft flame of some candles flickering on the nightstand. The atmosphere smelled of soft incense and roses, and Hex, Rossweisse was there, but not fully conscious. Something didn't fit, she didn't feel in control of herself. She was on a bed, on it was Tien, completely naked, his face red, sweaty, with his lips half open as he whimpered broken words. Tien. Softer Ross, not as loud. She, above him, could only smile, with an expression of absolute pleasure and a happiness she had never experienced. Her body moved by instinct, but her heart beat with love, or so she thought. Finally she had him, finally she could touch him, make him hers, and he did not resist. But the moment was suddenly broken. Tien, with a strength he didn't seem to have, pushed her and changed positions. He was on top, holding her by the wrists, his face, once sweet, became somber, twisted. Tien. Isn't it fun? He said with a disturbing smile, which showed more teeth than joy. Tien. Playing with people's feelings, pretending to love them and then leaving them in pieces. Rossweisse felt an icy chill run down her spine. That wasn't her Tien, that wasn't him. Rossweisse. What are you saying? She whispered in fear. Tien let out a bitter laugh and lifted her own hair, covering only her right eye. Her smile was still there, completely broken. Tien. You, Rossweisse, are a pathetic woman. Did you really think someone like me could love you? Disgusting people like you only deserve one thing, death. Rossweisse screamed in despair, kicked him with all her might, and covered her body with a sheet as she ran out of the room. The hallway distorted, the walls lengthened, everything was unreal, a nightmare made flesh. And without warning. The place changed. Now he was on the same battlefield where Issei Hyoudou had died. The blood, the smoke and the dead feeling permeated everything. He turned around looking for a way out, a reason, and then he saw it. A shadow formed by red smoke appeared in front of her, a shapeless figure, but with a terrifying presence. From within it came a familiar, but distorted voice. Because of you I suffered, because of you I lived through hell, because of you I died. The shadow reached out a hand towards her. Rossweisse wanted to run, to disappear, but she couldn't move, her body was shaking, her eyes were crying, her mind was begging to wake up. The shadow began to slowly disintegrate. First the skin, then the flesh, and finally the bones that fell like ashes. When he blinked again, he was no longer on the battlefield. Now she was in a white room, like an empty dimension. In front of her, a version of herself was kneeling, defeated, and in front of that Rossweisse was him Tien. He spoke coldly, she couldn't hear, but his face betrayed him, with that empty expression that breaks souls. Tien. You were always a tool for my destiny, I never cared about you. Rossweisse's heart cracked like glass, her lips parted, but no words came out, she only saw how Tien smiled once more and raised his arm, as if he was going to crush the head of the other kneeling Rossweisse. As the arm came down with force, Rossweisse woke up suddenly. His body was sweaty, his face soaked, his eyes wide open, his chest rising and falling, racing, he didn't understand anything, he couldn't understand it. But then he heard voices. Kuroka. Would this skirt look good on you, Naya? Irina. Kuroka-san, don't tell Rossweisse like that. Kuroka. I just want her to look cute. Isabelle agrees too. Kaneko. I say you try this dress on, don't you think? Kuroka. Yeah, let's all try on something hexy. Rossweisse turned around, confused, and noticed that she was sitting on the floor of the Tar Residence's closet. Kuroka, Kaneko, Irina and Isabelle were around her, choosing clothes and talking about fashion. It seemed as if nothing had happened, as if it had all been a bad dream. But Rossweisse didn't quite believe it, she could still feel the cold of those words, the contempt in that look, and the echo of her broken heart. She pretended to smile. But inside. I felt like what I had dreamed had been too real to be just a dream. Rossweisse slowly changed in front of the mirror, while the girls laughed and chatted about what kind of lingerie was the most provocative. Kuroka mischievously bent down and showed off a sheer set with black lace, saying that it would leave any man wanting more. Irina, between blushing and smiling, suggested that pure white could be more effective if the goal was to look like an innocent wife. Isabelle, with her refined style, proposed something more elegant, with a scarlet corset that fitted the body. Kaneko. And what do you think, Rossweisse? Kaneko asked in her neutral tone, but attentive to the expression of her companion. Rossweisse, already with her bra half adjusted, she let out a short and somewhat forced laugh. Rossweisse. I think you don't need to look like a prostitute to win a man's heart. She replied with a tired smile, slowly adjusting her skirt. Rossweisse. Especially if that man is worth that much. But even with his words, his eyes didn't shine, his mind still trapped in that nightmare, that vision, that premonition. His soul was tense, and his thoughts revolved around a single name. Tien. The loud bang echoed from outside, the other girls didn't even flinch. Rossweisse, intrigued, looked out the window and her heart instantly fluttered. Tien was on the ground, sweaty, covered in dirt and panting, as he stood up with effort, and in front of him, in attack position, was Sekiryuutei, the lion warrior, with his usual intense gaze, launching another attack that made Tien retreat. For a moment, Rossweisse smiled at the sight of her beloved moving, so alive, so human, so him, but when she identified the opponent, her expression fell. Rossweisse. Why is he training with Sekiryuutei? He asked the heir, turning to face the girls while still in only his underwear. Kuroka. Tien woke up early. Kuroka replied in an indifferent tone, stretching out like a cat. Kuroka. We didn't even notice when he came out. Razor and Sekiryuutei were talking to him in the garden. Irina. Yes. Irina added, adjusting a bow in her hair. Irina. And when we saw him, they were already training. He didn't say anything, he just acted. Rossweisse eyed, grabbed a white blouse and quickly put it on, not worrying too much about the details. She left the room. As she walked towards the kitchen, she couldn't stop thinking about that difference, that contrast. The Tien in the dream was cruel, insensitive, almost inhuman, but the real Tien, he looked so passionate, so focused. How could a mind create such a distorted image of the man it loved? When he arrived at the living room, the first thing he noticed was Zenobia, sitting on the sofa with her head down, saying nothing, not moving, the cross around her neck hanging loosely from her hand. Rossweisse felt a pang in her chest, but didn't say a word, continuing into the kitchen. Upon opening the door, the atmosphere was almost sharp. Rias, Akeno, Ravel, Sona, Tsubaki and Grafia were gathered around the table, but it was not a simple breakfast chat. Akeno. You can't just decide who can approach Tien and who can't. Akeno raised her voice, her expression hurt and stern. Akeno. You already did it with Vali, and now with Zenobia, what's next, Rias? Are you going to ask me not to speak to her either? Rias. You don't understand. Rias replied, her voice filled with suppressed rage. Rias. Vali was about to hurt him, about to hit him uncontrollably, and Zenobia, she's unstable, after what happened, I don't want her to. Sona. You don't want anyone to touch it but yourself. Sona interrupted, her tone critical but firm. Braifia. No offense Oju-sama, you're acting like a jealous child. Braifia muttered in an icy tone. Braifia. And if you continue like this, you're going to lose him, Rias-sama. Rias gritted her teeth, her hands trembling. Rias. You don't understand, Tien isn't the same as before, there's something about him that changes every day, and I don't know if I can continue to trust that he'll still be our Tien. Rossweisse felt a chill, that phrase it was identical to the beginning of her nightmare. He's not the same as before. Insecurity gripped her chest like an invisible claw. What if that dream was a warning? What if he really did change? What if he one day stopped loving them? What if he no longer saw her as valuable? He clenched his fists. No, she wasn't going to let fear win, but she wasn't going to sit idly by either. If she had to fight for her place in Tien's heart she would do it, even if she had to face Rias, Akeno, everyone, even herself. Rossweisse stood with a steaming cup of coffee in her hands, watching intently through the sliding glass door. A few meters away, in the garden, Tien moved nimbly between Sekiryuutei's powerful attacks, each movement was like a dance between strength and speed. Rossweisse. Sometimes I wonder if he's really made of flesh and blood. Rossweisse muttered, more to herself than anyone else. Akeno. You're not the only one who thinks so. Akeno replied, having just approached with her own cup, standing next to him, elegant, sensual even in something as simple as drinking coffee. Akeno. And then they say we're the ones who are exaggerating. Both of them stared in silence for a few seconds, while Tien narrowly dodged a downward blow from Sekiryuutei, used his hand as support on the grass, spun on his arm, and launched an upward kick directly at the Bale noble's face, making him retreat. Sekiryuutei smiled approvingly, not losing an ounce of his warrior pride. Rossweisse. It's progressing too fast. Rossweisse commented, looking down at her coffee. Akeno. Much more than anyone would expect. Akeno took a sip, then glanced at her companion. Akeno. Although some don't want anyone but them to notice that. Rossweisse knew exactly who he was talking about. Rias. What happened with Rias was too much, does she really think she can isolate Tien from the others just because she's afraid of losing him? Akeno. To Merlo no, Rossweisse-san. Akeno replied with a crooked smile. Akeno. He already feels that way, he thinks he's losing him little by little, that's why he acts so possessive. It's funny, we're supposed to be a harem, but every day it seems more like a silent war to see who can be alone with him. Rossweisse clenched her jaw. Rossweisse. And with Zenobia it was a limit, she is still upset about what happened. Akeno looked down for a moment. Akeno. Yeah, almost raping him was unforgivable, but not letting her get close won't help either, she's avoiding him like he's a threat, and he doesn't hold a grudge, but he doesn't look at her the same way either. Rossweisse. You have changed. Rossweisse added, as if thinking out loud. Rossweisse. I remember when he arrived he was somewhere between skinny and barely ripped, and now. Just then, Tien tried to land a swift punch, but Sekiryuutei ducked, caught him above his neck, and spun him around in the air, slamming him hard into the grass. Tien's body bounced slightly, and Rossweisse clutched the cup with both hands upon seeing that. Rossweisse. That brute. Who trains someone who has just awakened the full use of booster gear like that? She grumbled, visibly annoyed. Akeno. Calm down, it's okay. Akeno said with a small giggle. Akeno. Tien likes that kind of training, it makes him better and stronger. In the garden, Sekiryuutei offered his hand to Tien to lift him up, while Tien smiled with a mixture of tiredness and pain. And just as Rossweisse was about to reply a pair of warm and daring hands landed on her breasts from behind. Rossweisse. Eh? The Valkyrie exclaimed, choking on her coffee as a feline tail playfully wrapped around her waist. Kuroka. When did you get so firm, Ross-chan? Kuroka whispered, licking her lips as she shamelessly squeezed Rossweisse's breasts. Kuroka. And you, Akeno, always so gentle, like warm milk and sweet poison at the same time. Akeno just sighed, as if she was already used to the Nekomata's outbursts. Akeno. Kuroka, again with this? Kuroka. Nah, I'm just checking out the competition. Kuroka said between mischievous giggles, bringing her face between them while squeezing Rossweisse's breasts and caressing Akeno's waist. Kuroka. Imagine you two and me, the three of us pampering Tien after a hard day of training, it would be a perfect reward for behaving well. Rossweisse was completely red, somewhere between impressed and bewildered. Rossweisse. What are you saying? That's indecent. Kuroka smiled mischievously, sliding her tongue over her lips. Kuroka. And you, Ross-chan, you would be the most fun of the three, you act shy, but you would go wild in bed, nah. Akeno, with a half smile and a narrowed gaze, murmured. Akeno. Don't give her any ideas, Kuroka, if she keeps pressing that cup, she'll break it. Rossweisse looked outside, watching Tien as she prepared for another exchange of blows with Sekiryuutei, her chest pounding, not just from the innuendos, but from a growing need to be noticed, to be seen and loved. And if one part of her wanted it sweetly, the other was beginning to wonder if she shouldn't be a little more daring, like Kuroka. Just a little. Rossweisse sat in her room, a cup of tea that had cooled down a while ago, lost in thought, on her lap. Kuroka, in her cat form, slept peacefully with her face buried in her breasts, as if she were the ultimate heavenly pillow, a constant purr escaping from her throat, as if Ross's warmth guaranteed her sweet dreams. The Valkyrie, however, did not share the tranquility, her violet eyes were fixed on nothingness, her mind trapped in a clear image. Tien's smile, that silly, honest, lively smile so similar to his, always Issei. Flashback. Since I was little, my grandmother had told me stories of knights and princesses, of kingdoms and battles, but above all, of love, stories about a brave prince who would fight against dragons and gods to protect his princess, stories that filled my little girl's heart with hope and later, tortured me. During my training as a Valkyrie, I strived to be the best, to become worthy of that fairy tale prince, but with each victory, with each promotion, the void grew larger, the prince never arrived, and what did arrive were the whispers and taunts. There goes the spinster Valkyrie. One day, finally, someone appeared but he wasn't a prince, he was an idiot, a perverted boy, overenthusiastic and without an ounce of shame. Issei Hyoudou. At first, I hated him, how could someone like him be part of the supernatural world? But little by little, she began to see him with different eyes. He was noble, loyal, honest, and although he looked at her breasts shamelessly, he did so with the same love he had for his loved ones. It was with him that she walked, with him that he taught her that she didn't need to be rescued, that she could be loved just as she was. And then the blow, the news that left her frozen, her heart, which had barely begun to beat strongly, froze. She sought comfort in the arms of Sekiryuutei, where she found everything she didn't want but needed. Passion, sweat, panting. I could still remember those nights. Rossweisse. On Sekiryuutei. She remembered, blushing, his firmness, his rudeness, his way of touching her hips, as if they were her private property, his fingers marking her skin, his lips losing themselves between her breasts, a shared lust that made her forget, even if it was only for a few hours. But reality always returns, another piece of news, another blow, this time fatal, his world fell apart, his purpose, his faith, everything vanished. Years passed. Long, bitter, sad until he arrived. Tien. At first, he was just another boy, another member of the club with a lost face, but with time she began to see him differently, his smile disarmed her, his words caressed her, his nobility made her burn inside, and now Tien was her new meaning of life, her driving force, her man, the one she would never stop protecting or wanting. He looked out the window, outside, Tien was being carried like a sack of potatoes by Kiba, who was laughing amusedly, with spirals in his eyes and his tongue hanging out from exhaustion. Around him, Razor talked as if he were at a cocktail party, carefree. Volley remained serious but clearly bored. Sekiryuutei was giving orders firmly, and Saji was laughing so loud that it could be heard inside. Rossweisse smiled just as Kuroka, half asleep, slipped between her breasts and settled between them again, as if it were her nest. The Valkyrie sighed, resigned, stroking her little head. And then, that memory came back. The dream. He was on top of her, kissing her neck, marking her skin with fire, their bodies colliding with a frenetic rhythm, his defined torso shining with sweat, his voice panting her name. Tien. Red SS. Why the hell did that dream seem so real? But what shocked her most wasn't the erotic but the darkness. Tien acted like a soulless man, unhinged, wild. Even so, her body reacted with desire, but her soul shuddered. Rossweisse. No, I don't like that, Tien. I want you to be strong, brave, but not a psychopath. He clutched his arms to his chest, causing Kuroka to let out a small sigh of annoyance. Rossweisse. Although if I have to be your sanity, I will be. He said, with a loving smile. Rossweisse. And if I have to make you mine so you don't get lost, I'll do that too. And there, between memories and the soft breathing of a happy Nekomata, Rossweisse decided that no matter if the world burned, she would protect Tien, and if to do so, she had to tear the head off whoever got in the way, she would do it with a smile. Tien was lying completely calm on Irina's legs, his head resting on her lap, as if it were a heavenly cloud. The angel fell into a trance between tenderness and tranquility, delicately caressing the boy's hair, while a soft smile decorated her face. Although he was covered in sweat and dirt from training, he didn't care. In fact, he seemed to enjoy that closeness, so much so that he didn't let him move an inch. On the couch in front of them, the scene was worthy of a supernatural soap opera. Razor Phoenix, with all his characteristic impudence, had Yubaluna sitting on his lap, shamelessly caressing her rear while whispering things in her ear. She just laughed flirtatiously, without resisting, enjoying the moment as if there was no one else in the room. Kiba, elegant as always, shared a quiet cup of tea with Tsubaki, leaning against his wife's shoulder, enjoying the atmosphere between silences and soft words, far removed from the emotional whirlwind that swirled around them. Rias, on the other hand, was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. She couldn't take her eyes off Tien, but every now and then she would look towards Irina and the shameless couple at her side, her eyes blazing with jealousy, as if she was about to set off a magic circle over Razor's and Euboluna's rear ends. The Keno, of course, just laughed. That sweet and dangerous laugh of hers gave her away. Every so often she glanced at Tien, and then at the fiery couple in front of her, clearly imagining scenes where she was in Euboluna's place, but with a somewhat more daring Tien. The electricity in her aura crackled slightly, as if her body was excited just thinking about it. Kaneko, transformed into her cat form, purred softly asleep on Tien's abdomen, her cat tail waving slightly, as if even in dreams she was marking her territory. Inside Tien's mind, however, another battle was being fought. He wasn't as asleep as everyone thought. In fact, he was conversing. Issei. You gotta work those muscles, kid, when you activate your balance breaker, you gotta hold on longer, think about the girls in your future harem. Tien sighed mentally. Tien. I don't do it just for women. Issei. Lie. Admit that you dream of a scene where you and all of them are in bikinis. Tien blushed mentally, but she wouldn't deny it completely. Just then, Rossweisse came down the stairs with Kuroka, still in her cat form, clinging to her breasts, as if they were her personal refuge. The Valkyrie tried to discreetly remove her from there, but the cat clung to her clothes, as if she were a larger tick. Rossweisse. Yumi resigned. He murmured with a surrendered smile. Upon reaching the living room, Irina, without stopping caressing Tien, believing that he was sleeping soundly, responded to Ross's curious look. Irina. He's fine, just very tired, his muscles are so tense, poor thing. Rossweisse nodded, a little calmer, and went to the kitchen to leave her cup, but there, she came across something unexpected. Graphia Lucifuge sat looking at a small photograph with a melancholic expression. Hearing Ross's words, she jumped slightly and quickly hid the image, discreetly wiping away her tears. Graphia, oh hello Rossweisse. Rossweisse? Graphia, are you okay? He asked gently, placing the cup on the counter. The Ice Queen just nodded, although she was clearly fighting back her own tears. Ross patted him gently on the back. Rossweisse. Tonight, when everyone is asleep, I have some bottles of wine hidden away. Shall we chat a little? Graphia hesitated, but then nodded with a small smile. Graphia. I would love to. Back in the living room, Rossweisse stopped in her tracks as she watched Razor now passionately kiss Eubeluna while keeping one hand firmly on her rear. Rossweisse. What the hell is wrong with that arrogant little rooster? She thought to herself, uncomfortable, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Rias kept her eyes on Tien, but the scene of the phoenix and the witch only increased her annoyance. Akeno, meanwhile, just sighed and muttered between laughs. Akeno. If Tien touched me like that, oh, I wouldn't play hard to get. Irina, trying to maintain her angelic composure, couldn't help but look at Razor and Eubeluna with discomfort. She was red as a tomato, but she refused to leave Tien. And he was still asleep with a slight smile while inside his head, Issei was screaming. Issei. Come on, kid. Get up and train. Everyone's butt isn't going to protect itself. Night had fallen over the original universe like a silent damp blanket. The castle was plunged into a deep sleep, or so it seemed. In the girls' shared room, the atmosphere was warm, calm, almost deceptively peaceful. Rossweisse lay staring at the ceiling with a tired sigh, her translucent white robe barely covering her black lace underwear. She couldn't sleep. Something was fluttering inside her, maybe tiredness, maybe need, maybe both. His eyes widened a little when he noticed Graphia wasn't in his bed, neither were Rias, Akeno, Irina, or Kaneko. Rossweisse? Shit. She whispered to herself, sitting up quietly. She walked silently down the hall, her hips outlined by the soft fall of her robe, and her thighs tense with each step. Even though she wanted to ignore it, the fire boiling inside her wasn't just curiosity, it was desire and ill-disguised jealousy. She passed by the door of Tien's room and couldn't help but take a look. What she saw made her grit her teeth. There he was, peacefully asleep, fully clothed, but surrounded by 4 completely naked women, Rias with her leg draped over his waist. Akeno was practically wrapped around his arm with a smile that said, I've got him to myself tonight. Kaneko, still in her Nico form, purred while cuddled around his neck, while Irina snuggled up against his chest, as if he were her most prized possession. Rossweisse? Sons of bitches. Rossweisse muttered softly, feeling a pang in her chest. Rossweisse? And what about me? The group's babysitter. He thought bitterly as he turned away with a snort. She continued to the living room, but something stopped her. A dim light in the kitchen, she approached, and there she was, Graphia. Breast only in an open robe that revealed her perfect curved mature breasts, with a beauty that still hurt, with a glass of wine in one hand and her eyes filled with silent tears. Rossweisse? You didn't say it would be an emotional reunion. Rossweisse joked to break the ice. Graphia barely smiled, but handed her another glass. Graphia? You're late. he said in a hoarse voice. Without saying anything else, they sat at the small table. The bottle of wine was soon empty, then another and another. The words began to flow. Rossweisse talked about how unbearable Rias was lately, as if she owned Tien. Grafia complained about Ikeno, how she was back to being the libidinous and opportunistic woman she hated so much. Kuroka, Tsubaki, even Irina, they had all changed. Rossweisse. And that idiot Razor groping Ubeluna again like she's his luxury boar in the middle of the living room, in front of everyone. What the hell is that idiot thinking? Rossweisse grunted, gulping down her drink. Grafia. Serzich's was the same. A damn hypocrite, they're all the same. Rossweisse looked at her, the image of Issei crossing her mind. Rossweisse. Strange, that perverted idiot, despite everything, always looked at me as a woman. Grafia. Tien does it too, but it's not him yet, although in bed, he might even be better. His moans would be pure gold. Rossweisse. Shit, Grafia, don't say that. Rossweisse laughed, but a faint blush tinged her cheeks. Grafia. So what? Admit it, you too want to ride that brat dry, screaming your name. Rossweisse didn't answer, she just raised her eyebrow and smiled, a dangerous smile. Rossweisse. Maybe so. Both burst out laughing, between giggles, intense looks and increasingly dirty words. The conversation went completely off track. Rossweisse. Can you imagine Tien between the two of us? Rossweisse said, licking the rim of her glass. Grafia. Moaning, asking for more, begging us not to let him finish. Grafia whispered hoarsely. In an instant, their lips met, a wild, hungry kiss, full of pent-up desire. The glasses fell to the floor, and the wine stained the wood. The robes flew through the air, and without realizing it, they were both naked, moaning and touching each other in desperation. The kitchen wasn't enough, they reached a guest room, knocking things over as they went, laughter mixed with gasps, and the words became indecent. Grafia. Shit, Ross, he's still there. Rossweisse. Touch me harder, Grafia, holy shit. Grafia. Tell me I'm better than Rias, tell me. Rossweisse. You're my queen, only you. Boys, fluids, muffled screams, pleasure enveloped them until, exhausted, they fell asleep, embracing each other, their bodies intertwined, and the sheet serving as little more than an excuse to cover up their unleashed lust. Azazel walked with Irina, Kaneko, Kuroka and Tsubaki down the hallway, picking up pieces of underwear scattered on the floor. Azazel. No way is that Rossweisse's thong. Azazel said, blushing. Irina. And that robe is Grafia's. Irina added. Tsubaki. Maybe they were trying on clothes. Tsubaki commented, unsure. Kuroka. At 3 in the morning. Well, they're throwing panties all over the bucking house. Kuroka mocked between laughs. Kuroka. Are you implying that? Kaneko started, red. Kuroka. They had hex, Kaneko-chan. And in the process, they performed a lesbian ritual to invoke eternal pleasure. As they reached the guest room and opened the door, everyone froze. The bed was torn apart, sheets stained with fluids, empty bottles, a pair of dildos lying around, one with lights, one demonic in shape, and in the center, cuddled, completely naked, Grafia and Rossweisse were fast asleep, their bodies still glistening with sweat, one leg between the other, and a satisfied smile on their lips. Irina. Holy shit. Irina whispered. Kuroka crossed her arms and said triumphantly. Kuroka. I told them they had screwed each other, pay what we bet, Kaneko. Kaneko was so red she looked like a fried tomato. Kaneko. That's a lie, I can't see this. I'm going to burn my eyes. He screamed, covering his face. Kuroka. What if we repay them with a threesome with Tien? Kuroka suggested, half jokingly half seriously. The others didn't respond. They just stood there watching the scene, with a mixture of shock, shame and, in some cases, murderous jealousy. The aroma of freshly made breakfast mingled with a thick, almost suffocating tension. The atmosphere was thick with discomfort except for Kuroka, who had a mischievous smile while licking a spoonful of honey, as if she were watching her favorite series. Everyone was seated around the long dining table in the Ta mansion. The food looked spectacular, but no one dared to make the first move. The reason? 2 very voluptuous reasons. Grafia wire Rossweisse. They were both standing in front of the kitchen, supposedly finishing serving, only they were doing so well sensually playing with each other, rubbing their breasts together, wearing only nightgowns open to the waist, and small ace thongs that left very little to the imagination. Grafia, with her cold and perfect voice, said to Rossweisse while hugging her from behind. Grafia. Dear, are you sure the coffee needs more sugar? He asked as he slipped a hand into the Valkyrie's cleavage, who gasped slightly and nodded. Rossweisse tried to maintain her composure, but her cheeks were flushed and her legs trembled with every touch the stronger queen gave her. Razor. I'm not that degenerate either. Razor muttered with a sigh as he looked to the side with a red face. Ubeluna and the other 2 maids looked at him out of the corner of their eyes and began taking mental notes. Lesbian fetishes, public teasing, lace thongs, understood. Sererg, who was holding a 60-kilogram steel weight in one hand, gripped it tightly and muttered. Sererg. I just wanted to have breakfast in peace, damn it. Bali, sitting near Tien, couldn't take his eyes off the screen of the cell phone he had stolen from him without permission, his eyes barely moving between the screen and the show. He watched news from this world. Bali. I hope this doesn't end in nonsense. He commented in a low voice while lowering the brightness of his cell phone so as not to give himself away. Saji was trying to have a civilized conversation with Sona and Ravel, but he kept throwing uncomfortable glances at the kitchen. Saji. I don't know if this excites me or destroys me morally. He muttered nervously as Ravel nudged him. Ravel. Concentrate, idiot. Tiba had his eyes closed, mentally praying, this isn't happening, but it was happening, and his noble knight soul was on the verge of collapse. Tsubaki, on the other hand, smiled mischievously. She looked at her husband tenderly and thought. Tsubaki. I'll give him a good reward tonight, he deserves it just for enduring this without drooling. The kendo giggled through her teeth as she ate her breakfast with one hand and played with her fork with the other, her face a perfect mix of amusement and tension, she was barely holding back. The kendo. What a peculiar way to make toast. He said sarcastically, his eyes darting from one butt to the other. Rias was pale, almost trembling from discomfort, her teaspoon trembled in her hands, she couldn't take her eyes off Tien, who, to her despair, was completely absorbed thinking. Rias. Will you stop ignoring me? Rias mentally yelled at him, but he didn't listen, or didn't want to listen. Zenobia, for her part, had a piece of toast in her mouth, but she was chewing it like a robot, her gaze fixed, very fixed, on the butts bouncing to the rhythm of each flirtatious step of Grafia and Rossweisse. Zenobia. Those buttocks are a weapon of mass destruction. He muttered as a thread of saliva slid down the corner of his mouth, meanwhile, in his mind, Tien said. Tien. So, Issei, if I combine boost with penetrate, I can break through any barrier? I already knew that though. Issei's voice calmly replied. Issei. Yes, but be careful, if you do that with a weak heart, you can self-destruct or ejaculate in half a second. Tien. Was that last part necessary? Issei. Of course. It's me, idiot. What did you expect? Besides, who has two queens licking each other's nipples in front of the whole group? Tien came back to her senses for a moment just as Rossweisse let out a soft moan and Grafia slowly licked her neck while saying. Grafia. Anyone want some natural milk? A shower of drool and blood from nosebleeds fell onto the table. Rias. Bucking mother, this is too much. Rias screamed, standing up suddenly, throwing her teacup to the floor. Everyone looked at her. Rias. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? We're having a normal breakfast, buck you. Grafia. Tranquil, Rias-chan. Grafia said in a provocative tone as she ran her tongue over her lips. Grafia. We just wanted to get Tien-sama's attention. Zenobia. Well, don't do it to your bucking tits. Zenobia shouted, also standing up. Zenobia. I wanted to talk to Tien for a while, and you. Bekeno. And why didn't you do it, you insecure brat? Bekeno replied with a poisonous smile. Bekeno. Oh, right. Because your legs shake every time he looks at you. Zenobia threw a knife, which stuck into the wall next to Akeno. Zenobia. There's a bucking line and you crossed it. Hiroka giggled like a little girl, wagging her tail from side to side. Hiroka. Ah, this breakfast is better than any porn. Bali raised his cell phone without shame, without looking at anyone. Bali. I'm fed up with this. Does anyone want to make them shut up? Tien, who was still half absent, finally stood up and raised his voice. Tien. Enough. Who's stealing my cell phone, who's doing indecent things in public, and why does my coffee have milk on it? Everyone fell silent. Bali returned the cell phone. Grafia winked at him. Rossweisse mumbled a sorry as she squeezed her thighs together. Rias breathed heavily, her breasts rising and falling furiously. Then Kuroka, without any shame, raised her glass. Kuroka. Here's to a breakfast full of drama, boobs, and trauma. Everyone, except Rias and Tien, ended up raising their glasses in resignation. Tien left the dining room with a grimace, almost trembling, the air burning her chest, seeing Grafia and Rossweisse literally heating up their cereal with those half-open robes and without a bra, moving as if they were part of an adult lesbian show in the middle of breakfast. It was too much. Tien. Holy shit, what the hell was that? He muttered to himself, his face red and confused. Even so, he couldn't help but think, they weren't like that before. When he met them they were totally different. There was a strange discomfort that made him nervous. He could see that some of them couldn't stand each other, more so between women against men. They couldn't even talk to each other. Over time he lived with each one without making anyone uncomfortable, nor did he have any choice, apart from that. And honestly he didn't know what they were doing there, but for now it's the least of it, according to Issei. But a while ago they started to be more expressive and sincere with him. They kept making a scene every morning, playing a game, going out to buy, but ending in a big battle, and unleashing the power of the Sekiryuutei. A bad experience with Volley, a fight with Graphia's brother, without expecting him to be in this universe, fighting a dragon, exterminating a giant bat to end up unable to move, hitting a wolf on steroids still hurt, and surprisingly coming out alive. And finally receiving a turbo beating from Sererg, listening to Razor's reason for being, many things, and little by little, everyone was letting go until now. That honestly seeing two heterosexual women walking around affectionately is not very normal, but now they are free to express themselves. Maybe now they really act like they really are, as if they had taken off a damn chain. That thought made him smile with a little pride, although he still felt his heart beating, as if a lightning bolt had been shot up his ass. He climbed the stairs slowly, wanting to lock himself in his room and calm his mind with something more peaceful. But just before he arrived, something froze him. In the sliding glass door leading to the garden, there was something small, a white figure. A bat, but not just any bat. He was completely albino, with eyes as black as death itself. His gaze was icy, penetrating, as if he were judging her soul. He had that same cursed aura as the one they faced a long time ago, although this one was smaller, a baby. And yet, fear stabbed into his chest. The bat suddenly took flight, still staring at him. Tien took a step back, trembling, his breathing became erratic, and his mind began to race, meaningless words coming out of his mouth. Tien. Wing's white gaze. He is close, young. It is not normal. He sees us. He sees us. Graphia. Mr. Sama. Graphia appeared, flirtatiously coming out with her robe askew, kiss marks on her neck and a little smile of, I'll make you mine later, but seeing Tien pale, still, with his lips murmuring things incoherently, she got truly scared. He approached her quickly, taking her face in both hands. Graphia. Hey, look at me, baby. What did you see? What's wrong? Tien didn't listen to her until his eyes focused on her. Only one word came out clearly from his lips. Tien. Bad white. Graphia froze. Graphia. Shit. In a second his face changed. He summoned a huge magic circle on the ground. A barrier surrounded the entire house. The energy felt like a buzz in the air. In the dining room, everyone noticed it instantly. Zenobia. What the hell? Zenobia screamed, almost dropping the fork she was eating a pancake with. The Keno. Are they attacking us? The Keno asked as she jumped up, causing her robe to open dangerously. Shui, who was in front of her, simply looked at her and said. Shui. I swear that if we die today, I at least want to touch Razor Sama. Ravel. You're a bucking lunatic. Ravel shouted angrily. Shui. And you are a repressed non-virgin. Ravel. Shut up, bitch. Shui. You bitch, shorty. And this lack of respect for the tremendous woman who is Ravel's mother. Kaneko jumped onto the table with a cookie in her mouth, completely serious. Kaneko. What's going on? Razor crossed his arms, while Yubaluna smoothed his hair. Razor. One can no longer have breakfast in peace, first lust, and now this what I have to endure. Sererg clenched his fists, even his weight was on the floor. Sererg. That field Graphia placed it, we should see just in case. Saji gulped, hugging Sona and Ravel while thinking, I hope they don't cut off my balls if something explodes. Everyone gathered in the living room, where Graphia had taken Tien. He was already a little more conscious, although he was still sweating. Graphia. Listen everyone, no one, absolutely no one, leaves this house for the next 24 hours. If I see anyone cross the barrier, I myself will knock their butt off with a whip, understood? Rias. What the hell is going on now? Rias shouted, frustrated and overly annoyed with interruption after interruption of her breakfast. Graphia looked at her. Graphia. Tien saw one of them. The silence became so heavy that it could be cut with a razor. Tiba. One of what? Tiba asked, confused while scratching his head. Graphia. A white bat, like the one from the previous attack where we were trapped, but this one was a baby, and if a baby can get here it means it's closer. Bali. Is it okay? Bali said, with an expression of fury he didn't show often. Graphia nodded with her lips pursed. Graphia. And if Rizavam is watching us it's because he plans to attack us, or worse. Play with us. Bali clicked his tongue, as he looked at Tien with suppressed anger. Bali. That bastard isn't coming near you, I swear on my damn bloodline. Graphia stood up, giving everyone one last look. Graphia. Stay alert this time, we're not talking about a simple enemy, we're talking about someone who enjoys destroying from within. Tien just stared at the ceiling, his heart beating like crazy. And in the sky, flying among the clouds, a white figure laughed like a sick child while dropping black petals from its wings. What could have been and what you chose to be. The atmosphere was thick, dense, as if a storm was about to break out inside the house. Everyone present, Rias, Akeno, Zenobia, Rossweisse, Grafia, Razor, Ubaluna, Shui, Isabel, Saraerd, Kuroka, Kiba, Tsubaki, Sona, Ravel, Kaneko, Asia, Irina, Saji. They argued heatedly about the presence of the white bat pup. The debate was tense, full of frustration and paranoia. Sona. What if he was always here? Sona said, in a cold tone, arms crossed. Sona. It would be a very serious failure in our own security management. Kiba. Or maybe they sent him after Tien disfigured his mother. Kiba added, quietly looking sideways at Tsubaki. Rossweisse, who minutes before was laughing, sensual and shameless with Grafia, now just watched in silence, leaning against the sliding door. The change of environment hurt her more than she would admit. Rias, with a furrowed forehead, analyzed the situation looking for a definitive solution, while Vali, with his typical disinterested attitude, said as if nothing had happened. Vali. Stop racking your brains, just kill all those damn bugs, problem solved. Rias. It's not that simple, you idiot on steroids. Rias scolded him with a glare. Rias. If we eliminate one, more will come. This is a bigger problem, not just a visit. The tension rose instantly. Vali didn't stay silent, he responded with the same verbal violence, and soon everyone was shouting at each other. Even Asia, who was normally the embodiment of sweetness, raised her voice unintentionally. While below the verbal war broke out, above, everything was darkness. Tien was in his room, barely illuminated by the dim glow of a spotlight. His eyes watched a syringe he was making, while in his mind Issei's voice spoke to him, like a teacher guiding his disciple. Issei. Perfect, this is what we were looking for. Power change, this will allow us to obtain someone's power in exchange for a part of our own. He remembered that conversation, it had happened a long time ago before everything got out of control. Issei. If we use this with Vali, it will be perfect. He is better than you at almost everything, so it will be beneficial. Tien closed his eyes and listened to every word as if it were tattooing his soul. Issei. We need Rasaka's fang, the one you have. He opened his eyes, and there it was, on the armrest of the chair, untouched, waiting, his trophy, his first kill, his first step towards the abyss. Tien. My memory for killing my first enemy. Tien whispered, touching him softly and nostalgically as he remembered his first battle. Issei. Keep your voice down, moron, or do you want us to ruin everything? Issei scolded him, with precision. He mixed the materials, his own blood, residual poison from the fang, components that he had collected for weeks in silence. The plan was simple, dark and brilliant in his honest opinion. Gain the trust of all the strong ones, make them lower their guard and extract their blood. He wouldn't need to confront them, he just needed to be kind, manipulate them, lie to them. But his moment of reflection was brutally interrupted. From below, an orange glow ignited, a magic circle appeared without warning, tearing the air with a foul poisonous energy. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen some of these faces. A melodic and disinterested female voice said, as a slender and voluptuous figure emerged from the magic circle. Which Leviathan? Direct descendant of the original Mao Leviathan, and a damn crazy woman with the power to wipe out cities with a breath. Pteria. Greetings, did you miss me? He sneered with a crooked smile. As he raised his staff, the air turned into hell. A magical blast roared from his staff, and Tien's house was destroyed in an instant, exploding into the skies, but the barrier activated by Grafia contained the debris inside, trapping everyone. Screams, dust, rocks. Total chaos. Minutes later. Tien emerged from the rubble, bruised and sore, but his eyes only sought one thing, the syringe. And there it was, whole, shining with the promise of power. Tien. Thank God. He whispered, as if that mattered, looked up and saw Kateria watching him from a distance with a smile that wasn't just mocking. It was hunger, desire, lust. Kateria. So you're the new toy, how interesting you are, love. Kateria said, licking her lips. Tien sat up with difficulty, her legs trembling a little, but not from fear, but from the adrenaline that ran through her body. She carefully went down among the rubble, seeing all her allies lying on the ground. Some were partially buried under pieces of concrete, others simply fainted on the ground, still vibrating from the explosion, but the intensity of the attack had knocked them all out. Kateria laughed sensually as she elegantly descended through the air. Her tight dress fluttering as if dancing in the wind. Kateria. Wow, you're so resilient, you woke up faster than I thought. He said in a honeyed voice, licking his lips as he looked down at you. Kateria. Looks like luck is on your side, my future hex slave. Tien blushed instantly, taking half a step back from the impact of those words. Tien. What the buck did you say? Kateria. What you heard, babe. Kateria purred, with that smile that mixed lust and dominance. Kateria. Rizavam told me not to underestimate you, that you were stronger than you looked. He told me about your dragon side, your ability to wield Draig. Tien blinked, confused. My dragon sighed. Does it refer to Draig or is there something else I don't know? But he didn't say anything, he just gritted his teeth. Viteria. He wants you alive, of course, but I. She walked toward him, swaying her hips exaggeratedly. Viteria. I want you for other things. When this universe and ours are reformed by order of Rizavam, you and I will be like gods, you will be mine, you will make babies with me, many, powerful and beautiful. Tien. What the hell is wrong with you? Tien shouted, stepping back as he watched her raise her magic staff. Viteria. You don't need anyone else, just me, Tien, we're going to make history and lots of hex, but first I need you to be unconscious. The staff suddenly glowed with a dark orange magical energy, a sphere of pure energy formed at the tip, sparking with devastating force. Tien barely had time to jump to the side before it exploded right where he stood. He felt the scorching heat on his skin, and his heart pounded. Tien. Damn crazy pervert. Tien growled as he stood up, panting, but Kateria wasn't finished. A magic circle opened beside him, and from it emerged several dark whips that moved like hungry snakes. Tien tried to dodge them, but they were faster. They caught him by the arms and legs, lifted him slightly off the ground, and immobilized him. Tien. TCH, let me go, you witch. Kateria approached calmly, her eyes shining with desire and superiority. Kateria. You don't have to fight, Tien, you don't need the Gremory heiress, nor the lightning priestess, nor the vixen Kuroka, just me, I'm enough to give you what you've never been given. Tien struggled, growling, but in his mind, Issei's voice resounded loudly. Hold on, you don't have her blood yet, play with her, seduce her if necessary, remember the plan. Kateria. I'm going to like you more than you can imagine. Kateria said, reaching up to touch her cheek. Kateria. You're going to beg me not to stop when I'm riding you for weeks. Over my dead body. The voice cried out, cutting through the air like a sword. Clang. Kateria spun around quickly and instinctively blocked a sword that almost cut her in two. It was Kiba. He was covered in dust and wounds, his clothes completely torn, his torso naked and full of marks, his gaze cold. Kiba. I'm warning you, monster. Kiba spat, sword raised. Kiba. If you want to touch him, you'll have to kill me first. Kateria smiled wildly, lustfully. Kateria. I already had that covered, doll, and when you're all bucked up, you're going to see from the ground how I climb on top of Tien and give him so many rides that you won't be able to forget my moans for the rest of your life. Kuroka. Shut up, bitch. Kuroka screamed, waking up in the rubble, her clothes torn to shreds, her body showing generously while her eyes flashed with pure rage. Kuroka. It's mine, and I'm not going to let a crazy woman like you touch it. Kateria laughed again. Kateria. Wow, looks like the harem bitches are awake, how adorable. Tien struggled hard, clenching his teeth, his body beginning to resent the dark whips that held him suspended in the air, but what hurt him most was not his body, it was the helplessness. In front of him, Kiba and Kuroka fought against Kateria with uncontrolled fury, but she only laughed with a dangerous arrogance. Kateria. They don't understand their place. Kateria shouted, easily dodging a slash from Kiba and then blocking an energy blast from Kuroka. Kateria. You're nothing but a nuisance. Useless scum who should bow down to me. You're my future. My slave. My personal god of pleasure. You're barely good enough to warm the bed when there's nothing better. Kuroka. Shut up, you crazy bitch. Kuroka snorted with her Yujutsu taking the form of feline claws. Kiba just clenched his fist, his eyes cold and sharp like blades, but even together, Kateria's magical pressure was far beyond them. Meanwhile, Tien struggled to free himself, he saw the bodies of his allies knocked out. Volley, Sererg, Razor, Grafia, everyone. How the hell was she so powerful? He thought angrily. Issei. Come on, you need their blood, your strength must be superior, not weaker than the maniac. And then, as Kateria summoned another magic circle behind her to cast a new technique, she made a small mistake, the magical activation generating a feedback wave that destabilized her own spells. The whips holding Tien crumbled like dust. Tien. TSK. He fell to the ground with a thud, gasping. Kateria didn't realize her mistake. Tien got up quickly, but he didn't go to fight, not yet, he had a more important goal. He ran through the rubble, staying in the shadows, took out the special syringe and checked his pockets, only 4 empty and intact vials remained, the rest were shattered. Tien. I have to be quick, every second counts. He first went to Grafia, who was lying on the ground, partially covered in stones, her expression serene, even unconscious, with anxiety and despair. Tien extracted the blood and hid the bottle inside his jacket, right after, he gently touched her face to wake her up. Tien. Grafia, wake up, it's over. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at him with strangeness and concern. Grafia. Back off, this fight isn't for you, I'll take care of it. He just nodded with a light smile, inside, he felt nothing. Was that concern? Guilt? He wasn't sure. He continued with razor, his body scorched but regenerating. He took his blood without him noticing and then slapped him to make him react. The blonde opened his eyes, furious, his flames surrounding him instantly. Razor. No one humiliates me like this. I'm going to fry that bitch. He screamed as he launched himself at Kateria engulfed in fire. Tien didn't stop him, 2 flasks full, 2 more. He arrived at Rias, her body covered in dust, her face more vulnerable than ever. Tien knelt next to her, looked at her for a few seconds, with the vial full of her blood in his hand, he immediately hid it. Rias. Tien. He said as he woke up, his voice still weak but trying to sound firm. Rias. You shouldn't be here, you're not on our level, go away, hide, save your life. Tien looked at her silently, his face expressionless, but inside something was breaking. Did it hurt? Or was it just his pride that burned at those words? You're not enough. And without answering, he turned away. I didn't know if he was pretending to be hurt or if he just didn't care anymore. He ran to Vali, who still had blood running from the back of his neck, barely breathing, but starting to move. There was no time. Tien took out the syringe and quickly extracted the blood from his arm. The crimson liquid slid into the bottle, the last one. Perfect. But just as he finished, Vali opened his eyes, his brow furrowed, and a slight look of pain appeared on his face. Vali. What the hell? He muttered, noticing the slight stinging on his arm. Tien surreptitiously removed the needle and as if nothing had happened, began to remove the debris on top of it. Vali sat up, still wobbly. Vali. Tien, what did you do? He asked seriously, taking her arm tightly. Vali. I felt a prick, what was that? Tien avoided his gaze, said nothing, just looked away. Vali. Hey. I ask you something. Vali tightened his grip on his arm, but just as he was about to demand an answer, a magical explosion rocked the battlefield, the sky lit up, and a beam of energy pierced the ground a few meters away from them. Vali grunted and had to let go. Vali. TSK, this isn't over, we'll talk later. Tien, you won't get away from me. Tien nodded coldly, watching Vali walk away. He couldn't tell if he already suspected something, but he didn't care. He hid among the rubble, his breathing controlled, his heart calm. He clutched the vials of blood hidden under his jacket. Issei. Well done. Issei's voice in his head said proudly. Issei. With this, the change is getting closer, you will no longer be the weak child who hides but the hunter, and no one will see it coming. And on his face, for the first time a satisfied smile appeared. The battlefield was an unleashed hell, magical explosions, screams, bursts of power that made the ground tremble. Kateria Leviathan, with her arrogant smile, danced between spells as if she were invincible. Her power was oppressive, almost crushing. Each of the members of the DXD group barely managed to stay standing. Rias gasped, her clothes torn by a previous spell, while Luceno, with blood on her lips, stood by her side with a hardened smile. Zenobia gripped her sword, although her arms were trembling. Graphia, despite her usual elegance, had cuts on her face and her maid outfit torn, appearing more human than ever. Kuroka, with her ears drooping and labored breathing, fought with an almost maternal fervor. Kateria. Why do you struggle? Why do you keep resisting for someone like him? That boy never loved you. He just uses you like tools, like chess pieces. The group didn't respond, they just resisted, but their gazes intertwined, full of doubt. Were they really doing it for you? Or for an image that no longer existed? Tien, hidden among the rubble, his body covered in cold sweat, slowly mixed the blood samples in the rune-carved flask, the blood bubbling, sparking as if it possessed a life of its own, reddish, crimson, thick, a mixture of noble bloodlines, supreme demons, dragon demigods, a dangerous cocktail that could kill him. But he smiled, an empty smile, without emotion, a smile of someone who was no longer afraid of losing his humanity. Tien. It's not for you, it's for me. He whispered as he loaded the syringe. By my strength, by my control. By my existence. By my strength, by my control. By my existence. And without hesitation, he injected the mixture. The pain was immediate, as if fire and ice were running through her veins at the same time. Her breathing became erratic, her body began to shake, muffled screams escaped her lips as she bit her tongue to keep from fainting. She felt like her skin was tearing from the inside out, but she resisted. She had to do it, she had to do it. Just as Kateria conjured a massive explosion intended to wipe everyone off the face of the world, a blast of crimson energy crossed the air and impacted her, throwing her several meters. Everyone froze, looked at the source of the attack and saw it. Standing, dust floating around him, the Sekiryuutei's armor covering him completely, shining with an aura never seen before, his eyes visible through the gaps in his helmet, one green as always, but the other, a hypnotic amalgamation of grays and blues that seemed to contain entire universes. Asia. Is that Tien? Asia murmured, her hands clasped over her chest, blushing and with tears in her eyes. Rias felt a pang in her chest. It was beautiful but also terrifying. That energy wasn't simply power, it was coldness. That wasn't the same Tien she knew. Bekeno unconsciously squeezed her legs together, a slight blush covering her face. Grafia swallowed, noticing something deeper. That boy was no longer a boy. Kaneko growled softly, a strange tingling in her stomach, a need to protect him or maybe possess him. Tien began to walk slowly towards Kateria, his steps firm, his eyes fixed. The pressure he emanated was almost impossible to bear. Bali, seeing this, frowned. He knew that Tien had done something, he had a feeling, and it wasn't good. Kateria. Yes. Kateria screamed from the floor as she sat up with a fit of insane laughter. Kateria. That's what I wanted. The real you. Not the weak child, not the insecure human. I want the Sekiryuutei, the king of evolution, my perfect mate. Tien, you'll be mine. And our children will rule Rizavim's new universe. But Tien didn't answer. He just raised his right hand and his energy burst forth, as if the very sky were breaking before his power. Tien. This is not because of you. He said finally, his voice distorted by the armor. Tien. Not for them, it's for me. And he launched himself at Kateria, at such speed that the eyes could barely follow him. The wind split as Tien, wrapped in the imposing armor of the Sekiryuutei, soared through the air straight toward Kateria. With a quick gesture, she summoned a barrier. The magic crystal gleamed, but it was destroyed in an instant by the simple impact of Tien's fist. Kateria. Eh. Kateria muttered with a lopsided smile as she stepped back, summoning another barrier. Kateria. That's it, that's it. That's how I love you. Hit me, tear me apart. I want to feel your power just for me. The second barrier burst like glass under pressure. Tien's pressure was insane, his scorching aura causing the air to spark with energy. Kateria began to back away, rising higher and higher, leaving a trail of thick magic behind her. Her barriers were nothing more than games to her. She wasn't trying to stop him, she wanted to provoke him, she wanted his attention, she wanted him completely. Kateria. Yes. More, Tien, more. Let me see how far you go. He screamed with an insane gleam in his eyes. Tien launched himself with his fist extended straight at the woman's face, but at the exact instant, a magic circle opened beneath him, an explosion catapulted him into the air, spinning violently, but he quickly stabilized himself, his breathing was controlled, cold, silent. Kateria. Why don't you just give yourself up? Kateria whispered as she appeared in front of him, floating with a seductive smile. Kateria. If you stop resisting, everything will be less painful, only I can understand you, only I can give you what you truly desire. A burst of energy charged into her staff but was interrupted by a brutal dragon shot that hit her directly in the stomach. A muffled scream emerged from her lips, interrupted by a sharp blow to the face. Tien, without wasting time, had appeared behind her and threw her to the ground with such force that the crater opened like a wound in the earth. Kateria lay there, her hair now loose, covering her face like a broken doll. But far from giving up, he laughed. Kateria. Ah. She moaned with a mixture of pleasure and madness while touching her belly. Kateria. That was perfect. My mistake was underestimating you, love, but I don't regret it, I'll never regret wanting you. Tien descended, a new sphere of energy began to spin in his palm, everyone present watched him with relief. Bravo. Finally. Bravo whispered, her cheeks flushed red as she watched Tien standing, domineering, lethal, her chest heaving, and for a moment, she imagined what it would be like to be his in that state. Bekeno. My name is. Bekeno muttered through her teeth, her maniacal grin barely concealed. Bekeno. That's the man I want to destroy me. But the moment of peace was broken, a crack tore through the atmosphere, as if space itself were breaking. Zenobia. What? Zenobia shouted, raising her sword. A crack in the barrier opened violently, and a blow brutally impacted Tien's stomach, sending him like a bullet to the ground. An explosion of earth and dust rose like a storm, everyone looked in shock. Tien was caught mid-flight by Sekiryuutei, who grunted as he felt the intensity of the impact. Rossweisse. Who did that? Rossweisse roared, positioning herself on guard. The dust began to slowly dissipate, revealing a silhouette male. His voice was heard clear, deep, full of cynicism and cruelty. Issei. How convenient, everyone gathered again. It will be very satisfying to kill them one by one, though I must admit seeing myself with such pathos would have been fun. Everyone fell silent. But Kaneko and Kuroka instantly tensed up. Kaneko. But that smell. Kaneko whispered, stepping back. Kaneko. It can't be. Kuroka, it's. Kuroka added, her eyes wide, her tone muffled. Kuroka. That smell, it's not possible. The dust dissolved completely and there he was. A young man, his body was identical to Issei Hyoudu's, but his aura was completely different, his hair was black as night and his eyes blood red, glowing like burning coals. Issei. Hello, losers. He smiled and the gesture felt inhuman. Issei. My name is Issei Hyoudou, I come from a totally different dimension than you. Because I emphasized it XD. Everyone felt a chill, not because of the name, but because of the presence. It wasn't their Issei, it wasn't the fallen hero. He was a predator. The silence was like an invisible blade that cut the air after the impact. Tien, still with his body in pain, froze when he saw the scene in front of him. The black-haired Issei, with a dense and putrid aura that made his skin crawl, held Kateria by the neck as if she were a dirty rag. His red eyes, injected with dark power, showed no mercy or trace of humanity. Issei. What a disappointment. He muttered in a deep voice. Issei. With all that power given away and you end up rolling around like a winded bitch. Kateria, still hanging, smiled with a trembling wickedness. Kateria. I was a little distracted. He said in a hoarse voice, his eyes fixed on Tien, eager, sickly, as if the beating he received was a caress from his beloved reincarnation. Issei simply dropped her as if it were nothing, letting her fall without any dignity. He took a step forward, and as if the darkness itself obeyed his presence, the pressure in the environment increased. When the dust finally settled, his silhouette was clearly shown. Marked torso, dark dragonic aura throbbing like an evil heart, and a depraved smile that made even demons gulp. Red jacket, black t-shirt and a red belt. Issei. My name is Issei Hyoudou, absolute ruler of my dimension, supreme dragon god, and I apologize for my entry, but I could not allow my companion to be killed. Vali took a step, tensing his fists, until he was in front of him. The new Issei looked at him with a sly smile. Issei. Wow, Vali, long time no see, although I prefer you in your female form, maybe your tits and that ass were the best thing about you. Vali. Bastard. Vali whispered in disgust, while the dark Issei let out a guttural laugh. Issei. Does it bother you? Well, as a dark dragon I can do, want, and see myself as my cock swells, be a man, a woman, a beast, that's irrelevant, true power doesn't need appearances. Vali. And that supreme dragon god blowjob. Vali snapped, restraining himself from lunging. Issei. Isn't it obvious? Issei raised both arms arrogantly. Issei. Because I'm the strongest, conquering worlds, subduing gods, it's my daily bread, I've literally bucked the multiverse of my dimension, and you know what? It's never enough. The eyes of all the girls were fixed on him, between disgust, fear and anger. He, without flinching, scanned them one by one with his gaze, stopping especially on Rias, Akeno, Zenobia and Kaneko. Issei. My queens, how much I missed you, your breasts, your butts, your moans, your tears, everything about you belongs to me, and now that you're alive again I swear I won't let you get away again. They all instinctively stepped back, her sickly aura seeming to penetrate even their deepest thoughts. Kaneko gritted her teeth, Kuroka instinctively covered her chest, and Rias seemed to be trembling, with rage and fear, but with a small, disturbing blush on her cheeks that made her look down. Issei. Don't be scared. He continued with a crooked smile. Issei. In my world they died because of a small mistake of mine, but here I will protect them, no one but me can harm them, no one. Razor, furious, stepped forward. Razor. What the buck are you talking about? They'll never belong to you, you sick. He couldn't finish, a burst of flames pushed him to the ground, as if a titan had crushed him. The dark Issei didn't even look at him. Issei. Shut up, scum, you don't matter, you never mattered. Kateria, sitting on the floor, bleeding but smiling as if she had just had a spiritual orgasm, turned to Tien. Kateria. Don't fight, my love, join us. Issei will destroy you if you oppose, and I don't want to see you dead, I want to see you reigning, I want to see you on top of me, moaning with power. Tien didn't respond, he took a step forward, firm, serious, his gaze was fixed on the fake Issei, without fear but with doubts. Issei noticed it, he licked his lips like a hungry snake. Issei. Are you surprised, Tien? Oh, yes, I know you well, you're special, a delightful anomaly. In each dimension there's an Issei, the protagonist, the chosen one. I've seen so many. He snapped his fingers, and the darkness formed floating images. Issei. One was corrupted by his younger sister, traveled back in time and ended up as a shadow monarch. Issei. Another wielded a keyblade, searching for broken hearts across infinite worlds. Issei. I saw one with anti-magic powers, a gang member who rampaged through everything with his fists, like a restrained beast. Issei. And you are special, because you are not Issei, but you carry his essence, you are his reincarnation, and that makes you valuable, unique. Everyone was shocked, the girls couldn't believe what they were hearing, Akeno was trembling, Grafia had her lips pressed together, and Kuroka looked at Tien, as if she was just seeing him for the first time. Razor just had a surprised stick, and Sarayer just looked seriously at Issei. Issei. And you used power shift, right? Issei said, laughing like crazy. Issei. You took power from others. Do you know what that means? You're just like me. You're willing to use, to break, to betray if it means surviving. That's what a king does. Bali turned to Tien, furious. Bali. What did you do, idiot? Did you use us all? Tien looked down, didn't answer, because it was true, Issei wasn't lying, the prick, the syringe, Risaka's fang, it had all been part of his plan. Tien. I didn't want to. Tien started, but fell silent. Issei walked towards him with open arms, as if receiving a lost son. Issei. Join me, Tien, you have it all. Power, soul, beauty, you just lack vision. Together, we will conquer this universe and all the others. I will help you awaken your true form. I will make you a god, like me. He paused, his voice lowering its tone, now more intimate and sicker. Issei. And you know what else? They'll all be yours. You'll dominate them, you'll break them, you'll love them. You can do whatever you want to them. No one will stop you. The silence was brutal for everyone. Ria's eyes were filled with rage and confusion, Zenovia's pupils were trembling, Kaneko muttered liar in a broken voice, and Akeno just smiled, but her eyes were on the verge of tears. Pain? Jealousy? Excitement? Not even she knew. Tien, in the middle of everyone, felt a whirlwind in his chest, darkness, desire, guilt, ambition, pleasure. It was as if his heart was being torn apart from within by thousands of emotions at the same time. And at that moment, a soft voice, like that of a jealous and dangerous lover, was heard inside his head. Choose well, my love, because if you are not mine then you will be no one's. He looked ahead, seeing Kateria in the background, smiling a sick, unhinged smile. She was on his mind that made him lower his head again. Tien kept his head down, the silence was so thick you could almost bite it. Bali, standing a few meters away, clenched his fists with suppressed rage. The look he gave Tien wasn't just angry, it was disappointed, as if he really didn't believe it had all been a lie. Bali. So that's all there was to it, Tien. You just used us. Bali muttered, unable to hide the disgust in his voice. Tien gritted his teeth, he wanted to speak, he wanted to shout that it wasn't like that, but the words wouldn't come out, his throat was caught by something. Filter fear. Issei let out a low, dry laugh. Issei. Bali, don't take it so personally, look at this boy, he has potential, something that you, with all your inherited nobility, will never have. He wasn't born to follow, he was born to command, and you will. He shrugged arrogantly. Issei. You were born to scream. Bali. Shut up, bastard. Issei. Why? If it's the truth. Issei laughed with a lewd and wicked expression on his face. Issei. Though, to be honest, your best version was the feminine one, at least you left me with something to look at, nice ass, nice breasts, a screaming beauty. Bali was about to launch himself, but Tien stopped him by raising a hand, only that hand was no longer the same, the armor was beginning to disappear from his fingers, disintegrating due to lack of will, he was losing his conviction, his strength. The girls watched the scene in silence, Rias had her eyes wide open, fighting back tears, Akeno trembled, biting her lip hard, Kuroko looked down, her claws tearing the fabric of her dress without even noticing, Grafia she didn't even blink, she just looked at Tien with a blank expression. Was it really all a farce? Kateria. And why those faces? Kateria shouted in annoyance. Kateria. I always told you. He doesn't need you. He needs me. I can understand him, I can make him happy, I can give him everything. Issei looked at her with a crooked smile and held out his hand. Issei. And speaking of everything. He said, looking at Tien with that sick look that shone as if something in his head was no longer entirely sane. Issei. Come with me, I'll give you everything you want. Grafia, Venelana, Yasaka, Roygun, Kateria, Gabriel, why settle for these brats when you can have women who know what they're doing with their tongues and hips? He clicked his tongue in a vulgar tone. Issei. Come on, you know you want it, you're not like them, you're like me. Silence reigned again, only the accelerated heartbeats of those present broke the stillness. Tien slowly raised his arm, everyone held their breath, tears began to slide down the girls' faces. Grafia shook her head. Akeno whispered something that sounded like no. Kaneko gripped the edge of the table so hard it creaked, Rias just burst into tears. But what no one expected happened. Clack. Tien hit Issei's outstretched hand hard, rejecting it, the blow didn't hurt him, of course Issei didn't even flinch, but the sound was clear, a rejection, a decision. Tien. Maybe he's a damn bastard. Tien said with a hoarse voice, looking Issei in the eyes. Tien. But I have an Issei in my head that won't let me give up, an idiot who never shuts up and who taught me what it means to fight for something more than yourself sometimes. Issei touched his temple with 2 fingers and let out a hollow laugh with no trace of real amusement. Issei. Oh, come on, this Issei really came out with family values. He said in a mocking tone. Issei. But well, you chose, and in my world, freedom of choice is welcome before killing you. Tien took a step back, confused. Tien. What? Issei. Yes, you chose your side, and now you are a threat to my hierarchy, do you know what that means? Issei asked with a maniacal grin. But you must die, the rules are simple. The strongest lives, the rest either kneel or rot. The silence was broken by a single word in Kiba's mind, who, seeing the dark horror gathering in Issei's fist, lunged without thinking. Not again, not again. Issei was already moving, a black shadow wrapped in red flames, no one could see him except Kiba. But the important thing wasn't whether I saw him, it was whether I would arrive on time. Flashback. I still remember everything as if those voices were still echoing in my head. Isaiah, that was my name, or at least, what those bastards from the church made me call them. I was one of their little toys, I believed in them, I believed in their words of salvation, of faith, of divine light. Nero, in the end, I was just another failed experiment of the Sacred Swords Project. We were not children, we were test subjects. When Valpergalil decided to close the experiment, he condemned us all to death. My friends, my brothers, all murdered, in cold blood. Only I managed to escape, crawling through the snow like a wounded animal, the cold freezing my bones and death the only certainty until a hand saved me, Rias Gremory, my master, my savior. I was suspicious at first, of course. How could I not be? But thanks to Saji Akita, I learned to wield a sword again and to trust. She gave me a new name. Hyoudou Kiba. It gave me a new life, sword birth awoke in me like a cry from the depths, and for a while, I lived among forced smiles. The only one I could really talk to was Gasper until that idiot, that pawn, appeared. Issei Hyoudou. Annoying, perverted, outrageous, but bucking honest, I don't know how, but that bastard came into our lives like a whirlwind, broke us, united us, and made us laugh in the middle of the chaos. When the Excaliburs appeared, all my hatred came back, my nightmares came back, but he truly cared, not just for me, for everyone. I even faced Kakabiel to defend him. It was thanks to my dead brothers, to my pain, that I awakened my balance breaker sword of betrayer. And it was for him that I swore to be more than a sword, to be a shield. I respected him, I admired him, I loved him like a brother, and it hurt. It destroyed me when they betrayed him, when our members, our companions, their women, slept with another, damned. They left him alone, sunk, with his soul in tatters, and when I thought I couldn't sink any further, the worst news arrived, and with that I doubted if what the girls were doing. But another one came, twice as painful, and changed the course of my life, and so 16 painful years passed until Azazel discovered that Issei had been reborn inside a boy named Tien, and when I found out, I understood that my duty had not ended, it had only changed its name. End of the flashback. The gust of wind pulled me out of my memories. Issei's blow, that distorted and rotten version of my friend, was heading straight for Tien. I saw it all in slow motion. Not again, not again, my mind screamed. But then, a punch exploded against Issei's face, stopping him in his tracks. Dust rose from the violence of the impact, and when it dissipated, Volley had protected Tien. Volley. I won't allow you to touch the only thing that still makes sense here. He said coldly, with that contempt that only someone who is hurt can emit. Issei spun around furiously, raising his fist, but he missed. Another blow, this time straight to his stomach, fire burning around the fist. Razor. I admired you too, but you're not the Dragon King anymore, just an uncontrolled horny beast. Razor Phoenix growled, his fist smoking, and before Issei could counterattack, hands grabbed him by the neck. It was Sekiryuutei, pure brute force. Sekiryuutei. You're not invincible, Haidu, you're just alone. Issei. Pathetic. They're like cockroaches to me, useless. Insignificant. But then, a blue whip caught his arm. It was a tongue, slimy, dangerous, real. It was Saji's sacred gear, which began to slowly absorb his energy, like a snake sucking the soul of its prey. Saji. You have so much power, but it's useless if you don't know how to use it. Saji said, gritting his teeth. Saji. Maybe I can. Rias took Tien in her arms, tears held back, her breasts pressing against his face as she protected him. Rias. You're okay, everything's okay now. He whispered to him in a broken voice. I drew my sword, I ran, my sword cut through the air until it stabbed into Issei, but this damn bastard, with effort, held it. Blood began to flow out of him, but he did not give in. Issei. Is this all? He growled, with a disturbing smile. Issei. Well, now I'm really angry. They'll end up just like their other versions, dead, unrecognizable, and believe me, it won't be pretty. His eyes shone like those of a rabid animal. I just gripped the hilt of my sword tighter, because this time I wasn't going to lose him again, I wasn't going to see another brother die. Issei struggled like an unleashed beast, his deep, distorted laughter mingling with the grunts of effort from those trying to restrain him. Razor Phoenix kept his abdomen engulfed in flames, hugging it tightly to burn him from the inside out, but the heat didn't seem to affect the monster that Issei had become. Sekiryuutei still held him by the neck with brute force, gritting his teeth as his muscles strained to the limit. Volley punched him again and again in the face with swift fists, full of rage, but Issei just laughed, a wicked laugh, as if he enjoyed every second. Kiba pushed his sword with both hands, desperately. He didn't plan on losing anymore, but the sacred blade barely penetrated the flesh hardened by the dark power. Saji continued with the tongue of his sacred gear wrapped around Issei's arm, draining his energy little by little, his body trembling, barely supporting the insane load he was extracting. But then everything collapsed. Issei deflected Kiba's sword with a ferocious growl, sending it crashing into the ground, his hand whipping out violently, grabbing Razor by the hair, pulling him brutally before slamming his knee into his stomach, the noble phoenix letting out a dry grunt and falling. Bali was next. Issei grabbed his face and mercilessly smashed him into Razor's collapsed body, as if they were just broken dolls. With a wild scream, he tore at Saji's tongue, tearing flesh and sinew, his gaze turning blank, dominated by a bottomless darkness. Sekiryutei's arms were forcibly separated, the Bale lion's body was violently lifted and thrown against the ground like a sack of garbage. Issei stomped on him, his boot on his head, pressing with blood-curdling sadism. Issei. You belong there like the trained dog you always were. But then a burst of red energy appeared. Issei barely had time to turn around when a fist hit him full in the face, his body was violently thrown until it crashed next to Kateria, who looked at him with a mixture of surprise and twisted excitement. Tien floated in the air, his red aura beating like a raging heart, his eyes, lit by rage and determination, glowing with a deep crimson hue, he screamed at the sky, a roar that was not human, but something else that seemed like a dragon. He launched himself at Issei like a bullet. The black dragon tried to dodge it, confident, but Tien's fist hit him directly in the stomach, taking away his air and his smile. Issei responded with a direct punch to his helmet, sending him flying. Issei. You surprise me, bastard. But now you shall see the true power of a cursed dragon, not the Red Emperor nor the White Emperor. The dense black energy enveloped him, his body trembled, and a grayish flash covered everything. The same scarlet armor from the past appeared, but tinged with jet black, with a dark intensity, and it was an abomination. Issei. I am the Black Dragon Emperor. Tien didn't flinch, they both launched themselves at each other, clashing fists. The shock wave was so brittle that it cracked the ground for miles. Issei pressed hard, his eyes wild. Issei. I could have had it all. Women. A harem. Giant tits and perfect asses at my disposal. Absolute power. Conquest. Obedience. But no, you had to act like a bucking hero, follow values that weren't even yours. Tien stared at him, his voice was low, firm like a dagger cutting into the soul. Tien. And yet at least I have someone who cares about me. They probably only follow you out of fear, it was never respect, you were the king of the throne of lies. Both bodies vibrated, and the air broke with each collision, the battle was just beginning. The truth behind power. The cracking of the air was drowned out by the collision of fists. Tien and the dark Issei collided with brutal force, shock waves deforming the ground at their feet, and although the black Issei's power was clearly superior, Tien did not yield, his feet tore at the earth, dragged back, but he did not release the clash, he could not allow himself to retreat any further. Issei. This is what you are, a weak little boy who thinks he can challenge a god, but I don't blame you, you still have time, you can be useful, my soldier, my pawn, you could have your own harem after I test each one, of course. Tien frowned angrily, disgust etched on his face, his jaw clenched, and in an unexpected movement, he released his fist, turning his body supported on his left leg, and delivered a sharp kick to Issei's stomach. The blow sounded solid, powerful. But the dark dragon reacted immediately, grabbing Tien's leg, pulling him towards him and smashing his fist into his face, throwing him backwards, mercilessly. Before he could regain his balance, Issei appeared in front of him, quick as a cursed shadow, and buried an elbow in his stomach. The air left Tien's lungs, but still, he resisted, gritted his teeth, raised his arm and tried to hit back, but froze for a second. The fatal error. Issei caught his fist and looked him straight in the eyes. Issei. You felt it right. He muttered with that damn mocking smile of his. Issei. It's the poison, the corrupted power of the dark dragons, it's killing you from the inside. How ironic, isn't it? But that phoenix regeneration you obtained, it's saving you, a battle within you, every second. The dark gauntlet closed over his hand, squeezing, the crunching of bones making Tien let out a groan of pain, falling to his knees, resisting. But suddenly, a lightning bolt fell hard on Issei's face, making him step back. It was Akeno, flying with a flirtatious smile on her lips, although inside she was filled with disgust at what her love had become her obsession. It was no longer him. Issei. TSK Electric Fox. Issei growled, a blast headed towards Akeno, but it was blocked by a magical barrier. Rossweisse floated beside her, serious, her hair waving with power. From a distance, Kateria screamed like a madwoman, her hair loose, her eyes glowing with desire and fury. Kateria. Don't get between my love and that monster. He belongs to me, he's mine. But she didn't get to say anything else, a sharp punch to the jaw knocked her down. Kaneko, with her strength and icy gaze, had had enough. Rias descended from the sky with the other girls in the group. Rias. How many times do I have to say it? You're not alone. Beteria screamed like a beast in heat, pure madness on her face. Beteria. You are stupid. You're still looking for Issei, that Issei who no longer exists. I love Tennessee, he's my husband. My life. My everything. You have no right. The words unleashed an all-out war between the girls, explosions, spells, blows, and screams filled the sky, the barrier of the place trembled with so much unleashed energy. Meanwhile, Issei was once again gaining the upper hand, hitting Tien non-stop, each impact making him retreat, stagger, lose focus, he was disconnected inside himself, the fight between the poison and the healing was killing him. The blow to the cheek threw him several meters, Issei looked at him with contempt. Issei. I had so many plans for you, but I guess if you survive, at least you'll learn what it's like to be a true Sekiryuutei. Then the unthinkable happened. From the green gem of one of Tien's gauntlets, two voices spoke at the same time, loud, clear, almost heartbreaking for everyone. Draig. Brat, get up, you take care of that cheap copy of Abe, we'll take care of this rotten thing. Issei, original. Focus kid, Draig and I will fix this. The silence was deadly for a second, Rias and Akeno paled, both screaming at the same time, tears in their eyes. Rias Akeno. Issei. But that Issei he was already gone, the black Issei laughed like a madman. Issei. This just keeps getting better. Tien, staggering, wiped the blood from his mouth, his legs trembled, his body burned, but his spirit now renewed by the push was not broken, he adopted a new fighting pose. Tien. There's still a long way to go, you bastard. Issei shouted, launching himself at him with a deranged laugh. Another place minutes before. Minutes before the chaos in the protected mansion, in a dark place forgotten by time, shadows hugged the metallic walls of what was once a high-level research center, the echo of footsteps resonated softly, accompanied by the subtle swaying of an imposing figure, it was Tiamat, the dragon queen with her wild beauty and icy gaze, she walked slowly, her body, voluptuous and carved like a goddess, was sheathed in a tight set of underwear that was clearly not hers, probably Rias or Akeno's. But the rush to dress prevented her from looking for another one until it was too late. Her breasts were pressed against the almost non-existent cleavage, her nipples obscenely protruding through the fabric. Her panties, 2 sizes too small, cut off circulation to her hips, and a thin line of fabric was lost between her buttocks, causing her uncomfortable pleasure with every step. Tiamat. TCH damn, next time I won't let Grafia wash my underwear with everyone else's. She muttered annoyed as she adjusted her bust, feeling how it hardened with the humid breeze of the place. A small flame floated over her palm, illuminating the reinforced corridor of metal and enchanted stone. Her senses were alert, something did not fit from the beginning, and she, the most powerful of the dragon queens, did not need to infiltrate ruins or go on exploration missions. She could have ordered anyone to do it for her, but a hunch, an anxiety buried deep in her chest, forced her to act. Tiamat. Why do I feel this anguish? Why is it that when I think of Tien, I feel this bucking pressure in my chest? He wondered, stopping in front of a metal door with a magic card lock, not bothering to look for a subtle solution. He landed a punch that shattered the lock, with a dry click, the door opened showing a soft blue light emanating from within. The scene in front of his eyes made his skin crawl. An underground laboratory, no, a scientific prison, the place was riddled with giant test tubes, containment pods crammed with experiments. Mutated werewolves, deformed albino bats, and repulsive-looking hybrid creatures, murmurs could be heard from an armored box above, and without hesitation, Tiamat moved stealthily, crouching in the shadows. He peeked out just in time to see them. Rizavam live and Lucifer, with that dirty and arrogant smile on his face, and next to him, Euclid Lucifuge Grafia's cursed brother, poison built up in his throat at the sight of them. He gritted his teeth tightly as his eyes focused on the monitors. The screen showed Tien fighting Issei. It wasn't an ancient vision, it was real time. Tiamat. In Issei. He whispered angrily, his blue flame vibrating violently. Rizavam. Everything is going according to plan. Rizavam said in a mocking tone, while clapping sarcastically. Rizavam. Kateria and our enhanced version of Issei haven't managed to subdue him yet, but the pressure is starting to take effect. Euclid. So it's time to release the second phase, although, I admit I'm surprised. Euclid replied as he looked at the statistics. Euclid. I didn't think he'd last this long even with the girl's intervention, it seems Tien is tougher than we thought. Tiamat was about to disappear, ready to charge into the fray, and then rip Rizavam's bastard's head off when she heard something that made her stop. Euclid. Hey, Rizavam-sama, how the hell did you come up with an alternate Issei? Euclid asked with sincere curiosity. The elder demon laughed with that voice that could corrupt a virgin just by hearing it. Rizavam. Oh, dear Euclid, I always knew I'd never beat the original Issei. I faced him twice and always ended up with my tail between my legs. That idiot, he was destined to win. He paused, raising a glass of wine. Rizavam. But when those DXD morons crossed dimensions to try and bring him back, something opened up inside me, an idea, well, a scream brought me to this universe. Then I thought. Who better to destroy the Sekiryuutei than himself? I just had to find a version broken, dark, evil enough. Euclid? And you found her? Euclid muttered with a crooked smile. Rizavam? Yes, the Issei who betrayed everyone, who killed his Rias with his own hands, who became a monster to survive. I convinced him, I brought him here, and now I'm watching him destroy everything that crybaby brat original Issei fought for. It's perfect. Tiamat's body trembled, her energy writhing, her eyes filled with tears and fury. Tiamat. That's not my Sekiryuutei and it won't touch Tien. He roared with rage, created a magic circle with draconic energy, his skin was burning, his clothes were at the limit, his chest marked his hatred, in an instant, he disappeared from the place with a magical burst. Without noticing that Rizavam was watching her with a crooked smile, as if everything had gone exactly as he had wanted. Rizavam. Little one, you took the bait, now the real hell begins. Flashback that morning in the living room. Tiamat growled softly, tugging at the tight bra that wasn't hers. Tiamat. TSK, what kind of brat has tits big enough to fill this, yet small enough to squeeze me? Booking other people's underwear. The sliding door opened softly, Rias appeared half asleep, wearing a half-open robe, a short blouse, and no pants. Rias? How are you awake already? I thought only Grafia got up early. Tiamat paid no attention to him and tried to settle back in on her third attempt now. Tiamat. I don't have time for nonsense, this is too much for me, what are you doing dressed like that? Rias. I was awakened by a strange energy dark outside the city, I was going to check, but I saw you fighting with that bra, and I couldn't help but approach. Can I help you? Tiamat didn't respond, but that didn't stop her. Rias, with a soft smile, positioned herself behind her and began to fasten her bra. Rias. Are you sure it's yours, because it feels like it wasn't meant for you? As he adjusted the straps, his fingers slid in calmly and then began to slowly play with Tiamat's breasts. Tiamat. Since when did you become such a damn lesbian? Don't tell me you slept with Kuroka. Rias fell silent, the atmosphere tensed, Tiamat narrowed her eyes, not believing it. Tiamat. You son of a bitch. Did you do it? Rias. I did it, I wasn't going to keep waiting for Tien to accept me, Kuroka was persuasive, she wanted it, so did I, and it happened. Tiamat. I'd expect that from a pervert like a Keno, but from you? You lying bitch, so that's why Kuroka calmed down a bit around you, you two are sharing each other, huh? Rias. Does it bother you? Does it make you jealous, Queen of Chaos? Tiamat. What the buck is wrong with you? Have you all become lesbians now? Or are you just sick of men ignoring you? She let go of Ria's hands and began to finish dressing herself. Tiamat. If anything happens while I'm away, let me know, I'll check that energy. Rias. Sure, though I doubt anything will happen, although I got used to waking up with Grafia making breakfast, and with you in bed. Tiamat looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Tiamat. I heard Grafia talking to Rossweisse last night, then total silence, whatever they did after that, I don't care. She activated her magic circle as she adjusted her bra one last time. Tiamat. I'll be back for snack time if you're not too busy licking hussy. Rias. What if I wait for you in 4? See if you can get over your bitterness. Tiamat turned her face, her expression changing from blush to absolute coldness, her icy gaze fixed on Rias. Tiamat. Don't pretend, I know what you're really like, that sweet little face looks as bad on you as your tight underwear. Rias dropped her smile, her eyes turning empty, dead, like a broken doll. Rias. You're the only one who's seen through me, I'm surprised you didn't rat me out. Tiamat. I want to see how your theatrics end, Nero, if you hurt Tien I'll take care of you personally. Rias. How pathetic, a dragon queen in love with an empty shell. The magic circle activated and Tiamat disappeared, keeping her gaze on Rias, she held it too, without blinking, like two predators waiting for the other to fall. End of flashback. Tiamat descended from the sky after returning from the laboratory, but seeing the scene before her eyes, her blood froze. Tien was being brutally beaten by Issei's variant, the boy barely defended himself, occasionally unleashing a precise blow that barely served to maintain distance. However, he was not alone, an army of werewolves and bats had emerged from the shadows, violently confronting the entire DXD group. Rias, Akeno, Zenobia, Rossweisse, Grafia, Kuroka, even Razor, Saji, Shui, Sererg, Tsubaki, they were all fighting desperately. Kateria Leviathan was at the center of it all, withstanding the combined attacks of several girls, smiling with twisted pleasure as she kept them at bay. Tiamat's flames ignited with pure anger, she whipped out her blue wings and soared through the air, launching orbs of blue fire that landed directly against Issei, interrupting his offensive. Issei. But look who came, my favorite dragon bitch, you have the nerve to interrupt me, right now. Before he could say anything else, a sharp punch hit him in the face. Tien, helmetless, panting, blood dripping from his lip, had hit him. Issei spat out blood, stepped back, and smiled with a mixture of hatred and murderous pleasure. Issei. You're doomed. The next thing was a brutal blow that threw Tien into the air. The impact against a werewolf knocked him out cold, leaving him lying next to him. He got up as best he could, feeling the burning of his wounds, the lack of regeneration. Tien. Why can't I heal Draig? Is this because of the dark dragon's poison? Issei was preparing to finish him off, but just before he launched himself, a blue flare erupted from the ground, hitting him squarely and sending him into the air. The magic circle sparked with energy as Tiamat appeared beside him in the air, spun around, and with a downward kick sent him back to the ground with a sonic boom. Tiamat landed heavily, the ground crunching beneath her boots. Issei stood up, his face distorted with fury. Issei. I'm going to kill you, you bucking bitch. I swear. With a roar, he sent several wolves to attack her. Tiamat responded by releasing one of her ancient treasures. A black sword with ancient runes and murderous aura, a single movement was enough to cut down and burn the wolves instantly. Tiamat. What an arrogant faggot. Is this all you've got? Your breath was more scary this morning. Issei. At least I don't walk around with nipples so erect they could cut glass. Look at that. Tiamat looked down, indeed, her tight bra hid nothing. She growled furiously, but it was too late. Issei was already in front of her with a punch prepared, his fist hit her hard, throwing her several meters back. Just as Issei launched himself after her, Tien reappeared like an unleashed beast, crashing into him from the side, grabbing him by the neck, dragging him at full speed across the battlefield, hitting walls, ground, and enemies alike. Issei. Is this all? You're a disappointment as a Sekiryuutei, a damn broken parody. Issei managed to grab his face, but before launching any attack, Tien roared and threw a punch straight to his chin that sent him spinning through the air. Both of them floated in the air, staring at each other, their auras exploded around them, a scarlet and dark light surrounded Issei. Tien, on the other hand, emanated an opaque, dense, unstable energy. They both propelled at the same time, a clash of power, fist against fist, the impact releasing a shockwave so brutal that it split several nearby debris, the sky trembled, and the entire battlefield shook. The sky vibrated with each impact. Tien and Issei flew at superhuman speeds, leaving a trail of blade-like wakes cutting the air. One was a grayish-black whirlwind, the other a crimson-red lightning bolt that spewed demonic energy from every pore. They struck, blocked, counterattacked, there was no truce. From the ground, Rias stared wide-eyed, not fully understanding what she was seeing. Rias? Is that Tien? Is that monstrosity Issei? He only saw the flashes, heard the explosions, felt the vibration under his feet, as if the earth itself was crying. After another brutal exchange of blows, Issei propelled himself backwards, spun in the air and nailed both feet with a double kick into Tien's stomach. The blow was so strong that the crater left when he fell, raised a column of smoke and burnt stone. Tiamat watched with her fists clenched, her face a mix of frustration and anger. She wanted to help, but also she couldn't intervene. Tien had to get through this on his own. Tiamat. How does he keep up with balance break at this rate? Is he going to destroy himself from the inside? Bali, who had just finished off one of the werewolves with an ice spear made by Grafia, turned to the place where the crater was still smoking. He watched Tien slowly get up from the rubble, his body covered in wounds, his armor broken, but his eyes filled with growing fury. Sererg. Are you going to do it? Bali. I can't just stand by and watch that monster tear him apart. Tien's still standing, and so am I. Bali activated his vanishing dragon balance break, and the atmosphere changed. White energy mixed with the chaos of the battlefield, soaring straight towards the two, but Tiamat appeared in front of him in a flash. Tiamat. No. Don't interfere. He has to learn or he won't survive next time. Bali frowned. In the distance, Tien received another direct hit, falling to the ground like a rag doll, and Bali just made a poker face. Bali. Great method to keep him from suffering. Your maternal affection is evident. Tien stood up with difficulty, blood falling from his split eyebrow, from his broken mouth, his chest rising and falling heavily. In front of him, Issei landed calmly, shaking his metal gloves with a crooked smile. Issei. You know, I've been thinking about it. Killing you would be a waste. You'd be much more useful as a woman. It would be fun to see you subdued, screaming, licking the ground. Yes, I'm going to transform you, and after maybe I'll pay your mother a visit. That would be a good reward for this conquest. Tien looked up, his eyes were dead inside. He said nothing. But when Issei looked back, his smile froze. A shadow had slipped across his flank. Without warning, Tien's fist impacted directly into his face, destroying the crimson helmet that he had regenerated minutes ago. Issei took a step back from the impact only to receive another devastating punch straight to the stomach, the core of his armor shattering with a crack, exploding into dark shards like cursed glass. The silence lasted an eternal second. Issei. Ah. He clutched his torso, staring in disbelief at the partial destruction of his Black Emperor, his laughter returning, low, raspy, almost with pleasure. Issei. Fine, bastard, I didn't see that coming, but thanks for making something clear. He summoned his armor again with a roar, dark energy surrounding him like a hellish storm. Issei. You must not underestimate me, damn Sekiryuutei decoy. Absolute silence reigned for an eternal second after Tien's two devastating punches. Everyone stopped fighting, everyone saw it. Issei was smiling with his dark armor restored, while Tien, helmetless, with his face bloodied and his breathing ragged, stood up out of pure fury. He had no strength left, but rage kept him moving. Issei took a step forward, ready to launch himself again, when he had to dodge an unexpected attack from Volley, who came between them with a sonic buzz. Issei. What are you doing, trash? It's very rude to interrupt when a man is about to break someone. Volley. This is important, so you have no excuse. Without further ado, Volley launched himself towards Issei. The clash was brutal. Head to head, destroying the helmet again, both of them struggled like rabid beasts, while the energy crackled around them. Tien didn't wait, he took advantage of the space and launched himself against Issei, impacting fully with his shoulder. The blow sent him backwards, stumbling. Volley didn't miss a beat and went to finish him off, but Issei managed to block him until Tien appeared again from the flank with a hook to the stomach that destabilized him. Then, Volley connected a dry knee to the chin that made Issei spit blood. Issei. Damn bitches. They attack me in pairs like cowards. Volley. 2 and we're barely at arm's length, don't cry, you shitty emperor. Issei gulped angrily, he stood there thinking for a second, his chest rising and falling as if something inside him was building up. Then he looked up at the sky, hidden by the magic barrier, and began to murmur his cursed chant. Issei. I, who am about to awaken. It has already begun. It seems that it is about to begin. I am the celestial dragon who has stolen the principles of Lucifer's destruction. It was always like this, no matter what. That's not right. It was like this every time. I see infinity and smile at the dream. The one the world seeks, the one the world rejects. I will become the black dragon of destruction. It was always power. It was always hate. You choose betrayal no matter how many times. And I will sink you into the depths of death. But it never ended. Tien, with a visceral roar, crossed the battlefield in the blink of an eye and slammed his fist into Issei's face, the impact sending Issei flying into some rubble, everyone stunned. Issei slowly leaned back, laughing, and stood up, deactivating the armor with a theatrical sigh. Issei. I think I've reached the end of my game. Today I was caught with my pants down, next time, I won't be so confused. He created a magic circle under his feet, everyone looked at him, no one moved. Tiamat. Why did you become like this? What happened to the Issei we loved so much? Silence. Tien himself remained silent while Asia tried to heal him, but Issei began to laugh, first low, hoarse then louder, until he burst out like a deranged madman. Issei. What happened? Them. You. That bore Rias. That hypocrite Akeno, that useless Asia. All of them were bores. He beat his chest hard as his eyes glowed like hot coals. Issei. I trusted, I loved, I protected, and what did they give me? Betrayal, lies, infidelities. One by one she slept with other Motherbikers. And my friends. Traitors. Trash. Honorless bastards. A dark, deformed aura rose up around him. Issei. So yeah, I remember well why I killed them. My fit of madness was justified. Tien, still with his body in shambles, opened his eyes in horror, looked around, everyone had their heads down, no one denied anything. Asia kept touching him, trying to heal him, but he, with a brusque gesture, pushed her away. Tien. Don't touch me. He tried to stand up, staggering, Kiba ran to help him, but Tien pushed him with his arm. Tien. He said it, didn't he? That they were liars, was he delirious? Then answer me. Silence was the only response, no one dared to look up. Tien. So it was true. Issei snorted, turning back as he felt the delay. Issei. Where the hell is Kateria? Hurry up, you idiot. She turned around only to see Saji holding her down on the ground, pinning her down with the tongue of his sacred gear. Kateria struggled furiously, but couldn't speak. Issei. TCH, how pathetic, I guess they were planning to use her to get information out of her, I'm not interested. He turned towards the magic circle. Issei. Take care of yourselves if you can. And disappeared. Everyone stood still, no one saying a single word, until finally, a dry voice broke the air. Tien. I told you, don't touch me. He stood up again, staggering away from Asia, but without asking for help, no one dared to approach, his gaze was empty and at the same time full of fury. Tien. I believed them, I thought they were the good guys, I thought I was doing something good, but you guys did you really do that to him? And silence, once again, responded louder than any words. Tien staggered, with heavy breathing, panting, and his body covered in wounds. Each step he took left a faint trail of blood, barely perceptible on the rubble of the battlefield. His legs trembled as much as his soul. The blow had not been dealt by Issei, no, the real blow had been received in the heart. Asia. Don't move, please. Asia begged with tears in her eyes, stretching out her hands shining for healing, her voice trembling. She was afraid to touch him. Tien. Get away from me. Tien screamed, with a lost gaze and bloody lips, a total, raw, cold rejection. Asia stopped, with her hands trembling centimeters from her wounded skin. She froze, humiliated, hurt, a sob escaped her lips, but she forced herself to keep quiet. Rias tried to mediate with a soft voice, like someone dealing with a wounded animal. Rias. We're all confused, we should calm down and talk, Tien, please. Tien. Talk. Tien laughed, madly, without emotion. The echo of his laughter resounded louder than any scream. Tien. Talk for what? So you can tell me the obvious. Who the buck needs to have a truth confirmation that was already spit in my face. Issei said it. You're traitors. Bucking infidels. Bastards. The worst garbage that can surround a person. The deathly silence fell over the place, only the distant echoes of the wind cutting through the ruins could be heard, the muffled murmur of the magical barrier that still surrounded the place. No one dared to respond, no one dared to raise their head. Until Volley stepped forward. His armor disintegrated into fragments of light, his expression was hard, like stone, cruel. Albion manifested in his consciousness. Albion. Volley, think carefully, you still have time not to go so far. But the White Emperor ignored him, his gaze boring into Tien like a silver knife. Volley. Yes. He said with a calmness that chilled everyone's soul. Volley. Yes, Tien, they ruined Haidu Issei's life, your allies, your friends, your girlfriends, they are all to blame. The Keno, on impulse, approached angrily and grabbed his wrist. Akio. Stop it, Volley. Don't say things like that. It's not your fault. Volley wriggled away forcefully, without even looking at her, as if she were a cockroach. Volley. Don't touch me, Akeno, you least of all. The tension was so thick it could be cut with a sigh. Volley looked at Tien with contempt, a pure, real, painful contempt. Volley. You want to know the truth, Tien. The real truth. You are nobody, you never were anybody. Everything you have, everything you achieved, what made you special is because you have within you the soul of the real Issei Hyoudou, that's all. Without him you are a pathetic child, a weak human, a bag of bones doomed to die before the age of 100. You are not a demon, you are not an angel, you are not a dragon, just a mistake with a name. The silence returned, but now it was agonizingly cruel. Tien said nothing, not a word, didn't react, didn't scream, just stared at him with eyes filled with something indescribable. Hatred, disgust, disappointment, but also sadness. A sadness so pure and lethal that it seemed to spring from the roots of his soul. Ali. You knew all along, didn't you? You knew Issei was inside you, speaking to you, guiding you. And what did you do with that? Did you think you were important? Did you think you were chosen? Ha. You weren't, you never will be, you were just a temporary vessel. Sekiryuutei. Shut up already. Sekiryuutei shouted with suppressed rage. Ali. No. Volley interrupted, with a dead smile as he kept his gaze on the Ta. Ali. Let me finish. Each word was a whip straight to Tien's soul. Ali. Your life only has a purpose because he exists within you, the only thing that makes you valuable is that you are not you, the Issei of this dimension already said it. You do not deserve that life, and we all knew it, all of us. Tien remained silent until something shone in his eyes, a tear, just one, a bucking tear that fell down his bloody cheek. And then, without warning, he activated his armor, the energy exploding like a silent bomb, his wings of power emerging deformed by rage, by helplessness, by a broken heart, and before they could stop him. Boom. The hole opened in the magical barrier by sheer brute force. Tien flew at an incredible speed, leaving a trail of pain behind him, leaving behind everyone he ever loved. Everyone watched his silhouette disappear into the gray, cracked sky, no one knew what to say. Rias, Akeno, Zenobia, Rossweisse, Grafia, Razor, Tiamat, Ubaluna, Shui, Isabel, Sekiryuutei, Kuroka, Kiba, Tsubaki, Sona, Ravel, Kaneko, Asia, Irina, Saji. Everyone, absolutely everyone, watched him leave with their souls broken, with tears that didn't dare to come out. And then. Rossweisse. Why did you do that, Volley? Kuroka. He trusted us. Kuroka roared between sobs. Asia. He thought that we had a family. Asia screamed, on her knees. Saji. What the hell is wrong with you? Saji pushed him, no one stopped him, no one wanted to do it. Volley just stood still, impassive, the blood of the wolves still fresh on the battlefield. Volley. I had to know sooner or later. He said, lighting an energy sphere in his hand to examine the remains. Volley. I couldn't live a farce like you guys. No one dared to answer him, no one looked at him, because at that moment, everyone knew one thing. They had lost Tien. And perhaps it was already too late to get him back. Tien flew at a dizzying speed, crossing his hometown, the city he once knew as home. The street lights looked tiny through the torrent of tears that blinded his vision. Each tear that fell seemed to carry with it a burden of pain, an unbearable weight that broke his heart, as if it were a great storm that dragged him through the ocean of his own memories. The rain on his face was light, but the storm in his soul, unstoppable. Ollie's words kept echoing in her head, like a bitter melody she couldn't shake. You're nobody. Just a container for what Issei once was. Everything he ever believed, everything he ever thought he was crumbling with the cruel truth that Volley had revealed to him. He knew it was true. He had no real power. He had nothing that differentiated him from others. He was just a poor boy trapped in the shadow of someone much bigger than him. Who was he, really? Where was he going? But the stifled sob, Tien let his speed slow, slowly approaching the bridge that crossed over the river's current. There, in the stillness of the night, he landed softly, his feet touching the ground soaked by the moisture of the slowly falling rain. Darkness enveloped him, but the loneliness was even deeper. The city around him seemed oblivious to his pain, indifferent to his suffering. The water passed under the bridge, in a calm flow that contrasted with the chaos that ran through Tien's soul. With a broken sigh, he walked to the water's edge, sat down, hugged his knees against his chest, and let the tears come from the depths of his being. The tears did not stop falling, sliding down his face, while he sobbed in silence, without consolation, without hope. The wounds on his body had already closed, but those of his soul, those of his heart, remained open. Bleeding with every thought. His mind was a mess, a whirlwind of memories, of loneliness, of frustration. No matter what he did, he never arrived. He was always the boy who tried to fit in, but never made it. When he thought something good was happening, when he thought he could finally feel something beyond the nothingness that filled his chest, there was always something that got in the way. And now, he didn't even have a place to go back to, his home destroyed, his childhood ruined in a matter of minutes. Everything had vanished, as if it had never existed. His fingers trembled as he looked at his right hand, the one he had offered to Draig, the hand that sealed his fate. He felt an incomprehensible pain inside him. It was as if that hand were marked, as if it carried with it the weight of something that could never be. Uncontrollable tears flowed from her eyes. At that moment, for the first time in a long time, her thoughts returned to a place she had forgotten, to the warmth of her home, to the soft, loving voices that once filled her life. Tien. Mom, Dad. He muttered, not even realizing what he was saying. Tien. I miss you. But his words, which he had never spoken out loud, were answered in a way he hadn't expected. In front of him, a figure appeared. It was a familiar presence, but also alien. A halo of yellow light surrounded Issei, who walked towards him with a soft smile. The memories of childhood, the words of comfort, everything he had ever wanted to receive, seemed to materialize in that man. Issei's smile was warm, but at the same time, it carried with it a deep sadness, as if he knew what Tien was feeling at that moment. Tien's face was filled with confusion and fear. Issei. What's the problem, Tien? Issei asked, his voice soft and calm, like a whisper in the darkness. Issei. The poison is gone now, you're better, aren't you? The golden particles surrounding Issei flashed brightly, causing Tien to feel a comforting warmth run through his body. His pain, at least for a moment, faded, and the weight of his wound seemed to lighten. Issei approached and touched his arm, and immediately, the pain faded. The wounds that were once bleeding were now closed, although the blood was still there, as a reminder of the suffering. Tien looked at his hands, the one he had offered to Draig, but he couldn't stop thinking about everything Volley had told him, the cruel truth. Tien. I'm just a vessel, I'll never be more than that. He felt so empty, so insignificant, in a world full of extraordinary beings. Who was he to matter? What value did he have if he was just a shadow of someone else's past? Issei, as if he could read his thoughts, crouched down in front of him and, with a soft and melancholic expression, held out his hands. Issei. Why? His voice was so deep and full of understanding, as if he truly knew the pain I was going through. Issei. I've been through this too, you know, before I was what I am now, before the fighting, before the sacrifices, I was just an ordinary boy, a lost boy, alone. You're not alone, you're not. The words were like a caress on Tien's soul, but at the same time, the shadows of the past continued to lurk, and although Issei tried to comfort him, the pain did not disappear, the sadness did not fade. Issei hugged him, with a warmth that conveyed sincere comfort. There was no urgency in his embrace, only a deep stillness that enveloped Tien in a sense of security, as if for a brief moment, all the suffering in the world could be forgotten. Issei. I understand you more than you think. Issei said, his eyes closed as he held it. Issei. You are not just a container, you never were, you are you, and even if you don't believe it now, one day you will understand that your life has more value than you imagine. You don't need to be anyone else, you don't need to be Issei, because you are you, Tien, and that is enough. Closed his eyes, feeling something ease in his chest, although the truth continued to torment him. His head rested on Issei's chest as he sobbed harder, but this time, the tears weren't just of pain, but also of relief, of someone who finally understood what comfort meant. Issei slowly pulled away and without another word, began walking on the water, which seemed to follow him with every step he took. "Issei. If you need it, Tien," he said as he walked with firm but soft steps. "Issei. I'll tell you my story, I'll tell you how I got here, I'll tell you everything that will make you understand why you're here now, why you're alive." With a lump in his throat, nodded. It was all he could do, all that was left in him was the hope of being able to understand something, anything that would make sense of all this. He just nodded and looked at Issei, who was guiding him, step by step, towards a truth that even he couldn't fully understand. Important notice for everyone, and I know that some of my readers will not like it, but there will be in the next chapter, NTR in its maximum splendor. I know that some will not like it or anything, but it is part of the story. I warn you now that the next chapter will have the entire 17th chapter will have NTR, and the 18th only the beginning, so I know that some will like it, others will not, and I hope you do not mind. Thank you for your attention. My name is Issei Hyoudou. My sweet mother had lost 2 children before me, 2 pieces of flesh and blood who never saw the light of day. I saw her, years later, sitting alone in the dark, caressing her empty belly, crying, so when she became pregnant with me, my old man, a stubborn and somewhat brutish man, walked for days on end in front of the nearest Shinto shrine, praying like a man condemned. "Just this once, please let us keep it." And so I was born, Issei they called me, honesty a shitty name for the pervert that I would be, but loaded with a pure hope, one of those that no longer exist in my heart. My childhood was simple, playing until my knees were dirty, laughing until my stomach hurt. I remember Rina Shidu, my first friend, well, back then, I swore she was a boy, orange hair, a squeaky laugh and rough shoves. We used to sleep in the same bed, without giving it any importance until one night, I felt lips, soft as marshmallows, brushing against mine. A kiss, my first bucking kiss, and it was stolen in my sleep, from a girl who would later become a champion of the church. How ironic, isn't it? Then she moved to England, leaving me with a small but deep hole right in the middle of my chest. Time passed, and I met another decrepit old man who became my spiritual teacher in the art of worshipping tits. That bastard told me and some other brats epic stories. Legends of mountains of tits, of nipples as pink as sunrises. Of asses so firm you could bounce a coin on them and make it fly. Thus, he planted in me the seed of a sacred passion, women hex forbidden pleasures. That would be my god from that moment on. I would see him often spending the whole day talking to me about how women, demons, angels, fallen ones, etc. had the best tits in the world. He told me that if I wanted, one day I would help him conquer the supernatural world, as he called it. If I conquered it, I would have tits for everything. Even though I took it as a game, I always saw his wicked smile. Some time later, I entered Kuo Academy with my comrades in lust, Mitsuda and Motohama. The perverted trio. The holy trinity of masturbation. We lived drooling over any skirt that crossed our path. Dignity. Respect. Screw them. For us, all that mattered was seeing a pair of underwear flying in the wind, and then. You. Rias Gremory. Crimson hair like spilled blood, blue eyes like unconfessed sins, a woman who made it hurt to breathe. I never thought she'd look at me until a girl asked me out. Uma Mano. A mysterious, beautiful girl, who seemed to have come straight out of a wet fantasy. That day I felt like heaven was smiling at me, destiny was caressing my balls, until, at the end of the date, instead of giving me a kiss, she gave me something else. The bucking deadly spear through my chest. Surprise, idiot. I was a fallen angel, I, the great boob dreamer, died a virgin, in some park, like a piece of shit. But my last words, in that desperate whisper, were for Rias, her name escaping my lips like a final prayer. And she came. She saved me. He brought me back as his servant, his pet, his pawn on a board I didn't even understand. The life that came after was a bitter cocktail. Fights, pain, and insanely beautiful women. I met Sekiryuutei, the prince of the academy, the cute Kaneko, with her foul mouth and steel fists, and Akeno. Akeno. The sadist with a sweet smile, who moaned while electrocuting her enemies. I also met Asia Argento, the saintly girl who, unwittingly, made my heart forget its damn addiction to tits for a while. She died in my arms, cold, trembling, bleeding out, helplessness consumed me like a cancer. I saw red, I saw everything red, and I almost killed for the first time. Rainer died begging, I didn't give a shit, I just wanted to rip her wings off and throw them to the dogs. Rias finished her off. For me. But happiness is a cruel joke in this world. When I was barely beginning to breathe without hatred, the bucking razor phoenix appeared, an immortal bastard with a rich smile, and wanting to buck Rias like a hunting trophy. It humiliated me. It destroyed me. And no matter how much I bled, how much I screamed, I wasn't enough. I watched Rias cry silently as she sold her soul in a shitty marriage. Until I sold my own body to the dragon inside me, sacrificed my arm, unleashed Balance Breaker. I smashed Razor's face in with everything I had left. Hate, love, desperation. And then, at last. She kissed me. Under the moonlight. With the taste of tears and broken promises. Remembering it was like opening an old wound that never fully healed, every victory, every stolen kiss, every defeat, every look I couldn't interpret, every little piece of shit that shaped the idiot I was. It all started when we faced Kakabiel, one of the fallen angel cadres. I didn't do it out of bravery, nor because I wanted to be a hero. I did it because I couldn't allow him to hurt my friends, Asia, Kiba, Irina, my master Rias. We gave everything in that fight, we neither won nor lost, a kind of dirty and bloody draw, but the true humiliation came when he appeared. Volley Lucifer, the bastard white dragon emperor. But a single bucking blow, Volley defeated Kakabiel, a single bucking blow, and you know what the worst part was? As I picked up my own teeth from the floor, I saw that bastard set his sights on Akeno, that son of a bitch. Although to my relief, Akeno didn't even pay attention to it, otherwise I might have lost my mind right then and there. Then came the meeting of the three factions, a political display of serious faces and distrust. Somehow, we managed to rescue Gasper and Kaneko from the kidnapping. It was there that we found out. Volley was a damn traitor. When I heard Azazel talk about shrinking all the girls' tits with his ability about murdering my parents, something in me just snapped. Volley crossed a line. Facing him wasn't about bucking factions, nor about politics. It was pure and damn hatred. He was winning, Buck, he had him, he was about to activate his juggernaut drive, but that bastard Biku saved him. From then on, everything was a damn roller coaster. We went to the underworld, to the Gremory territory, and that's where I met her. Then Alana Gremory. Ria's mother. The woman who was, honestly, every man's bucking wet dream, flirtatious, insinuating and bucking beautiful. She provoked me more than once, and believe me, I was one bucking step away from sending everything to hell, but the respect I had for Rias and for her father, Zeoticus, kept me in check. I kept telling myself. No, Issei, you can't have Hex with your master's mother. But Grafia Lucifuge, Grafia. That was a different story. It wasn't just carnal desire, it was an obsession. I knew she was Serzich's wife, Ria's brother, that she had a son, that her life was already written, but when she accepted my date, even though she warned me not to get my hopes up, I felt that, at least once, I could steal something from destiny. Then came the training with Tannen. He kicked my ass a few times, but it was worth it. I got stronger, more ripped, more bucking ready for whatever came. I fought Biku and Kuroka for Kaneko, I faced Loki and Fenrir, and we won. I helped Akeno reconcile with her father, Barakiel, a scene that honestly left more marks on my heart than on my body. Then Rossweisse came to live with us, and yes, I also ended up falling in love with that clumsy, adorable Valkyrie. We moved on with life. We went to Phoenix territory. I saw Razor crawling like a bucking wreck after his humiliating defeat. I held out my hand, not because I forgave him, but because I understood what it was like to fall. Some time later, Ravel ended up becoming my representative for the Op-I Dragon program. And then the catastrophe. A demon kidnapped Asia, the same girl I cured and loved since day one. My sanity went to shit. I activated the juggernaut drive. I faced Volley in a state of madness and unbridled power. I wasn't fighting out of pride. I was fighting because if I lost Asia, life wasn't worth living. After that, we traveled to Kyoto, faced the hero faction and saved the leader of the Yaokai. Yusaka, her daughter, Kunu, thanked us in tears. Both ended up being part of my chaotic gigantic harem. Each victory hurt less, each smile was more forced, but I kept going. Along with Rias and the others, we competed in the Azazel Cup. We faced Seraired Bale, a titan, a monster, a man I truly respected, and we won. I received the promotion to Cardinal Crimson, thanks to the power of the former boosted gear wielders and Rias pieces. It was after that battle when I finally proposed to Rias. We became boyfriend and girlfriend. My first love, my first everything. We had our first time. It was clumsy, beautiful, magical. Every moan of hers, every tremble of her body, was like burning it into my soul. But of course not everything could be calm. Kaneko entered her heat period, and Kuroka the bitch took advantage. We had a threesome, a night of bites, scratches and wild hex. I woke up the next day all messed up, covered in marks, but smiling like an idiot. Then Euclid, that son of a bitch, kidnapped Rossweisse because of her resemblance to Grafia. I saved her. I defeated him. But it slipped through my fingers like a damn shadow, and finally, the dream date with Grafia. It was perfect. It was almost real. Until she, with that sadness in her silver eyes, told me clearly that she had a husband, a son. A life she couldn't give up. She thanked me for making her feel alive again. She called me beautiful, kind, unique. And then, she was gone. I didn't cry, I didn't scream. I just kept smiling like a fool. Because I knew it was true. Time passed, Rias and Akeno entered college. I stayed in the last year, while I saw everyone advance, until one day, the news came out. Trihexa habeas cedo liberato por risivum. Their plan was for Trihexa and Great Red to destroy everything in their fight, but by some damned coincidence, Trihexa took an interest in me, perhaps because I was revived using Great Red's flesh and blood, with the help of Office. We fought. Odd, how we fought. I locked up Trihexa. I saved the bucking world. And as a reward, I was promoted to special class. I thought I was finally happy. I thought it was all worth it. But I didn't know that, very soon, the very people I loved. They were going to betray me. They were going to humiliate me. They were going to break me. And so, the idiot called Issei Hyoudou began to disappear, leaving only something else. An empty shell. And from that day on, my whole bucking life really changed but for the worse. And the op-eyed dragon, the Sekiryuutei, the Chichiryuutei, the best Sekiryuutei, the Welsh dragon. Haidu Issei had changed. Underworld Lucifer territory. In a beautifully maintained territory, the day ruled this supernatural world. There lived the glorious and powerful Mau Lucifer, one of the most beautiful territories in the world. In the words of nobles, there lived many maids and servants, in tranquility by having the powerful, beautiful and best Mau in the world. He was one of the most powerful beings, only surpassed by Issei Hyoudou and Vali Lucifer, like some entities. Speaking of the Sekiryuutei, it was currently considered the best Sekiryuutei of all time, for several reasons: its victory against the beast of the apocalypse, Trihexa, having faced thousands of enemies and emerged victorious several times, and above all its great harem, unique and enviable for both genders. Many men were jealous of the harem that the Welsh dragon had formed, with women like Rias Gremory, the current heiress of the Gremory clan, Akeno Himejima, the lightning priestess, and the woman with the largest breast in the supernatural world, Kaneko Taoju, one of the only two Nekomatas in the world, Asia Argento, and none with the most powerful healing sacred gear, Zenobia Quarta, a former believer swordswoman wielder of Durandal, Ravel Phoenix, the youngest daughter of the Phoenix clan. Irina Shidou, an angel under the tutelage of Michael, the overlord of the sky, Rossweisse, one of the strongest Valkyries currently, Kuroka Taoju, Kaneko's sister and the most powerful Yokai cat currently, Yasaka, leader of the Yokai faction, and the woman with a heart attack body, Kunu, Yasaka's daughter and the most adorable girl in the world, Tiamat, his number one lover, and possibly his future fiancé, and how things are going with the hexy and elegant Venelana Gremory, his second lover. Issei was recognized as the strongest currently for the simple fact of facing Trihexa face to face, locking it back, and after almost dying, facing Risivum who was in better condition than him. Issei thought that his defects were going to be defects, but with his great leap to fame, each of his defects were recognized. His perversion previously repudiated, now women said that if the Sekiryuutei showed his most perverted face, it meant that they were beautiful in their eyes. His lack of energy only made people say that effort wins over prodigy, when currently he is one of the most powerful beings. The Sekiryuutei walked through the halls of that beautiful mansion. Every servant bowed. He only drooled like a dog when he saw how the breasts of the women looked in a better way. They laughed or became envious of the woman he saw. He felt calm after so long, because every time he came women looked at him with contempt, but now they always wanted his attention. For minutes he walked and walked. He was sincerely stressed with this mansion because from the front it seemed like a mansion not that big, but what nobody knew is that behind it there was a super labyrinth called a mansion. He spent some time walking, looking around and imagining things to make the walk more pleasant. Usually he always had someone accompanying him, which at least made it less boring, but since he became famous no one walked with him because he was famous and he didn't want to interrupt his peace when in reality they just wanted to avoid getting into trouble. And since his date with Grafia, she no longer accompanied him. His date with Grafia. She still remembers it like it would have been yesterday. Our date was in the human world because we didn't want rumors to be created because of all the gossips of the supernatural world. It was behind our partners' backs, but it was beautiful. Dinner in a restaurant, a walk in a fair, eating ice cream in a park, and on a bridge in the same park. I told her what I feel. Obviously she rejected me because she had Milikas, she had her husband Serzich's. And she couldn't abandon her old and beautiful life of almost 500 years. It was a shame as hell. My soul cried and my whole being broke at not being accepted, but I had to accept it, for that beautiful silver-haired woman, for that reason to make an effort. My own being after that is in struggle with myself, for not having her for me in a definitive no. From that moment every look, every chat, or every attempt to live with her was abruptly rejected by her, and even though she saw me as her beautiful younger brother. It was still nothing but painful for me, stupid life, but still, whether I liked it or not, I had to get used to this. Upon reaching the large double doors of Serzich's office, I looked around. It was strange not to hear Grafia's words at the end of the tour or her telling me to take care of myself. I sighed as I knocked on the door and seconds later received a pass from Serzich's. Upon entering, I saw that the Issei-Kun was signing papers. When he saw me, he smiled broadly. Serziches. There is my future brother-in-law and the strongest special class in the world, how are you Issei-Kun? I just walked while sighing from the damn tiredness and stress I was experiencing at this moment. I sat down on one of the chairs in the place while I lay back so much that I felt that what wasn't lying down wasn't my body, but my soul, my blood, my insides, everything but me. Issei. Honestly Oni-sama, tired, I didn't know that the last year of the academy was so hard and the special class exam was so difficult, I feel my whole body tired, tell me Serziches, what did you need from me? Serziches just laughed as he stood up to walk to a window and lean gently on the frame, he stood for a few minutes thinking, Issei just got confused as he continued to maintain his initial position, Serziches after just over a minute and a half sighed to turn around. Serziches. Well, it's been a while since Trihexa's defeat and Rizavum's mysterious disappearance, many dark beings came out of hiding, and at the party we held to celebrate your victory, you said you planned to improve and get stronger, I thought it would be a good way to train you, what better than practicing in action, and not simulated. The Sekiryuutei remained in his position, but with a super incomprehensible face, his eyes were blank, while he had a small tick in his finger that went up and down, seconds after what seemed like a millennium for the number one Siskin, Issei shook his head and then showed a confused face. Issei. Wait. You want me to do missions to improve? Serziches. Exactly, what do you think Issei? It's a great idea, this way you'll improve and you'll be able to protect Rias and the others, what do you think? The brown-haired boy with serious breast problems, upon hearing Rias and the others, his head clicked, he hadn't contemplated that, an image of his girl's hurt crossed his mind even worse dead, and he wouldn't allow that at all, Serziches just sighed as he sat in front of him with a calm face. Serziches. Tell me Issei, do you accept? You said you would have a duel with Volley, right? It serves as training. Issei just nodded while thinking, he stood up and started walking around in circles in the same place, Volley asked him for a rival fight a while ago, now with his great amounts of powers, everything would be different, with his dragon god Diabolos, and he with his Diabolos dragon Lucifer. Volley wants the whole world to see their great confrontation, they will see who they are. He had accepted, he didn't know the reason, he wasn't a fan of fighting, he just wanted his women, tits and a long rest, but I think he had accepted out of friendship, out of respect and for a change, Issei sighed for the last time and looked at his older brother to answer. Issei. Okay Serziches Oni-sama, I'll accept your missions, to improve, from when will I start? Serziches. Fine. Fine, you can start after you finish the academy, since Volley didn't set a specific day, you have all the time in the world, meanwhile we'll take care of all the probal. Issei. Let's start from today, the sooner the stronger I'll be, so Oni-sama, I'll take care of everything. Serziches was surprised that Issei told him that, he thought he would want to spend more time with Rias and the others, before getting into training fully, so he tried to convince him to take that time. Serziches. Issei, wait, you should think and rest for a while, a week ago was the fight against Trihexa, you should fully recover before training, it will surely be day after day of training, and you must be at 100%. Issei. But if I stay behind, Volley will surpass me, and I must be at his level at all times, besides, Rizavum is still out there, I don't want to put them in danger, not after everything they suffered each with that battle, and each with their past, I want to make sure they never suffer again. The Siskin just remained silent, not convinced he should do it yet, but he already knew that look meant he wasn't going to let them disturb him with his decision, so he could only sigh and nod. Serziches. Okay, Issei-Kun, starting tomorrow afternoon, I'll be assigning you a mission every day, until you decide when to stop. The Sekiryuutei just nodded and made a magic circle to leave the place, Serziches just turned back to his chair to lean there and sigh stressed, it seemed strange to him that Issei, the boy who doesn't like to fight, the one who likes to spend all day leaning on a pair of massive tits, accepted so quickly the idea of training with missions, it seemed suspicious to him, or it was just his desire to improve, Volley had implanted a small battle seed in him. So it seemed a little convincing to him, he hoped it was just that and nothing more. Human world Haidu residence. In the beautiful and unique human world, in a huge mansion, which the neighbors didn't know how the bucket appeared there, but it was the envy of all, they wanted to ask how the Haidu patriarchs had gotten the money for that, but they discovered that they went on vacation, while the son stayed at home with many girls. That more than super duper and drugs obviously I think gossip that the son of the family had hex with all those girls, while his parents were not there it was not further from the truth. In the room appeared a crimson magic circle that seconds later appeared the brown with a tired face, sighed and then looked at the ceiling, and then lowered his gaze. When he saw he was greatly surprised. He saw his girls, Rias Gremory, Akeno Himajim, Asia Argento, Kaneko Taoju, Kuroka Taoju, Zenobia Quarta, Irina Shidu, Rossweisse, Ravel Phoenix, all those beautiful women that he loved, and with them, the Citri nobility, Sona, Tsubaki, etc. But he was surprised not to see Saji, but he let it pass. Asia? Ooh. Hello Issei-san. How are you? The nun said as she approached him without waiting any longer and took him by the hands, guiding him to the armchairs. There they were all together drinking tea, eating, and laughing. He only thought about holding on for a while to be able to have his long-awaited rest. Sona. Haidu-kun, how was your talk with Surzich's Sama? The pervert was going to answer, but realized the question she had asked him. He turned to look at her strangely, and she only turned to see the crimson-haired woman at her side. Rias just laughed nervously, while trying to engage Issei in a look. He only sighed tiredly while deigning to answer. Issei. Well, I didn't do much else. We chatted about my new class and its benefits, and that in a while I'll also have my own entourage. All the girls were surprised and started talking more among themselves, while Issei just leaned back on the couch calmly, but was interrupted by Tsubaki's words. Tsubaki? And who will be members of your new entourage, Haidu-san? The protagonist of the flashback just shrugged his shoulders, not paying attention to those words. He didn't feel like thinking right now, and for now he would just get better. He would look into that later. Akeno approached to sit stealthily, still under the watchful eyes of everyone to bury Issei's head between her breasts. The brunette recognized those excellent and large breasts. Being Akeno, he just relaxed, as well as his body, energy and soul. Akeno. Ara my cowhide is quite stressed, let your senpai help you rest. All the girls of the Citri clan were uncomfortable, since they never saw so much affection in front of them, and some were also jealous of Akeno's total dominance over Issei, which made her express herself freely. Rias only had a twitch in her eye as she tried not to make a scene. She looked at Akeno, who the shameless girl just smiled victoriously, so she tried to continue the conversation between her and Sona. Rias. And Sona-san, by the way, where is Saji-kun? Sona sighed as she remembered her pawn, and while taking a sip of her tea, she turned to see Issei who was resting peacefully on Akeno's breasts, and then she turned to see Rias, while Irina and Asia paid attention while serving cookies and more tea. Sona. She is taking care of her brothers. She promised to go out for a walk, and as soon as she found out that Haidu-kun was not there a while ago, she took advantage and went with her brothers. Rias nodded as she turned to see a magic circle where a blonde-haired mage came out. It was Lefay Pendragon. When she came out she was floating on her broom. She was going to greet energetically, but she saw Issei asleep. She just smiled to greet quietly. Lefay. Hello everyone, and hello to Issei-kun who is asleep. I didn't expect there to be guests. Sona. Hello Pendragon-san, how are you? Lefay. Very well Sona-chan, I was just solving some magic issues with my Oni-sama, but well, is there any tea? I couldn't have breakfast, I want something please Asia-chan. Asia? Of course, Lefay-san. The innocent not so innocent nun said going to the kitchen to get the water for tea. Meanwhile Rias turned to see Lefay with an amused smile. While she was alone she flew to sit next to Issei and leaned on him, making the lightning priestess laugh amusedly. Rias? And tell us Lefay, what did your parents say about this? Lefay. After talking for almost the whole day, they accepted, even though they wanted to say, they wanted the magician lineage to remain intact as pure-blood magicians, but my brother convinced them by saying that with Issei, they would have magicians of great power, and the ability to perhaps use a new reality of magic, dragon magic, and that convinced them. The girls cheered celebrating the joining of a new girl to Issei's harem. Lefay smiled as she caressed the arm where Issei was leaning, however he smiled unconsciously upon hearing everything recently. Asia returned with a cup of tea and cookies, which Lefay began to drink and eat calmly. 3 hours later Issei's room. He was lying there tired and happy. He had to wait almost 3 hours for Sona and her entourage to leave. He only endured Akeno's breasts during those hours, while from time to time he received a caress from his harem. He was currently there wearing a white blouse and blue shorts. It was the most basic thing he found, but it worked for sleeping, although he wasn't at 100% peace, since Rias and Akeno were right there changing into robes to sleep with him. Rias. Hey Akeno. Stop touching my breasts, it's too uncomfortable. Akeno. Fufufu come on Rias, don't be shy, Issei-kun will surely love it. The masochist said, looking sideways at Issei, but stopping when she saw that he wasn't paying attention to them and was just staring at the ceiling. That worried them both, so with everything ready they lay down next to him. He just let himself be hugged, while both of them just hugged his head, placing him between their breasts. Rias. What's wrong, Issei-kun? What's going on with that naughty, distracted head of yours? Issei. Nothing Rias. Akeno. It's a lie, my little cowhide, something has you in the clouds, tell us what it is, or you have no action for a month. Issei just froze, no action is equal to a month without being in an intimate moment with each one, that made him sigh to look at both of them with a tired face, which both of them noticed without fail. Issei. It's just that well, now I've ascended to the special class, Surziches wanted to talk to me about something I said a while ago. Rias. Yes, you told that in the morning, after the academy you went to the underworld to see Oni-sama. Issei. Yeah, I went because I had an idea, since Volley proposed me to fight, I had to train, and we talked about that, so currently I'm going to do missions after the academy to train. Both women, upon hearing this, lost their smiles and looked at each other worriedly, moving away from him a little, allowing him to lose his smile, due to the loss of warmth and discomfort, which forced him to open his eyes again. Rias. Issei-Kun, are you sure? Isn't it better for you to rest after everything we've been through? It would be too much for you, and you're just recovering. The Keno. It's true, if you don't rest you could get injured again, and that worries us. Do you really want to do this? You have plenty of time. Issei. I'm 100 sure, if I want to protect them, I must be strong to protect Butchu and Akeno-san, like the others. The priestess and the princess of the Crimson Ruin saw each other smiling simultaneously, they were worried about Issei, but Issei was Issei, and sooner or later with his actions or words they were going to convince them, so they had no choice but to accept with some insecurity. Rias. Okay, my cute servant, I'll accept, but promise me you won't get hurt. She said, hugging Issei against her bust, which made the boy blush while he reciprocated the hug to the Gremory's liking, but got angry when he saw how Akeno stole it to hug him against her bust. Akeno. You're so beautiful, Issei-Kun, your vice president is going to reward you. Issei only blushed noticeably when he was in the bust of his women who were fighting and provoking each other, he fell onto the bed due to the abrupt push he received from both of them, who were releasing their auras, represented by lightning by Akeno and her aura of destruction by Rias. Both had a smile, somewhat angry and irritated, they wanted to kill each other right now, the other was stealing the moment with her precious little dragon, and they were going to use their abilities with everything and kill each other until they were pulverized. HMPFF. MHGHS. The ex-queens of Kuo Academy had moaned when they felt someone pinch their breasts, looking to their right left of each one, they saw Issei who was smiling nervously, to avoid being burned to death there, he decided to pinch them, and took advantage of the fact that they were not wearing a bra, and that he wanted to touch breasts. The two remained silent looking at each other, and Issei, the blush dominated them, when they saw the boy lying on the bed with a massive blush, both saw the marked body of their partner, the blush noticeable and nervous, both women were only blushing, and below them, you could see drops falling from their crotch, they saw each other for the last time, and they smiled. Lemon skipped. The next morning. The sun reached the Haidu mansion, in the kitchen dining room, all the girls were seen having breakfast quietly, Asia, Irina and Zenobia continued to prepare things in the kitchen, while Zenobia just watched and imitated them, Kuroka with Kaneko were quietly having breakfast near the three nuns, Rossweisse was talking with Ravel, and LaFay, next to her was Issei half in the middle of nowhere, it seemed like all the essence had been taken away from him. And Rias as Akeno, see for yourself. Rias. Akeno. Both were mushy, spending time in the shower honestly, according to the words of this cosmic entity called narrator and author, it hurt them, Issei didn't find it strange anymore, the question is what he was going to care about now, it seemed like his soul was going to go with Elohim. Akeno took Rias by the hip as they continued eating breakfast peacefully. Although at first it seemed strange to them all, they didn't pay any more attention to it, since at some point each of them went crazy and wanted to grape one of their harem companions. Sooner or later it would happen to Rias and Akeno. Rossweisse. Will you have your first mission today, Issei-Kun? Issei shook his face to make himself look like new again as he began to drink his coffee, nodding tiredly. Issei. Yes, I have the first mission of my class, but I'll try to come back early, okay? The girls nodded, not very convinced. They were never going to be, they wanted their beloved Sekiryuutei to rest and recover as much as possible. He was the one who fought the hardest against the Trihexa, he was the one who had the most right to rest, but they had to accept because he was Issei, they could never say no to such a kind and protective soul. But from a magic circle that appeared behind them, a woman with beautiful purple hair, orange eyes, a pretty face and white skin came out. Ira Ingvald Leviathan. The woman sighed tiredly and then looked at everyone, she was surprised to see Rias and Akeno, but just by seeing the others, she understood, then she saw Issei and smiled to hug him with all the love in the world, he only smiled to return the hug. Ingvald. Hello Ai-san, how are you? Issei. Hello Ingvald-chan, I'm fine. And you, how's your recovery? She sat next to him as she leaned on the table tiredly, being watched by everyone as Asia served her breakfast, she began to eat and then answered. Ingvald. Well, thanks to Hypnos and Morpheus, I no longer have that disease, so I can rest assured that I won't fall into a coma for 100 years. Issei. I was glad. Only a few hours had passed since his crazy night with Rias and Akeno, an evening in which his body was pushed to the limit not by the war, but by the pleasure of two women he loved. He still felt the tingling on his skin, the nail marks on his back, the wet lips on his neck, or Akeno's black kiss. Breakfast with his harem had been as always. Warm, boisterous, with jokes, and a strange closeness between the king and queen of the Gremory entourage that made him smile. But that smile was erased as soon as Serzich's call came, at the end of his classes. Through a magic circle, the Demon King himself entrusted him with a mission from his new training. To eliminate a group of renegades made up of fallen angels, demons and fanatic priests, who were gathered in a forgotten church in the middle of the forest outside of Kuo City. Issei. A church that's going to be bucked up. Issei muttered as he cracked his neck and fingers, imitating Volley's gesture, something he had unintentionally adopted as a habit. His muscles creaked, still somewhat sore from the previous night. He walked towards the rotten doors. It was noticeable that no one had passed by there for a long time. As he pushed open the large doors, an annoying creaking sound mingled with the echo of laughter and murmurs. Inside, 50 gazes settled upon him, fallen angels, demons, and hunched priests murmuring litanies to the new god. Priest. Look, the strongest Sekiryuutei of all, what a blessing that you are the first offering of this perfect world to Elohim. Issei yawned, almost bored, another priest with a screw loose, and it seemed that the others were the same when they were with him. Issei. Your world will not even be remembered after this fight. The tension became like a rope about to break. The head priest, one with disheveled silver hair and a bloody cross hanging from his neck, screamed in madness and indignation. Priest. After we're done with you, we'll take your harem. We'll make them our hex slaves. I'll keep that bucking hot bitch Asaka. Oh yeah, I'll make her scream for mercy. There everything went out, the aura around Issei became larger, denser, and many of the renegades saw as if death itself had descended upon the church. Zolo, his left eye shone a deep emerald hue. Issei. Repeat that. But there was no chance. A demon tried to pounce on him with claws exposed ready to kill him. Issei didn't even move a foot. He raised a finger, and from his nail sprouted a dragon shot as thin as a snake that pierced the enemy's skull, tearing off his head and part of his torso. The fallen angel swooped down with a spear of violet light. Issei, without moving, received it with his right arm extended upwards, blocked the weapon with his palm, and brought down his other arm like a hammer, crushing the angel's face against the ground. His head turned to puree. Another fell from behind, but the Sekiryuutei turned his wrist, conjuring a red sphere that shattered his thorax, and threw him against the walls, leaving a thick red stain. And so the bloodbath began. The priest tried to cast a magic circle, but before he could finish his circle, Issei made it disappear with a blast of dragon shot. Demons were split in half, others were singed to the bone, fallen angels were falling from the sky inside the church like incinerated flies. There were no screams, only pops and the wet sound of torn flesh. One of them fell to his knees, trembling. Mercy, I was just following orders. Issei didn't reply. One more dragon shot, and he was reduced to ash, and as the corpses piled up, the smell of blood permeating the air, the Sekiryuutei advanced slowly, his clothes soaked in crimson, towards the altar, towards the priest who was waiting for him, the mad leader trembling. Priest. You are a monster. A sinner. You are the greatest sin of this age. You will prevent the return of our God. But he will return, and you will die for your arrogance, son of Lucifer. Issei didn't stop. He looked at him with icy eyes, and with a dead voice to bow to him. Issei. What did you say about Yusaka? He asked without hesitation at all, and the priest paled as he looked at that being in front of him. Priest. Too, it was a mistake, just words, we can talk it over. I have secrets. Weapons. I can give you anything you want. Issei. The only thing I'm interested in is your death. With a simple swipe of his hand he cleanly severed the priest's head, blood gushing forth like a fountain upon the altar, staining the deformed statues of the false god they worshipped. The body slumped, and the head rolled away with his eyes still open, frozen in pure terror. Issei stood there, breathing deeply. He was covered in blood, his clothes torn, his skin stained. Issei. Rias is going to kill me when she sees me like this. He finally muttered, coming back to his senses, shaking his head. He activated a crimson magic circle, heading directly to the Lucifer territory. He had to deliver the report to Serzich's, but while the circle took him away, an idea crossed his mind. Issei. I hope you're not in the mood for Hex when I get back, I'm not sure I have any energy left. And with that, the Sekiryuutei disappeared, leaving behind a blood-soaked, destroyed and completely silent church. This is how my routine began, the same routine every day this month. I woke up, had breakfast, studied, Serzich's called me, I went on a mission, came back, gave a report, and when I got home, it was a night of Hex with everyone until I ended up boneless. Today is a night of Hex. It was like this for the whole month, without leaving a single night without a mission. I even skipped classes to go on a mission. It was something that at first worried the girls little, but every time I came back bloody or tired, even just going to sleep, it bothered them. They reproached me every morning before going to the academy, saying that at least one day I should dedicate to them. And honestly, I wanted to stop too. I wanted to leave this to tell Volley that I didn't want to fight. I wanted to hug the girls. I wanted to spend the whole day on their laps, looking at their breasts, having them fight over me, and so on, but I couldn't take it back. I helped Volley. He helps me more than once. The least I owed him was another fight, so I had to take advantage of everything and at the same time train to be ready and face Rizavum. I feel like I can't even be myself anymore. Everyone is aware of me. To be honest, I'm not interested in that, but I discovered that all the children see me as a hero, and that makes me behave differently. Only Kunu is the only girl who knows what I'm like. Not being myself stresses me out too much. It only gave me a twitch in my eye when I'm under a lot of stress. During this month at first they just pampered me, they took care of me hoping that I would get better every day, and even though they wanted to have Hex, they understood what was happening. As the day went by they got fed up with everything that was happening, which ended in arguments and me escaping on a long mission, which led to an intense search for the girls. And after talking about it several times, I ended up arriving from a mission with a personalized gift for each of them, which they forgave me for, and after that moment I began to finish the missions in record time. Although I finished them in no time, it led to my body ending up sore, tired, and stressed, which caused a worse twitch in my eye. They thought it was like Ria's twitch when she was angry, so they just pampered me more, which calmed me down, and that stopped it for a while. At night I organized 8 since they were the hours I had free, each one had her moment with me. Because of how busy I was, I couldn't even see Zyodika Soto-sama or Venelana Oka-sama, nor my dear Grafia. I didn't see her again after the last meeting there was. My friends are a different case. I saw Razor when he visited Ravel. I saw Saraerg, Volley and Saji on missions that we did together, and I saw Kiba as Gasper every day at the club. But in the second month everything changed for the worse. My accumulated tiredness and pain ended up taking their toll on me by not resting well, making me not even get to bed to sleep, even sleeping on the table. This bothered the girls more, who little by little stopped talking to me. They wanted to solve everything, but with my constant missions and my little energy to be able to pay attention, they didn't help. They all tried to help, but no matter how much effort I put in, it was no use. Reaching a point where we didn't even talk, and I tried everything to be able to talk to them, but they were still angry with me, which made my tick worse, already because of the discomfort, trying to escape from everything and rest from everyone. I didn't even have breakfast, I didn't eat much, I just took my things, I went to the academy and then on a mission. And in the third month I noticed something unusual about them. They started talking to me again, although in a smaller way. They did it, they smiled, they laughed, everything. I felt that something was wrong with them, but since the missions didn't leave me time, I couldn't investigate, and my confidence told me that nothing was happening. Ha ha ha. How naive I was. July 17 Underworld Phoenix Territory. In another great beautiful territory where the Phoenix clan, a great provider of Phoenix tears, and the immortal beings lived, there was a great mansion, where everything was beautiful in appearance, but the environment was putrid and horrible, thanks to the years of infidelity on the part of the Phoenix matriarch and the Phoenix patriarch, who sincerely could not stand each other anymore. Lord Phoenix tried to make that political marriage more bearable, but sincerely Lady Phoenix did not help much, which affected the lives of her children, leading her eldest son to leave that mansion to another part of the territory, while Lord Phoenix prevented his second son from leaving to guide him in his lifestyle, and the Phoenix matriarch tried to do the same with Ravel, but she was firm in her case. Currently we are among the thousands of corridors and rooms, in one in particular, it was that of Razor Phoenix, the Phoenix heir, where he often made his pieces his own, and where he wished to make Rias Gremory and Akeno Himejima his before half of it came true. Lemon skipped Rias, Koneko and Kuroka were having hex with Riser. July 18 Human World Akeno's Old Shrine. In Kuo City, at Akeno's old shrine where she lived, where Issei received Ascalon, and where the Himejima lived before moving in with Issei, you could see everything dark. Only the people who were there couldn't care less, since those people were just. Akeno Himejima, Tiamat, Kunu, and Elemental Karnstein were having hex with Volley. I was 100% sure his level would be at Issei's after. It's true, I was envious that Issei's Diabolos was more powerful, but he was a Lucifer, a prodigious demon, so he had a hard time losing, so he would take advantage of the fact that he had Akeno in his sights for a while, and he hoped to spend time with his fifth lover to enjoy all the time he had. July 19 Human World Saji's house. Saji Genshirus were having hex with Asia. July 20 Underworld Bale Territory. Ravel, Zenobia and Ross were having hex with Sarog. July 21 Human World Volcanic Zone. The heat was unbearable, the creaking of the earth beneath Issei's feet, mixed with the roars of a volcano on the verge of collapse, the fumaroles coming out of the crater, dyed the sky red in ash. The Sekiryuutei, covered by his worn and damaged scale mail, was panting heavily, several plates of his armor were cracked or missing, revealing cuts, burns, and his blood evaporating in the scorching heat. In front of him, a damned bastard wrapped in crimson robes with dark illegible symbols watched him with a fanatical smile. Around him, fiery zombies with incandescent eyes and charred flesh relentlessly rushed towards Issei. "Magician. You don't understand anything, Sekiryuutei." The magician shouted, raising his staff. "Wizard. Zora Magdaros, the dragon of rebirth. He will purify this world filled with impurities and lead us to the paradise of true magical beings." Issei, his breathing heavy, only spat out blood from the side of his lip before spitting towards the burning ground. "Issei. Always the same bucking shitty speech." He muttered, brandishing his red energy-coated fist. "Issei. Purification. Is that what you call having people kidnapped like cattle?" One of the fire's armies launched itself at him with an inhuman roar. Issei dodged it on instinct and hit it with a compressed dragon shot, shattering the monster's torso as if it were glowing pinata. Another, without Issei detecting it in time, pounced from behind, burying its burning claws in its back. "Issei. TCH. Damn." Issei shouted, spinning around and throwing an elbow that split the burning zombie's skull as he felt blood run down his back and his wounds burn like embers. "Magician. Do you feel it, Sekiryuutei? Despair is beautiful." The magician shouted as he opened a gigantic magic circle in the sky filled with strange runes. "Wizard. He's coming. Zora Magdaros is coming. And you can't do anything." The sky was shaking, the earth too, but Issei no longer cared, gritting his teeth, ignoring the burning of his wounds. He launched himself like a red demon against the magician. Magic circles surrounded him, trying to stop him. Issei did not face them head-on. He dodged them, spun, disappeared with short teleportations. He was dancing among death. "Issei. I'm going to shut you up, bastard." Issei roared in a voice filled with fury and pain as the volcano's debris flew with his momentum. A scream echoed. One of the hostages, half-freed, raised a bloody hand and launched a spell that exploded in front of the magician, blinding him for a few moments. That moment was enough. "Issei. I got you, son of a bitch." Issei whispered, concentrating all his remaining power into his right arm. The gauntlet creaked, vibrated, glowed a blazing crimson red, and brought it down brutally directly on the magician's face. The impact launched him like a human projectile towards one of the inner walls of the volcano. The magician's body bounced once, twice until he fell lifeless near a crack in the ground. The crater began to roar like a dying beast. "Issei. Quick, get everyone out, now." Issei shouted, holding his side and almost falling to his knees, his vision blurring, but his will keeping him standing. As the hostages ran towards the magic circle Issei had cast to evacuate them, the heat intensified. The mage's corpse, just a few meters from the lava core, was slowly engulfed by the burning flames. Issei stared for a second, his eyes not of fury, nor of victory. Just exhaustion. On the ground, near where the body was being cremated, a photograph was beginning to burn, an old, somewhat worn image, a smiling woman, two children, the same mage, without robes, without fanaticism, hugging them happily. The flame consumed the faces little by little, until nothing else remained. "Issei. How the hell do they end up so screwed?" Issei whispered, blood still running down his back, and without saying anything else, he raised a hand, and a crimson magic circle unfolded around him. In a matter of seconds, he disappeared along with the survivors, leaving only ashes, lava and silence. July 22 Human World Kyoto territory. Kyoto, the spiritual jewel of the supernatural world. Since the dawn of the factions, Kyoto was never the most prominent, nor the most relegated. It was a sacred ancient place, where yakeis walked freely among hidden forests, blessed mountains and enchanted temples that breathed history and power. Her essence was neutral, distant from the conflicts between angels, demons and fallen, but that did not free her from suffering. The youngest leader this land ever had was Yusaka, the nine-tailed kitsune, beautiful, wise, elegant and too young, when she was given the weight of a people who, for generations, had suffered the constant siege of nobles and powerful clans who saw in the yakeis a valuable resource for their interests. It was not uncommon for members of Kyoto to be kidnapped, forced to serve as slaves, concubines, warriors or simple trophies. But the hardest blow was the disappearance of two Nekashu. That was not an agreement or an alliance. It was a kidnapping disguised as diplomacy. Yusaka knew it, and that betrayal broke her. From then on, she closed the doors to all supernatural beings outside her faction. Kyoto became a fortress, where pain was not shouted, but was felt in the air. Yusaka's life was one of duty and sacrifice until something unexpected happened. The school trip changed everything. A class from Kuo Academy, who still didn't fully know the hidden world, was authorized to visit Kyoto. Among them came a brown-haired boy with warm eyes, a perverted smile, and a look that didn't know how much power he hid. Issei Hyoudou. That same day, Yusaka was kidnapped by the hero faction. She spent time unconscious, chained, manipulated, used as an energy source and a weapon. She doesn't remember well how many times she thought it would all end there. Until he woke up. In front of her, with tears in her eyes, was Kunu, her daughter, and behind her, with her clothes torn, bloody, wounded but smiling. Issei, the Sekiryuutei. A smile, a damn smile. He hadn't seen her since Kunu's father disappeared, a smile that restored his soul, that ignited something deeper than desire. Hope. Yusaka publicly thanked everyone who participated in her rescue, but privately, in a quiet seal-protected room, she offered Issei a personal thank you. An intense night, repressed passionate fire. It wasn't just Hex, it was a rebirth for her. After that, she wanted something more than to be a leader. He trained his assistant as a future guide for the territory and began to partially live a more human, freer life. When he could, he escaped to Kuo with Kunu to visit Issei. He was everything a protector should be, and his daughter also admired him so much that she even desired him. Yusaka, with maternal tenderness but firmness, told her to wait until she was older. Time passed, she watched with pride as Issei defeated Trihexa and became one of the pillars of the supernatural world, but that same power she admired distanced him from her. Constant missions, responsibilities, decisions, and one day, without knowing when or how, Yusaka realized that she saw him less, that when she went to look for him, either he wasn't there or he was sleeping exhausted. They barely exchanged words. She tried to understand him, but frustration grew. And then, she discovered it, the other girls betrayed him. They gave themselves to other men. At first, disgust overwhelmed her, but when she saw them volley Lucifer, Razor Phoenix, Sarah Bale, Saji Genshiro, powerful, macho, dominant, they weren't Issei, of course not, but they offered something. At first she tried one by one, and she felt nothing, just emptiness. But the four of them together. Dear Issei. July 23 Human World Unknown Zone. The sky was beginning to turn red with the colors of sunset, while a yellow flash crossed the air, and the face of Issei Hyoudou, the hero of the factions, advanced silently on a rocky terrain plagued with dead vegetation. Below him, the forest stretched out where one of Rizavam's nightmare laboratories had once been hidden. Despite its apparent destruction, something in the air smelled of blood. Flying low, he located the half-destroyed entrance to the bunker. What stopped him wasn't the landscape, but the thing guarding the door. A deformed creature, wolf's head with open jaw and eaten-away fangs, hind legs like a canid's, but a thick and disproportionate torso like a damn gorilla's. The beast roared, and the next thing was a punch that threw Issei several meters back. Issei. Hi-ho to Puta. Issei growled, wiping the blood from his mouth, his red glove glowing. Dragon. Boost. He leaped forward, the next blow like a crash of thunder. The creature's head exploded in a red tidal wave, its corpse convulsing for a few seconds before going still, forming a thick puddle. Issei. What the hell was going through your head, Rizavam? Issei whispered. He looked at his glove. There where Draig lived, he lay asleep. Since the fight against the Trihexa he was sleeping. The constant waste of energy to keep the armor active, to cast spells, and thousands of other things wasted energy that he didn't even know he had. So from that moment he slept waiting to recover his energy to 100%, and since then he left him a reserve of energy for his missions. But he felt that his energy was almost returned and maybe it will return, he sighed moving forward carefully. As he entered the bunker, he was surprised to see that it still had power. Lights flickered, and the echo of his footsteps resonated as if the place was alive from being illuminated. He walked through rusty corridors, leaking cracks, and collapsed chambers. In a side room, a creature hung from the ceiling, a white bat with grey tones, twisted body and deformed face, as if it had been melted. It let out a horrendous shriek when it saw it. Issei. Dragon shot. Issei said coldly. A red ray pierced the spawn, sticking it against the wall. The bat exploded into viscera. Minutes later, he arrived in front of a huge metal door. On each side, supernatural renegades armed with swords and physical malformations were waiting for him. They smiled like hyenas. Issei sighed. Issei. I hope the girls are asleep. If they see my clothes like this, they'll interrogate me again. Combat omitted due to narrative laziness, but with explicit violence, blood and brutality. After forcing his way through with punches, magic, and devastation, the door swung wide open. What he found was a laboratory, but not just any laboratory, it was a museum of horror. Overturned tables, broken tubes, corpses of unidentified creatures scattered on the floor like biological waste. The stench was unbearable. And then, hell. Die insect. The voice shouted, a magic circle activated in front of Issei who spun around, narrowly dodging a fire attack that jarred part of the wall, and there he saw it. Issei. I will. Rizavam. Oh, what a disappointment. Lucifer laughed mockingly. Rizavam. I was expecting the silver-haired boy, not the faction's favorite toy, but since you're here I'll jump at the chance. Two hybrid beasts emerged from the shadow, grabbing Issei with inhuman strength. Another charged at him from the side, knocking him down. Although he struggled, exhaustion betrayed him. They knocked him down, pinning him to the ground. The boosted gear hit the ground with a dull sound. Issei. Damn, save me. He roared, but it was too late. Over the gem of his glove, Rizivum invoked a magic circle. From it, something emerged that shouldn't be there and should have been hidden better. The Holy Grail. Rizivum. Thank you for your cooperation, Sekiryuutei, very helpful, as always. I will return the favor with temporal chaos. He said with a psychotic smile and disappeared into a magic circle next to the Grail. Issei was left alone in silence. Hours later, late at night, the tunnel door opened with a creak. A figure emerged dragging its feet. It was Issei. His body was completely covered in blood. His own and someone else's. His original clothes were indistinguishable. His breathing was labored and his vision was blurred. He fell to his knees on the wet grass, coughing, the ground around him turning red. Issei. I'm screwed, I have to fix this before someone finds out or before that bastard gets his wish. His fist closed on the ground. July 24 Underworld Lucifer territory. The silence was dense, the purple sky of the underworld did not move, as if time itself refused to move forward. Issei walked through the corridors of the Lucifer Castle mansion, his steps leaving traces of dried blood that not even he had noticed. He was still wearing the same clothes from the night before, not because he couldn't change, but because he had spent the early morning looking for him. Searching for him. The Rizivum live in Lucifer. But the bastard was no longer there, only traces, ashes and blood remained, too much blood. Issei had arrived late to his mission, and worse still, he was returning without the Holy Grail. The only thing that sustained him now was duty. He had to inform Serziches, not out of obedience, but out of a sense of urgency, out of instinct. Something was very wrong. As he walked through the halls, he noticed the stairs, servants, demons, guards, they all watched him with narrowed eyes, faces twisted with suppressed rage, pure repulsion and hatred. Issei. What the fuck? He didn't understand. Had they already realized his mistake? Or did they blame him for the delay? Did they consider him a failure? Every step he took, he felt judgment digging into his back like invisible thorns. He finally reached the large door to Serzich's office. I didn't feel his presence. Nothing. Just emptiness. He cautiously pushed the door open and was greeted by a crimson magic circle activated beneath his feet. Issei. What? He screamed before black chains brutally immobilized him. The pain was immediate, straight to his nerves. The chains smelled rotten like something sacred and forbidden. Issei. This is Samuel's blood. She screamed as she felt the rot in her skin, her body collapsing to the ground like a broken doll. Several elite guards surrounded him, holding him down as if he were a rabid beast. Although he struggled with all his strength, he couldn't free himself. They threw him face down on the floor, knee in his back, arm twisted, his face crushed against the black tiles of the office. The demon in scarlet armor stepped forward. Guard. Issei Hyoudou, you are under arrest for the destruction of half of Lilith City and the massacre of more than half of the Gregory organization. Issei. What? What the hell are you saying? I don't. Guard. Anything you say can be used against you. They snapped at him without emotion, and before he could protest further, an armored fist connected with him squarely in the cheek. Darkness, silence, fracture. He came to a few minutes later, chained. He was on his knees in the middle of a large courtroom, the chains sealed with divine magic and dragon's blood. He couldn't move or channel energy. The world was ringing in his ears, but his vision slowly cleared, and then he saw it. People. Everyone. Everyone. His harem, grouped together with his old group of friends, sitting as if they were part of the divine jury, but the worst, the thing that tore his soul out. They were hugging each other. Asia, Zenobia, Akeno in the arms of Saji, Sarerg, Vali, Kaneko holding Razor's hand, and there, on Vali's legs, curled up watching him with fear, insecurity, and doubt, was Kunu, his little girl, the girl who had once called him dad. Issei. No. Issei whispered, his voice breaking, but no one heard him, so he looked ahead. Serzich's Lucifer, his imposing figure, his dull eyes, his emotionless face, his mere presence chilled the blood, and at his side. Raphia Lucifuge. But she didn't look at him. She didn't defend him. She didn't recognize him. She just avoided his gaze like he was trash. Issei didn't say anything, he couldn't, he just felt his world collapse into 1,000 pieces, and then, the sentence began. Serziches. Issei Hyoudou, you have been brought before this court to determine your responsibility in the deaths of thousands of supernatural beings. This trial will decide if you are guilty, or if your time as a hero is over forever. Silence reigned, and in that silence, Issei's heart began to die. The room was an abyss of silence and tension. He remained on his knees in the center of the trial, the black chains holding him like a broken puppet, the weight of Serzich's words still echoing in his ears. Thousands of dead me? Issei. It can't be. He whispered barely audibly, like a child lost in a nightmare, his lips trembling, his mind trying to find meaning, a logic that would explain that absurd accusation, but there was no time to think, the world wouldn't give him that luxury, a violent crash echoed throughout the room. Brachial. Enough of playing innocent, you damn bastard. Brachial, Okeno's father, shouted as he hit the railing hard, making the marble of the court vibrate, his eyes were pure fire, a fire that Issei once believed he could extinguish with peace. Brachial. We have proof, you scum. You did it. You killed thousands of innocent people. And you still dare to pretend you don't know anything. Issei. And no, I didn't do anything. I wasn't in Gregory or Lilith. Brachial. The supposed hero of the factions, you are nothing more than a psychopath disguised as an idol. You took advantage of the peace to unleash your thirst for blood. Enemu. Brachial, you basta. Enemu, one of the Gregory cadres, intervened, trying to contain the scene. Enemu. It's not about emotions, this is a judgment. Serziches raised a hand, silencing everything. Serziches. Issei Hyoudou, we have records, witnesses, and visual evidence. He reached out, activating a magic hologram in front of everyone, the image was clear, too clear, and Issei, but with completely black hair and red eyes, stood above the skies of Gregory, his gaze was insane, his smile crooked, his laughter sounded like broken blades, and then. Issei. Dragon shot. Issei roared, firing a sphere of energy directly into a crowd, men, women, children, nothing was left, the recording cut off amidst the impostor's maniacal laughter. Issei was paralyzed. Breathless. Soulless. Serziches. At 17:30 hours you were sighted in Lilith. The new hologram, the same black-haired Issei, riding a dark dragon, leading a massacre in the city, nobles dead, women chained, children crying as structures were reduced to rubble. And then a blue portal opened, the impostor looked at the camera, smiled and disappeared alongside the chained women. Serziches. What do you have to say in your defense? Serziches asked, with an expression as dead as those who no longer believe in hope. Issei could only stammer, his throat not responding, his mind refusing to accept, it was too much. He turned around and saw everything. Azazel, the man who trained him, didn't even look at him. Auden, the one who drank with him, just shook his head. Michael, the archangel, looked at him with an expression impossible to read. His beloved Yusaka looked at the ground, didn't defend him, didn't recognize him. Sarerg, with a hard face, had Zenobia, Rossweisse and Ravel by his side. Saji hugged Asia, Irina, Lefay and Ingvald, as if they were his own. Vali with Akeno, Tiamat, Kunu, Ulmenhold Razor, the damned Razor, held Kaneko, Kuroka and Rias. Irasuris. All of them. They saw him as a monster, as if the op-eyed dragon had never existed, then a childish voice broke the ice. Kunu? That was you? Kunu, his Kunu, asked from Vali's legs. Kunu? Is that why you were never with us? Is that why you always left? Were you planning this? The destruction. The terror. Issei. Yo no. Issei tried to speak, but his voice cracked like broken glass. Kunu? Is that my hero? Is that my dad? Before he could say anything, a fist hit him directly in the face. Crack. Dulio. What the buck are you trying to say, bastard? Roared Dulio Gesualdo, Michael's joker, grabbing him by the hair forcefully. Dulio. You were the Sekiryuutei. The great hero of all races. But you turned out to be just another damn disappointment. The ground was stained red with Issei's blood. Issei. Let me explain, it wasn't me. He pleaded, feeling himself getting smaller and smaller, but when Dulio raised his arm for another blow. It just is. The red light emerged from his gauntlet. The boosted gear had appeared. Draig. What are you doing to my partner? Draig roared, his roar echoing throughout the room. Dulio. He is judged. Draig. Judge him by what? Let me see the memories. Dulio. Do it, check his memories from a few hours ago. Draig delved into Issei's mind, he searched, he forced his connection to the maximum, and then. There was nothing, gaps, lost fragments, altered memory. Draig. There are no memories, they've been erased. Draig shouted in real astonishment, a tense silence took over the room, but Dulio just gritted his teeth. Dulio. Another lie. You hid the evidence. You erased everything to cover your tracks, you bastard. And without mercy, he took Draig's gem and ripped it out of the boosted gear. Issei. Aig. Issei screamed, feeling such deep pain that he thought he would faint. Dulio. You don't deserve it anymore. Dulio snapped, throwing Draig towards Vali. Dulio. The Hakuryuuku will take care of him from now on. Issei's ult collapsed, Serziches raised his voice for the last time. Serziches. You have two choices, Issei Hyoudou. His voice was as cold as death. Serziches. You hand over the Sekiryuutei and live your life as if none of this happened, we only do it out of respect Haidu-kun, or die here, and your soul will be sealed with him forever. And there will be no redemption, no return, no forgiveness. Issei lowered his head, it was bleeding, it hurt, it trembled, but more than his body, what hurt the most was what was no longer left. His heart. Everything he loved, everything he protected. He had abandoned it, judged it, betrayed it, and in the midst of that absolute silence. The op-eye dragon collapsed, completely. October 17 Human World Kuo Academy. The sky was partly cloudy, as if the sun was also undecided about whether to shine or simply hide behind the grey clouds. The breeze was gentle, but not enough to dispel the heaviness of the air. Lying on the grass, leaning against the trunk of a tree that had once witnessed his moments of laughter and fantasies with Motohama and Mitsuda, was he. Issei Hyoudou. His hair was longer, messy, reflecting his lack of interest in taking care of himself. Under his eyes, pronounced dark circles betrayed his sleepless nights. He watched indifferently as Motohama and Mitsuda ran, screaming like idiots, while the girls from the kendo club chased them with bamboo swords. He was once there, in that trio of hopeless perverts, obsessed with seeing tits and saying stupid things. But no longer, now, the only thing he saw when he looked at a woman was one more betrayal. He brought his hand to his face, sighing heavily, remembering his own voice, weeks ago, in a moment of suppressed anger and despair. I prefer to live. Ironies of life, now he didn't even know if he was really alive, his life had gone to shit in a matter of days. When he returned home after that public humiliation, the first thing he noticed was the absence. The room was empty, his things were still there, yes, but the belongings of his harem, they were gone, all of them. There was no farewell, just a letter, cold, mechanical. We're retiring for our own good. The mansion belongs to you, but from today on, we'll be living somewhere else. You can stay with your parents. We hope you find peace someday. They hadn't even had the courage to tell him to his face. Cowards. From that day on, the mansion seemed bigger, emptier, more cursed. His parents tried to support him at first, but eventually they moved on, perhaps seeking to escape the stench of depression that the place exuded, or perhaps they simply no longer knew how to deal with a son who had gone from legendary hero to emotional wreck without them even realizing it. He returned to the academy the next day. He tried to force himself to be the Issei of before, the op-eye dragon, the smiling idiot, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. Motohama and Mitsuda tried to revive that shitty friendship. They talked to him about breasts, new students, sexual fantasies, as if the world kept turning, as if nothing had happened, as if they hadn't stabbed him in the back by laughing at his misfortune, by gladly accepting the women who betrayed him. One argument was enough to break the friendship. Issei yelled at them with all the hatred he had inside. He told them what he really thought of them. Traitorous rats, shitty cowards. Second-rate comedians who fed on other people's leftovers. From then on, he was nicknamed the emo of Kuo. He didn't care. It was better than perverted beast, at least this time the nickname had some dignity amidst the darkness. In class, his desk became an island. No one really came near it, some out of fear, others out of indifference. He spent classes looking out the window, not paying attention, not taking notes, just existing. Sometimes at night she cried for no reason, sometimes she felt nothing, sometimes she wanted to tear her chest out with her hands, just to see if anything inside was still beating. The worst part was that I missed everything. Ria's kisses, Okeno's jokes, Asia's clumsiness, Zenovia's madness, Kaneko's tenderness, even the lesbian moments I spied on. Damn, I missed them. And that made him feel like a bucking idiot, but he kept going, somehow, and so another week passed. The monotony was unbearable, but one day, something caught his attention. He was in history class, half asleep, when he saw Asia, Zenovia and Irina's ears glowing with a magic circle. They all asked permission to leave, saying that the club needed them. Lie. They returned 2 days later, dark-circled, tired and sore, their bodies trembling slightly, as if they had been in combat or worse. Their gazes were not the same, and, above all, they couldn't stop looking at him. Every time he looked up, his eyes met one of them, Asia, with her watery eyes, Zenovia, with her hard but brittle gaze, Irina, with silent guilt. And that wasn't all. Sometimes Kunu and Kaneko would casually appear in the living room, pretending to talk to the girls, but they wouldn't take their eyes off Issei. They would stare at him for minutes, as if looking for a sign, as if they wanted to get closer, but couldn't. It was annoying and bucking painful. So the days passed, until Friday, during lunch, Issei decided to leave the classroom, climb the tree in the courtyard, his silent hiding place, his only refuge. There, on one of the thickest branches, he lay down while the wind ruffled his hair, until he heard voices. Zenovia. They're putting too much pressure on us. Asia. I can't take it anymore, it hurts to see him like this and not do anything. Irina. I just want to talk to him, but I'm afraid that he hates me. Issei opened his eyes suddenly. They were under the tree, they hadn't noticed his presence. His heart fluttered, his hands trembled. For a second, he thought it was all a nightmare, and in that moment, like the most idiotic of the protagonists of a cheap comedy, he slipped. Issei. Shit. He screamed, falling from the branch with a thud onto the grass. The girls jumped, turning around with their eyes wide open. Girls. I say. The three of them exclaimed at the same time, surprised and with joy. He immediately stood up, rubbing his arm, his expression a mixture of physical and emotional pain. Issei. Don't follow me, I don't want to know anything. But the three of them surrounded him in a second. Zenobia. Wait. Zenobia shouted, grabbing his arm. Asia. We just want to talk please. Asia pleaded, tears in her eyes. Irina. We need to tell you the truth. Irina said, firm but trembling. Issei looked at them, saw them, and for the first time in weeks, his heart broke again, like a poorly closed wound torn out by force. Issei. Right. After bucking my friends. After leaving me alone like a dog, with a letter like garbage. After watching me crawl around this damn city while you guys pretended everything was the same. Now you guys want to talk. The silence was sepulchral. Issei looked at them with a bitter, sad, devastated smile. Issei. Too late, girls, words don't heal a broken soul. And without saying anything else, he walked away from the tree, without looking back. Because if I did maybe it would break completely. The sunset dyed the streets of Kuo with orange and reddish tones. Issei walked silently, aimlessly, although his feet knew the way home, his eyes, empty, remained open out of simple habit. They looked at nothing, they searched for nothing, he just walked. After that awkward, memory-filled conversation with the girl, something inside him had stirred, not in a good way. He'd felt the brutal desire to stay there with them, to hug them, to shout at them that he didn't want to be alone, but it wasn't his place. They were no longer his. And he was no longer the same. He stopped at a pedestrian crossing, waiting for the light to change. In front of him, a couple was crossing, hand in hand and jogging. A boy with brown hair and a young woman with bright crimson hair, with a smile that makes you forget the world. His stomach turned. He saw himself reflected there, like a distant shadow. Rias. I missed her. Damn, how I missed her. He wanted to hate her, book it, he tried to hate her, he tried to curse her name every night until he fell asleep with tears drying on his face, but he couldn't hate the love of his life, and that thought broke him even more. The traffic light turned red, he crossed the road, passing the park where they trained together, where Rias pushed him beyond his limits with a mixture of severity and affection, where they lay on the grass at the end of each session, exhausted but happy. Where they kissed for the second time as a couple. Now there were only empty benches and the sound of children playing, unaware of what it was like to lose everything. Further on, a convenience store. Inside, a woman was giving her partner something to try, and they were laughing like idiots. He smiled sideways, ironic, that's how it had been with Akeno, jokes, caresses in narrow aisles, stolen kisses between shelves of candy. Akeno his goddess, his demon. Her betrayal. He kept walking, passing near a daycare center. Asia sometimes dragged him there. Issei-san, children are adorable, don't you think? He was never a fan, but seeing her laugh with them melted him inside. She was so pure, so bucking pure, that it hurt to think what they did to her afterward. On the corner, two cats crossed the street together, one white, one black, Kaneko, Kuroka, lying on his chest, purring, fighting over who slept on his arm or his chest. Now there were no purrs, no caresses, no nighttime moans that ended with a half-joking I love you, just silence. He passed by a bar he visited with Rossweisse, their first adult date, nervous, serious, trying to keep up their professional facade. In the end, they ended up drunk, kissing against a wall. She apologized 1,000 times, he told her it was perfect, and it was. A florist bought a bouquet for Irina there once, peonies, because she said they were the flowers of regret. But also of forgiveness. He corrected her, smiling as if he didn't carry an army of sins on his shoulders. The lingerie store, Zenobia took him out of curiosity. She said she wanted to learn how to better please her partner because she read it on a girls' forum. He blushed so much he almost fainted. She bought something blue. That night was unforgettable. Now she couldn't even remember his voice clearly. Every step hurt, every memory was a rusty stab that turned slowly in his chest. Finally, he arrived at the mansion, an empty shell of what was once a home. He pushed open the door, nothing, no laughter, no screams, no smell of food, just the echo of his own footsteps bouncing off the walls. He entered the dining room, sat down, in front of him, the cold breakfast plate, the artificial light from the ceiling flickered, he stood there motionless. Issei. I'm home. He muttered even though there was no one to hear him. He rested his head on the table, closed his eyes, wanted to sleep, wanted to not wake up, wanted to stop feeling, because it hurt bucking more than any battle wound. This was a soul in pieces that no one wanted to pick up. Tears fell, hot, silent, and she clung to her own arms, not for warmth, but because she felt that if she didn't hold on, she would fall apart completely. I wanted to come back. To the days when perverted nonsense filled his life with color, to the fights that, although brutal, meant something, to the stolen kisses, to the sincere hugs, to love, even if it was doomed to break. I wanted to go back. The way it used to be. But I can't. And I knew it. October 18 Human World Haidu Residence. It was night. Another date on the calendar, but in Issei Hyoudu's soul, it was nothing more than another day dragged through the personal hell he was living. He remained in the same position, asleep on the table, his arms still wet from crying for hours. The light on the ceiling no longer worked. It had broken at some point without warning, leaving the kitchen dining room in sepulchral darkness, absolute silence. Only the faint, almost imperceptible sound of his breathing proved that he was still alive. Then, without warning, the dining room floor began to shine, a magic circle of fine, silver design appeared at the foot of the table, its light was dim, discreet from that circle emerged a figure that needed no introduction to Issei's wounded soul. Rafia Lucifuge. The woman he loved in secret, the same one who comforted him in his worst moments, the one who once saved him when his soul burned with rage and loneliness, her heels touched the floor without a single sound, was about to head to his room when she saw him there, asleep on the table, like a corpse that simply hasn't realized that it no longer belongs to the world of the living. His heart broke. She saw him dirty, with wrinkled clothes, his face marked by dried tears, his sleeves wet, his lips cracked, his skin paler than ever. She covered her mouth, fighting not to sob, but she couldn't, the air broke in her chest, the tears fell without permission. She walked towards him. Rafia. Issei. She whispered a prayer, caressed his cheek, he woke up barely, his half-closed eyes shone faintly in the dim light of the circle, he looked at her, and gave a hollow, broken smile. Issei. It's good that you're here, I'm glad to see you even if it's just in a dream. Rafia gritted her teeth. Rafia. Issei, this isn't a dream, I need you to come with me. Issei. I don't want to, dreams are the furthest thing from reality, and if you're here I'd rather stay asleep forever. He closed his eyes in false peace, not noticing the tears she silently shed, not noticing the trembling of her hands, not noticing the pain in her heart. Rafia came closer, kissed him on the forehead. Rafia. Forgive me. And she knocked him out with a precise blow, soft, but enough to put him completely to sleep. She lifted him in her arms like a dead prince, like a son, like the man who had been forgotten by everyone except her. The circle was closed. Hours later. Issei woke up. He couldn't see anything, couldn't move his arms, felt pressure on his wrists, they were tied, cold, and artificial light. Was he dead? Was this hell? Or the final punishment for his miserable existence? A noise, a click, someone removed the bag covering his head. The white light blinded him, he blinked, he looked at the place. No. No. No, not again. He was there, in that damned courtroom, that same room where he was humiliated, condemned, emotionally tortured, his body trembled, his breathing became erratic, he looked around. Everyone was present. The four mass, the council of elders, the archangels, all, each one. His harem. Serziches walked towards him with a grim expression, his eyes no longer showing power or arrogance, only guilt. Serziches. Issei Hyoudou, you have been brought here to inform you of something you should have known a few days ago. Issei looked at him without moving. Serziches. You're innocent. And then, the world broke. Her eyes flew open, tears began to fall, not from sadness, not from joy, but from utter confusion, from incomprehensible pain, from rage, from betrayal. Innocent. Innocent. So what was it all about? What did the nights of crying mean? Loneliness. Exile. Betrayal. Contempt. Emotional death. He looked around, everyone was looking at him with faces full of shame, sadness, guilt. Rias was crying her eyes out, held back by Vali, who held her so she wouldn't run towards him. Kaneko was lowering her head. Akeno was trembling, Zenobia was gritting her teeth, Asia had collapsed to her knees. Issei. What the buck are you saying? I'm innocent now. He hit the floor with his knees, hard, the echo of the metal resonating throughout the room. Issei. And what about my life, you motherfuckers? What did my bucking life mean then, huh? Serziches lowered his head. Serziches. There are no words that can. Issei. Shut your mouth. Shut it or I'll shut it, you bastard. Issei's energy was beginning to leak out, erratic, dangerous despite the seals, tears were falling like rain, but his face was a mask of pure pain, of rage, of betrayal. Serziches raised his hand, summoning a hologram. Serziches. We want to show you the truth, the culprit of all this. Issei looked at him. And something inside him broke forever. Issei. I'm going to kill you all, everyone who allowed this. Flashback October 12. Lilith, that renowned and beautiful city in the heart of the underworld, right now. It was burning. Flames dyed the skies crimson, the ground was shaken by magical explosions, agonized screams and steel clashing with flesh. From the horizon, the armies of Rizavam Live and Lucifer fell like a plague, infernal bats, wolves deformed by genetic mutations, demons and renegade angels, a whole circus of horrors escaped from a nightmare. In the center of the chaos, a man laughed, his face disfigured by sadism, his eyes silver like the moon bathed in blood. I am recovering. In front of him, Volley Lucifer, wrapped in his white vanishing dragon armor, launched attacks like a madman. Each ray of energy was a display of hatred, each attack was a desire to kill him. Volley. Damn bastard. Volley roared as a sphere of pure blue destruction collided with his grandfather's barrier, which remained intact. Rizavam. Oh, Volley-chan. Rizavam joked in that mocking voice that made the air rot. Rizavam. You're so dramatic, you should act in theater. Before the young heir could react, a 5-meter-long mutant wolf brutally charged him, the impact sending him flying, destroying buildings until he was caught by Biku. In the streets, Kiba and the members of the Citri nobility fought to maintain control, citizens screamed, children were protected among rubble, allied demons fell like flies, Kiba sank his sword into the skulls of the wolves, slashing left and right with gritted teeth. Kiba. Where the hell are the reinforcements? He shouted, while Saji was injured by an explosion behind him. At a height of the battlefield, the four Satans. Serziches, Seraphol, Ajuka and Falbium, along with Michael and Azazel, faced Lucifer himself in a tension that seemed to hold the breath of the entire universe. Serziches? Why? Serziches asked, his face tense, his cloak flapping with every roar of the wind. Serziches? Why destroy so much? What's the point of this carnage, Rizavam? Lucifer raised an eyebrow, almost amused, and smiled with blood-stained fangs. Rizavam. What if I told you that all of this was just to get your attention? Ajuka narrowed his eyes. Ajuka. You're no idiot, this is not a simple whim, what are you plotting, Rizavam? Rizavam. Oh, kill Beelzebub, always so brilliant. He took a step forward, the ground burning with each step. Rizavam. Remember that manuscript the real Lucifer left behind? The one that held the keys to freeing Trihexa? Everyone tensed up. Rizavam. Yes, you guys broke it into 4 fragments and hid it in your respective territories, what an adorable gesture of naivety. Falbium took a step forward. Falbium. What are you saying? Rizavam. What I'm saying is. Rizavam's eyes flashed like demonic lanterns. Rizavam. Well, they were here, their territories were unprotected. My loyal followers have already taken what they needed. A deathly silence fell upon the mass. Serziches reacted immediately, sending mental orders to all the young demons. Serziches. You're laughing at Lucifer territory. Call the Leviathan. Razor is Beelzebub. Serrared to Asmodeus. Now. As the young people were teleported away, Volley, covered in blood, struggled to his feet. Volley. This is the second thing that has made me the angriest this damn year. Rizavam raised an eyebrow. Rizavam. The second one. And what was the first one, grandson? Volley looked at him with pure hatred. Rizavam. Having a friend as bucking despicable as you. For the first time, Rizavam's face darkened with a shadow of sick satisfaction. Rizavam. Ah, I see what you mean. Then he said it. Rizavam. The mind of a living being is manipulable when absolute trust is placed in it. 2 paths appear. Either denial or hatred. From his pocket, he took out a single hair, brown and withered, as if dead. Rizavam. From the Sekiryuutei, a memory, a borrowed one. With this, I created a perfect clone, ordered it to wreak havoc. The result. The perverted idiot was left as a monster, and all of you condemned him without even checking. Isn't that beautiful? Volley, trembling with rage, let out a roar. Volley. You damn son of a bitch. But it was too late, a communication circle appeared in the ears of everyone present. Rias on Racer Sererg. This is Gremory Citrifinixpal. Confirmed the fragment has been stolen. When they looked up. Rizavam had disappeared. End of flashback. Issei was on his knees, he said nothing, he did not look up, only the sound of his tears was audible in that room that once dictated his sentence. Drip drip drip. Isaka, Kuroka, Kaneko, Kunu. The only ones who heard what he whispered because they had heightened senses. Issei. Why me, why did they do this to me, why did I trust? He looked up and in that moment, the whole world stopped. The ex-security. He was completely devastated. His eyes were swollen, his tears streaming down his face, his lips trembling like a lost child. I wanted to talk. But I couldn't. I wanted to hate. But I didn't know who. I wanted to die. But I couldn't. And that helplessness, that absolute despair, that was the true condemnation, and no punishment in hell could compare to it. The court was dark, only a ray of dim light from the underworld, like an eye watching from the cracks in the ceiling, illuminated the center. A solitary figure sat there. Issei Hyoudou, the former Sekiryuutei, buried his gaze in his own wrist, where the boosted gear rested. The red gauntlet fit naturally to his body, but it no longer felt a part of him. His fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from suppressed anger, pain, disappointment, an amalgam of emotions that tore him apart from the inside and left him empty. Everything was silent. Everything was loneliness. His gaze shifted, for a moment, to the judge's chair, empty, cold, inert, and it was there that a memory pierced him like a rusty knife. Serziches. The Sekiryuutei will be returned to you. Serziches had said, with a seriousness he rarely showed. Serziches. And by decision of the council, out of respect for everything that has happened, after this war you will be left in peace, you will be able to decide if you wish to stay with Draig or not. But the moment didn't last long, a soldier burst in, drenched in blood, panting. Soldier. The Trihexa has been released into the desert area of the underworld. Chaos broke out. Serziches, without thinking, mobilized everyone. Rias and her group, Sona and her Peerage, Razor and Serere to the area as well, even Vali and his team deployed urgently, Azazel and Michael gave their blessings, everyone left, all but one. Issei was only asked to wait, to be the surprise weapon, a last resort. Issei. Surprise my balls. The powerless insult, seeing the reflection of his face in the metal of his gauntlet, felt like a damn joke. And he remembered something else, Vali was leaving the place while Yusaka and Kunu followed him, he was going to leave the girl in a safe place, but Issei stopped them, something didn't fit. Issei. Why does she? He said, his eyes alight with suspicion. Issei. Why does Kunu have your pheromones? The silence was brutal, Vali's gaze hardened as he understood, and at that moment, without saying another word, Issei threw a punch straight to his face, he didn't move him, it wasn't a physical attack, it was a sentence, blood ran down Vali's lips, but he didn't respond. Issei. You bucked a damn minor. My girl. And when the next blow was about to fall, Azazel interrupted, placing himself in the middle. Azazel. Enough. This will be discussed later. There are more important things to do now. But for Issei there was no more of it, there was no more important stuff, there was only the rotten weight of the world on his chest. First you betray me, then you take the harem, and now her. Who the hell is the monster here? You? Or is it me for not killing you yet? He returned to the present, the instant the red gem of the boosted gear began to shine, it was the call, it was his turn, the sleeping weapon had to wake up. But that was already history. End of flashback original universe. And then, in the present, the sound of running water caressed the stones of the river, Issei was sitting on a thick branch of a tree, high up, below, leaning on the trunk, Tien watched him, the young man's face was tense, full of questions he didn't dare to ask, he had heard everything, he had seen everything, the story made no sense, but at the same time, it had everything. Tien. I don't know how to react to that. He said at last, lowering his gaze to the ground, Issei jumped down, his bare feet touching the wet bank of the river, the sound was soft, but the weight of his words was everything. Issei. Sometimes what you think is the truth is nothing more than an illusion that someone wants you to see. He said, looking at the water that reflected the moon of the human world. Tien approached, knelt next to him, they looked at the current. Issei. Life won't always be good, Tien, fate laughs in your face and makes you believe that everything is going well, only to snatch it all away from you without warning. There was silence, only the croaking of a frog in the distance and the hissing of the wind in the trees. Issei looked at him sideways. Issei. What would you think if I told you that you can't unlock your full power because I'm here? Tien looked at him, confused. Tien. What do you mean? Issei. Much of your power comes from me, from what I was, and as long as I'm here, that power won't be able to flow, because it's not entirely yours, it's like having two souls with one body, one engine, you have brakes on that not even you know about. Tien. So what can we do? Issei smiled, a sad broken smile, and then uttered the unthinkable. Issei. Fusion. The air froze, the river seemed to stop, Tien opened his eyes, his heart staggering. Tien. What? Issei. One soul, one body, one will, so you can access the true power that lies dormant, but there will be no turning back, I will cease to exist, and you will cease to be the same. The price of staying together. Night had fallen over the city, that place, where luxury accumulated beautifully, shone with radiant lights, at the very top, in the penthouse of a 5-star hotel, was the supernatural group. The silence was so thick it could almost be cut with a knife, a silence of muffled screams behind broken smiles, the atmosphere was stifled, cold, inert, no one spoke, no one wanted to. Asia, Irina and Zenobia were in the kitchen, surrounded by ingredients, trying to prepare something anything, but their hands were shaking, their eyes were lost, faith had cracked in their souls, and the weight of guilt was reflected in their gestures. Irina had red cheeks, she bit her lip to keep from crying, Zenobia held a kitchen knife tightly, staring into space as if she wanted to cut it, Asia simply trembled, unable to even hold a cup. On one of the large sofas, Rossweisse hugged Graphia, who seemed on the verge of collapse, her lips pressed together, her hands clenched, and an eternal lump in her throat that threatened to break. The pain was not physical, but existential. What had they done? What had they become? Sekiryuutei was alone at a table, his hand covering his face as memories devoured him from within. The honor that once defined him felt like a cruel joke. Saji, seeking comfort, had lain down on Sona's thighs. She was silently stroking his hair, unable to hide the mixture of anger, shame and sadness that burned under her skin. Ravel cried like a little girl, hugging Yubaluna's chest, who held her without saying anything, because what words could comfort someone who felt their soul had betrayed their platonic love? Razor lay inert, his eyes on the ceiling. Shui and Isabel surrounded him, each trying to reach him, to calm him down, but he was in a different world, one where there was no noise, no guilt, no Issei leaving. Biba watched the city through the window, as if waiting for an answer from heaven. Tsubaki was by his side, not knowing whether to talk to him or leave him. Both were broken, but inside, where it wasn't noticeable. Bakeno was leaning against one of the penthouse walls, her eyes empty, red from crying so much. The tears were no longer coming out, but the pain was still there. Every heartbeat was a pang, every memory, a torture. Hiroka, sitting on the floor, cried silently while hugging her little sister. Kaneko cried like never before in her life, the strongest, the coldest. Now she dissolved into sobs, as if the world had collapsed and no one had saved her. Every corner of the penthouse was filled with stress, sadness, and above all, pain. They were no longer a group, they were no longer a team. They were ruins. Living ruins that shared a roof because they didn't know where else to go, and they didn't care that two of their own weren't there. They didn't care that Rias and Vali were in other parts of the penthouse. Because after everything that had happened, who had the strength left to care about anyone else? The room was plunged into opaque darkness, with only a little light from the city streaming in through the half-open curtains. It was as if that corner of the penthouse refused to share itself with the rest of the world. There, in the darkness, everything was a mess. Scattered clothes, overturned furniture, empty bottles on the floor, a broken perfume bottle and blood. The mirror opposite the bed was shattered, cracks running across its surface like scars. Below on the floor, a reddish stain stained the marble. Blood. And in bed, curled up in a ball, like a broken doll. There was Ria's Gremory. Her crimson hair fell in disarray over her bare back, covering her like a cloak. Her hands trembled, wounded and bloody from the furious blows she had given to the mirror. Her breathing was erratic, interrupted by deep sobs that no longer came from her mouth, but from her soul. It was broken. His gaze was empty, he looked ahead, but he couldn't see. Because. He murmured over and over again, barely a whisper. Why did you take everything from me, Issei? Why did you leave me? She remembered his smile, his voice, the way he held her, no matter how imperfect she was, and yet she betrayed him. He lost it. And the mark, that damned mark on her hip, withered. He had touched it with trembling fingers, slowly lowering his pants just to see what was no longer. The mark he left when he chose her, the mark when he made her his. Now it was only a dull, dead scar corrupted by another man. Vali. Rias gritted her teeth tightly. Rias. Everything went to hell because of you, you damn bastard. She cried again, burying her face in her knees. She thought about dying, many times. She had considered it, when the entire underworld called her a bore, a traitor, a shame to her clan, but she was still alive. Why? As punishment. She wasn't the same, she never would be again, and then Tien arrived, with his way of looking, with that spark. The part of Issei, alive. The hope. He thought he could make it all right, that he just had to remove those who could hold him back, that if he protected that flame, maybe there would be redemption in the end. But he couldn't. He didn't know how. He failed again. And now he was gone too. Tien. Your last chance. She took another deep breath, closed her eyes. Issei's face appeared in her mind, smiling, full of love. Rias. I loved you. Whisper. Rias. Why wasn't I enough? He looked at his bloody hand, looked at the blood in the mirror, felt a chill run down his spine, and then something inside his mind crackled, an idea, no, an order. Ali. It was his fault. All. Rias slowly got out of bed, like a corpse moved by rage, her eyes no longer crying, her eyes were burning. Rias. I swear, Issei. As her trembling fingers opened a drawer and pulled out a photo of her with Issei on their first date. Rias. I'm going to kill him, I'm going to rip out his soul for you. The world is dark, it's disgusting and imperfect, but more so the demons, they are despicable beings, they ruin the beauty of the world, the supernatural world ruins the world, only humans should stay alive. Those words were rusty blades stuck in Vali Lucifer's memory, repeated over and over again, like a mantra, like a punishment, the words of his grandfather, the same one who destroyed all that remained of light in his childhood, who molded him with words of hate. There was no love in his lessons, only torture disguised as purpose. His father, the same one who used to carry him with tenderness, with fleeting smiles, disappeared from his heart when he allowed his parents' madness to corrupt his soul. One afternoon, without warning, the father who loved him became his jailer. Blows, screams, chains that left visible and invisible marks. He said that it made him stronger, that Lucifers were not born, they were forged with suffering. And his mother. His mother was his angel. But even angels can break. She cared for him, protected him, cradled him, but she also condemned him and also helped. Since Vali became conscious, he was forced to dress like a girl, skirts, dresses, makeup, long, delicate hairstyles. "My little princess." She told him, while gently combing his hair. "Your father wanted a boy, but I wanted a daughter, so we're both happy, right?" Vali pretended, laughed, played with dolls, practiced her high-pitched voice, danced gracefully, but each day was just another drop falling into the broken glass of her mind. She didn't understand what she was, she didn't know who she was. Was it a boy? A girl? Both? Nothing. He was a vessel for his parents' frustrations. One day, his mother stopped smiling, stopped dressing him, stopped combing his hair, and then, she took her own life in the bathtub, leaving her blood mixed with expensive perfume and a letter she never finished writing. I was 12 years old. From then on, the blows from his father and grandfather became more violent, more visceral. They shouted insults at him, told him he was an aberration, that he should hate demons, that he should hate his mother, that he should hate himself. And he succeeded. He hated everything. He ran away, hurt, broken, full of scars and memories that still wake him up at night. It was then that he came to Gregory. Azazel found him, gave him a home, not a perfect one, but a home nonetheless. There he met Lavinia Renai. She didn't judge him, didn't ask him why his gestures were so feminine, or why he had nightmares where he cried with a girl's voice. She simply hugged him, cared for him, helped him reconstruct what remained of his identity, but her methods were desperate. He used his body. Not to take advantage of him, but to try to get Vali to recognize himself as a man, to tear out that maternal programming with physical pleasure, and Vali, still not fully understanding, accepted it. He needed it because he wanted to stop being that broken doll. And it worked, not completely, but he stopped hating his reflection, although there were still traces, soft gestures, ambiguous curiosity, glances that sometimes strayed by instinct. He formed his team. Hiroka, LaFay, Biku Arthur. A dysfunctional family, but theirs. Hiroka always provoked him, tempted him, but he felt nothing, only friendship, only respect, only emptiness. Until she met him. Issei Hyoudou. The Sekiryuutei. The one who spoke with fire in his eyes, the one who could be an idiot, a hero, a pervert, and a savior all at the same time. Vali was fascinated, not by his power, but by his humanity. Issei was not afraid to cry, nor to love, nor to fight. He was free, free of hate, free of his past, free of chains. Vali felt jealous, but not of Issei. Of all those women who were with him. And he understood, he didn't want to be like Issei, he wanted to be with Issei. He denied it for a while, he covered it up with his desire to fight him, with cruel words, with distance, but his heart was already sealed, and then he betrayed him. He faced him, made him bleed, hurt himself more. Every blow he gave Issei was a knife straight to his soul. And he left, he ran away. 18 years passed, now he was there, in front of the mirror, in a cold room, without lights, with a half-finished bottle of liquor. He looked in the mirror, a beautiful face, perfect but false. "Vali, you look pathetic." He whispered, his reflection didn't answer him, it only judged him. Then, in fury, he hit the mirror, cracking the surface, not out of hate, out of pain. "Vali, everything I touch breaks." He laughed, though there was no joy in his voice. He walked over to the bed, where his old jacket lay, where a crumpled photo rested. Issei, smiling, surrounded by women. Vali clenched his jaw, feeling the hatred return, but not towards Issei, towards the world, towards the demons, towards Rias. She destroyed him, she broke him, she corrupted him, she abandoned him, like my mother, like my father, like all the damn demons. She couldn't forgive anymore, not after what they did to her, not after losing him, and that's why. What he would do now was unforgivable, because if he could no longer have Issei, if he could no longer touch his soul, then he would make sure that no one else did. Vali remembered as if it had been yesterday the brutal battle against Issei Hyoudou, when he had released the destructive form of the Juggernaut drive. That power was devastating, but he wasn't afraid, not because he believed he could defeat him, but because deep down, he preferred to die there, in the hands of the only being that had made him feel alive, rather than continue existing in that repugnant and lonely lie that was his life. They won, together, they survived, they came out alive and they separated. The days passed and with each one, Issei was more surrounded by his harem, more smiles for them, more caresses, more sweet words, and less for him, increasingly distant, more alien, more impossible. Vali couldn't stand it. At night, he would lock himself in his room and in front of the mirror, he would see an illusion of himself with long hair, a slimmer body, softer features, a woman, a version of himself that had never stopped being there, repressed, chained to the prejudices of the world. In that illusion, sometimes he would cry, other times he would hug himself, imagining that those arms were Issei's. What if he was like that? Would Issei want him? Or would he just reject him in disgust and walk away like the others? That fear was paralyzing. he couldn't let himself go. In the supernatural world, there was no place for the weak, and being homosexual, bisexual, or simply different was seen as an illness, a deformity, a flaw. Even so, they continued to see each other from time to time, rarely, but intensely, they became close, although Vali always kept his composure, his role, the perfect man, the rival, the equal, never showed weakness, never allowed himself to love him freely. Until it started to hurt, finding out that Issei had had relations with Akeno, with Rias, with Zenobia, with Kuroka, it was like a dagger slowly entering his chest, unhurriedly, twisting to tear out his soul, and each new name that was added to that cursed list was another nail in his cursed cross. Why them? Why not him? One day they faced Trihexa together, a colossal battle, their synergy was perfect, almost as if their souls shared the same essence, him and I, the white dragon and the red dragon, the destruction and the power. Vali felt complete with him by his side, finally, as if the world made sense, but after the battle, the cheers were not for him, they were for Issei, the hero, the god among dragons. More women, more devotion, more closeness to them, his dream was getting further and further away, and with it, his sanity. It was there that something changed. If I can't reach you, then they mustn't have you. First it was an idea, then a plan, then an obsession. He began to manipulate circumstances, constant training under the guise of a mission, exhausting days, Issei becoming more and more tired, more and more stressed, Vali always keeping him busy, always under pressure, exhausting him, dragging him down, and when Issei returned home, his body could barely respond to his harem. And so, the cracks began to appear. Vali, for his part, dedicated himself to seducing, to corrupting. Akeno was the first, vulnerable, emotional, forgotten, she went, followed by Tiamat, Kunu and Elmenhold, all seeking comfort, all sharing a bed with Vali, some more than once, some together. He wasn't looking for pleasure, only satisfaction, only revenge, only to see them crawl beneath him like traitorous bitches. She manipulated the other friends close to Issei, she convinced them, she used them. Yusaka was taken to the extreme by all of them in a night where the limits of morality were lost, all for one goal. To isolate Issei, to break his ties, to destroy his pillars. In that process, Vali accepted his nature, he was not gay, he was not heterosexual, he loved Issei like a god, he desired him like a partner, but he also enjoyed destroying the women who surrounded him, he was bisexual, he was sick, he was a monster. But it was his. Everything was going according to plan. Until a piece of news fell like a bomb in his world. Issei Hyoudou had destroyed 2 cities in the supernatural world. Silence, pain was all he felt. Vali fell to his knees in front of the report screen. The images were brutal, ruins, blood, corpses, kidnappings, and in the middle of the chaos, the figure of the Sekiryuutei, walking among the rubble with empty eyes, soulless, without humanity. Dear Issei. What did they do to him? What did I do? His world, his dream, everything he had planned, built, manipulated collapsed. Vali gritted his teeth in fury. Vali. What the buck happened to you? I see, this wasn't it. This wasn't what I wanted. The mirror shattered with a punch, blood dripping from his hand, but he didn't feel it, only the trembling of his heart, beating with uncontrollable fury. Vali Lucifer was nothing more than a shadow of himself, the heir to the Demon King's bloodline, the arrogant, proud, almost divine Sekiryuutei. Now he was nothing more than an empty shell. Since that day, since he saw how he, his Issei, his other half, his platonic and unconfessable love, was dragged by a magic circle while he begged for help with his eyes, something inside him died. He didn't speak for days, weeks, a month. The Lucifer mansion, inherited by right and now home to his emotional ruins, grew cold, the silence broken only by his muffled screams during nightmares, or the banging of his fists against the walls, the marble already cracked, his reflection distorted between the fissures, like him. He had managed to be considered Akeno's partner just to stay close, like a parasite on what was once Issei's life, but it no longer mattered. Hex was empty, touch, tasteless, caresses, useless. The worst part was remembering that look. Issei's gaze as he disappeared, not of fear, not of resentment, but of pain, of betrayal. And he did nothing, nothing. Rias stopped him from moving forward. Kunu, in tears and rage, told Issei words that not even the strongest soul would have endured without breaking. Dulio hit him, stripped him of Draig, humiliated him in front of everyone. The era of the Sekiryuutei has ended. And the worst thing was hearing how Draig, the same one who fought by his side, now shared space in his soul. Now he was the Sekiryuutei and the Sekiryuutei. She hated him so much that every time she felt Draig's pulse in her chest, she wanted to rip her heart out with her nails. They visited him, Akeno, Tiamat, Kunu, Elmenhold, only because they were supposed to, not because they wanted to. They did it because the memory of Issei tormented them, because they knew that he still loved him. And he accepted them because he didn't know what else to do. Pleasure became a task, not a passion, an obligation. Isaka was not a distraction either, although even that turned to putrefaction. Saji, Razor, Sekiryuutei used her as meat in his opinion, as a trophy that they took turns with. He just looked, sometimes not even that, he just closed his eyes and tried to imagine what it would be like to be embraced by his true desire. But it was never enough. So he did it, he stole one of Azazel's drones, reprogrammed it with the basics he knew, disguised it, and sent it to follow Issei. And he saw him. Destroyed. Disheveled. With his clothes in tatters, his eyes sunken and dull, his body thinner, his hands trembling, the fallen dragon was devouring him from within. Bali gritted her teeth until they bled, she wanted to run to him, scream his name, shake the world if necessary to bring him back. But he couldn't. They had forbidden it. And he obeyed. Until it happened, Rizavum appeared. Bali was too tired to react at first, but when his grandfather spoke something broke, hatred, rage, instinct everything exploded. But that's when Rizavum said it, with a mocking smile, with contempt, with venom in every syllable. Rizavum. From the Sekiryuutei, a memory a borrowed one, with this, I created a perfect clone, ordered it to wreak havoc, the result. The perverted idiot was left as a monster, and all of you condemned him without even checking, isn't that beautiful? Bali froze, the black and white wings of his balance breaker and demonic wings disintegrated in the air, his knees hit the ground, the wind stopped blowing. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The clone. All this time? The pain he felt was indescribable, everything he had fought for, everything he had cried for, everything he had wished for. It wasn't him. And then she understood. She had made mistakes, many, too many, and if the real Issei was still innocent, she would have to find him, protect him, and this time, love him without fear. Even if he had to kill the entire supernatural world to do it. Bali remembered that day so clearly that it hurt to breathe, Issei innocent, finally the truth was coming out, finally the world would see that he had been destroyed, manipulated, crucified for no reason. And he wanted to kiss him. To scream at him. To confess what he never had the courage to say. But fate, cruel and evil as ever, gave him no time. The Trihexa had been released, the whole world shook as chaos broke out. Bali was one of the first to react, he wanted to help, yes, but it wasn't just to save innocence, it was to redeem himself, to do something that could make up for his mistakes, to honor him. Until the moment that broke his heart occurred. Issei stopped him. Finally. Maybe she cared about him. Maybe there was hope. Issei. Why does Kunu have your pheromones? It wasn't the physical pain that broke him, it was the look of hatred in Issei's eyes, it was the judgment, the rejection, the disgust. As if he weren't worthy, as if he had never been, and maybe he wasn't. During the war against Trihexa, Bali fought as best he could, but he wasn't equal, his wings didn't respond with the same strength, his soul weighed on him, he saw Issei throw himself like a madman against the chaos, against the monster. The true hero. The true dragon. And he couldn't be by her side. She watched him fight, she watched him resist, she watched him shine, and when the end came, Rias was the one who held his body. Rias? Ella? The one who had betrayed him, the one who had condemned him. Bali. It should have been me. Bali shouted from the crowd, but no one heard him, he stood there, cold, motionless. The love of his life was dying, and he couldn't tell her he loved her, not once, not even once. The years passed, 16 long and barren years. Bali was changing, not for pleasure, for survival. He met Lavinia again, she was light in his storm, and he pretended to love her. They got married, not because he wanted to, but because he had to. The world was watching, he was a symbol, the future Mao Lucifer. But in the darkness of her room, she cried Issei's name, in her nightmares, she watched him disappear over and over again, in her wet dreams, she screamed his name and hated herself for it, and every time she looked in the mirror, she saw a coward. The traitor. And then, that day arrived, the anniversary of Issei Hyoudu's death. The ceremony was solemn, the atmosphere heavy with memories. Bali was dressed in his usual clothes, as always, his face impassive, inside, he was devastated. Until the door swung open. And Azazel walked in. Azazel. I found Issei Hyoudou. Everything stopped, the glasses stopped clinking, the murmurs died down, even Vali's heart stopped beating for a second. His eyes opened wide, his hands began to shake, the ground beneath his feet no longer existed. No. His soul burned, his world collapsed. And his heart, which had been buried for 16 years, began to beat again. Issei. His Issei. Had returned. And this time I wasn't going to lose him. The room was silent, not the peaceful kind of silence. It was that silence filled with sadness and remarkable loneliness. In front of the mirror, Vali Lucifer, the vanishing dragon, the man who was once called a genius, was half naked, only wearing his black pants and a wet towel hanging around his neck. His body that so many women coveted, that so many enemies feared was just that. A vessel, a jail, a prison of muscle, strength, and emptiness. His silver eyes watched everything, cold, dead, full of contempt, not for others, but for himself. "Ali. What good is this body if it never loved me?" He took a step towards his hanging jacket, from the pocket sticking out a sheet with a unique magic circle, created only by him. A unique magic circle, a spell she never shared with anyone, one that would completely alter her existence. Becoming a woman. Not on a whim, not out of madness, but out of desperation, for him, for Issei. Or rather, for you, she didn't know exactly who she was looking for. The reincarnation. To the soul. To the body. To that spark that once gave meaning to his existence. Maybe if I stop being me he'll accept me. Maybe if I become what he wants, he'll look at me. No matter what, Rias could laugh, Akeno could sneer. Sererg, Azazel, Lavinia, they could all call him crazy. But she would do it. He let out a long sigh, one laden with fear, with resignation. "Ali. Let's do it." He said, in a dry voice, extended his hand, and on the ground beneath his feet, the magic circle lit up, the circle spun violently, a dense energy arose like a gale, and then the change began. The legs first, the masculine muscles shrank, molding into softer, more feminine shapes, the thighs became fleshy, round, full of curves, the hips widened, instantly breaking the pants, her abdomen became flat but slender. The breasts appeared suddenly, large, heavy, turgid, sensitive, too sensitive. Her arms became slimmer, her fingers became thin, delicate, almost ethereal, and finally. Her hex disappeared, changed, she was no longer a he, she was a she. Bali Lucifer died, and Valeria Lucifer was born in his place. The circle faded, silence returned, but it wasn't the same silence as before, it was a warm silence, an expectant one. She slowly opened her eyes, the mirror returned an image that made her tremble. A woman with silver hair, long to her waist, sharp eyes, porcelain skin, breasts similar to Akeno's perhaps larger model legs, a killer waist, full lips, angelic face. Sexy. Dangerous. Perfect. She walked over to the mirror and touched her face, tears began to fall. "Valeria. I am what he would want. Valeria. I am beautiful. Valeria. I'm yours, Issei. No. Tien. I didn't know what to call it, I only knew one thing. I will make you want me, even if I have to destroy you or destroy myself." Valeria dressed slowly in black clothes, a white vest and a green shirt that highlighted every inch of her new body, not out of vanity, but because she knew that when he saw her, he wouldn't be able to ignore her. She wanted him to suffer. To doubt. To desire her. To remember. She was going to present herself to him. And if he didn't accept her. If he rejected her. Then he would steal her heart, even if he had to tear it out with his own hands. Dull thuds against the pavement, the roof, the withered leaves, a neighborhood almost forgotten by people over the years and an old house, rebuilt by the whims of fate now back as before. Tien's house. Tien walked in the rain like a lost soul, his soaked clothes sticking to his thin body, his wet hair partially hiding his eyes, every step he took seemed to be forced by gravity, as if the world wanted to crush him. He reached the door of his house. That house, which had been a refuge, a prison, and the scene of so many tragedies, he opened it without strength, without desire. The interior greeted him with a melancholic echo, everything was as before, as if nothing had happened, the old wallpaper, the worn furniture, the damp stain on the left corner of the ceiling, everything. He moved forward slowly, his wet footsteps leaving marks on the floor, and he stopped in front of a dusty ledge. The photo of him, his mother and his father. Fake smiles. Broken memories. A smile appeared on his face, but it wasn't genuine, it was an automatic reflex of self-mockery. Without saying anything, he walked over to the couch and let himself fall as if his body no longer had any bones. In front of the turned-off television, he stared at his reflection in the black screen. Tears, silent, slow, and cruel, slid down her expressionless face like blades of water, she made no sound, she did not sob, she did not break down. But inside everything inside him was broken. It was then that his aura erupted, a sudden flash of crimson and emerald, his body tensed, his chest heaving from the sudden outbreak, unused to such power. He looked at his hand, there, marked on his skin, the boosted gear pulsed. Tien. Issei's bucking power. He whispered strangely, gritted his teeth, he was exhausted, physically bucked up, mentally on the verge of collapse, spiritually non-existent. Everything hurt, there was no comfort, not a word, not a hug, not even a comforting whisper in the darkness. Where the hell is everyone now? Where did everything I lost, everything I gave, go? His mind was a battlefield. Memories, death, obsession, desire, guilt, promises. Promises, and that was exactly what made him remember what had happened just a few hours ago. The rain outside kept pounding against the house, as if it wanted to come in and sweep everything away, but the real storm was inside him. Tien closed his eyes. Flashback bridge. Under the bridge, the sound of flowing water was soft, almost comforting, but to Tien it was the bucking murmur of a countdown. There he was, Issei Hyoudou, his spirit glowing with a faint golden glow, like embers being extinguished in the wind, his figure flickering, with each passing second, more luminous particles falling away from his body, as if he were slowly dissolving. And in front of him, Tien, pale, with his eyes wide open, as if he had just received a direct stab to the soul. Tien. Merge. He murmured, his voice broken, incredulous. Tien. Why the buck would we have to do that? Issei looked at him with serenity, a calm, as if he had made that decision a long time ago, in silence. Issei. There's no other way, Tien. He replied softly, as more golden particles escaped from his arms and shoulders. Issei. If we don't, there will come a point where you won't be able to move forward, you'll be stuck, and they'll devour you. Tien. I don't give a shit about that. Tien shouted, backing away, his voice shaking with rage and fear. Tien. I'm not going to accept this. I don't want you to go. I don't want to lose you, damn it. Issei looked down at the river as if searching for an answer in his broken reflections, a bitter smile spread across his face, he was tired, so bucking tired. Issei. You can't depend on me forever, kid. He said as he let out a small, weak laugh. Issei. You've done enough, you've learned enough, but it's time for you to be just you. Tien clenched his fists, his body trembling. Tien. You're all I have. He screamed, his eyes red. Tien. You were the only one who accompanied me when no one else would. When my parents were gone. When everyone else left me, you were there. Don't go, not now. Issei walked towards him, his silhouette already blurred, he stopped right in front of Tien, and, with his last strength, placed both hands on his shoulders, his touch was warm, but he no longer seemed alive spiritual, it was the last embrace of a ghost. Issei. You have to be strong, Tien here. He said, touching her forehead. Issei. Not just strong with fists also in here. He also pointed to his heart with a smile, Tien shook his head, tears falling like a damn storm. Tien. I can't not without you. Issei smiled, and then his body began to fade away more rapidly, the golden particles swirling like desperate fireflies, spinning around Tien, enveloping him, caressing him one last time. Issei. You have to live, Tien, you have to live with balls. Fight, cry, love. But above all. His voice grew fainter, his hands vanished, his eyes shone for the last time. Issei. Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Live happily, Tien. And then silence, only the river remained, and a boy kneeling, crying like a child lost at the end of the world. Covered in light that did not belong, covered in emptiness that does belong to him. Absolutely alone. End of flashback. Still sitting on that damp sofa, with his soaked clothes sticking to his body, Tien kept his gaze lowered, in his hands was the image, an old photograph, one he had never seen, one where he, as a child, smiled sweetly, and right behind him the translucent silhouette, barely perceptible, of the spiritual Issei, like a guardian angel that never existed, but was always there. Tien let out a dry, harsh, worn laugh. Tien. I wish I had known you from the beginning, idiot. He whispered in a broken voice. Another place, luxury hotel. The atmosphere was thicker than death, no one spoke, no one smiled, the emotional remnants of the battle, of what happened with Tien, of the chaos had them all cornered, everything they had achieved until then went to waste in a few seconds, each one was in their own mental labyrinths. And it was at that moment when each one felt the presence of Vali approaching, none of them sincerely wanted to pay attention to him, and besides, they didn't want to give him the stupid attention he didn't deserve. Bekeno. Here comes the idiot. Bekeno muttered, her gaze still lost, but with hatred emphasized in her voice. Firm, elegant steps, and then he appeared. Vali. I'll go find Tien. Said a soft, sensual feminine voice. At first, they didn't pay attention to it, but something didn't add up. They heard a woman. They turned their heads in unison, and what they saw. It left them frozen. Vali. No. Valeria. Long silver hair falling like silk, smooth skin, hergless figure, curves accentuated by a half-open white vest, revealing a green shirt underneath, tight as a damn provocation, the arrogance was still there, but now it had a feminine touch that burned the eyes. Zenobia. Ha. Zenobia stammered as her nose bled. Rossweisse. Vali is a woman now. Hiroka. Since when are you so damn appetizing? Hiroka squealed, blushing as she was held by her younger sister, knowing what her sister would do. The men fell to the floor, bleeding from their noses like hormonal idiots. Everyone except Kiba, who kept repeating this to himself as Tsubaki watched intently. Kiba. I have a wife, I have a wife, I have a wife. Valeria adjusted the sleeves of her jacket with a calm smile at the reactions of her companions. Valeria. I'll be back in a bit, don't kill yourselves without me. Another place, House of Tien. The young man remained motionless, now holding a cup of tea, the cup trembling in his hands, but he was startled when a pang was felt on the back of his neck. "It seems that you are still as attentive as ever," said a raspy, cynical, arrogant voice. Tien turned his head sharply. There he was, sitting in the chair in the corner as if he owned the place. "Brisavum Liven Lucifer." Tien stood up instantly, the crimson and emerald aura activating, eyes flashing with fury. "Tien. What the buck are you doing here?" Brisavum raised his hands mockingly. "Brisavum. Relax, brat, I'm not here to fight yet." Tien didn't let his guard down, he didn't trust him for a second. Brisavum simply settled into the armchair, crossing his legs like a nobleman. "Brisavum. Your house honestly looks much better this way, more intimate, more real, almost human." "Tien. What do you want?" Tien asked, with a firm voice, like the brick itself. The demon smiled. "Brisavum. I can't just let the reincarnation of my little experiment run around unsupervised, right?" Tien frowned. "What the buck?" "Tien. What are you talking about?" Brisavum turned his head to look at him directly, and that look, that crooked smile, was definitely hiding something. "Brisavum. You'll find out sooner or later, but for now, just listen. I've come to make you an offer, one you can't refuse." The room seemed to become colder, a feeling that made the protagonist uncomfortable. Tien didn't say anything, but from his movements and actions, he was interested in what the old man was going to say. The darkness was all-absorbing, thick, sticky, and in the center, hanging like a cursed trophy. Betrayal of Leviathan. The chains creaked with each weak breath she managed to exhale. She was largely naked. Her breasts exposed, her thighs stained with blood, her clothes reduced to tatters that no longer covered anything, her skin, bruised and open in multiple places, still throbbed, as if begging for a rest that would never come. The rusty door opened with an annoying creak, and out walked two very recognizable presences, two very noticeable beings. Rias Gremory and Akeno Himejima. Their gazes were serious, too serious. There was no trace of tranquility, compassion, or anything that meant something good. They were the two former queens of Kuo Academy, ready to continue with the torture that was carried out every break time since the battle ended. "Peteria. Look who came back." Peteria snorted with a broken but still arrogant smile. "Peteria. The groveling Gremory heiress and the electric boar, are they going to pet me or kill me?" Crack. Rias responded with a sharp punch to the face, causing blood to splatter against the wall. Kateria let out an agonized giggle. "Peteria. That's all? I thought the traitorous ex-wives of the Sekiryuutei could hit harder." The kendo didn't respond with words, only with truly hard blows. Boom. A punch to the stomach that doubled Kateria over. Thud. The knee from Rias straight to the face left her hanging from one of the chains, barely conscious. The kendo grabbed her hair tightly, causing the brown strands to tear out as she turned her face towards Rias. "Rias. Listen carefully, bitch, we'll make you a proposal, just one chance to not rot here until your soul begs for the end." Peteria spat blood with a hoarse, devilish laugh. "Peteria. I'm all ears, Gremory bitch." Tien, hurry up. The burger sale ends in 10 minutes. Tien blinked, he was walking down some stairs, the stairs of his school. He stopped, looked around, the evening light was coming through the hallway windows, he could hear laughter, the footsteps of other students. There was his best friend, running towards the exit with a smile. "Come on, idiot. Don't fall behind." Tien stood still. The air was warm, the reality too normal. The dream? He touched his chest, there was no pain, no aura, no boosted gear. He looked at his hands, his uniform, his reflection in the window glass. Tien. Was it all a horrible dream? A slight smile crossed his face. Tien. How stupid. And he ran after his friend, laughing loudly, as if nothing had ever happened. Tien's house. His body lay on the sofa, eyes closed, breathing deeply, and beside him, like a tick, Risavum Liven Lucifer. With a glass of wine in his hand and a smile drawn with annoying cynicism, he watched Tien sleep. Risavum. Everything is going according to plan. The wine swirled in the glass, causing a drop to fall onto Tien's hand. It slid down thanks to the water left in Tien, it looked like blood, Tien's blood. When the mind surrenders. The sound of a constant dripping of a thick liquid marked the rhythm of that conversation. Risavum. Wow, I never thought I'd end up working for you. Risavum Liven Lucifer said, leaning his back against a column, his lips curving into a calm smile. I'm wondering the same. The male voice answered, full of sarcasm and serenity. It was Issei, or rather, the variant of Issei. Issei. Of course, I didn't come to this dimension just for tourism. Both were surrounded by almost total darkness, the room was large, surrounded by strange machinery, panels glowing with symbols, and in the center of it all, a transparent capsule, where a body was sleeping peacefully. Tien. Issei. I never would have believed that you would agree to help me. He said, looking at Tien, almost with strange amusement. Rizavum. The boy, he couldn't resist at all, his mental state was so fragile that I even felt sorry for him at first. Issei. Pity. Issei laughed with contempt. Issei. He's perfect, he's broken inside, do you know how easy it was to put him in that illusion? I used the same technique as with Surzich's in my universe, while he was hallucinating with his ideal world, I was bucking Grafia along with a clone of mine in her own bathroom for hours, the mind when it's cracked it's like fragile glass, you touch it and it shatters. Rizavum gave a deep laugh. Rizavum. And tell me, what do I get in return? Issei turned to him, the reddish aura of his body flickering like embers. Issei. You'll have your reward, Rizavum, your own dimension, all to yourself, a universe without heroes where you can do whatever you want, I'm only interested in one thing. They both looked at the capsule, inside, Tien was breathing through a respirator in his mouth, unconscious, completely immersed in forced sleep. Issei. Trihexa, the power of 666. Issei whispered, his face twisting into a monstrous grin. The chamber vibrated slightly, energy particles swirling around Tien. Sunlight bathed the street in front of the school, an ordinary day, people walking, cars passing, everything normal. Tien was descending the stairs of the building with his backpack hanging from one shoulder, beside him, his best friend was laughing carefree. Mr. Friend. Hurry up, idiot. The train's going to miss us. Tien frowned, pausing for a moment, his eyes scanned the school entrance, the trees, the students talking, everything seemed too perfect, too clean, like a painting without mistakes. Mr. Friend. You? What's up? His friend asked. Tien. Nothing. He answered in a low voice. Tien. I just feel like I've been through this before, a constant deja vu. Mr. Friend. Again with that nonsense. The other laughed, taking out his car to go through the turnstiles towards the train station. Tien took a second to react, but ended up following him, took out his card, swiped it, and entered just as the train arrived. They got on together, the train closed its doors with a metallic beep, Tien held onto the bar and looked through the glass, and there, right in the reflection of the window, she saw Issei, or at least his silhouette, made of golden particles that were slowly fading away, his smile was faint, almost sad. Tien. What the hell? Tien whispered, touching the glass, but instantly the figure disappeared as if it had never been there. Mr. Friend. Everything okay, brother? His friend asked with a smile. Tien remained silent, his mind was beginning to cloud, and although he tried to convince himself that he was awake, something inside him screamed otherwise. Issei watched the scene reflected on a magic screen, his eyes following Tien's every movement within the illusion. Issei. Poor bastard, he still thinks everything is real, and he doesn't even know his days are numbered. Rizavum. And when are you going to wake him up or kill him? Rizavum asked with interest. Issei. When I stop fighting. Issei replied. Issei. Only then will I pity him. They both laughed, and in the background, the capsule began to glow while Tien's heart, inside that glass prison, beat slower and slower. In another corner of the world, a luxury penthouse slowly opened its front door, the metallic click resounded, and 3 women crossed the threshold. First, Rias Gremory, with a hardened face, then, Akeno Himejima, beautiful and elegant, but with discomfort in her eyes, and finally, a woman who shouldn't be walking so freely. Which Leviathan? No more wounds, no more bandages, no more marks, renewed, smiling dangerous. Pteria. Ooh. Pteria sighed, scanning the place with her eyes as if savoring every detail. Pteria. My new house of love, although nothing like the previous one, Tien's was better, it had his smell, his sweat on the cushions. Rias. Shut up with that shit. Rias growled, slamming the door shut. Rias. You revealed the location of the previous place yourself. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had to hide like rats. Pteria just shrugged, walking into the living room with a mocking smile, until 2 silver flashes shone in front of her. Chuck. 2 swords crossed just inches from her neck. Sekiryuutei and Zenobia Corda pointed at her without hesitation. Pteria. What a sweet welcome. Pteria said, not even upset. Pteria. I'm glad to see you still miss me. The entire room was filled. Rossweisse, Grafia, Razor, Ubaluna Shui, Isabel Serrer Kuroka, Kiba, Tsubaki, Sona, Ravel, Kaneko, Asia, Irina, Saji, everyone was watching with hard expressions, filled with questions, suspicions and fury. Zenobia. What the buck are you doing here? Zenobia growled. Zenobia. You were supposed to be chained up. I reinforced the barriers myself. Rias. I freed her. Rias interrupted, dry as a rock, a murmur ran through the place, glances, walls of confidence shaking. Grafia immediately walked towards Rias, taking her arm tightly. Akeno, in a reflex action, stood between Pteria and the still tense swords. Akeno. Enough. Everyone calm down. It's not worth doing this here. Pteria pressed herself against his back, rubbing her cheek against it theatrically. Viteria. Save me, Akeno, my princess of violet lightning. Akeno. Touch me again and I swear I'll paralyze you. Akeno muttered through gritted teeth, holding back for the sake of everyone. Meanwhile, Grafia dragged Rias ungently towards her room, slammed the door and, without hesitation, raised her voice. Grafia. What the hell is wrong with you? Since when do you make decisions without consulting anyone? Rias didn't answer, she walked to the window, observing the city beyond the glass. Rias. I do what I have to do. Grafia. Must you? Must you release a lunatic to lick Tien in the corners? Is that your plan? Rias. Kateria has information about Rizavam and also about the alternate Issei. If she wants a place in the harem she'll have it, in exchange she'll tell us everything. Grafia clenched her fists, her gaze turning into pure ice. Grafia. Since when do you think you have the right to control that? Who are you to decide who sleeps with him and who doesn't? Rias turned around slowly, her red hair shining like fire. Rias. Who am I? He repeated, coming closer. Rias. I am the leader assigned by the three great factions. You are just an ex-wife, the one who wanted to buck the red dragon in secret, the one who returned his peace, the one who betrayed him, and the one who no longer means anything. The room literally froze. Ice spikes shot out from the ground, from the walls, aiming at Rias, but they didn't reach her. Her aura of destruction erupted like a beast, melting everything. Grafia instinctively stepped back, but Rias stepped forward, grabbed her neck tightly, and lifted her off the ground. Rias. You used to be my role model, but now you're just a frustrated bitch who wants Tien because he reminds her of Issei. Do you feel guilty, Grafia? Or are you just horny? Grafia tried to break free, her icy power gushing out in bursts, but she was no match for the Gremory's pure rage. Rias released the woman, who fell to the ground coughing. Rias. Don't get in my way anymore, or in his. Meanwhile, in the living room, Akeno continued juggling to ease the tension. Kateria stroked her hip feigning fear, while Kiba muttered things under his breath, and Zenobia looked at her in disgust. Akeno. We're in no position to fight each other. We have enemies outside. And a boy who's been missing for hours with his life at stake. It was then that a shudder ran through the penthouse. Sekiryuutei walked to one of the open windows, stood still and looked up. In the sky, just as dawn began to die, the clouds red 7 humanoid figures descended majestically, all with multiple black demonic wings, each radiating a power impossible to describe. Akeno. Did they see us? Akeno asked in a low voice. Sekiryuutei frowned. Sekiryuutei. I don't know, but. The 7 figures separated, each flying in a different direction, like poised hunters, and something, deep in each of their souls, told them the same thing. They were looking for something. The train screeched to a halt at the station, the doors opened with that dry metallic sound, and among the few passengers who got off, one stood out for his silence. Tien, with his hands in his pockets and a blank stare, walked down the concrete stairs, as if his legs were moving out of habit, not will. His friend had to continue to the next station, now he was alone, very alone. He took the path along the riverbank, the sky, grey and cold, promised nothing but a sepulchral silence. The wind blew with an icy intensity, which made his skin crawl more than the weather. That was when it happened. His scarf, that garment he no longer remembered why he wore, flew away in a gust of wind. Tien stopped, frustrated, closing his eyes for a moment. Tien. This again. He muttered, it wasn't the first time, something inside him knew it had already happened, but this time he didn't run after her, he just sighed and kept walking, as if it wasn't worth fighting against fate. The feeling intensified. The wind, the cold, the pressure on my chest, that feeling of bitter deja vu. And then, a hand touched his shoulder. Tien froze, his heart skipped a beat. Her, it had to be her, that red hair he so longed to see again. He looked with hope, but it wasn't her. An older woman, with a kind face and a confused expression, was holding something. Is this yours? He asked with a smile, his heart sank, his eyes dimmed a little. Tien. Yes, thank you. He said without much enthusiasm, taking the garment. The woman called him as he began to walk away, but Tien just raised his hand to say goodbye without looking back. He continued walking with his head down. When he got home, silence greeted him like a cold hug. He opened the door, his dog barked once, and his cat tangled itself around his legs. Small glimpses of life in an empty house. He smiled weakly. Tien. I'm here. He walked around the darkened room, calling. Mr. Grafia. Nothing. Tien. Akeno. Silence. He raised his hand and was about to call out to Rias or Vali, but then he remembered, it had all been a dream. A heavy sigh crossed his chest as he hung up. A note taped to the refrigerator caught his eye. It was from his mother. Son, your father and I are already leaving on a trip. There's money in the safe in the closet. Take care. We'll be back in a while. Tien read it, and all he felt was a deep hole in his soul. Tien. Just again. She whispered, dropping the scarf on the floor. The house was silent, only one lamp in the kitchen was still on, and it looked like it would be for a long time. In the city. The chaos began without warning. In 8 different points on the urban map, explosions shook the foundations of the world. Fire, smoke, screams, shattering glass, screeching alarms, sirens mixed with cries. 7 winged humanoid figures advanced as if they were angels of final judgment, their black wings shining in the sun at its brightest, and in every direction, they left a trail of blood and destruction. The trembling reporter tried to maintain her composure in front of the camera as helicopters circled overhead. Reporter. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. The city is under attack by unknown entities. Evacuate. Protect yourselves, the police are on the way. But he didn't finish the sentence. A flash, a shadow passed through the camera, a quick slash, and his body fell headless. The camera spun out of control, falling to the ground, a shoe crushed the lens, and then, it was revealed. The boy, black hair, calm gaze, but cursed smile, a smile that knew the world, one that simply shouldn't exist, since it was just an anime. It was him. The variant. The aberration. The shadow of Issei Hyoudou. He leaned into the lens and whispered. Issei. Let's play, Tien. Then the transmission died to static. Hell broke loose without mercy. The city of Tien was plunged into despair, and at one of the 7 points marked by the catastrophe, a figure known to the high command of the underworld smiled with a sick expression of joy. Shalba Beelzebub. Chestnut, his royal robe stained with dried blood and his eyes glowing with corrupted demonic magic. Shalba. Look what your useless systems have created. A city filled with human garbage that refuses to bow down. He shouted, raising a purple sphere filled with energy above his head. He threw it against the ground, the impact was brutal, the shock wave destroyed houses, poles, cars and the old house where Tien used to live with his family. The entire neighborhood was engulfed in fire, smoke, and heart-rending screams. The police tried to get closer, firing ineffectively, but a magic barrier kept them away. Shalba. Come on, be of some use before you die. You're part of this shitty world too. Shalba shouted, laughing madly and casting another spell at a security camera, blowing it to pieces. At the other end, in the area of high-class residences, a mansion was burning furiously, a child was running through the rubble, crying, behind him in the distance, the charred corpses of his parents and his younger sister. Mom sniffed Dad. He stopped when he heard a soft, almost mocking voice. What are you running away from, little one? Sitting on a collapsed wall, a young man with dark green hair smiled with the calmness of a madman who had already lost everything. Idora Asterisk. Flawless, elegant, disturbing. Idora. Fear not, it will be quick, almost painless. He snapped his fingers, a dark blue sphere of energy pierced the boy's chest, evaporating him completely. Diodora closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Diodora. Soon, Asia, you will be mine, this time they will not be able to take her from me. He began to breathe heavily, one hand moving dangerously down his abdomen, while the other cast another spell toward a nearby chamber. The commercial and technological area, pure ruin, glass, concrete, bent steel. The figure passed through buildings as if they were made of paper, laughing with the madness of a child in a toy box. They promised me bananas. And beating up a new Sekiryuutei. This is more fun than I expected. He shouted with overwhelming emotion. Prom Steel. The strongest evil dragon and the most unpredictable, had a civilian in its clutches, already torn apart. Prom. Look how it flies. He said, before throwing the corpse against the camera, breaking it completely. Ordinary streets, streets filled with blood, a white-haired man advanced mercilessly. Fried Selson. The psychopath who needed no excuses, his lightsaber dripped blood, and every shot from his weapon seemed to give him an adrenaline orgasm. Fried. Die, you deformed bastards. The divine cleansing has begun. Ah, how I love this. He screamed, licking the stained leaf as he shot at a woman trying to escape with her baby. Fried. I saved the good boars for fun. He burst out laughing, lifting the skirt of another terrified woman. Before the image worsened, the camera was destroyed with a clean slash. Flames danced in a crater several kilometers across. Euclid Lucifuge. Raphia's brother watched the fire as if he were looking at a painting. Euclid. Almost done. He muttered, with an expression of melancholic exhaustion. Euclid. Soon I'll be able to rest next to you. Her gaze shifted to the sky, tears of blood in her eyes, a sigh, and the camera cut out, scorched by the magical heat. Another avenue, dark, covered with corpses. Bicabial. The fallen angel advanced with a spear of light in each hand, the spears were purple, unstable, and each one knocked down cars, trees and police officers, as if they were paper bags. Bicabial. The new world will soon come. War, the glorious eternal war. All of this, is just the beginning. He shouted with enthusiasm, the agents retreated, terrified, one tried to shoot, the response was a spear to the face. Pecabiel. You're included too, idiots. Don't worry, no one's left out of this party. The camera fell as another spear was thrown directly at the target. From the top of a building, a figure watched everything, his red jacket flapping in the wind. He looked emotionless or perhaps with too much emotion, an unnatural calm in the midst of the apocalypse. Variant Issei. He held a crumpled old photograph in one hand. Him with his old harem. Rias, Akeno, Asia, Zenobia, Rossweisse, Kaneko, Kuroka, Ravel, Irina, Yusaka, Kunu, Tiamat, Lefay, Ingvald. Everyone was smiling, including him. Issei. How pathetic, very soon I will show them how wrong they were. He let the photo fly away in the wind, disintegrating in the air, while the city burned beneath his feet. The skies were tinged with red, as if the city itself was bleeding from every corner, the atmosphere was suffocating, heavy, almost solid, with the hatred and magic that permeated everything. The DXD group advanced through the air, with somber faces, the wind carrying ashes and earth debris, as they crossed the area where just minutes ago Shalba Beelzebub unleashed his madness. Rias Gremory, frowning, gazed at the ruins of the neighborhood where Tien's old house once stood. Rias. What the hell happened here? He muttered with anger in his eyes. Zenobia. This isn't just any magic. Zenobia said, her holy sword slightly raised just in case. Zenobia. It's high-level magic, but with absurd cruelty. Rossweisse maintained an active defensive seal, her gaze scanning every destroyed inch. Kuroka, without her usual playful tone, bit her lower lip. Kuroka. It's not possible that this was just for fun. Where is our Tien? Kuroka asked with her voice full of suppressed rage. They all looked at each other, the same thought crossing their minds. You. Rias gritted her teeth. Rias. No one's going to touch our Tien. No bastard will be allowed to hurt him. She snapped before disappearing alongside the others in a Gremory magic circle. In another scorched area of the city, Grafia Lucifuge, Razor Phoenix, Ubaluna, Shui, and Serapent Bale floated, the stench of blood and burning flesh, hitting them like a hot wave. Ubaluna. This scene. Ubaluna said, covering her mouth. Ubaluna. This is a massacre. Shui. We should have stayed out of it, this isn't our direct conflict. Shui muttered fearfully, but Grafia looked at them sternly, her silver eyes reflecting the anger of the moment. Grafia. No, we must know what happened, these attacks are too synchronized, this is not simple chaos, it is a declaration. Suddenly, among the rubble, they saw the charred body of a teenager. Razor quickly descended, his face turning pale when he saw him. Razor? TCH. For a moment I thought it was Tien. He muttered, punching the ground. Serapent clenched his fists tightly. Grafia. We don't have time for doubts, we must find him before one of these monsters does. In the industrial sector, where electrical sparks and the metallic smell of twisted steel still lingered, Isabel, Kiba, Tsubaki, Sona and Ravel floated, remaining in formation as they flew over the field where Crom unleashed his hell. Sona. I don't understand, what are you after? Why destroy like this? Sona asked in a low but firm voice. Kiba. This is not an ordinary scene, it's a message. Ravel. A message from what? Ravel whispered. Ravel. Of war, if they surely know that we are in this city, it means that they declare war on us, leveling the playing field. Tsubaki replied seriously. Isabel closed her eyes. Isabel. Well, we have to find him, if this is what they're willing to do to get attention, I can't imagine what they'll do if they catch him. In the area where Kakebiel's remains were still warm, the atmosphere was so thick it hurt to breathe. Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Irina and Saji watched the smoking rubble. Asia knelt down, touching a purple pool that wasn't human blood. Asia. This sounds familiar. He whispered with a shiver. Akeno nodded gravely. Akeno. I feel it too, it's draconic energy contaminated. Kaneko. We can't do anything if we're separated. Kaneko said, looking up at the skies. Akeno. Let's go, we must regroup. Akeno sentenced, everyone quickly disappeared into the magic circle. The entire group gathered in the ruins where Euclid Lucifuge had created a crater of devastation, the ground still burning, the city, broken and collapsing, seemed on the brink of the abyss. Saji. They're here, everyone. Saji muttered, watching the others tensely. Zenobia. Where is Tien? Zenobia asked, her voice firm. Serapent. We don't know, but all these attacks, all these bastards, it's no coincidence, they're hunting something or someone, and they want to declare war on us. A few kilometers away, in the ruins of what was Tien's old house, the 7 enemies floated in a perfect circle. Shalba, Diodora, Crom Cruach, Fried, Euclid, Kakebiel, Issei Hyoudou and of course, one more, the leader of chaos. The magic circle opened in the air, emitting a screech that twisted the human ear. From it emerged Rizavam Livan Lucifer, with a wicked smile and eyes filled with sadistic pleasure. Rizavam. Well done, my stars. he said, spreading his arms theatrically. Brizavum. The stage is set, the city is in ruins, the heroes are confused, and now all that's left is for him to arrive. The enemies looked at him with different expressions. Seriousness, disinterest, madness and longing. Brizavum. My stupid grandson should be showing up with them any moment, but you better bring that ungrateful child to me. Brizavum said, looking up at the sky. Brizavum. It will be fun to see each other face to face, this world of yours will be nothing. The camera, as if it were an agonized eye, slowly moved away showing from above the burning city, the lifeless bodies, the rubble that had once been homes, and the crater that Euclid left at some point, where the DXD group was. Brizavum live and Lucifer, with his 12 black wings, slowly descended from a magic circle, an amused smile on his face, that contrasted with the destruction that surrounded him, in front of him, awaited him. Issei variant, with the same cynical smile as always, as if this were all a pointless game. Bicabial, arms crossed and brow furrowed. Freed, licking his dried blood-stained sword, grimacing sickly. Euclid Lucifuge, his gaze lowered, his eyes sunken in shadow. Prom Cruich, silently looking around, unaware of the arrival of Lucifer. Diodora Astaroth, with his soft smile, too calm, too fake. Shalba Beelzebub, looking at others with utter contempt. Brizavum clapped twice. Variant Issei let out a hoarse laugh and spat on the ground. Issei. What if we don't, what, you old fool? Your stupid plan almost caused us to run into the DXD group. They're not the weaklings they used to be, they might ruin the party for us. Freed laughed out loud. Freed. Ha ha ha. So what, huh? I would have killed them all one by one, starting with that bitch in a white coat and that blonde sword-wielding brat, oh yeah. Bicabial raised his hand to silence him. Bicabial. Enough, the deal was that we would help you and you would help us conquer a bunch of dimensions, a simple exchange, not directionless scum. But then Diodora calmly raised his voice. Diodora. Not everyone signs the same deal, my friend, I only came to find Asia, to take her with me home. Freed pouted sarcastically, wiping away a fake tear. Freed. Oh, does the strange little boy miss his nun? Why? Diodora kept his smile, but his eyes were two black holes. Diodora. We are living beings, freed with feelings, I'm sure I'm not the only one. The aforementioned slowly raised his head, his pupils bathed in blood, he observed the hell that surrounded them. Euclid. I miss my sister. He whispered in a raspy voice. Shalba. What does that matter? Shalba shouted, crossing her arms in frustration. Shalba. Let them all die. Buck this bucking universe. I hate them all. Bicabial Bufo. Bicabial. It's over, take us back to our universe or we'll kill you, Lucifer. But Crom Cruich laughed loudly, his voice booming like thunder. Crom. Don't be stupid, if you kill him, we'll be stuck here forever. He was silent for a moment, looking at Brizavum. Crom. Just torture him and that's it. Issei variant raised an eyebrow, amused. Issei. I like that idea. And then, as if on cue, everyone except Issei began to slowly rise towards Brizavum. But Lucifer was no longer smiling, his face became serious, cold as death itself. Brizavum. Pathetic. He raised his hand and a mini magic circle slowly rotated on his palm, up in the sky, dozens of magic circles opened. From them emerged deformed mutant wolves, with spines sprouting from their ribs, and giant bats with glowing claws. In an instant, the monsters flew directly towards the seven. Bicabial. What the buck? Bicabial shouted, trying to avoid them. Prom. Brizavum. Son of a bitch. Prom roared, before being bitten on the neck, the monsters caught them one by one, wrapping them in chains, claws, and black wings. In seconds, the seven were absorbed into magic circles, disappearing from the scene. Only Variant Issei was left floating in front of Brizavum, scratching his head in mockery. Issei. Well, a little drastic, don't you think? Brizavum sighed, tired. Brizavum. I knew you would betray me later, stupidity is inherent to your race, it was a waste of time, but useful, for now. Issei. At least they did their part. Issei said, shrugging. Issei. Chaos is done, the world is on the brink. They both looked at each other for a few seconds, the darkness between them seemed to pulse. Brizavum. Time for the next act. Brizavum whispered. Issei. Let the fall begin. Issei replied with a twisted smile. They both disappeared into their own magic circles, leaving behind the city in ruins, the sky filled with smoke, and a profound silence. That made silence itself uncomfortable. Tien's house was already a skeleton of what had once been a shelter, the walls were charred, the roof collapsed, and a penetrating smell of ash permeated every corner, dust still floating in the air. Some debris crunched, then shifted abruptly, a hand emerging from it. Valyria. TCH bucking rubble. Valyria snarled, her long silver hair falling in disarray over her shoulders as she sat up furiously. With an exasperated sigh, she brushed the pieces of concrete off of herself, her breasts, generous and now completely free from the torn clothing, bouncing shamelessly with every movement. Valyria. Ugh, this is still annoying. He muttered in annoyance as he pushed them down. Valyria. Why the hell did this have to happen to me? The memory came back immediately. He had arrived at Tien's house to check on his whereabouts. Everything seemed calm until an explosive magic wave shook the neighborhood. A damn cement block fell on him. Everything went black. Valyria. Stupid bucking luck. He grumbled. Inside his mind, Albion's deep voice came through, serious and straightforward. Albion. Well, you were unconscious. I felt 8 presences Issei's variant, Crom Cruich, Shalba Beelzebub, Diodora Astaroth, Kakabiel, Freed cells in Euclid Lucifuge and Rizivum, they were up above. Valyria froze, a chill ran down her spine, her face instantly changed from irritation to a serious expression. Valyria. Rizivum, they're here. What the hell are they up to? Where are they now? Albion responded in a serious tone. Albion. They disappeared, one after another, as if space had swallowed them. Valyria gritted her teeth, her gaze directed to the sky, still tinged with red from the magical distortion they had left behind. Valyria. I can't waste any more time, I have to find Tien before they catch him. Elsewhere in the city, Tien was walking down a half-empty street, carrying shopping bags in both hands and his dog happily tugging on the leash. Tien. Hey, calm down, don't be stupid, damn it. She whispered tiredly, barely able to contain the dog, each step becoming heavier. She checked the prices of the products on the crumpled ticket with a frown. Tien. Damn inflation, not even 3 jobs are enough to survive. But then something stopped his walking. In the distance, he looked over the rooftops. The street seemed to flicker, lights red, orange, they looked like explosions. Explosions. His body froze, the air became thick, as if the world itself was holding its breath. His body became strange, but he had to concentrate as he was forced to move by the dog. Hours later. Tien slept peacefully, finally at peace. His dog, lying next to him, snored softly. The cat, curled up on his pillow, moved barely with each breath the boy took. It was the first deep rest in days, without shocks, without nightmares. Until the ground rumbled, first a hum, then a vibration, and then a crash. Praoik. The bed fell apart, the ceiling creaked, Tien fell to the floor with a start, gasping. Tien. What the buck is going on now? She screamed as the cat ran away in terror, its ears ringing, and crawled to the window, its heart pounding. He opened it suddenly and saw it, a mushroom cloud, enormous, dark and purple, rising over the center of the city, a symbol of war. Tien froze, his dog whimpered behind him, scared. Tien. No, this can't be happening. The war had come, and this time, there was no place to hide. Tien's soles pounded the pavement at full speed, barely muffled by the dull roar of explosions in the distance, his black jacket flapping in the wind, his blue jeans already ripped from wear and tear and mud splashes. Beside her dog was panting, running as fast as he could, and on her back, inside a tight backpack, the cat was poking its head out, eyes wide open, nervous about the chaos around them. Tien. Come on. Just a little more. Tien muttered, his throat dry and his heart pounding furiously, stopping in his tracks as he saw a horde of creatures advancing through the neighborhood. Mutant wolves, with thick legs and deformed backs, with abnormally long fangs, and higher up, bipedal bats with black membranous wings and wide eyes without pupils, which sneaked through the windows of the houses. The screams began, human screams, desperate, women, men, children. Tien crouched down, gritting his teeth, covering his ears with his palms, while hiding behind a collapsed wall. The sound of flesh tearing and bones breaking was unbearable. Tien. Shit. She whispered, trembling, tears about to fall. She couldn't do anything, she couldn't save anyone, just run, and she did. He ran again, his body hunched over, looking for the way to the bridge that connected to the forest. The police were evacuating there, or so he had heard, it was his only hope. He crossed destroyed yards, jumped over broken fences, and avoided faceless corpses, but just as he passed through the backyard of a house, he had to drop to the ground again, hiding in the shadows of a broken barbecue. The voice. Familiar. I die under my power, damn it. The female voice shrieked, filled with hate, and in that instant a crimson flash crossed the air a few meters from Tien, causing the rubble to tremble. He swallowed, paralyzed, then heard another voice, different but equally familiar, melodious, false in its sweetness. My dear, don't waste your energy, our beloved is waiting for us. Tien frowned, beloved. He didn't understand anything, he didn't want to understand, he just ran, straight to a narrow alley, stumbling through garbage and blood. An hour later, his leg muscles were no longer responding as they had before. He walked quickly along the riverbank, his breathing shallow. Tien. Almost there. He murmured with a tight smile, petting his dog's head as they walked through the backyard of a dilapidated house. And then. Boom. A brutal explosion erupted behind him, sending him flying through the air like a broken doll, his body crashing through a metal fence and slamming into a lamppost with a sharp crunch. Crack. Tien. Gah. He vomited blood instantly, falling to his knees, his face covered in dirt and blood, trembling, he raised his head. Tien. My dog. He stammered, looked around with pain-clouded eyes, and then he saw it. The mutant werewolf, huge, muscular, with glowing red lines running through his body like burning veins, three tails waving behind him, and fire in chunks floating over his body, as if reality itself was burning around him. The monster held his dog by the head, squeezing it with a single claw, the poor animal whimpered, its little legs dangling. Tien. And no, please. Tien groaned, trying to get up, but his legs wouldn't respond, they were shaking so much they seemed like they would break. And then. Crunch. The dry sound, a sound that broke everything, Tien ran out of air. Blood splattered the floor, splattered his face, he looked at his chest, confused but no, it wasn't his. It was the lifeless body of his dog, now inert on the cement, while the wolf licked the red-covered paw. Tien. No. Tien screamed, his face distorted, his eyes bathed in tears as his throat roared with pain, with helplessness, with suppressed rage. He wanted to move, he wanted to attack, but his body no longer responded. The wolf began to walk slowly towards him, its breath dripping with heat, its demonic eyes fixed on the helpless boy. Tien fell back, desperate, dragging himself with his elbows. In front of him, his cat, trembling but determined, stood in the way, small, defenseless but willing to die for his master. The monster stopped, Tien could only cry. Tien's body was shaking, blood was running down his eyebrow, and his breathing was erratic, with blurred vision, he watched his cat, that brave little idiot, standing between him and death. Tien. No, please no. She screamed at the top of her lungs, her throat shredded, her heart pounding as if it were about to explode, her legs aching, but she forced herself to do it anyway. He forced himself up, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and with a cry of pain and fury, staggered to his feet. The cat jumped at the wolf's neck, digging its claws in with all its might. The wolf roared, desperately trying to get it off, waving its claws as if it were on fire. Tien. No. Tien tried to run, but his knee gave way and he fell back, scraping his arms against the asphalt, and then. 5. The swipe from the wolf hit the kitten squarely, sending it flying like a wet rag, hitting the hood of an abandoned car with a dry squeal. Tien. No. Tien's desperation turned to pure rage, his breath was fire, his soul was poison, he groped for a piece of broken brick, rusted and full of dirt, and threw it with all his strength at the creature. Thump. The brick hit the wolf's head, attracting its attention. Tien. Come here, you son of a bitch. He roared, his eyes filled with tears and fury, his voice that of a broken soul ready to kill or be killed. The monster roared, its paws ablaze with demonic power, leaping at Tien with the intention of tearing him to pieces, but he, at the last second, rolled to the side. Boom. The wolf's blow completely shattered the lamppost behind him, sending electrical sparks into the air. Tien tried to get up, but he didn't have time. Crack. The second blow caught him square in the back, lifting him into the air like a broken doll, and threw him across the courtyard, his body slamming violently into a concrete wall, shattering it instantly. Rubble fell on him, blood gushed from his mouth, his vision began to fade. Everything was noise, everything was heat, everything was pain, and in the middle of that hell a red light, a thunderous roar, a blow that sounded as if the planet itself were breaking. Boom. Tien barely managed to raise his head among the rubble, his vision distorted, but he saw it. The figure in scarlet armor shining, gleaming, powerful, a burning fist piercing the wolf's body, splitting it in half, blood and guts falling like putrid rain. The wolf fell in two, making the ground shake with its weight, an instant later, that figure turned its face and looked directly at him. He walked toward Tien, crushing debris with each step until he reached out his hand. You look like shit, bro. He said with a mocking smile, with the same voice as always, warm, annoying, impossible to forget. Tien, not understanding, weakly took his hand, the figure helped him up, the metal arm holding him firmly. Issei. Do you know what saved me? He winked at her. The breasts. Tien. What? Tien could hardly think. Yeah, breasts, big, soft, juicy are my motivation, but now my new motivation is kicking ass and saving brats with weird cats. He laughed calmly, Tien blinked and saw him, the smile, the messy hair, the burning eyes. It wasn't possible, it couldn't be. Tien. Issei. Tien whispered, feeling something inside him break, and without being able to stop it the tears flowed again, but this time of astonishment, of fear, of absolute confusion. In front of him stood Issei Hyoudou. But not the one he knew from the legends. This one was different, this one he looked like a demon dressed in armor made to crush gods. And he was on his side. Tien didn't respond, he just breathed heavily, still in disbelief, until Issei looked down and changed his tone. "Issei. You cat." That was all it took. Tien suddenly broke free and staggered to the kitten's body, which was lying on the ground motionless, trembling slightly. "Tien. No, no, please no." He whispered, kneeling beside him. The cat looked at him one last time, barely a blink, barely a breath. "Tien. You were the best in my worst moments, you were there when no one else was." Tien said with tears, holding the animal against his chest, and then, he stopped. The cat's heart was no longer beating, he knew what was happening, but he couldn't admit it, he died. Tien stood still, silent and broken. Issei said nothing, he just watched in silence, respecting that last goodbye. The silence was broken by a thundering of footsteps, dozens, no hundreds. Tien raised his head and looked ahead. An army of wolves, all advancing towards them. Tien. Shit. Tien clenched his fists, furious, upset. Tien. There are many. Issei put a hand on his shoulder. Issei. Don't worry, this is just a setback. Tien looked at him without understanding. Issei. Sometimes, you don't need to face your fears, and other times, it's just not your war. He said with a calm smile, pointing to his own head. Issei. Here's your weapon, you don't need a sacred gear to be strong. Then, Issei activated his helmet, the scale mail was completed, shining like a celestial demon. Issei. Live happily, Tien. I've done what I had to do, I won't come to save you again. Tien wanted to answer, but a new sound interrupted him. Steps across the street. He turned around, and in the darkness, he saw figures running. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Zenobia, Asia, everyone, running towards him. Rias. Issei, wait. Rias screamed, but Issei looked at him one last time. Issei. Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Tien extended his hand. Tien. Issei. He screamed in despair, and at that moment. The crimson flash. Everything disappeared. When he opened his eyes, Tien was no longer on the street. He was enclosed in a glass capsule, with a tube inside his mouth, breathing heavily. All around him, only darkness and a constant buzzing, as if he were being monitored. Where was he? Reality or a simulation? Dream or a lie? Issei or just a cruel illusion? Tien clenched his fists tightly, and for the first time he cried. Tien forcefully tore off the respirator that kept him connected to that infernal capsule, his trembling fists clenched furiously, one after the other, he threw blows against the glass that imprisoned him, he didn't intend to stay there like just another damn experiment. Tien. Booking sons of bitches. She screamed mentally as she finally broke the glass, falling to the floor naked, with fresh cuts on her arms and legs, while the sound of her gasps filled the room. He coughed again, spitting blood and drool, his body shaking, vulnerable. But his eyes, they didn't tremble, not after what he'd seen, not after what he'd lost. Tien. Dragon. He whispered in a hoarse voice. Draig. Finally, damn, I thought you were never going to wake up. Draig's voice echoed in his mind, filled with urgency. Draig. I've been trying to get in touch for a while, I lost you in that cursed illusion. Tien, staggering, stood up. The laboratory was gigantic, white, too silent, no soul in the corridors, only the echo of his breathing and the dripping of his blood marking the floor. Tien. Where the buck are we? He asked with a frown. Draig. You fell into an illusion created by the dark Issei. When you were listening to his offer, it wasn't real, neither the wolf nor Issei, it was a false reality, the quiet life you wanted so much. Tien gritted his teeth, his body trembled, not from cold, but from rage. Tien. They tricked me, they made me believe that all that my cat Issei wasn't real. Draig. It was for you, but it was a trap. While you were unconscious, they kept you asleep in that capsule, watching every emotional reaction, manipulating you. Tien. Sons of bitches. It hit the ground, leaving a red stain. Draig. Listen to me, there's no time to regret. Dark Issei and Rizivim are planning something catastrophic. They're after Trihexa, not only that they want to merge the White's power with mine, with both of them, there will be no one able to stop them, no gods, no demon kings, nothing. Tien swallowed, his heart pounding as if it wanted to jump out of his chest. Tien. So how the hell do I deal with this? With rocks? With words? With prayers? Draig remained silent for a moment and then, he let go. Draig. With the blood and flesh of Great Red. Tien blinked, his brain trying to process that blasphemy. Tien. Are you fucking kidding? Draig. No, I found a way, a body to transfer your soul into a clone created by Great Red, it's better than nothing, you could use it. Tien. Do you want me to turn into a dragon? Draig. Sadly it won't be temporary, but you will be able to put up a fight, your soul will take control of the body created by Great Red, it was created in case Issei died again, and while you are inside, you will have enough power to face them, but the process is unstable, you could die, get lost in the dragon's mind, or simply disappear. Tien remained silent, and yet, he smiled. Tien. I lost my dog and cat, I saw Issei disappear, and I was manipulated like a bucking doll, do you want me to risk it? Come on, Draig. He bent down and picked up a broken metal bar from the floor. Tien. Let's burn them. Rias Gremory remained lying on one of the sofas in the penthouse, her gaze lost on the ceiling, deliberately ignoring the discussions that arose around her. She did not care if Kateria spoke, if they interrogated, if they cried or screamed, she only thought about what she wanted to achieve. Rossweisse was the first to break the awkward silence. Rossweisse. What is Issei's variant planning? She asked, arms crossed, frowning. Kateria, sitting in a chair, with shackles on her wrists, smiled arrogantly. Kateria. The absorption of Trihexa and the kidnapping of the other Issei's harem. He responded naturally, as if he were talking about the weather. Asia opened her mouth nervously, her voice barely a trembling whisper. Asia. What can we do to prevent it? Kateria looked at her as if she were a stupid child, with disdain, and let out a dry laugh. Kateria. Pray, nothing more. Saji. What the hell do you need? Saji suddenly shouted, hitting the table in anger, everyone looked at him, Kateria raised an eyebrow. Kateria. Volley, what he needs is volley, but well, it's not important, this is as far as they go. He responded without hesitation, the tension in the atmosphere became unbearable, everyone looked at each other, volley was an unconditionally sensitive subject, and now, a key piece. Razor, his face distorted by anger, stepped forward. Razor. What the buck is your problem? We want you to help us and you're spouting that shit. He screamed, while his maids tried to stop him. Ubeluna grabbed his arm, Shui blocked his way, and Isabel hugged him from behind. But Razor didn't listen, with a slap he pushed them away and lunged at Kateria, brutally grabbing her by the hair. Razor. Speak up, you bucking boar. What the hell are you up to? He growled through gritted teeth, Kateria didn't flinch, she smiled contemptuously. Kateria. I do it in exchange for something, and that something hasn't been given to me yet, that something is Tien. His tone was poisonous, then he looked at Razor with hatred. Kateria. And you are a bucking faggot desperate to keep breathing. The blow echoed through the room like thunder, Razor slammed his fist into Kateria's face with such force that Kateria's blood splattered the wall, she fell sideways, spitting red between bursts of laughter. Kateria. Son of a bitch. Rias. Razor, enough. Rias screamed, finally sitting up, as if waking up from a trance, everyone turned to look at her, her face burning with fury. Rias. That bitch has to live. Afterwards, if they want, they can buck her or kill her, I don't give a shit. But now we need their damn tongue talking. Kateria glared at her, her lips split and nose bleeding. Kateria. That wasn't part of the deal, Gremory. Rias. Then there's no deal, which means anyone can do whatever they want to you. Rafia watched with absolute contempt, it hurt her soul to see what her ex-sister-in-law had become, a woman who sold her dignity and that of others, in order to get what she wanted, her ambition was a disease, a rottenness. At that moment, Rias touched her chest tightly, breathing heavily. Rias. Something's not right. He said, looking down, Akeno approached, worried, putting a hand on his shoulder. Akeno. I felt it too, something's wrong with Tien. Everyone fell silent, something was breaking in the balance of the plane, something dangerous. Then the voice was heard, deep, mocking, with that hint of hatred disguised as sympathy. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure something interesting is happening to him. They all turned as one body, there he was. The Issei variant. Walking calmly through the remains of the open portal, his smile was awkward, his eyes wild, he was wearing a red jacket splattered with dried blood, and with each step, the demonic aura enveloped him more. Issei. Kateria, I'm lucky I don't want to go anywhere with my planes. He laughed as he approached. Issei. It would have been easier to take you and corrupt you, to make a duo with a Kateria of my dimension. Kateria, from the ground, spat blood in front of her feet. Kateria. I'd rather die than enjoy a monster like you, I'd only give myself to someone like you. The room shook, dark Issei's face turned into a mask of rage. Issei. Tien, dices. Without saying a word, he raised his hand, a red and purple magic circle materialized around him. Issei. Die all of you motherfuckers. An explosion erupted from its center, the entire penthouse disintegrated into flames, glass and fire, screams, blood, silhouettes flying among the rubble. Tien opened his eyes slowly, the white artificial light of the laboratory forced him to squint as his body began to react, he felt the air denser, heavier. He raised his hands with surprise, noticing a different skin, the touch was new, the strength. He sat down with a low grunt and when he turned to his side, disgust hit him like a wave. His former body, naked, inert, cooling on the metal stretcher like just another corpse in a forgotten morgue. Tien. Was that me? He whispered with repulsion, not out of real disgust, but rather, how would his body end up? It would already be unusable for him, and seeing himself dead was quite a sensation. He covered his mouth, holding back the gag reflex, while he observed every detail, the marks on the skin, the expression of forced peace. It was like seeing an empty shell. Draig. The transfer has been a success. Draig's deep voice echoed from within. Draig. That body is no longer you, the one breathing now is someone different. Tien swallowed, trying to calm the avalanche of emotions that hit him, took a step, staggering from the unknown sensation of contained strength, advanced to a dark glass wall, and there he saw it. His reflection. Her hair, a deep red down to her neck, fell in disarray, almost wild, her eyes, a radiant emerald green, shone like embers under the clinical light, her body firm, slender but with marked lines of athletic tone, seemed sculpted for combat. Tien. Shit. He muttered with a nervous smile, touching his chest, his arms, his face. Tien. It's me, but it's not me. Draig. This body has high purity dragon magic, it was made by Great Red in case of emergency, if Issei needed a new body, and he created it for some occasion of extreme importance. Draig explained with a proud tone. Draig. Even if I'm not with you, you'll still be a monster, but one with a purpose. From the boosted gear a magic circle opened, and on the stretcher appeared precisely folded clothes, a light armor of dark tones, reinforced and molded to his figure, he dressed without delay. Short grey cape with golden edges, geometric symbol engraved on the arm, reinforced gloves, combat boots, he tied his hair with a black ribbon and took a last look at his reflection. Tien. Well. He said, adjusting his gloves. Tien. Time to make a massacre. The sound of footsteps alerted him, two giant wolves were approaching down the corridor, growling with foam between their teeth, their eyes shining with murderous hunger. Tien took a step forward, without retreating, instinctively, the boosted gear shone, and from its core emerged a sword wrapped in holy light. Ascalon. Tien smiled, holding her firmly. Tien. Perfect, just what I needed. He leaped at them violently, like a flash of red lightning. The first tried to bite his arm, but was met with a direct stab to the skull. The second managed to tear his cloak, but Tien spun around, burying Ascalon deep into his side. An instant later, the scene was only blood and silence. Tien, covered in enemy blood, stood over the corpses of the wolves, the sword still dripping red as he exhaled heavily. Tien. This one. He said with a happy and satisfied smile, looking at the mess at his feet. Tien. This is my entry. The sword wiped the blood from his face with the back of his glove and ran for the exit, the echo of his footsteps resonating in the empty laboratory. Tien didn't know where to go, but he would find out quickly. Darkness covered everything, only the echo of her solitary footsteps accompanied Rias as she walked aimlessly down that endless corridor. There were no enemies, no danger, only silence. Silence and emptiness. She didn't know how long she had been walking, minutes, hours, maybe days, her mind was confused, the last thing she remembered was the image of the other Issei, that distorted and cruel version of the one she once loved, crushing everyone with a hollow laugh, sending them flying like dolls, then everything went black. He was about to give up, to let himself fall to the ground and accept the abyss, but then he saw it. A double wooden door, tall, heavy, familiar. Rias. It can't be. She ran towards it, desperate, the wood was rough, ancient, just like that door of the old Haidu mansion. She swallowed, pushed hard, with such force that, when she opened it, she fell to the ground. And there it was, the same spacious entrance hall, the two spiral staircases ascending, everything exactly the same, as if time had frozen. His heart was beating fast, he walked around the mansion slowly, remembering every corner. The hot springs, the training area, the luxurious baths, those empty rooms that they never used until he stopped in front of his room, his, Issei's. He pushed the door, the bed still had the curtains closed, the air smelled of nostalgia, sweat and laughter. Rias let out a small laugh, mixed with a sigh. Rias. How stupid I was. He murmured with melancholic sweetness, closed the door carefully, looked out one of the windows. It was night, the mansion was alive but dead at the same time. She went down the stairs, the silence was so profound that her own steps startled her, it was then that she heard something, leaves moving, someone leafing through papers. He activated a magic circle in his hand, just as a precaution, slowly peeked out, and there he saw it. Issei. Sitting there, flipping through pages as if searching for something, his eyes shot open, his heart stopped, his mouth trembled and his soul broke. Rias. I say. She whispered, and all the pain she had been suppressing came out at once. She cried like a lost child, she cried like a broken lover. Issei looked up, hearing her sobs, he smiled at her, but when he noticed her tears, his face filled with worry. Issei. Rias. What's wrong? What's happening? She didn't answer, she just threw herself into his arms. She held him tightly, as if she feared he would disappear, as if he were a dream that the slightest blink could break. Issei hesitated but reciprocated the hug, closing his eyes and wrapping his arms around her, gently caressing her back. Issei. Are you okay? Did they do something to you? Are you hurt? Rias. No, no. He murmured through tears. Rias. Just forgive me please. Issei. Rias. Forgive me for being an idiot, for acting like a spoiled brat, for being afraid of losing you, for thinking I couldn't live up to you, for not understanding how you thought. Forgive me for not being enough. Issei held her shoulders firmly and with a serious look, shook his head. Issei. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you understand that I'm not up to your standards either? You're my president, my fiancé. I'm the one who should apologize, even if I have power, fame or whatever. I still don't understand a lot of things. Sometimes I feel like shit as a partner. I don't know if I'm doing well with all of you. I don't even know if I'm the kind of man who deserves to have you. He forced a bitter laugh. Issei. Being strong doesn't mean knowing everything, you know. Sometimes I can't even control my idiot head. Rias cupped her cheeks, gave her a soft, sweet kiss, and in that kiss, they said more than 1,000 words. They both fell onto the sofa, breathing heavily, their lips still touching. She sat on him, tears still in her eyes. Rias. No, Issei, you're wrong. I was selfish, always asking you for more, for myself, for others, but never thinking about what you wanted, what you needed. I never really protected you, and now I just want you to stay, not to disappear, not to be broken, not to have your soul taken away, your smile, your unique life. I just want you to be you, my Issei, even if everything else rots. Issei closed his eyes and rested his forehead on hers. Issei. Rias, you were always my home. And for a moment, even if it was a lie, a memory, or anything, they both hugged each other, as if there was still time to save themselves. Darkness enveloped everything. It was a thick, almost suffocating silence, and in the middle of it, Grafia was pushing a wooden door with both hands. It was hard for her to open it, and when she finally gave in, she stumbled forward, falling to her knees on the polished floor. She stayed there for a few seconds, trying to understand where she was, until she looked up and recognized it. The main hallway of the old Gremory mansion, but there was no one there. Neither the servants, nor the guards, nor the echoes of noble laughter, only a loneliness that gnawed at his soul. He walked slowly, dragging his fingers along the wall, as if he needed to remember each texture to convince himself that it was not an illusion. The air had the scent of lavender and wine that always enveloped the Gremory house, but without warmth, without life. She crossed several rooms until she reached the main hall, carefully looked out, and there he was. Issei Hyoudou. Sitting in one of the velvet armchairs, with one eyebrow raised as he flipped through a magazine he didn't understand, a business magazine. He looked at him with a face of what the hell am I reading? And that made Grafia, without being able to help it, let out a soft warm laugh broken inside. Maybe it was a dream, maybe it was his punishment, or a last chance to touch that happiness that was always denied to him. She walked silently, as if her heels didn't exist, came up behind him and covered his eyes with her hands, her heart trembling. Grafia. Who am I? He asked in a younger voice, more his own. Issei tensed for a moment, but then laughed. Issei. My older sister. He answered with that playful tone he used when he wanted to provoke her. Grafia felt like a needle pierced her chest with that phrase, but she smiled, a smile that hurt. Grafia. Yes, your older sister. He muttered, removing his hands, looking down at him. Issei. What are you doing here? Issei asked without taking his eyes off her, his face serious, but with a hint of curiosity. Issei. I thought you didn't want to see me anymore after that date. The words were a direct shot to the soul. Grafia lowered her gaze. She had forgotten that after that date, after the night when her body trembled with desire, but her mind made her flee. She never spoke to him again, because she was a coward, because she tied herself to a man she no longer loved, because of Milica's, because of the last name Lucifer. Grafia. She started, but drowned in her own thoughts. She always wanted him, her brown-haired, her fiery, her rebellious, her shameless and tender Issei, but she was never his. She was always the secondary one, the woman in the background. The title of wife of the Magi was a chain, not a blessing. She could never break it. She was always afraid of being called the traitor who screwed Lucifer's wife, afraid that Issei would live marked by her guilt. But no more. Grafia. I came because this time I don't want to run away. He said at last, his voice trembling, but not faltering. Grafia. I was scared, Issei, scared of breaking the world, but I'm fed up. I'd rather lose everything than keep lying to myself. I want to be with you, even if it's just here, even if it's just now. Issei looked at her silently, long, painfully, as if he wanted to engrave those words forever. Issei. I suppose. He whispered, dropping the magazine. Issei. That I can be with you now, if that makes you happy. She didn't say anything, she just leaned down, hugged him tightly by the neck and buried her face in his shoulder. Even though she was taller, that never mattered to her at that moment. She was a defeated woman who only wanted to take refuge in her man. She kissed him calmly, without overflowing passion, but with repressed love, a kiss of years of silence, of crushed desires, of nights masturbating with Issei's name between her lips pressed with guilt. As they separated, she looked into his eyes, and he didn't say anything. Rias simply laid him down on the sofa and hugged him against her chest. His head remained between her breasts, warm, soft, enveloping, not like a fantasy, but like a sanctuary. Rias. Rest, my love. He whispered, stroking her hair. Rias. Just this once, let me be your refuge even if it's just one more lie. And in that moment, for the first time in a long time, neither of them felt guilty, only quiet pain, the kind that no longer screams, the kind that simply embraces you from within. Steam filled the air, as thick as the thoughts that suffocated Akeno's soul. There she was, naked, vulnerable, sitting in the warm arms of the man she had always loved madly, but who sometimes seemed as distant as the sky itself, the shower water falling relentlessly, as if trying to wash away the sins that could not be forgotten. Her back was shaking, her body, although relaxed, showed the traces of an emotional storm that had just passed. Akeno's eyes were red, swollen, broken, she had cried like a child, and she still couldn't stop. Issei hugged her with a tenderness that hurt, as if he wanted to protect her from the entire world, and at the same time, as if he himself was the world that had hurt her. Issei. Don't cry anymore. He whispered, wiping away with his fingers every tear that escaped without permission. Issei. It wasn't your fault, Akeno, it never was. Akeno. Yes, it was. She sobbed, clenching her fists against his chest. Akeno. It was for thinking of me. For wanting to have you all to myself, for feeling like you were mine, when you always wanted to bear everything. Issei gently denied. Issei. I was the fool who thought he could do it all, the idiot who trained until he bled to not let anything happen to them, and I was the one who hurt them the most, I was the one who wasn't there when they needed me the most. Akeno bit her lip hard. Akeno. Don't say that, please. I'm the selfish one, I wanted to be the only one, I didn't care about the damage, or your body, or your mind, I only thought about having you for myself, and when I couldn't I felt weak, useless. I'm not worthy of you. His voice broke, like his heart. Issei gently took her chin, making her look at him, his brown eyes serene but hurt. Issei. You're one of my women. He said firmly. Issei. And I don't care if you're broken, hurt, or bucking destroyed inside, my duty is to take care of you, to heal you, because you are my bucking heaven and my hell, my Akeno. He kissed her, not with passion, but with a painful calm, a slow kiss, of souls that recognize each other among ruins, that know there is no return, but still, they want to cling to what remains. And then, like glass thrown against the ground, everything broke. The image of Akeno and Issei shattered into 1,000 pieces, as if it were a mirror shattered by reality, each piece showing fleeting scenes. Grafia crying while hugging him, Zenobia screaming his name among the people, Asia pleading with her blood on her hands, Rias on her knees on him. Everything was pain, everything was shared guilt, and outside, in the darkness of the sealed dimension, the real figures lay on the ground, unconscious, the entire DXD group defeated, mentally, spiritually and emotionally shattered by the illusory world, where their worst fears had been stabbed into them like knives. Rias, Akeno, Zenobia, Rossweisse, Grafia, Razor, Yubaluna, Shui, Isabel, Sererg, Kuroka, Kiba, Tsubaki, Sona, Ravel, Kaneko, Asia, Irina, Saji, Kateria. All of them, unconscious, alive but broken, and in front of them, 2 figures were watching them. Issei's variant, a smile of pleasure on his face, eyes full of sadism, as if he enjoyed every scene of weakness, every tear, every piece of destroyed soul. And beside him Rizavam live and Lucifer, laughing low, full of sadism, the air turned violent, charged with pure demonic energy, the ground trembled as an arcane seal began to form in front of them. The sky split in 2, the wind roared like a wild beast, the symbol burned with fire. 666. The Trihexa. Issei, or what was left of him in that dimension, looked up at the sky. Issei. The day I've been waiting for has arrived. He whispered, with a mixture of anger, relief and emptiness in his voice. The pawn's last move, the slavery of love. Do you want to know who I am? I'm not a hero, I'm not a fairy tale prince, I wasn't loved, I was created by mistake, an accident, a remnant of someone else's desire, just a mistake, a product of human stupidity. I never wanted to be what I am, only the world, fate made me this way, no one can justify that the world had me against it, even if I was its protagonist. My parents didn't expect me, nor did they love me, they just bucked without thinking, without a condom, without love, and I was born, not by destiny, nor by miracle by a miscalculated ejaculation. My life was a suffering at first, I don't understand why, but at this moment, I will fulfill my purpose, right now I am going against everything that my dimension imposed on me. Issei Hyoudou, will become the most powerful being. I will be the strongest Issei of all. My parents married, forced, like chained pigs, without really loving each other. At first, I didn't understand, I was a baby, a larva that only cried and defecated, but the world took it upon itself to open my eyes. When I turned 8, I saw it, I felt it, the scene was burned into my mind. His mother crying on the living room floor with her face broken, covered in blood and running makeup, while his father unbuckled his belt. And the worst part. Issei laughed. I don't know why, it was like a tickling sensation, something strange, I guess I liked seeing her weak, I was tired of pretending to love her, and when dad took her to the room, I just closed my eyes and thought. Screw her. I loved watching people suffer. It was something my father did often. I suppose I inherited it from him. It was fun to see him come and hit mom after discovering that she was unfaithful to him. Even though it was true, he didn't know. He was never there. It was just an excuse to de-stress. From then on, home was a living hell, with constant screaming, blows, often directed at me, broken dishes, and when there wasn't any violence there was silence, the kind of silence that screams louder than a slap. But in that void there was a light. Issei Hyoudou. His neighbor, his little orange-haired friend, knew that his neighbor was actually a woman, but he was amused to see how she tried to hide it. He wanted her to tell him that she was a woman herself. She was his angel. They played, they laughed, she hugged him, without fear, they slept together, without guilt, and he for the first time, felt warmth. Irina was different, clean, she disgusted me sometimes, how pure she was, but I clung to her as if she were the only real thing in my life. And then one day he left without warning, without saying goodbye. I'm going to England, Issei. A letter, just a letter at the entrance of his house for sale, the only thing that came out was a tear, and he felt an emptiness, and the darkness returned with force, my father hit harder, my mother slept with more men, without stopping, both ruining him more. One day, in the afternoon, without warning, she arrived with 2 men after work. She worked as a model. Her parents literally looked like models, hexy, beautiful, unattainable. This boosted their egos. These men weren't just anyone. No. Serzich's Lucifer and Zioticus Gremory. Honestly they were good, too good, they met mom because she worked at the Gremory fashion company, mom was their distinguished employee, and they wanted to reward her for her effort. And I was watching television, an animated series that honestly kids my age shouldn't watch, Happy Tree Friends, it was just grotesque and death everywhere, but for me, my real series was upstairs. When they locked themselves in the room with mom, I hear her screaming, I just sat outside the door, eating ice cream, and laughing, I like to imagine how they tore her apart, how they abused her, doing dad's job. Over the years, I became an expert at watching others suffer. I hurt the neighborhood children, I pushed them, I made them bleed, I scared them, I laughed when they cried. It was my therapy, my way of feeling alive. One day, while I was buying chocolate with my father's money, while walking through the park, I saw him. An old man, a pervert, but he looked like a teenager with that playful smile, surrounded by children, grinning with rotten teeth. Breasts are the best thing in the world, only a lucky few deserve them, guys. He whispered in a viscous voice, repeating it like a mantra, sitting at the fountain in the park, with his old clothes, his cane, and his hair disheveled. He was just amazed by that, he didn't know what it was, but now he knew what his mother was hanging around. He sat on that old wooden bench, the wood still felt like the past, there he ate that chocolate, his peace was unique, those were the only moments where everything was tranquil for him. That old man sat next to her, chatting about why she approached him, there they chatted for hours, where he explained everything about the forbidden world, the world of hexual relations, there she discovered what her mother did, well, it was disappointing, but at the same time fun. That same day while he was walking home, something crossed his mind, his parents were arguing wildly, dad was coming back later than ever, his mom was disappearing for hours with Serzich's and Zioticus, he thought. Isn't there a way to separate married couples, isn't there a way to eliminate that love that doesn't exist? That same night while his father was de-stressing with his mother, he searched various legal forums, various legal sites, discovering a gold mine, there was something called divorce. All that was needed was to present the reasons, and if that wasn't enough, proof. That made me smile, what else was needed? My freedom was there, my salvation from this darkness was just around the corner. I started installing small cameras all over the house, air ducts, lamps, even behind the bathroom mirror, recording everything, the insults, the infidelities, the visits from Serzich's and Zioticus. Speaking of them, they always came to my house, always bringing me an uncomfortable feeling, as if they were not human, outside of this plane. They were still just horny apes, those three, spending their time touching each other, depraved when my back was turned, but keep it up, the videos were saved on the hard drive of my old computer. Information is power, and I began to savor it. Slarp. Ooh. Clap. Grr. Damn monkeys in heat. Years passed, and when I turned 16, I was assigned to Kuo Mixed Academy, a very strange place, to clean perfect facade, but one thing was certain, there was something wrong from the first day. A student council followed him, a group that was too closed for a group that should inspire confidence. It seemed like they were always watching me, every corner, every hallway, always one of them. Sona Shitori Tsubaki Shinra, Tomo, etc. And he pretended, just pretended, to wait for the appearances, to hide his sadistic smile. He smiled normally, he played the good boy, but inside, he was boiling with rage. I feel like smashing someone's head against a bench, but I'm not an idiot, not yet. Then he saw her. Rias Gremory. A beautiful woman, he had to admit, eyes like shining orbs, perfect face, but the last name fell like a dagger in his mind. Gremory Xeodicus Gremory. Deed was the daughter of the man who had hex with my mother. What a delicious irony, what a useful letter. And so, he began to plan, photos of all kinds, documents, traces, he would have it all, the daughter of his enemy, his weakness. One day, while he was walking back home across the old bridge near the park, he was thinking about how far he could go with his blackmail, money, of course, but also power. He wanted something that would win over his parents, maybe security. He was creating his web when she appeared. Uma Mano. Pretty girl, quite delicate at first glance, too indecisive but at the same time direct. Uma. Issei Hyoudou, I see you every day passing by this bridge, do you want to go out with me? Issei didn't respond immediately, it was strange, too strange, no one approached him without reason, much less with that kind of invitation, and much less a pretty girl, so he accepted, out of curiosity, out of suspicion, out of morbid curiosity. And at dusk the next day there she was, under an orange light from the lampists in the park, with a sweet smile and a beautiful pink dress in her opinion, too pretty, too calculated. Uma. Thank you for going out with me, Issei, now die for me. A spear of light formed in his hand, his eyes turned cold, his aura it felt like he was divine, divinely corrupted, fallen angel. Rainer, a fallen angel, an assassin, that's what she was, an assassin who wanted to kill him. She didn't give him a reason, just saying that he was a threat, that wasn't enough for him to die, and she wouldn't do it at all, not with how well things were going for him right now. Issei didn't even flinch, he just laughed, he wanted to be strong, and he would show it to her. Issei. I knew something stank. And he fought, without power, without technique, only with rage, cunning and madness. Even though he wasn't the best fighter, he had something to do because of the times he fought with his former bullies. And he won. For a second he was glad he didn't come out dead, minor injuries, but nothing to worry about. Because then another spear pierced him, his body fell, blood soaked the concrete and life faded away. And in his last breath, he only said that he wanted to touch Rias Gremory's beautiful hair, and he heard a voice. I won't let you die like this, Issei Hyoudou. Rias Gremory. He couldn't laugh but he did so inside, without the strength to express it directly. Issei. How funny, mom's lover's daughter saves my life. The next thing he knew after feeling swearing while sleeping, was that he woke up in a soft bed, his bed, naked, with Rias Gremory by his side. Rias. Nice to meet you Issei Hyoudou, I am Rias Gremory, I am your master, and from now on you are my pawn, my dear pawn. And at that moment, while I was holding her shoulders, saying that what she was saying was nonsense, my mother came in. He looked at me, observing me with disdain, blurting out of nowhere, confusing me and Rias. Nikki. You're just like your father now, sleeping with anyone, how disgusting, at least pretend. He left without closing the door, how disrespectful to my privacy. I didn't say anything, I just looked at the ceiling, and he smiled. I guess at least something has changed in my life, maybe for the better. The afternoon light hit the windows of the occult club like orange blades, piercing the darkness with brutal indifference. He stared at the ceiling, lying in one of the armchairs, pretending to sleep while listening to Ria's footsteps around the room. Another night with her, another mask. Ever since I was revived by the red-haired demon, my life was a constant game of chess. Rias believed she had won a powerful piece, a useful and loyal pawn, but in some ways she was, and in others she wasn't. Every order he gave her, every smile he offered her, she accepted it with docility. She pretended to be totally loyal to her king, but in her mind she had already begun the final game. To break up her parents' marriage, to destroy everything that chained him to that hell called home. If they hated each other, why did they stay together? It wasn't for love, not for him, just for comfort. He decided he would take even that away from them. Weeks passed, and with them, missions, encounters, secrets. He saved Asia Argento, a sweet and fragile girl who reminded him of a broken doll, sad and alone. There was something about her that made him want to protect her, but he still didn't know if it was genuine or just pleasure from controlling something pure. He also met Akeno Himejima, the woman who smiled as she tortured her enemies, and that was when he understood pain could be pleasurable. Then Grafia Lucifuge appeared, and for the first time in a long time, he felt something more than desire. It wasn't lust, it was beauty, elegance, coldness disguised as duty. The night Rias offered herself to him to lose her virginity and avoid marriage to Razor Phoenix, I felt power, not because he was going to have Hex, but because Rias needed him more than she could admit, and that was pure pleasure. She met Razor, and after a seemingly cordial meeting between the two heirs, they both pretended to hate each other in public, but inside, they knew they respected each other. They both saw how manipulative they were, how selfish, how masters of the show. He learned to control the boosted gear, but he held back, pretending to be weak, not out of fear, but out of strategy. He wanted to measure them all. He wanted to know how far they would go, who could betray him. The time came to fight Razor in the rating game, and I pretended to be seriously hurt. Rias, in order to stop what they were doing to me, agreed to marry Razor, which surprised me. Was he capable of giving himself up for me, just to protect me? A day later I woke up, recovered, all my classmates were at the wedding. I was left here to recover. There without warning Grafia arrived, the beautiful Grafia, gave me a paper to go to the wedding. I went out of commitment. There I arrived to break that commitment, even though I felt that my heart played something else with me. I faced Razor who, while repudiating me, praised me for how strong I was, and there I defeated him with Balance Breaker, ending that stupid engagement. When Rias ran to kiss me, time seemed to stop. I felt something break, or rather repair itself. I didn't know what it was, I only knew that, for the first time, I really wanted something. Love? Was that it? The night he flew with her on a griffin under the moon, he felt something more than the wind brush his skin. It was hope. But the world doesn't allow the broken to be happy for long. One night as he walked through the door, he saw his mother there on the couch smiling, that cursed smile, that was never directed at him. He truly hated her. Another damn night, his mother with her cell phone, his father still hadn't returned. There was no need to explain what he was doing out of the house, with his bore of a boss. Issei just took a deep breath. It didn't hurt anymore, it just bored him. He had stopped worrying about it. Asia was in her room, so he would go back to her room. He passed through the living room, which displeased him, displeased with great exaggeration. Mickey? Are you really back? Why don't you go with that reed-eater Asia? They seem to love you a lot, or maybe they just love your henness a lot. Issei stood still in his place to give him the middle finger. His mother became extremely enraged, standing up abruptly to go to the brunette who was leaving calmly, without reacting to him taking her arm to receive a slap. This angered the protagonist, who pushed her, causing her to fall onto the nightstand. Issei. What the buck is wrong with you? Mickey. What's wrong with you, you bucking son? What was that lack of respect to your mother? Issei. You're insulting me when I didn't do anything to you, stupid old woman. Mickey. Stupid boy, I'm your mother, I do what I want, and you respect me. Issei. How am I going to respect you if you're whoring with my butchous father and brother? Mickey. GRR bucking mistake, I wish I had never met your bucking father. I'm just looking forward to the day you leave this stupid house. Shitty old woman. I hope you die. I don't understand what the world has against me. I just wish I had a normal life. I want to live like everyone else, without worries, without having to worry about these stupid old people. I went back to school, doing everything without a care in the world, and that's when the two girls from the church arrived. One of them had blue hair and a warrior's gaze, a rather strange temperament, and above all, too discriminatory. When she called Asia a traitor, I wanted to kill her. Zenobia Quarta. But the other one froze me to the core, not letting me react. Irina Shidou. The damned one, the one who left me alone, the one who promised to stay, the one who ran away to England. Irina. I'm a girl, Issei. He still remembers when she wanted to talk to him aside from everyone. It really hurt me that after all this time, just now, after abandoning him all this time in that hell. I knew it, bitch. He thought, with a hollow smile, he wanted to tell her, but he couldn't because she was his friend. Deep down, she was his best friend. He didn't care about her excuse, but he loved her. He just wanted to see her cry, but she was an important person to him. The battle against Kakabiel arrived. Issei fought until he was almost broken, but won at the last second with great effort. He passed him by confident as always, but he was not allowed to lose. And then it appeared. Bali Lucifer. The Sekiryuutei. Very handsome, too cold, surprisingly powerful, and strangely flirtatious with him. He said things in his ear when he got close to him that would make Akeno blush. Issei. Are you gay? Issei asked once mentally, uncomfortably. Bali. I hope to see you back, Issei Hyoudou, thank you for your help. The meeting of the three factions was a disaster. Gasper was trapped and forced to stop time. Issei, along with Rias, rescued him, and Kaneko fought with Volley after he revealed he was in the enemy's group, and in a brutal duel, he almost died, almost fell to the ground, but that was not the important thing. The important thing was what he felt at the end of that fight. Confusion. Tiredness. Silence. Back home, he looked in the mirror after a slow shower. His eyes were watery, not from pain as he would expect, not from joy as he would wish. It was because I didn't know who I was anymore. He'd pretended for so long, he'd pretended to be good, to care about others, to risk his ass for them, that even he believed he was good, that he wasn't broken. But the mirror didn't lie. The darkness in his gaze couldn't be hidden. In beings like him there would always be pain and loneliness. Sadness would always follow him. Issei. I'm the pawn, I'll just be, that's it. The academy holidays arrived, and with them, a forced invitation. To travel to the underworld with the Gremory nobility as they did every holiday. An honor. Not much to him, for Issei it was just another chance to see the stench behind the luxury. The Gremory castle was immense, elegant, rotten in gold and expensive decoration. They were received by Grafia to their liking. She was beautiful as always. As they walked along calmly, she moved her butt unconsciously, but it was her enjoyment. But everything was interrupted by a child. There she met someone who caused her a particular disgust. Milika's. Grafia's supposed exemplary son. Little jerk. Issei thought, watching her run through the corridors. He didn't know what awaited him. He didn't know that sooner or later, Issei would have his mother between his sheets. He didn't know if it was out of love or desire, but he would have her. At the big dinner, the table was full of familiar faces. His group, Rias, and their Zeoticus Gremory, the patriarch, looked at him and of course recognized him. Eyes don't lie, especially among men who hide things. During dinner, well, the topic was the engagement between Rias and him. Issei leaned towards Zeoticus with a cold smile from behind before leaving for the bathroom. Issei. Don't worry, I won't say anything about your moments with my mother, as long as you give me what I want. He whispered, while slowly cutting more than his flesh. The old man didn't respond, but his hand trembled slightly. That was enough for him. Throughout the dinner he remained kind, quiet and innocent, and sometimes showed an angry face when they touched on a sensitive subject for him, but his gaze was fixed on a specific woman. Finalizanda Gremory. Ria's mother. The embodiment of eroticism. Issei looked her up and down while she chatted. Her body was amazing, a woman made for Hex, that was for sure, more than sure. Thereafter dinner, she went with Grafia, both walked with elegance, moving their hips rhythmically that without realizing it, they collided with each other, and the male servants did not hide it, much less their erections. I had heard from one that they only worked here because of the two Hexy women. Everyone wanted that pair of bodies, really, who didn't want them? Hexy women, who were made for passionate Hex, but only one would have them, and it wouldn't be primarily out of desire, it would be out of power and pleasure, but on the other hand, love for those beautiful women he wanted. One day, those two will be begging for me in bed. Later, under Azazel's orders, he trained with Tien, the dragon that spit fire-like words. The training was brutal, physically they destroyed him, mentally prepared, but his soul had already been destroyed for years. He mastered Balance Breaker, reaching 50 synchronization. The scale mail was no longer just armor. It was an extension of his hatred. The peace did not last. A cursed man named Diodora Astaroth appeared. He dared to kidnap Asia. His Asia. His doll. His property. Issei's heart overflowed, not only out of love for Asia, but also out of fury. He activated the Juggernaut drive. He honestly didn't care about dying, all for her, all for the others. Issei. I will kill you, you bastard. He screamed as his body was enveloped in a scarlet aura of pure destruction. Diodora's body ended up impaled, crushed, disintegrated in minutes, not letting him rest, nor could his soul escape. Issei took care of that. But the berserker state did not disappear easily, not because of the fury that possessed him. Shalba Beelzebub appeared trying to kidnap Asia and Zenobia, but obviously because of Issei's lack of control, he died in a few seconds. Then he crossed paths again with Volley, who challenged him. Both monsters, both smiling in the midst of the massacre, just because the two dragons inside them fought for hours, destroying mountains of the underworld, and in the end, Issei fell to his knees, bleeding, after Rias helped him return to his normal form. Volley. You and I, we're not that far apart, Haidu. He said before leaving. Some time later on another trip, fate took them to Kyoto with their class. They arrived at an old altar to accompany the girls, obviously taking out Irina. She didn't forgive her completely, but it was tolerable. He met Kunu, who at first tried to kill him, but they explained everything to him. He spent the day with the girls and Kunu until he faced Cao Cao. With the boys of the student council they faced the hero faction. He defeated a kitsune, which turned out to be her. There he met Yusaka, leader of the Yao case, a mature powerful woman, and tragically alone. Yusaka. Tell me how I can repay you. Yusaka whispered privately, in a barely tied kimono. Issei. Teach me what only a widow can give. He replied, sliding his hand down her neck. Bikuu. SLABP. Clap. Issei-Kun. At night, Yasaka shouted her name as if conjuring a god, a goddess in the hands of a demon. His name began to resonate in halls, his power grew with time, and in the Azazel Cup, fate faced him with the only noble he could truly respect. Sekiryuutei. That bastard was a man, pure strength, pride without magic, a lion without fear, he fought him with honor, and for the first time, he smiled during a battle without rancor. But there was no time for more peace. In days, without warning, Rizavum Live and Lucifer released the forbidden beast, the monster that neither gods nor demons dared to awaken. Trihexa. The roar that emerged from the underworld made the heavens and hell tremble, and as everyone fell into panic. Issei just clenched his fists, not in fear, but in excitement. Issei. What kind of being, Sarah? The atmosphere had become heavy, the sky with a great amount of smoke, the seal of 666, the abominable Trihexa, buzzed as if every fiber of the universe trembled before its imminent release. At his side, Rizavum Live and Lucifer laughed like an unleashed lunatic, his eyes full of ecstasy and perversion, contemplating the unconscious and bloody bodies of the DXD group scattered on the ground. They were a pile of warriors, heroes torn to pieces. Rizavum. Ha. Look at them. Rizavum said mockingly as he stretched out his arms as if the psychopath was worshipping something. Rizavum. Even your screams didn't entertain me when you attacked. I was expecting something more loud. In front of him, Issei's variant, with a serious look and a calm aura, stood, observing the floating Trihexa seal, his eyes showing not fear, indifference, happiness but satisfaction, a mind forged in battles that went beyond pain. Issei. What's so funny, bastard? Issei asked without moving a single muscle beyond his mouth. Rizavum. Huh. Don't you see? Rizavum leaned forward slightly, his smile distorted by a suppressed madness. Rizavum. Soon, very soon, my dream will come true. The world will become what I've always wanted. The perfection I've been searching for, without the disgusting demons, without the supernatural beings. Ha ha ha. Issei tilted his head, still holding that satisfied look. Issei. You should calm down, Vali and Tien aren't here yet. Rizavum. Oh, they will come. Rizavum said as he played with a small stone. Rizavum. The way things are going, they'll appear, they always do, the heroes and their bucking dramatic entrances. Issei sharpened his gaze. Issei. Why are you so confident? Rizavum twirled around as if dancing, enraptured by his madness. Rizavum. Because I never had them like that. He pointed at the unconscious, bleeding group. Rizavum. So vulnerable, so dead in life, I've never been so close to winning it all. Issei smiled, but it wasn't a smile of humor, it was a smile of distrust. No way he acted I was going to trust him. Issei. You should stop being so confident. Rizavum. Don't act like an idiot. You got too confident and ended up in shit too. Silence reigned for a few seconds, then Issei nodded. Issei. I admit it, for being overconfident, for underestimating Tien, I lost. The wind blew violently at that very moment, as if the world itself responded to that boy's name. Issei. But things are different now. Boom. The blue energy sphere streaked through the air at an impossible speed, forcing Issei to turn his face sharply. The sphere grazed his cheek and crashed into a ruined building, causing an explosion that raised a cloud of fire and dust. Issei turned around, his eyes meeting the Hakuryuku's balance breaker, where Vali Lucifer was floating, though something about him was different. His armor exuded a strange energy, with the sapphire gems shining at their maximum splendor, and his eyes shone in a unique way. It was not arrogance they showed, it was pure rage. Issei. Just in time. Issei said with a light smile, spreading his demonic wings. 12 in total, dark as night. He rose, his aura colliding with that of Vali. His energy was so much that it covered the entire area, one black and the other blue. Issei. I feel like there's something different about you, Vali. Lucifer smiled under her helmet and smiled with disdain at the being in front of her. Valyria. And what does that matter? He growled as his voice distorted by the intensity of the aura at Issei's words. Valyria. I'm going to beat the shit out of you, then I'm going to beat the shit out of my stupid grandpa, and then I'm going to make that damn stamp disappear. His figure disappeared in an instant. Boom. Crack. Zai Ash. Issei barely managed to cross his arms when he received a punch to the chest that launched him like a bullet to the ground, making a crater upon impact. The earth shook, a whirlwind of dust and debris rose. From the crater, Issei's voice was heard, muffled by laughter. Issei. So you're serious this time. Valyria descended slowly, her energy sparking like lightning. Valyria. Shut your mouth and fight. Deep down, Rizavum watched the scene with some annoyance and nervousness not noticeable due to the appearance of his granddaughter. Rizavum. TCH always so annoying, the two of you. But he didn't notice at first, he didn't realize that, beyond the din and chaos, in the distance, someone else had arrived, a figure walking among the ruins, shadows covering him, but his eyes showed tiredness and frustration until he saw something in front of him that ignited the person's hatred. It was Tien. And he didn't come to talk, he came to destroy those bastards who imprisoned him, to kill that variant of Issei who ruined his life, even if it was indirectly, ruined his life by ruining Issei's. And he would charge him for the inconvenience. The Gremory facilities were buzzing with energy. At first glance, everything seemed in order, but those who knew the true foundations of that place knew that what was hidden there was more than just any military base. Through the corridors, some of the most powerful figures of the supernatural world advanced. Barakiel, Serzich's Lucifer, Michael, Odin, Zeus and Yusaka, an entourage that, if seen by humans or even common demons, would have generated chaos of biblical proportions. Zeus. Not bad, huh? Zeus commented, his hands clasped behind his head as he looked at the reinforced walls of the place. Zeus. Since that bastard Azazel got serious again, this place came back to life. Barakiel nodded, his eyes serious, but with a hint of recognition in his voice. Barakiel. Yes, it's back to how it was in the old days, I haven't seen it like this since the second liberation of the damned Trihexa. The words left a thick silence in the air, everyone paused for a few seconds. The memory of that catastrophe still hurt. Isaka, with her elegant walk and warm gaze, decided to cut the tension. Isaka. Azazel has been strange lately. Why does he sleep so much? Wasn't he the one who always said that rest was for the weak? Barakiel sighed. Barakiel. He doesn't really sleep, he stays up all night, he works like crazy, he locks himself away for days, and when he finally decides to rest he just disappears. All I know is that every time he vanishes, Penemu was assigned to take care of him, but she disappears too. Zeus smiled mischievously. Zeus. Bah, I'm sure he fell in love like me. Before, he was a bastard who slept with anyone, but since I met Issei and saw how he protected his harem, it made me think, maybe I should stop putting her where it doesn't concern me, and be a better husband. Odin choked on a chuckle, and Michael raised an eyebrow as he simply muttered. Michael. A true miracle. But it was then that Barakiel, curiosity overcoming judgment, pushed open the door to Azazel's private office, and everyone froze. The scent of wine and sweat hit them like a wave, the floor was littered with underwear, knocked over glasses, used condoms and naked bodies, both men and women, asleep, some still in questionable positions, and there, in the middle of it all, were Azazel and Penemu completely naked, lying on top of each other, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Odin was the first to burst out laughing. Odin. Jahaja Zeus, your predictions were crap. Zeus, without losing his composure, simply raised his hand and made a gesture of closing his mouth with an invisible zipper. Michael avoided looking too much and muttered. Michael. I should have seen it coming. Serzich's, with his classic I can't believe this shit face, just sighed deeply. Serzich's. Was this our great hope of uniting the universes? Penemu, her long purple hair falling over her bare back, slowly stood up, barely covering herself with a sheet. Her face, although slightly surprised to see them there, did not lose its elegance. Penemu. A little privacy would be nice, wouldn't it? He said in a dry tone, while adjusting his hair. Azazel let out a slight moan while grabbing his hips, laughing as if he had just been beaten for pleasure. Azazel. Arg, my bucking hips hurt. He said before shamelessly grabbing Penemu's breasts. Penemu. That's what you get for asking me to use all my strength while you were drunk. She replied, shaking him mercilessly. Penemu. That's not normal, idiot. Azazel, without losing his disinterested smile, stood up without covering anything, walking to a small edge where he calmly poured glasses of wine. Azazel. Well, since you're here, can you help me with this mess? Penemu just leaned on his back, covering herself with a sheet as she spoke calmly. Penemu. Forgive Azazel, he wanted to rest, but he ended up so. Everyone present is an employee of the facility, no one will say anything. Zeus and Odin raised their glasses, as if nothing bad had happened. Zeus. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Odin. If you invite us next time. Odin completed, both of them were immediately grabbed by the ears by Yusaka and Barakiel, who seemed more disappointed than angry. Serzich's, completely fed up, spoke in a firm voice. Serzich's. Can we see the drone now or do I have to wait for another orgy to finish? Azazel, as if he weren't completely naked and smelling of hex, nodded with a bright smile. Azazel. Of course, come with me. And so, sadly, the group had to follow him and Penemu, completely naked, through the halls of Gremory, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. A duo of scoundrels. The group entered Azazel's laboratory, a vast enclosure filled with screens, runes spinning in magic circles, and machinery that combined the magical and the technological. The place hummed. Penemu, with a wave of her hand, summoned a magic circle in front of those present, restoring their clothes with almost insulting efficiency. Azazel. Thank you, dear. Azazel muttered, not even looking up as he approached the center console, his body still bearing marks from the night before. The main screen lit up with a flash, projecting a view from a reconnaissance drone hovering over a residential area. The atmosphere tensed like a rope as everyone saw the scene appearing on the screen. Tien felt his body tremble, every cell in his being screaming for him to run, to flee from that man who, despite the sun at its highest point, projected a shadow that seemed to devour all the light around him, but his body didn't respond, his breathing became ragged, and the pressure on his chest became unbearable. Euclid Lucifuge stood tall, his expression distorted by frustration and fury, his silver tuxedo, elegant and shiny moments before, now showing several tears, his eyes, cold as death, fixed on Tien with a murderous gleam. Euclid. Vermin. Euclid whispered in a blood-curdling tone. Euclid. Do you know how hard it is to make this suit? It's designed to resist magic, but of course sacred gears are a different story. His words, full of contempt, echoed in Tien's ears, who could barely swallow before an invisible force struck him like a lightning bolt. He had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Euclid was in front of him. There was no sound, no warning, only the brutal impact as Euclid's hand closed on his face like an iron yoke. Euclid. You're a disappointment, a petty vermin who thinks he can challenge the greats, you're no warrior, just a scared kid running like a rat. Tien struggled, but it was useless, the difference in power was abysmal, despair began to cloud his mind, he felt that everything was falling apart, that his struggle was useless. But then, an explosion of ice ripped through the air, forcing Euclid to let go and jump back, crystalline shards flying in all directions, and Tien fell to his knees, gasping. I won't let you get your hands on him, Euclid. That voice, that presence. Graphia Lucifuge, the beautiful Graphia stood before him with her imposing posture, her gaze was a mixture of contained rage and absolute coldness, but what most disturbed Tien was not her presence, but Euclid's reaction. His face twisted into a crooked smile, his eyes shining with a mixture of fascination and madness. Euclid. Graphia. He whispered with a sickly devotion. Euclid. Always so perfect, always so unattainable. Tien felt a chill run down her spine. The way Euclid spoke of his sister was repulsive, his obsession evident, almost palpable in the air. But before he could process it, several more presences appeared, Rias, Akeno, Zenobia, Kiba, and the others arrived like lightning, surrounding Euclid with combat expressions. Euclid clicked his tongue, but his smile didn't disappear. Euclid. Sooner or later, I'll take him with me. He said in an almost amused tone. Tien felt his stomach turn as Euclid took a step towards him, but at that instant, a fist slammed into the ground, shattering it and forcing him to retreat. The silence was heavy, almost solid, breaths held, gazes frozen. Serziches was the first to react, his voice breaking the air like thunder. Serziches. What the hell is Euclid doing in that place? His tone was icy, each word laced with barely contained anger. Azazel. Rizivum. Azazel said calmly. Azazel. Looks like he's unleashed his rabid dog, and from the scene, his target is clear. You. Zeus clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. Yasaka took a step forward, upset. Yasaka. And you're so calm. That bastard almost killed him. Azazel. And yet, he didn't make it. Azazel replied without taking his eyes off the screen. Azazel. Team DXD responded, don't underestimate those children, we chose them for this. Michael spoke, more concerned than annoyed. Michael. But Euclid, that guy doesn't rush without a direct order, and if Rizivum is moving pieces like that, it means he's trading, he wants something else. Serziches turned his blood-red gaze towards Azazel. Michael. You're right, this smells like cheating, Rizivum never puts his strongest card if he doesn't have a second hidden one. Tien, it's important, but this goes further. Azazel. Exactly. Azazel muttered, with a crooked smile, then, with a slight gesture, he rewound the recording, stopping at the exact moment where only Tien and Euclid were seen on screen. Azazel. If they were so attentive, why weren't they there when I needed them most? Serziches gritted his teeth, furious, his sister's idiocy tainted everything. Serziches. We must prepare, not just for Tien, this goes beyond a single objective, continue collecting energy to open the connection between universes, we will need it very soon. One by one, those present began to leave, Michael, Zeus and Aten exited silently, their minds heavy with dark thoughts. Yasaka and Barakiel exchanged worried glances before following them, only Penemu and Azazel remained in the room, the dim light of the monitor shining on their faces. Penemu? They are desperate. Penemu whispered, crossing her arms under her bust as she watched the frozen images. Penemu? It shows. Azazel. And the desperate either end up dead or discover the unthinkable. Azazel added, turning off the screen with a gesture. Silence returned, a different tension took over the atmosphere. Azazel looked at her out of the corner of his eye, and a mischievous smile curved his lips. Azazel. Shall we go back to bed? He summoned a magic circle from which emerged a simple pillow, which at the press of a button, unfolded like an elegant and soft futon. Penemu smiled with amusement and irony, went to the door, closing it and locking it, and turning the magic lock with an absolute isolation spell. Penemu? I still feel like something more than sleeping. He whispered, as a magic circle enveloped his body, fading his clothes with sensual slowness. Azazel just laughed softly. Azazel. And that's how the multiverse is saved, right? The lights dimmed, outside, chaos grew, but inside that lab. Only muffled moans remained. NMGH. Whispers. Put it all in. Here I go, darling. The coo. Sound of flesh colliding. Clap. SLABP. Slurp. The sky rumbled as if the firmament itself wanted to turn its gaze away from what was happening on the ground. Issei, bathed in an intense dark aura, his balance breaker roared with fury, his energy wings pulsed with each thrust, while his fists, reinforced by the strength of the boosted gear, collided with equal intensity against those of his enemy. Valeria Lucifer, the woman who was once the heir of the Lucifer clan, now a demented warrior in service of her own hatred. Both traveled at supersonic speeds, leaving wakes and shock waves that shook the landscape, uprooted trees, disintegrated rocks, and the echoes of each impact rattled the bones of anyone close enough to feel them or curse themselves for being alive. Issei. Raya. Issei roared as he thrust his fist with a burst of draconic energy, slamming it into Valeria's helmet. Valeria. You're nothing but a war dog. She screamed with a mixture of hatred and delight as she hit back with her knee, bursting part of Issei's shoulder. In the distance, Rizivum Live and Lucifer watched, indifferent, his violet eyes barely blinking as he looked at the scattered, unconscious, and bleeding DXD team. Rizivum. Pathetic, so much effort, so much hope for a generation of useless people. He muttered as he approached Kateria Leviathan, who lay unconscious in the illusion, her eyes dull. He took a handful of his blue hair and held it up disdainfully, as if inspecting a piece of spoiled meat. Rizivum. A waste of material, so much power, so much beauty, and for what? He clicked his tongue in disgust. Rizivum. You weren't even the original, just a shell, an experiment, a damned attempt to imitate the past. His hand was covered in a blue aura, so dense it made the air vibrate. He prepared the blow to eradicate it when suddenly, a buzzing sound cut through the air, followed by a silver flash. A thin line of blood streaked through the air. Rizivum stopped. The cut, small but precise, if he hadn't moved aside at the last second, his head would have rolled. Rizivum. TSK. He snarled, stepping back with agility unbecoming of his age, his gaze lifted, his pupils narrowing like those of a furious demon. There he was, Tien, his breathing was heavy, his body bathed in sweat and dried blood, but his gaze was pure fire, his reddish hair, tied back, waved in the breeze of battle, and in his hand, Ascalon, shone with a purifying glow that even Rizivum found annoying. Rizivum. Well, if it isn't the Wonder Boy. Rizivum smiled cynically. Rizivum. Just in time to see everything fall apart. Tien. I didn't come to see anything. Tien said in a firm voice, without taking his eyes off his enemy. Tien. I came to make you pay for every tear you made Issei shed, every suffering, every death. I'm going to break your bones one by one before ripping out your soul. Rizivum began to laugh, a raspy, dirty laugh, tainted with malice. Rizivum. Do you really think you can stand up to a Lucifer, you human scum? His aura spread like a miasma. Rizivum. You'll fulfill your purpose, little toy, and then, you'll disappear. But before he could continue, Tien launched himself with a savage roar, the Ascalon slicing through the air. Rizivum blocked the blow with his forearm, but the force of the impact sent him tumbling back several meters, cracking the ground beneath his feet. At the same time, a few meters away. Issei was smiling, Valeria was panting, her movements were starting to become erratic, and suddenly, Issei, after repelling a burst of blue energy spheres and returning them, one of the explosions hit his own helmet, breaking it. The crack, a flash, the mask fell. Revealing a feminine face, beautiful, but distorted by fury, obsession, and a rage so visceral it made the air around her tremble. Issei blinked, and then he burst out laughing. Issei. Ha 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 ha, so it was true, you were always a bitch with a god complex. You're nothing more than a brat who hides behind a suit of armor because she's afraid of what she really is. Valeria trembled, her eyes filled with an ancestral rage. Valeria. Shut up. You don't know anything. You don't know what it's like to be born under a curse. Issei. I know exactly what it's like to live with a dragon inside you. I know what it's like to have the whole world want you dead just because of who you are. Issei replied, his fist wrapped in draconic energy. Issei. But I never sold my soul like you. Valyria squealed like a wild beast, launching herself at Issei, each blow trying to pierce his chest, his throat, his heart. Issei barely dodged them, with cuts forming all over his body, but he didn't stop smiling. Because she knew something Valyria didn't. She was losing control. And he was just getting started. The crash of steel resounded like thunder. Tien, with his gaze fixed like an assassin, launched himself straight at Rizivam's stomach, his holy sword shining with a glow. The air itself seemed to tear before the edge of Ascalon, ready to split that damned Lucifer in two. Rizavam barely managed to rise, his 12 demonic wings violently erupting from his back, stretching out like colossal shadows. He ascended with monstrous grace, only for his smile to freeze as Tien was already upon him. A feint, the boy wasn't just following him, he was hunting him. Rizavam. What the hell? Rizavam growled, opening a magic circle in a reflex action. An explosion erupted between them, launching Tien like a projectile. The boy's body impacted against a rock, shattering rock and bone. Dust enveloped him, but he didn't fall. From the bloody mist of combat, 2 draconic wings of scarlet hue emerged, wings he had never used before. Rizavam. Dragon wings. Rizavam muttered, between surprised and amused. Tien rose like a crimson comet, straight towards him, dodging with snake-like movements the multiple magic circles that Rizavam invoked one after another. Fire, lightning, whirlpools of water, everything shot towards him in an infernal dance, and although some magic grazed his body, burned his wings or tore off pieces of flesh, Tien did not stop. Until. Crack boom. A direct bolt of lightning struck his left wing. The scream he let out was of pure pain. He fell into the void like a wounded meteorite, crashing into the ground, raising a curtain of dust and earth. Rizavam raised his hand, smiling. Bastard. Rizavam. Time to blow out that little candle before it thinks it can light anything. He unleashed a magical storm upon the dust cloud, explosions, flames, rock fragments flying everywhere, a carnage of merciless destruction. The ground shook, cracked, the air itself seemed to beg for mercy. And then silence. The smoke began to dissipate, but there was nothing. Rizavam blinked. Rizavam. Huh? The shadow descended from above, like death itself. Rizavam barely had time to raise a magic circle, and it was then that Tien dropped upon him, Ascalon wrapped in brutal draconic energy, pushing the edge against Lucifer's magical defense. The cracks in the circle spread like cobwebs. Tien pushed with gritted teeth, tears and blood running down his face, but his emerald eyes didn't blink. Tien. It's your fault. He roared, his voice cracking with fury. Tien. I've always lived a lie. A curse chain reaction that ended up destroying everything, destroying me. This all started because of you. Rizavam let out a demented laugh, his teeth bared like a satisfied predator. Rizavam. Oh, you poor thing. Look at you, crying because you didn't like your role in the great masterpiece I wrote. His voice was poison. Rizavam. But don't worry, brat, you'll learn. You'll die as part of her. The magic circle appeared behind Tien, without warning, without sound. A demonic flare suddenly erupted, so fast that even a second's difference would have meant his death. Tien managed to dodge with an aerial somersault, but the fire grazed his back, cutting his clothes and leaving a burning line that charred his skin. Tien. Ah. He fell, somersaulting in the air before landing right in front of the semi-conscious bodies of the DXD group. His eyes scanned every face. Tibazanovia Asia Kenori as everyone was unconscious, some seriously injured. Tien closed his eyes and spoke softly. Tien, this ends now. A burst of green and red light erupted from his left arm. A boosted gear emerged, its emerald gem shining brightly, its arm giving off a combined aura. Rizavam burst out laughing. Rizavam. That's right. The new Sekiryuutei introduces themselves. Come on, show me what you can do, you damned mistake. Tien clenched his fist, his arm shaking from the overflowing energy. Tien. I'm not a Sekiryuutei. Rizavam. No. Tien's eyes flashed with murderous intensity. Tien. I am your death. Everything was black, total darkness, and in the middle of that darkness, floating with her eyes closed, was Rias Gremory. Her face was serene, as if she were enjoying a pleasant dream, a warm illusion where the world no longer hated her, where Issei was by her side, where he had never betrayed her. But lies don't last forever. Rias. I say. He murmured suddenly, in his sleep, his eyes opened abruptly, calm turning into anxiety. Rias. Issei. Where are you? Issei. He screamed, turning in all directions, finding nothing, only emptiness, only silence. His breathing became agitated, cold sweat began to run down his back, his hands went straight to his face, he trembled, he murmured. Rias. No, not now, not when finally I had reconciled with him. Her voice cracked like fragile glass, and then the darkness began to move, twisting like something alive, as if nothingness itself were transforming, shadows that lengthened, intertwined, forming black, slimy, grotesque tentacles. Rias screamed, and at the same time she stepped back, her tentacles forming a gigantic cocoon. Seconds later it opened, a figure emerged from the shadow mist. Rizavam live in Lucifer. With a crooked arrogant smile, red eyes shining with pure cynicism. Rizavam. My, the spoiled Gremory heiress. He said in a soft but sarcastic voice. Rizavam. Did you enjoy your fantasy, dear? Did you like that perfect world where Issei forgave you? Rias, her eyes wide open, didn't respond, instead she raised her hand and unleashed an attack of the power of destruction directly at him. The great amount of crimson power passed through him completely, nothing, Rizavam was unfazed. Rizavam. TSK, as naive as ever, princess. Weren't you taught that doesn't work in dreams? Rias stepped back, her body trembling, her eyes wandering as they searched for a way out, her lips parting to speak, but only indecipherable things came out. Sweat ran down his forehead as if he were crying with his whole body. Rizavam. Still the same heiress of Gremory, ironic, isn't it? 34 years, and you're still using that title as if time has stood still. Rias gritted her teeth. Rias. What the buck do you want, bastard? She spat, but her voice had no strength, she was a broken woman. Rizavam bowed his head theatrically. Rizavam. The funny thing about heroes, my dear Rias, is that they can be just as selfish as villains. You, for example, wanted a happy ending with Issei after everything you've done. And why? Because you love him, because you need him. And what he needs. Do you care? Have you ever listened to him? Or did you just want him by your side like a broken doll you could mend? Rias fell to her knees, her nails digging into her face, she cried, sobbed, screamed without a voice. Rias. Shut up, I want to go back. I just want to go back to him even if it's a lie, let me stay there. Rizavam laughed, a long, grotesque, cruel laugh. Rizavam. Ha. There she is, the real Gremory, the capricious princess who only wants what she loves by her side. Rias. Go to hell. Rizavam. You know, I understand. Everyone wants to be close to what they love most, so I'll make you an offer, my precious Reed. Rias didn't respond, she covered her face like a girl trapped in a nightmare. But when he heard the word offer, something inside him faltered, and he fell silent. Rizavam. Listen to me, outside, while you live your fantasy world, a battle is being fought, a battle that will decide the future of your world and mine. Rias. I don't care. Rizavam. No. Not even if I tell you that battle will decide whether you can return to Issei. Silence. Rias slowly lowered her hands, her face was disfigured by crying, dark circles, tears, and a lost look, she was a broken woman, without dignity. Rias. How? Rizavam smiled, took a step, another, hugged her, Rias froze, hesitated for a few seconds, but hugged him back, tightly, as if afraid that this single gesture would keep her sane. She cried on his chest. And Rizavam smiled with satisfaction, knowing that he was managing to control the heiress, a broken woman was easier to manipulate. Rizavam. That dark Issei didn't tell me everything, even though he had plans with Tien, and you already know that Issei lives inside his being, if he gets hurt, what will happen to Issei? I still distrust him, but you can fix that. Rias. What do you want from me? He gently pulled away from the hug, looked at her with the eyes of a psychopath, he was getting there fast. Rizavam. A deal. You and your party will gain the power of Trihexa, the true, the absolute. In return I'll give you what you most desire. Rias narrowed her eyes, trembling. Rias. And what is that? Rizavam extended his hand, ready to shake it. Rizavam. To Issei, alive, just for you, without limits, without rules, completely yours. Rias did not respond. He just looked at him, tears still falling, and Rizavam, without losing his smile, asked. Rizavam. Deal? The sky was splitting in two, a piercing roar echoed through the worlds, Trihexa, the living apocalypse, had been unleashed in her purest, most devastating, absolute form, a being that not only sought to kill, she wanted to erase existence itself on Rizavam's orders. The confrontation between the two beings would be so colossal that time and space would be distorted, Trihexa and Great Red, the stars would tremble, the gods would hide, and the factions would shake. An improvised emergency measure arose. Angels, fallen, demons, brave warriors of all races, but they were swept away like flies. Until two figures emerged from the rubble of the sky. Issei Hyoudou, the possessor of the boosted gear, and Vali Lucifer, of the divine dividing, his eternal rival, now his most loyal ally. Both in their dragon Diabolos forms, their power reached divine heights. Vali. Don't back down, bastard. I'll be the one to finish him off. Issei. Shut your mouth, you proud bitch. Focus. They laughed amidst shouts, the universe crunching around them. For days, they fought with titanic fury, blows that could split mountains, blasts that tore continents apart, fire and antimatter combined, but then Vali fell, his body collapsing after blocking a direct attack from Trihexa that would have killed thousands. Issei was left alone, bleeding and wounded but not defeated. Through her magic communicator, Rossweisse, exhausted and wounded, spoke to him between gasps. Rossweisse. Issei, I have a seal. It won't kill him or anything, but it will seal him back in. Issei. Does it work? Rossweisse. 1,000,000 to 1 chance, but if anyone can it's you. The young dragon roared with all his might and in a final burst, he activated the seal, sacrificing his life energy, his soul burning, his body shattering into pieces. And Trihexa was sealed away, a seal so powerful that not even the biblical god himself could break it without help. The world was saved. The following months were different, the skies cleared, the wars ceased, true peace seemed real. He recovered his body with the help of Great Red and Office, he owed them one, the name of Issei Hyoudou became a legend. The hero of factions. The one who challenged the end of the world and won. Offered his own ability, with servants, political power and independent territory in the underworld, he received tributes from heaven, hell and even from what remained of purgatory. He returned to Kuo Academy for his final year. For the first time in a long time I was happy. He declared his love to Rias Gremory. It was at the club one day when no one was there, at night, under a light rain, she, trembling in front of him, between tears, accepted, their lips joined in seconds, and the world became nothing more than that moment. The dates came quickly in days, laughter from jokes, caresses of a couple, until one night, in a hotel they rented both gave themselves to each other. Their first time was intense for hours, passionate like never before and real, no games, no contracts, just them. Ria's moans mingled with his name, and tears rolled from her eyes as their bodies joined together. Shortly after, Kaneko and Kuroka went into heat. It was 3 whole days of uninterrupted wild animal hex, Kuroka scratching his back, Kaneko biting his neck, the bed breaking, the walls shaking, and he enjoyed it all. The routine became sweet, his parents no longer yelled at him as much, he had peace with Vali, with whom he even drank tea while they discussed nonsense or simply made fun of each other, and although sometimes it was very uncomfortable to talk to him. Razor, Sererg, Saji, Kiba they had become his comrades, some past rivals, now they were his peers, his brothers. He dedicated his time to all the girls in his harem. Dates with Akeno at the hot springs, afternoons with Asia reading books, training with Zenobia that ended in bed, secret conversations with Grafia, eternal nights with Rossweisse, and intense glances with Venelana. Everything was perfect. For the first time, he believed that living forever with them was his destiny. That, maybe just maybe. It could have a happy ending. But fate does not forgive happiness. And at the height of his glory betrayal awaited him. The war was over, glory had been achieved, and yet something in the air stank. For weeks now, Issei Hyoudou, the hero of the factions, the crimson dragon of domination, had begun to feel empty. At first, he didn't give it any importance. It's no big deal. It was said. I'm just tired after so much fighting. Vali had gone to look for him several times to train, battle, kill boredom, but Issei didn't want to lift a finger, he just wanted to breathe, exist, rest. Vali, annoyed, threw at him. Vali. Have you become a coward? Or are you too busy bucking your harem to move, trash? And when Issei didn't respond, he simply disappeared. Since then, he didn't speak to him again. He seemed annoyed, frustrated, but honestly, he didn't want to cause trouble with that. The worst thing was the change in his girls. At first, he thought it was just his own idea, but then he realized it clearly. Rias no longer looked at him with the same eyes, her kisses were colder, her hugs shorter, she still smiled, but her smiles didn't reach her eyes. Zenobia became more elusive, always busy, always training, with no time to rest. Akeno, his sadistic queen, seemed more concerned with answering messages than with riding him or making him suffer sometimes. Asia no longer hugged him at night, she didn't seek his attention in a tender way for him. Kaneko and Kuroka said they were constantly tired and just slept together. Rossweisse claimed pending work from the academy, which did not even allow her to take what she wanted. Ravel went out to important meetings of the clan, since she was the third daughter of the family. LaFay locked herself in her room, reading information about beasts and magic all day long. Ingvild faked smiles after waking up from sleeping so much as she got into the habit of sleeping too much. Benelana, his forbidden goddess, barely touched him, barely called him to come to her mansion. Grafia looked at him as if he was hiding something behind those cold eyes, she no longer escaped from her work sometimes to see him. Gunu and Yusaka no longer called him like before, they were busy with their faction all day. And even Irina, so pure and devoted, became distant. One by one. They all walked away from him. He didn't talk much with his friends either since everything became more difficult for everyone as he gained fame and higher rank. Hiba, Saji, Razor, Sererg always busy, always on a mission, always far away. Sorry Issei, today I have to eliminate Rizivim's henchmen. Sorry Issei-kun, I'm going on a date with Tsubaki today. Even Volley, who used to provoke him even if it was just to laugh, had completely left him aside. Everyone stopped hanging out, stopped laughing, stopped talking all the time. Everything was changing. And he didn't know why. Tonight, Issei was in his enormous mansion, lying on the sofa in the main room, staring into the lit fireplace with a blank stare. The silence was comfortable and terrifying. Deep inside, he wanted to break everything, go back to how he was before, but his life had improved because of the change, and he wanted to stay that way. There was no one else in the place, none of his women were with him. Suddenly, she heard heels coming down the stairs. Rias, along with several of the girls, were well dressed, with evening dresses, perfect makeup, intoxicating perfumes, and without realizing it, they had lingerie that matched them. Bekeno. Ice, we're going to a party between women. Bekeno said, winking at him. Asia. We'll be back late, Ice. Asia added, without even looking at him much. Rias approached her and gave her a quick kiss on the lips, cold, superficial, as if she were following a routine. As she moved to fix the hem of her dress, she accidentally dropped a black folder on the table. Rias. We'll be back in a few hours, okay? He activated a magic circle, and along with the rest they disappeared. Issei stared at the empty space, but something inside him exploded. The folder. His eyes lowered, the folder was still there, he didn't know why, but something in his instinct screamed. Open it, look at it, now. He approached, picked up the folder, felt it heavy, his fingers trembled, his heart began to race, but he didn't open it. Instead he activated his own magic circle. He was going to send her back, and if everything was okay, then he would have nothing to worry about. When the light enveloped him and here he materialized, the air changed. The sky was purple, the atmosphere thicker, floating rocks danced in the distance. Issei. The Phoenix territory. I was standing in front of one of the Phoenix family's private palaces, luxury, over-decorated. Issei looked at the place, he opened the door tiredly. It was night, so many servants were not there, but they looked at him with fear and dread. That confused him. He made his way through the place, until a servant cut him off. He seemed not very serious and very distracted. Servant. Ooh. Issei-sama, it's a pleasure to see you. You're probably looking for Razor-sama, he's busy right now, so he won't be able to attend to you. Issei. Yes, my women came, and I wanted to talk to them, may I? The servant was going to answer, but saw the folder in his hand and quickly answered, grabbing the folder without Issei letting go of it. Servant. Oh, those are Miss Ria's files, aren't they? I'll take them, Issei-sama. Issei would quickly put the folder away with some insecurity and doubt, while just walking past and before leaving, asking for directions. Issei. And no thanks, I'll take him. Where is she? Servant. Oh, okay, he's going up the stairs, reaching the end of the right hallway and arriving at a wooden door surrounded by plants. It's an old room that Razor-sama asked to remodel because it was so unused. Issei nodded quickly, walking away from the servant, still being seen by the other servants, but they wouldn't notice the man's disgusting and cynical smile. Issei was in that hallway that became longer with each step. It was uncomfortable for him to come to this area of the Phoenix mansion, and although he had been in that area several times, he felt a strange atmosphere there, one that he completely disliked. There, upon reaching a corner, he saw the aforementioned door. There was no one there, it being very strange for a famous clan not to have guards and servants in this area. He didn't give it any importance at that moment. He looked at the folder, hoping that nothing had fallen out. She came closer, her body was shaking, she didn't know why, and to stop herself from doing it, as if it were pure instinct, she dug her nails in, which little by little dug into her skin, leaving marks. He heard a strange noise, but the closer he got, the more he recognized it. He noticed that light was coming out from under the door, but sometimes it went away because of the people moving around. He started to go slower to avoid making noise and being discovered, until he bent down in front of the door and grabbed the handle to open it slightly. There he saw something he never really thought he would see. An orgy was going on, but that wasn't the bad thing. Who would really be bothered? The bad thing, the painful thing, the heartbreaking thing, was that it was his harem and best friends. There they were, everyone who said they were on missions, and the women who were supposedly at a girl's party. Saji on the huge bed had Irina kissing him while she was touching his man's nipples, Asia was kissing Lafay who was riding the blonde's member, and Ingvild was just licking the Vitra-bearer's testicles. Sekiryuutei was sitting on one of the sofas, Ravel was sucking Sekiryuutei's manhood, while Rossweisse had Zenobia rubbing against her waiting for Ravel to finish. Hiroka was also in bed kissing Akeno, touching her breasts and playing. Tiamat was penetrating Akeno with a rubber hennis from behind, kissing and leaving marks on her neck. Kunu was kissing Elmenhold, both sitting in a corner of the bed, they seemed more loving than passionate. But what made Issei cry the most was covering his mouth to keep from screaming from the pain he felt, and feeling like a poison was consuming his heart, feeling an unbearable pain he had never felt in his 17 years of life. He saw on a second sofa, sitting were Razor and Volley, somewhat separated but attentive to the same thing. There Rias Gremory, the heiress of the clan, was kneeling licking and sucking Volley's semen while masturbating Razor. She was showing diligence, the dedication that she didn't show with him. She sucked the semen with great desire, and more when one of the two forced her to swallow his entire penis at once. You could see how semen came out of her vagina and anus. It seemed that it was the rest when she finished. She opened her mouth, showing that she had swallowed it all. She got up to sit between them both, still continuing with her circular movements on the members of both heirs of their respective clans. Rias. I think I'll have to dedicate a few more minutes to them. Her words showed lust and submission, while both men just laughed in amusement, as if it was just a joke to them. Volley. Tell me Rias, why do you prefer this over a real catch like Issei? He said with hesitation and darling. His words confused both Rias and Razor, but they were probably just imagining it. Razor. Well, I enjoy this, having them in my bed is a once-in-a-lifetime offer, why? Rias laughed and then took her hands off them to adjust that lingerie that was almost torn. She stood up looking at everything around her, with her holes still dripping. Rias. The truth is, Issei is the best thing that has happened to me, but he has things that I don't like. He is calm, submissive, kind and trustworthy. In a relationship he is the best, I love it, but in Hex he is not the best, and even though he tries to be wild, he does not reach what I desire, so I prefer to keep the sides of love and Hex separate. Issei is not wild, he is not aggressive, he is not crazy about Hex, so. She sat back down, touching her vagina between the two of them, with a wicked and passionate smile, while both men finished undressing for her. Rias. I prefer to enjoy Hex with you and love with Issei. So he began to kiss Razor while giving him a Russian, while Volley took Ria's hips to penetrate her vagina, causing the semen to stain his member. Everyone enjoyed the pleasure and lust that surrounded them. Unaware that Issei was crying there while his arm bled on the ground, he tried to stop himself from crying, but he couldn't. The pain was unbearable, the feeling he felt was indescribable to him. So he summoned a magic circle with the minimum amount of energy to leave and not attract attention, unaware that the servant from before was beginning to fall apart, revealing Euclid, who made a magic circle appear in his ear. Euclid. Sir, the plan is going perfectly, I think it's going where you thought it would go. Issei would appear at a shrine. It turned out to be in Yakai territory, right in front of Yasaka's home. He came to look for her, to seek comfort in that woman, that wonderful woman who knew so much how to comfort him and love him. Still with his arm bloodied, he entered, taking off his shoes, entering slowly. Everything was off, no guards or people directly. He began to call her softly. He didn't want to shout, so that it turned out that Yasaka was sleeping. That could be the reason why everything was off. He walked for a few seconds. It was big, and he hadn't been there many times, which made it easy to get lost. He turned a corner, seeing a room that had the door open and moonlight coming out of there. He decided to get closer, but this time, he heard noises, the same noises, which made him more anxious, and he began to squeeze the same arm again, touching the flesh that was bleeding with it. He kneels down and peeks out an eye, and when he sees inside he begins to cry. There was Yasaka in her room, but she noticed that on the futon in the room, 3 figures were moving. It was the leader Kitsune, but the worst of all was that there were Michael, the leader of the angels, and Azazel, the leader of the fallen. It was noticeable, the 3 of them enjoyed this regardless of whether it was cheating or not. Yasaka seemed to love it when they touched her tits or bit her neck. Both men were trying hard to stay in sync. The heman that had been there for a while was mixing with the water. They simply didn't want to stop. It was demonstrated by their actions. Yasaka. Ooh. Ah. I'm sorry, Issei-Kun. I hope you can forgive me, but I needed Ee. But Issei had simply disappeared without hearing Yasaka's words. He himself had teleported away without knowing where he was going. Tien appeared at the place where he teleported without really knowing where he would go. He was going to run, but he tripped because of the falling rain. While he got up, his sight reached that water source. He approached him. He remembered when it all began, how he was pierced, how Rias revived him. When he came to train with her, the constant appointments, the outings with Asia, the shopping days with Zenobia, how they helped children with Arena, shopping for school supplies with Rossweisse, everything crossed his mind in that square. He reached out to lean on the edge with tiredness, sadness, pain and loneliness. The world was falling apart. He felt his body ache, like something was spreading throughout his body inevitably. The darkness was consuming him, and he didn't want to succumb. The water in the fountain reflected his face, but he no longer recognized himself. He was kneeling, wet from the rain, his fists clenched, still crying non-stop, crying for everything he was and everything he lost. The drops mixed with her tears, falling one after another into the pond, distorting her reflection. The fall of the dragon had begun. The poison of the soul, the betrayal, the disloyalty, every second hurt more than the last, and he knew what was coming. The more he suffered, the more it would hurt, the more it hurt, the sooner he would die. His chest burned, his closed throat wouldn't let him breathe, and the weight of his heart seemed to break his chest. How long are you going to cry over some money, you idiot? Issei stood up abruptly, looking around, his eyes red and his soul shattered. Issei. What? The voice didn't seem to come from outside, it came from beneath him, from the water. He slowly turned his gaze towards the source. And there it was. His reflection. He didn't follow his movements. He had a life of his own, he was him, but not the one he was now. He was the Issei from years ago, before redemption, before the harem, before becoming good, before loving. That Issei who enjoyed making others suffer, that boy who didn't mind destroying a home if it was for fun, the one who manipulated, the one who lied, the one who enjoyed the darkness. Issei. Look at you. The reflection said with disdain. Issei. Crying like a bucking coward for some boors who sold you for a little hick. Issei stepped back, trembling. Issei. This isn't real, I've gone crazy, the moment is making me hallucinate. The reflection laughed, dark, cruel, as it always was. Issei. Crazy. No, idiot, I'm you, the real you, the one you locked away with that damn good mask, you pretended so much that you believed it, but I was here all this time, waiting. The rain fell heavily, the drops echoing like hammers on his head. Issei put his hands to his temples, he didn't want to hear it, he didn't want to. Issei. Shut up. Issei. Shut up. Shut up, you sentimental idiot. He spat at his reflection. Issei. You think those bitches loved you? Used you? Emotionally graped you? Stomped on you? And yet you still cry for them? Issei trembled, the water pounded harder and harder, his reflection stared back at him with a twisted smile, his twisted smile. Issei. You've become soft, weak, a pathetic shadow of your former self, but that will change. Issei. I don't want to be like that again. Issei. You have no choice, that's it or die, and you know what else. We're going to return the favor. The reflection smiled cruelly, its eyes shining violet, dark as its heart, deep as the abyss, inhuman as its past actions. Issei. If you want the aggressive, wild, cruel and selfish Issei, well you're going to have him, and an improved one who doesn't get attached, who doesn't forgive, who doesn't love. Issei. Shut up. Issei's scream tore through the heavens, and with it, the earth shook. A torrent of dark energy shot out of his body, pure, dense, lethal. The ground beneath Kuo cracked, the entire city began to collapse, buildings crumbled, life fled, the light was extinguished. In seconds what was once the peaceful city of Kuo. It became a crater as black as the void. The bottomless hole. The graveyard of darkness. The whole area had disappeared. Hours passed, the crater continued to smoke, the sky remained completely covered in purple clouds. Then from the edge of the abyss, a figure emerged. His walk was slow, his body soaked by the dark rain, his face dead, emotionless, pitiless, soulless. But her eyes they shone violet. Issei walked slowly, he didn't say anything, he just felt the wind of destruction blow through his wet hair. Until. Wow. The soft, irritating, evil voice. It's interesting to see you like this again, boy. He said while clapping slowly. Issei turned his face, and among the purple mist, there it was. Dressed in his noble robes, his silver hair blowing in the wind. His smile crooked like that of a blood-drunk demon. Brizivam live in Lucifer. Brizivam. Long time no see, kid, did you return to your natural form? Ah, how I miss the real Issei Hyoudou. Issei didn't respond, his violet eyes watched him silently, but the aura that began to emanate wasn't normal. And that was more than certain. The battlefield was burning, ashes filling the air like a cloudy sky. Valeria, the current bearer of Albion, stood firm, her wings spread, her gaze would be, in front of her, Issei, with the purple aura dancing, his body dripping with someone else's blood, Valeria's, his smile was that of a madman who didn't hunt for hunger, but for pleasure. Valeria, Ra. Valeria shouted, crashing her helmet against Issei's, the shockwave lifted the ground beneath them, rocks and energy shook the surroundings, but the variant Issei barely moved. He responded to the impact with brute force. A direct blow to Valeria's rib, which was heard crunching. Valeria. She spat, but reacted quickly, raising her leg and connecting a clean kick to Issei's temple. He became unstable, retreating a few meters. Valeria wasted no time, she activated her card. Divide and absorb. Calling upon the power of Albion, a burst of white energy enveloped her, her wings tinged with a silver aura, while her body absorbed some of Issei's power. But then. Valeria. What? He whispered, panting, the amount of energy was enormous, too much for a fight that was apparently even. Valeria. He's not even using 30. She thought, horrified, before she could assimilate the situation, Issei suddenly appeared at her side. Issei. Are you distracted? Beginner's mistake. A sharp blow to her ribs launched her like a missile. Valeria barely managed to stabilize herself in the air, but just then. Valeria. TCH. A downward kick from the sky landed on his back. Boom. The ground shook as it received her, a gigantic crater formed at the point of impact, dust, rocks, blood, and then Issei's voice reverberated in her eardrums. Issei. You're not on my level. His tone was dry, icy, as if declaring a truth as obvious as that the sky is blue. Issei. You're light years ahead, you can't even make me sweat. From inside the crater, Valeria stood up, spitting blood, but with a serious look. Valeria. I don't give a shit about your level. I'm still going to beat you. Issei appeared out of nowhere a few meters away. Issei. That hope is pathetic, our levels are no match, don't get your hopes up. Valeria. Shut up. She screamed, taking flight to charge at him, but before she could react, Issei was in front of her, taking her face with one hand. Issei. You don't understand, do you? He whispered in a venomous voice, lifting her easily, holding her face as if she weighed nothing. Issei. Someone like you will never reach your true potential, and with that useless body, you will never control the power of Albion. Valeria. GHH, Sul Tame. Issei. Silence. A direct knee to the abdomen, a crunch, and Valeria arched her back, spitting saliva, before falling. Issei punched her in the face, causing her to lose consciousness on the spot. Issei. Don't ever get in my way again. With his right hand now wrapped in black aura, Issei looked at her without a hint of emotion. Issei. At least it wasn't in vain. He dug his hand into Valeria's chest, no hole was made, no blood was splattered. Issei slowly extracted a glowing blue sphere, which beat as if it had a pulse of its own. His violet eyes lit up with a dark spark and his lips curved into a cruel smile. Issei. Nice to see you again. White Emperor Dragon. And without looking back, he walked away. Leaving Valeria's inert body on the ground, not knowing what would happen to her. The air smelled of ash, the ruins of what was once Kuo silent, there was no wind, there was no sun, only the wet earth beneath the two demons. Issei, standing on the edge of the great crater, with his aura tearing. Stared at the man in front of him. Rizavam live in Lucifer. Rizavam. You look interesting, you absorbed Draig, didn't you? Issei didn't reply, he just clenched his fists as his eyes burned in two colors. Emerald and blood red. But his mind was filled with resentment, he remembered everything. Draig was a stupid proud dragon, he never really helped me, I learned everything on my own. Dragonfall. I had to learn it from Tien, and when I was in that crater. I absorbed it. Not his abilities, not his soul, just his power, and then nothing remained of him, a dense energy, now lived inside him. Rizavam smiled as he saw the crater. Rizavam. You accepted it, the dark dragon that slept inside you finally opened its wings. Issei narrowed his eyes. Issei. And what is that supposed to mean? Rizavam shrugged. Rizavam. Nothing or everything, you look bad, I feel sorry for you, kid, I guess you've noticed nobody wants someone like you. His tone turned poisonous. Rizavam. Here in the supernatural world, kind boys die fast, women they don't love kindness, they love power, selfishness, men who dominate them, and you never fit in. Issei said nothing, his fist trembled, but not out of fear, but out of contained rage. On the other side of the crater. Issei's harem. Rias, Akeno, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia, Rossweisse, Kuroka, Kunu, Lefei, Ingvald, Tiamat, Irina. His former friends. Kiba, Vali, Razor, Saji, Saraerg, Gasper. The leaders. Michael, Azazel, Auden, Yasaka. And in the end. Serzichas, Grafia, Zeoticus, Venilana, and Miki Haidu. The woman fell to her knees, seeing her hometown destroyed, not even that, her tears wet the ground more than it already was. Miki. Keikuo, my house, my life, my son Issei, where are you? Issei felt the presences, but he was very distracted and lost that he didn't know who they were, he only looked at Rizavam. Who extended a hand, while a magic circle rotated next to him. Rizavam. Join me, boy, there's no turning back, I can give you the path to happiness, to your revenge. Issei's aura fractured, two energies consuming him. The emerald, alive and warm. The black, dense and destructive. They clashed like two beasts at war, but something inside broke the balance. The dark power swept away everything, the emerald light was devoured, and in that instant Issei took a step towards the magic circle. Issei. The desperate voice shouted, Issei stopped, turned slowly, and there she was. Rias Gremory. Her face covered in tears, her clothes disheveled, her hands shaking. Rias. Get away from him. Don't do it. But Issei just looked at her as if he didn't know her anymore, as if he didn't recognize her anymore, and with a dry, empty, broken voice he said. Issei. It's all over, Rias. His eyes were dead. Issei. The world is going to see what really happened, and when it sees it. You'll wish you were never my partner. And he took another step towards Rizavam. The darkness had already won. The world in the midst of chaos, Tien moved like a shadow, his feet barely touching the ground, his eyes focused only on his goal. Rizavam live in Lucifer. The bastard laughed cruelly as he launched a magical blast, explosions that cut through the air. Rizavam. Run, bitch, run. He screamed between sick laughter. Rizavam. Sooner or later you'll get tired and then I'll split you in two. Tien didn't respond, his thoughts were a whirlwind. Tien. How do I approach this madman? Suddenly, the air became brutally hot. Whoosh. The hellish magic circle opened in Rizavam's hands, unleashing a scorching flame directly towards Tien. Tien, Draig, give me all the boost you have. Boost, 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 boost. His aura erupted like a crimson storm, and with a ferocious roar, Tien raised his arm. Tien, yucking. And he threw it like a spear. Plock. Ascalon brutally embedded itself into Rizavam's right hand, who screamed in fury and pain as his black blood flowed like corrupted ink. Rizavam. Bastard. But that was the only thing he said before Tien appeared in front of him and landed a direct blow to his jaw, twisting his neck violently. Rizavam's skull crunched, but that damn old man laughed like he loved it. Rizavam. That's it, that's what I like, you bucking insect. And with another improvised magic circle, he launched a direct lightning bolt. Zaish. It hit Tien squarely, throwing him into the rubble, dust covering the area silence, until SHHHHRRRKKK. The earth shook as Tien's red aura ignited, from the smoke, here he emerged in his form. Balance breaker, scale mail. His energy tore through the air, Rizavam raised an eyebrow. Rizavam. Do you have more to show me, worm? And he took Ascalon out of his hand to throw anywhere, with a snap he invoked a magic circle under his feet, from it emerged mutant wolves, with grey skin and reddish eyes, deformed creatures, with fangs like rusty swords, but Tien was already in front of them. Bang bang. 2 punches were enough, the wolves were torn apart, their deformed bodies exploding into dark pieces, and without stopping, Tien retrieved his sword and flew towards Rizavam, but just as he was about to connect the slash. Pap. The kick hit him from the side, sending him several meters back. Tien. What the hell? Tien fell rolling, recovering his posture. In front of him. Issei. Standing beside Rizavam, the ground cracking beneath his feet, his aura a dark combination, Tien's eyes widened in shock, his lips barely able to pronounce his name. Tien. Issei. Issei, his voice muffled but firm, said without emotion. Issei. You better give me that Longinus, Tien, the one with the red emperor dragon, you no longer have the right to it. Tien didn't know what to say, the Issei in front of him wasn't his partner, he was a monster, and then. A hand touched his shoulder. You're not alone. Tien turned around. Sekiryuutei. His armor broken, his face wounded. But with that unwavering gaze that only a true warrior can maintain. Sekiryuutei. Let's stop him, together. Tien turned his head, behind Sekiryuutei, slowly, more figures began to appear. Tiba. Saji. Tiamat. Razor. Bekeno. And Rias. All beaten up, in pain, with a lot of blood dripping, not knowing how to really react to the situation, Issei's eyes narrowed. Issei. Do you really think you can stop me? The black aura around him crackled, and behind him, Rizavam was just smiling. Rizavam. Oh, this is going to get very interesting. Tien woke up between gasps and blood. Tien. Balance breaker. Scale mail restoration. He exclaimed, and his armor rebuilt itself with a metallic hum and scarlet sparks. Beside him, Sekiryuutei cracked his knuckles, his aura burning like magma on his skin. Sekiryuutei. Let's beat the arrogance out of him. Snarling with a fierce grin, Issei Hyoudou stepped forward, summoning the demonic sword Gram, the metal trembling as it was unsheathed, emitting a blood-curdling screech. Razor Phoenix raised both hands. Golden flames enveloped her fingers, her eyes shining with amusement. Akeno Himejima, dressed in her black priestess attire, arrived at Tien's side, her gaze determined. Akeno. I won't let you use it like before, Issei. Tiamat, through a sky-blue magic circle, drew one of her ancient swords, its edge covered in runes. She arranged her hair elegantly. Tiamat. It's time for you to pay for your corruption. Saji Genshiro shouted in fury, his sacred gear shining, with brutal speed he activated his transformation. Saji. Malleable Jvritra promotion. Crack. The purple armor closed over him, and finally, Rias Gremory, her eyes shining cold, her aura of destruction unleashed like a tide. And in an instant. Hell broke loose. Tien launched himself at Issei, Sekiryuutei, Akeno and Saji went after him, Razor, Tiamat and Kiba rushed from the right flank, while Rias began to gather a gigantic sphere of energy of destruction in her hands. Issei, Gremory. Issei roared like a demon and flew to meet Tien, his eyes filled with rage and darkness. Rizavum, from above, activated a magic circle, launching a brutal lightning bolt at Razor and the others. Rizavum. Come on, toys, entertain me. Tien collided with Issei with his sword. Flying. But Issei dodged it with ease, smiling, a lightning bolt fell centimeters from him. Akeno had thrown it in anger, but it only managed to graze him. Issei did a spin and received a punch from Saji. Vritra's armor wrapped around his fist and bound him with a dark tentacle. Saji. You're not running away from this. But Issei laughed through gritted teeth. Issei. You're nothing, scum. Meanwhile, Rizavum had to concentrate as he saw Razor coming, launching a torrent of flames at him. Razor. You'll burn, you old bucking man. Lucifer formed a magical shield. But barely managed to dodge a cross-lash from Tiamat that whistled past his face. Tiamat. TCH. Tiba came from the flank, accidentally crashing his gram into Tiamat's sword. Boom. The impact created a shockwave that shook the air. Tien jumped to avoid the explosion. But Issei was already there, in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him, his eyes empty. Crack. The kick sent him flying. Sererg. In. Sererg shouted, appearing and punching hard, but Issei blocked the blow with his forearm and with a spin kicked Sererg in the stomach, throwing him like a rock. Akeno intervened with an electric roar. Akeno. Don't touch Tennessee. The gigantic lightning bolt fell from the sky. Zayap. But Issei vanished like a black blur and appeared behind Akeno. Issei. Too slow. Slash. Blood flew through the air, Akeno fell to the ground injured. Tien. Akeno. Tien shouted, furious, seeing how the blood stained the ground, he charged again, his sword like a sharp whip, and when he tried to give the final blow. Suddenly. The twinge of cold. The world stopped. He looked at his right arm. He was no longer there. His arm had been cleanly severed. And in front of him. Issei held his bloody arm, still dripping with blood. Issei's gaze was empty, dark and human. Issei. I told you that longiness didn't belong to you. Tien fell to his knees, the pain was nothing compared to anything he had experienced before. The ground shook when Rias Gremory released her sphere of destruction, screaming with tears in her eyes. Rias. Tennessee. The female voice, broken, hurt, torn by helplessness spoke. Are you sure you want to go? A pause, the answer came in a firm, masculine tone full of duty. I have to do it, I can't leave him alone, once he was my disciple. The female voice broke. No, I don't want you to go, if you do I'll lose you. It doesn't matter, it's the right thing to do. Don't say that. I don't care what's right. Her crying was an echo in that dark place. If you go he'll kill you, I don't want to lose you. Then the male voice softened, warmer, more human. I'll be back, I promise, and when I do. Small pause, an imaginary smile. We'll go to that motel on the beach, the one you asked me about, remember? Splash. Blood flowed like a cursed fountain, Tien collapsed, his arm lost his strength, his will. Issei had gone through it. Tien. Huh. Tien stammered, barely able to understand. Issei's hand, wrapped in dark aura, had pierced his chest without resistance, and from there, from that hole. He pulled out a shining emerald sphere. Akeno. Red Emperor. Akeno screamed, still on the ground, stunned, the sphere was throbbing, vibrating, but Issei held it up before his eyes, fascinated like a child with a new toy. Issei. I got it. He whispered and embedded it in his chest. Woo. The air burst, wings emerged from Issei's back, they were not those of a red or black dragon, they were white, silver, gigantic. The wings of the dividing divine gear. And on his left arm, the boosted gear was burning, Issei was trembling, his body couldn't contain the power, he put his hands to his head, he began to laugh, a laughter that tore the soul. Issei. I got it. The world stopped, even the trees, the wind, the earth, the universe seemed to hold its breath. Issei writhed in pure ecstasy, his eyes were two purple abysses, his mouth a wild grimace. But then. Flying. The sword hit his boosted gear, Kiba had managed to reach it, his face bathed in tears. Kiba. Issei, wake up, damn it. But Issei reacted with a roar. Bang. He landed a direct punch in his face, Kiba flew dozens of meters, crashing into a rock. Issei didn't stop, he flew, his body radiated a light. Their destiny. The seal of Trihexa. I had been waiting for it all this time. Issei. The Dragon King. The most powerful chimera. The true power. The true end of the gods. He extended both hands, a red and a white sphere began to spin on his chest. Balance breaker. Juggernaut drive. It was the main plan for the Trihexa. Issei. Finally I will be able to absorb Yaoi Trihexa. Behind him, Rias Gremory screamed, on the verge of collapse. Rias. Issei please. But I couldn't hear her anymore, I couldn't hear anything anymore, the seal began to crack. Trihexa. The end of everything. He was shuddering, madness had been unleashed in Issei's mind. In a hidden laboratory on a mountain south of Kyoto, the smell of death and decay permeated the air. Issei sat in front of a desk covered in magic circles, one circle floated in the air in front of him, pulsing with a red and green hue. With a crooked smile, Issei replicated the same magic seal on his hand, mercilessly pointing it at a naked fallen angel chained to the wall. The being was crying, his body barely held together, marked by cuts and burns. The seal activated, and a piercing roar filled the room as the angel's divine aura was sucked away, slowly burning his soul, disintegrating it. The seal sparked, then broke. Zzzzzt. The fallen angel died, leaving nothing but ash. Issei clicked his tongue in annoyance. Issei. Tch, shit. He returned to the black notebook at his side, his diary, pages worn with time, and coldly noted. Subject 211. Failure, the structure cannot hold more than 36 seconds, the soul collapses due to essence incompatibility. The sound of a teleportation circle echoed behind him. Oh, what a nice scenery. Said a familiar voice, mocking and disgustingly unconcerned. Rizivum live in Lucifer. That bastard appeared from the shadows, with his usual arrogant smile, observing the corpses piled up in the background as if they were Christmas decorations. Rizivum. What do you do for a living, brat? He asked in a casual tone. Issei didn't turn around, he just smiled sideways, still writing. Issei. I'm perfecting a spell that replicates the Hakuryuku's divide and absorb. I want to divide the divine energy and keep only what's useful. Rizivum. And the results? Rizivum asked as he kicked one of the bodies. Issei. Everyone dies, but their screams. Issei closed his diary with a dry slap and tucked it away under his coat. Issei. They have beautiful music. Rizivum smiled. Rizivum. You were definitely born for this, you remind me of me, but more bucked up. Issei shrugged in false modesty. Some time later. The city of Lilith. Capital of the underworld. Was burning. The screams of civilians, soldiers and demons filled the air, buildings collapsed, explosions bathed the streets in fire, blood soaked the statues of Satan, and in between that hell. Issei Hyoudou. Balance breaker. Scale mail. His armor was red like the apocalypse. In front of him were the united factions, gods, demons, angels, fallen, and in the center, his old rival. Bullied Lucifer. She was also in her balance breaker, her divine wings spread, her gaze wounded but still proud. Bullied. Issei. Bullied shouted, moving forward like lightning. Flash. The impact was brutal. Issei hit his helmet with such force that it flew to pieces. Bullied reacted with a kick that destroyed Issei's left shoulder pad. They both separated in the air, panting. Bullied. Why? Bullied moaned, his eyes shining with tears. Bullied. Why are you with that damn old man? That monster Rizivum. Issei looked at him for a second, he almost looked human, but his answer was spat out with venom. Issei. At least he didn't stab me in the back, he tells me everything to my face. Bullied let his guard down. Bullied. I just wanted to. Issei. What did you want? Issei roared. Issei. Did you want to ruin me? Sleep with my harem? Betray everything we were? Bullied looked down. Bullied. I did it because I love you. Issei fell silent, the battlefield fell silent, even the enemies fell silent. Issei. What? Bullied. I did it out of jealousy. Bullied said, his voice cracking. Bullied. I saw how they looked at you and I hated myself, I wanted to ruin them because if you weren't mine you weren't anyone's. Bullied raised his head, his face stained with tears. Bullied. I'm sorry really please, Issei Hyoudou. Forgive me. And then Issei smiled, a cruel empty contemptuous smile. Issei. That. He said, with a poisonous tone. Issei. That's the stupidest, most pathetic, and retarded excuse I've ever heard in my bucking life. Bullied trembled, but Issei continued. Issei. Your motivation is shit, you are shit, I should never have met you, I should never have trusted you, I should never have called you a rival, I should never have called you a friend. Bullied murmured his name. Bullied. Issei. Issei. You know what? Issei said, activating his full power. Issei. Now you're going to suffer, and I swear you're going to beg me to erase your memory. The world was shaking, not just the ground. The sky seemed to be shattering like splintered glass, and the atmosphere was collapsing with each exhalation of that creature imprisoned for years. Trihexa the living end. The air burned, the mountains melted in the distance, the stars paled, amidst the devastation, among the ruins of the glorious city of Tien, Issei Hyoudou remained motionless, covered by his balance breaker, a black armor that devoured the light, crossed by crimson lines, white wings, and that scarlet gauntlet. A few meters away, Rias' Gremory was panting, her clothes in tatters, a sphere of the power of destruction fading away around her. It had done absolutely nothing to her, not a crack, not a damn scratch. Rias. I say. She whispered in a trembling voice, dirty tears running down her ashen face. Rias. Why? Issei didn't reply, his helmet hiding his eyes, but his aura said it all. No pain, no compassion, just his own judgment. Around them, the countryside was a symphony of suffering. Akeno, unconscious, blood on her lips, fallen to the ground. Sekiryuutei staggered to his feet, spitting blood, his ribs fractured. Razor and Saji, thrown on top of each other, like broken dolls. Kiba, pierced by his own sword, barely alive, murmuring his king's name between spasms. Tiamat, chained by seals that kept her immobile, with anger and pain in her eyes, unable to help. And the rest of Team DXD lost in illusions, trapped by a cursed spell that distorted their greatest desires. There was no hope left until something fell to the ground. The diary. The pages flew. Rias, still on her knees, looked at it strangely, took it, almost with fear. A page stopped in front of her eyes. Split, absorb, boosted. His pupils dilated. Rias. Is this? Then, a squeaking sound annoyed Rias. She turned to see. A blue portal opened among the rubble, tearing the air like a knife. From it emerged a young man with orange hair, golden eyes like the sun, covered by a burning glow. Sekiryuutei-sama. He screamed loudly. Use me. Rias recognized him. Regulus Nemia. The golden lion. The proudest of all the sacred gears. The boy transformed into a colossal golden lion, running at full speed toward Sekiryuutei. An explosion of light. As the light faded, Sekiryuutei Bale stood, now wrapped in the golden armor of the Nemian lion, his power at its maximum, muscles glowing with fury. Sekiryuutei. I swear by my mother and by justice that I will not allow you to continue destroying what remains of us, Issei. Boom. Otro portal si abrio, y otro, el cielo se lleno de figuras. Serzich's Lucifer, his presence seemed determined. Azazel, smiling with his face full of past wounds. Michael, his spear of light blowing. Yasaka, in her golden fox form. Zeus, with lightning crackling from his fists. Anubis, his cloak flapping in the wind. Gasper, with a serious look for the first time in his life. Sekiryuutei, her aura surrounding her. And behind them an army. Dragons, angels, demons, humans, fallen, warriors of all races, an alliance that had not been seen in 16 years. Rias could not help but smile through tears. Rias. They came for you, Issei. He said without knowing who he was saying it to. Issei Hyoudou, the Red Emperor, or Issei Hyoudou, the Black Emperor, at the top of a ruined tower. Rizavam looked at them with annoyance. Rizavam. TSK, how annoying. He stood up and stretched out his arms, not even wanting to use them yet, but oh well. Thousands of magic circles began to form. From them emerged mutant wolves, roaring bats, constructs made from the flesh of the fallen. The army of chaos. Serzich's solo Sanrio con calma, dio un paso hacia el frente al igual que Rizavam, ambos hombres, con un gesto simple, ordenaron. Serzich's Rizavam. Attack. They shouted in unison, and the war began. Explosions, screams, howls, bursts, swords crossing claws, blood, light, darkness. In the midst of that chaos, Issei remained motionless, the seal floating in front of him. He only enclosed himself in a barrier to continue. At first glance, the underworld seemed like the same old thing. Rocks floating on rivers, gothic structures that defied logic, but that was just the facade. If one delved beyond the visible realms, one encountered the true face of hell. Streets infested with fear, desperate demons, sunken misery, robberies, kidnappings, bodies dragged through dark alleys, rapes committed by beasts, unpunished, savages, and all of that had a single name carved into its root. Issei Hyoudou. His conquest of the underworld had not brought peace, it had brought absolute order out of fear, and where his shadow reigned, chaos reigned, except in one place. The Lucifer territory, the center of the underworld, the territory of the Mau Lucifer, a gigantic area, but the tranquility was absolute. Clean roads, absolute silence, no one dared to commit a crime, because they knew that Issei would find out, and when he arrived, there were no bodies left to bury. But even in that perfect mansion, only one place breathed with full life. The king's room. There, the reality was different. A matrimonial bed of ungodly proportions covered half the room, between black sheets with crimson threads that seemed alive, and on it a harem of goddesses, demons and saints, women like Finalizanda Gremory, Grafia Lucifuge, Nyx, Penemu, Sona Citri, Haruko Nomura, Momo Hanakai, Tomo Meguri, the Archangel Gabriel, Burant, Ubaluna, Shui, Lavinia Rinai, Miss La Bale, Roygun Belphegor, Aphrodite, Amaterasu. Naked, tangled together, sleeping with smiles of pleasure, hugging each other, their bodies still marked by the desire that had torn them apart hours before. At the center of them all him. Issei Hyoudou. The limitless king. The demon who changed everything. Con el torso descubierto, cicatrices, una sonrisa apenas curvada en los labios, mientras leía su propio diario. Beside him, hugged as if she was afraid of losing him, was Finalizanda Gremory, her head gently resting on his abdomen, sleeping peacefully, her fingers still tenderly brushing Issei's chest. He lowered his gaze. Issei. Even with everything that's happened you still cling to me, Finalizanda. He whispered in a deep voice, devoid of mockery but full of natural arrogance. Even though it seemed like he at least cared, but it wasn't true, he couldn't care less about that woman who, on the day that everything changed for him, was having sex with Zeodicus, Mickey, Graphia and Serziches. Without making much noise, he snapped his fingers, the door opened, and one of his personal guards entered. Sekiryuutei. His face tense, his jaw clenched, but his eyes spoke with contained rage, because among the women sleeping in that unholy bed were his mother, Miss La Bale, naked, hugging Issei's side and his aunt, Finalizanda, even more devoted. Sekiryuutei. What do you need? Growling through gritted teeth, Issei closed the journal and stretched leisurely. Issei. Prepare the shower for my women, I want them clean and pampered when I return. He said it quite matter-of-factly, as if he were talking about cleaning trophies. Sekiryuutei. Where are you going? Issei stood up, letting the sheet fall, and his perfect body be seen without any shame. He smiled sideways. Issei. To Tartarus, I have a small problem to fix. Sekiryuutei clenched his fists, but said nothing, because he knew he couldn't do anything. He gritted his teeth and left the room. Issei slowly put on his red jacket, marked with a symbol that no one else dared to wear. A dragon devouring an angel. As he was about to close his belt, a soft hug stopped him. Graphia Lucifuge, smiling maliciously, naked, wet with desire and sleep, hugged him from behind, pressing her chest against his back. Graphia. Master Issei, why don't you stay a little longer? The girls want to do it again with me in the center this time. He whispered like a poisoned snake. Issei let out a hoarse laugh. With a dry slap, he gave her a spank that made the room rumble. Graphia moaned and blushed. Issei. Have fun with each other, when I get back, you won't be saved in a damn week. He snarled with a smile that oozed lust and authority. Graphia ran back to the bed, laughing and panting. Issei walked to the center of the room and, with a single word, summoned a magic circle as black as death, but just before disappearing, he stopped, looking at his bed one last time. The girls, free, without him, began to kiss each other, tongues brushing, depraved moans, caresses between their bodies. Finalizanda and Graphia were already hugging each other, naked, smiling. Gabriel kissed Lavinia's neck, and Aphrodite sat on Amaterasu's thighs. Issei's smile widened. Issei. What a beautiful sight. He muttered in a hoarse voice, and so, with his dark aura rising like a storm, he disappeared towards Tartarus. To solve your problem with hell. Tartar. The forgotten prison of the underworld, where monsters go to die, where memories go to rot, and where Issei Hyoudou was going to leave a mark that not even eternity could erase. As soon as he appeared, the air became dense, the sky was hidden thanks to the stone, the place opened up onto a deformed terrain, as if the world itself knew it should tremble. The beastly roar interrupted the silence. A gigantic land lizard, 10 meters tall, rose from the depths with a drooling mouth and deformed eyes, but Issei was unfazed. Issei. More useless garbage. With a sharp leap, he landed on the creature's head, and in the same second, giving no time to react, his leg shot out with force. A dry sound echoed through the area as his boot pierced the skull, and the lizard's head exploded like a crushed watermelon, brain, blood and bone flying through the air, but he didn't even get dirty. He spread his crimson wings, and in a second he was in the air again, flying like a projectile between mountains, poisonous gases and rivers of lava. Half an hour later. The mountain rose before him. Issei descended calmly, landing at the entrance of a gigantic cave, so hot that the air melted stones, but he only adjusted his jacket. Fire licked his feet, lava surrounded him, and his presence was more hellish than hell itself. At the back of the cave, a large black grate, adorned with bones and runes. With a simple push of his finger, the gate opened. In the center, on a platform of black rock surrounded by boiling lava, stood Vali Lucifer. Chained but humiliated, but above all, his body did not move, but his eyes still shone, filled with 1,000 emotions: hatred, desire, guilt, love, pain. Issei crossed his arms, looking with a crooked smile. Issei. My, the hacker Yuku so quiet. Vali. Issei. What happened, Vali? Don't you have that Lucifer pride anymore? Rio Issei in a mocking tone. Issei. I guess you can't fight when your former rival has destroyed your soul. Vali swallowed, trembling. He wanted to scream, he wanted to insult him, but he couldn't. Then, Issei approached, grabbed his face tightly and forced him to look at him. Their eyes met, and Vali broke the silence. Vali. I couldn't help it. I thought I loved a strong, just man, the hero who defeated Trihexa, the only one who saw me as something more than a monster. Issei looked at him and let out a wild laugh. Issei. Really? That's what you thought? He snapped with contempt. Issei. You finally realized the truth, you damn bastard. You thought you were special, but you were just another idiot who mistook respect for desire. Ollie's eyes moistened, but not from weakness, it was rage, pure and overflowing. Ollie. Even so I can't stop loving you. Issei let go in disgust, wiping his hand as if he had touched a rotten corpse. Issei. Your existence disgusts me, you are not a man, you are not a Lucifer, you are just a broken doll that clung to an illusion. But then Issei smirked. Issei. Although if you want me so much maybe I can do something for you. Beneath Volley, a dark magic circle lit up, the Sekiryuutei opened its eyes in terror. Ollie. What are you doing? Issei. You said you loved me, right? But as a man, I would never touch you. Ollie. Issei smiled a dark inhuman grimace. Issei. But as a woman that's another story. The circle began to rise, enveloping Volley, his body began to change, his voice became softer, his features more delicate, his hair longer, his eyes deeper, and in a few minutes there was no more Volley Lucifer. Only Valeria Lucifer, naked. Trembling, embarrassed, beautiful, but asleep. Issei lifted her in his arms with complete ease, as if he were carrying a trophy. Issei. Come on, doll, your king is waiting for you. In the royal dining room of the Lucifer territory, the table was huge, decorated with exotic food, wines and fruits, sitting around all of Issei's women. Benelana, Graphia, Gabriel, Amaterasu, Roygun, Lavinia, Penemu, they were all laughing, drinking and talking until the door opened, and then, silence fell. Issei appeared, with Valeria in his arms, still naked, still with her gaze lowered, fainted, they all smiled. Benelana. So you made it. Benelana muttered, with a wicked smile. Benelana. Welcome to the harem, Valeria-chan. Issei only said one thing. Issei. Take her to the room, we'll be busy tonight. The women stood up without question, but among the guards, watching with hatred and revulsion were they. Sekiryuutei. Brazier. Saji. Asper. And Kiba. The five of them burning with rage, but still alive only because Issei hadn't decided otherwise. With you now being connected to me and the arrival of the supernatural, it made you a target of many old enemies of mine, for example people revived by Rizavum, Siegfried, Kakabiel, among others, you are not safe even in your home, so time passed, and you ended up in a fight against a powerful and good enemy. The place was plunged into a hell with no way out, the skies were devoured by smoke, and in the center of that hell, Rias Gremory knelt, broken, holding the one who was her biggest mistake and her deepest regret. Tien or Issei. Rias. No, you can't leave me like this. Rias screamed, soaked in tears and other people's blood, her trembling fingers opened the wooden box. The 8 remaining pawn pieces. The Gremory magic circle appeared beneath Tien's lifeless body, devouring the earth itself, the pieces floated and began to glow a sickly red. Rias. Please accept this, come back with me. The war did not stop, explosions shook the earth, mud mixed with ashes, bones and blood in a filthy swamp, illusions shattered like broken mirrors. Zenobia was the first to react, rising with a gasp, wielding a cracked but still brutal Durandal. Rossweisse. What the hell happened? Rossweisse roared, her armor broken but her eyes determined. Graphia. We were caught in an illusion. Bekeno shouted from the center of her barrier. Bekeno. Move your bucking legs. You're dying. The tone she spoke in she'd never heard anything like it before. It was pure desperation. The women ran, Sabaki helped Sona up, Asia shed tears without stopping, Kuroka screamed the name of her human while jumping over mutilated enemy bodies. But as they ran, things got worse, a sickening laugh burst from the skies. Issei. Ah, how touching. So many sluts in heat for a mere human. How pathetic. Issei said, in the sky, his dark armor shining like a dark gem, the seal throbbing, unstable, about to break, his eyes no longer had sanity, he was completely corrupted. Issei. This time no one will stop me. I'm going to have it. My way. He roared like a beast, but he didn't have time to move, a golden punch slammed him against the wall of a ruined church, causing it to collapse. Sekiryuutei. Shut up, you sick damn man. Sekiryuutei Bale roared, covered in his pawn Regulus Nemia, the legendary armor of the Nemian lion, his every step shattering the ground, radiating a physical power that could rival a dragon. Issei emerged from the rubble, bleeding, but laughing like a psychopath, he activated his balance breaker once more. Issei, bail. She screamed in rage, launching herself like a missile at him, the collision between them causing a wave of energy that uprooted trees, towers, and enemies that flew through the air like rag dolls. Asper, running among his enemies, activated his power, and his eyes shone, and everything froze for 3 eternal seconds, and in those 3 seconds, Sekiryuutei Agares appeared, his fist pierced the skull of a wolf, making it explode like a watermelon in the middle of summer. Sekiryuutei. Move, everyone. He ordered in a cold voice. Zeus, the king of Olympus, descended from the sky, each of his blasts turning dozens of enemies into smoking ashes. At his side, Anubis, brandishing his black spear, swept the field like an immortal beast. Yasaka, in her golden fox form, stopped with her tails deformed monsters that shrieked as if they felt 1,000 blades in their flesh. Michael. Sorry. Michael, the archangel, shouted. Michael. Puro no hei denshin para queen's kintan beijo. Every spear of light he summoned was a divine judgment. Azazel fought alongside them all, in his artificial balance breaker, while the fallen dragon spear shattered the enemies with surgical precision. Serzich's Lucifer advanced like a crimson whirlwind, shattering enemy lines with pure magic, while his eyes searched furiously. Serzich's. Rias. Where are you? But all of them, were after the same person. Tien. But to get to Tien, they had to find Rias, and to find Rias, they had to survive the hell that was unleashed. And then the ground shook. Rizavam, floating like a blasphemous god, with a macabre smile, burst into laughter. Rizavam. Ah. Finally. I found that red-haired brat sent. The sky split, and a beam of energy descended towards Rias and Tien's body. No. Bekeno, Graphia, Zenobia and Kuroka shouted in chorus, but it was too late. The impact was brutal, the dust rose, and for a few seconds, no one knew if they survived. Until a red energy exploded from inside the crater. And among all the dust, a person was standing. The sky was burning, explosions, screams, wails and blood covered everything like a damned symphony from hell, but amidst all that brutality, a new heartbeat resonated. Tien opened his eyes, his emerald pupils flashed with a savage intensity, his body, still bathed in blood, stood up as if death itself had spat him back onto the battlefield. He breathed heavily, panting, his hands trembling with adrenaline. Around him, the Gremory magic circle still shone faintly beneath his body, but he was no longer a simple dragon. Rias, kneeling before him with her face full of tears, smiled in relief. Rias. You're alive. Please, we have to go, your body hasn't stabilized yet. She begged, trying to take his arm, but Tien didn't listen to her. With a cold gaze, she lowered her gaze to the ground, where among the rubble was the weapon that belonged to the arm she lost. Ascalon, without hesitation, took it. In a flash of dark and emerald energy, his new regenerated arm fit the weapon, as if it had always been a part of him. A draconic aura emerged violently, and from his back sprouted black wings with green veins, deformed and sharp as blades. Rias insisted, pulling him. Rias. You. Please listen to me. You can't. Tien. Shut the buck up already. He shouted at her with a fury that chilled everyone's blood. Tien. What part don't you understand? Just because I'm helping them doesn't mean I've forgiven them. The silence was brutal. Tien looked her straight in the eyes, his face was hardened, implacable. Tien. If you guys hadn't acted like selfish bitches, if you had valued Issei instead of selling yourselves out for power, for titles, for whims, for pleasure, this wouldn't be happening, right? Now you're all crying and worrying because things went wrong. Buck off. He gave you everything and you left him alone. And now I have to be the one to fix this bucking mess. The words were like obsidian blades, one after another. Tien. How many more dimensions will it take to not screw up, huh? 100. 1,000. It doesn't matter anymore. Go, Rias, use the portals and get the others out of here. This isn't about you two anymore. Rias extended a trembling hand towards him, but Tien dodged it, turned, with his new arm firm, his wings open, and in a burst of wind and magic, he launched himself into the sky, straight towards the epicenter of destruction. Issei. The other girls, still standing behind the battlefield, saw and heard every word, their faces reflecting silent pain, but none said anything, they just watched Rias, on her knees, head down, trembling, knowing that she couldn't deny anything that was said. Isaka then appeared, in her human form, smiling at seeing them alive, but her expression faded as soon as she felt the thick air, and she saw everyone's dull eyes. Isaka. What happened? He asked in a whisper. No one responded. The dark clouds churned as Tien pierced the sky like a projectile. In the distance, Issei's distorted laughter was heard. And now a new Dragondaemon was coming to stop him, one that wouldn't spare him anything, one that didn't forgive. The battlefield trembled. Sekiryuutei let out a cry of fury as he propelled himself with his fist covered by the energy of the Nemean lion, connecting a precise blow to Issei's face. However, the latter's roar of power was terrifying, and with a monstrous counterattack, he slammed a punch straight into Issei's left shoulder, shattering much of the Bale's golden armor and making him retreat spitting blood. Sekiryuutei. Goddamn bastard. Sekiryuutei muttered, staggering, yet with inhuman determination, he launched himself with a spinning kick that connected with the side of Issei's head, stunning him for a split second. Issei. I'm going to kill you, bastard. Issei roared, grabbing his face with both hands and preparing to crush his skull, but he didn't succeed. A cut emerged from the air, forcing him to let go. Issei. TCHU again. He spat in disgust as Tien landed on his feet a few meters away, with Ascalon wrapped in draconic energy. Without giving him a break, Issei delivered a brutal knee to his stomach, causing Tien to bend over, spitting blood, but before he could finish him off, Sekiryuutei charged with his entire body, knocking him down like a raging bull. Issei was now pressured. Every time he tried to focus on one, the other covered him. Issei. You think you can stop me like that? With that garbage coordination? Issei yelled, releasing a shock wave that made the ground rumble. Up above, Rizivum Live and Lucifer watched the scene, smiling with his typical sick degenerate expression, still entertained since he saw how Tien revived after his electric shock, but he kept a defensive barrier just in case. He had learned that underestimating was no longer an option. Issei, fed up, managed to grab both of them by the head, with his hands reinforced by draconic power. Issei. Let's see which of the two blows up first. He muttered, squeezing tightly, but then. Crack. A brutal blow shook him, a blow stuck in his ribs, making him release both of them. Give me back my partner. Said a female voice, broken, furious. It was Valeria Lucifer. Bloody, hair loose, body mangled but standing, breathing heavily like a wounded beast, Issei looked at her and smiled. Issei. I can't, honestly, I need it, and by the time I'm ready to give it back to you, you'll already be dead. Valeria didn't back down, but her legs were shaking, the wounds were killing her, but then everything changed. The sky split, the earth opened up, the air became toxic, dense, unbreathable. From where the Trihexa seal lay, a monstrous rift of energy had formed, the skies turned purple and red, rays of darkness erupted from the abyss, and everyone, regardless of their power, felt a primal fear that paralyzed their souls. The seal finally broke. And from there he emerged. A roar that broke the mountains, a creature that seemed not to belong to this reality. Trihexa. His body was a collage, heads of dragon, lion, bear, leopard, gigantic fangs, 7 necks that snaked brutally, 10 twisted horns, 7 tails that whipped violently through space, 4 muscular arms like demonic pillars, enormous legs like towers, his torso, a mixture of ape and dragon, covered in black fur and abyssal scales. It was bigger than Great Red himself. Everyone's gazes turned up, from Surziches, Azazel, Michael, Anubis, Yasaka, even Rizivum stopped smiling, and without fear, without a single bit of doubt, Issei smiled. His eyes filled with madness. Issei. Trihexa. Surziches. Lucifer's shout resounded with authority. Surziches. Back off. Everyone. The army obeyed immediately. Angels, demons, fallen and exorcists alike began the mass retreat. The troops fighting against the mutant wolves and bats were forced to flee quickly, and the spawns, without receiving new orders from Rizivum, were completely confused. Fatal error. The Trihexa knew no allies. A swipe from one of its head beasts reduced a dozen mutant wolves to shredded meat, another head let out a sonic roar that ripped the bats to pieces. He devoured them, crushed them, mutilated them without mercy. The earth trembled with every step of the abominable creature, and in the midst of it all, Issei laughed like a damn madman. Issei. Ha 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 ha. Look at him. The true end has come. Look at him, you bastards. Look at what you created. Then, Sekiryuutei and Valeria watched him, still panting, bloodied, the horror on their faces was evident. Rizivum, for his part, still open-mouthed, murmured. Rizivum. And to think this is the 3rd time I've seen him, and yet he's more terrifying than ever. Meanwhile, the girls were running away, Ravel, Kaneko, Zenobia, Akeno, Rossweisse, Rias unconscious in Graphia's arms, all with empty looks, not a word, just rapid breathing and desperate steps. Saji carried Sona, flying with difficulty, while Kiba, Tsubaki and Razor opened the way to the portals. Kiba. Don't look back. Kiba screamed in despair. At another point in the field, Yasaka roared, her body glowing with energy, as she took her giant fox form again, even though she knew she wasn't the same size as that thing, but she wasn't going to run. And beside her daughter, Kunu, emerged from the portal taking the form of a golden fox barely smaller than her mother. Kunu. I won't let you fight alone, Mom. Kunu roared with tears in her eyes. Issei looked at them and smiled cynically. Issei. After this, maybe I'll even thank the foxes. He mocked, taking flight. With a fierce impulse, he launched himself against the Trihexa. Summoning the dividing divine's wings, he activated the energy absorption. The Trihexa's body trembled and shrieked, splitting into 7 colossal fragments, each screeching and writhing like independent beasts. Issei. Ha ha ha. One-on-one, damn you. Issei shouted as he launched himself at the first part. Tien tried to stop him, flying with speed. Tien. Issei, you bastard, stop. He shouted, launching a slash with Ascalon, but Issei dodged it without even looking at him, letting Tien pass by, while successfully absorbing one of the parts of the Trihexa. And then another and another, with each absorption, Issei became more grotesque, his muscles twisting, his skin becoming covered in crimson lines, his wings burning, and his eyes losing all humanity. Issei. Yes, more power. She whispered between gasps of pleasure, about to absorb the last part when she stopped. Issei. And now yes, the perfect combo, split and absorb boosted. He said, sticking his arm out to the side, but then. Issei. Where the hell is the diary? Her eyes widened when she couldn't find him, and she began to rummage through his clothes, his seals, his dimensional space. Nothing. Issei. Where the buck is my damn diary? He screamed with unhinged fury, and in that moment of distraction, Tien struck him with all his power, straight in the face. Issei recoiled from the impact, only to be caught by Yasaka's gigantic tails. Who knew? Now, mom. Who knew, shouted, Yasaka roared, releasing a blast of pure spiritual energy. Yasaka. Get out of my world, demon. Issei twisted, his body wobbly, but he released an abysmal shock, exploding the tails trapping him and releasing a destructive aura. Even so. Absorb the last fragment. Issei's body began to tremble violently, crimson lines branching out like hellish veins, his skin cracking, his aura oppressive, almost divine, but corrupted. And just then, Tien appeared with Ascalon wrapped in red aura, cutting through the air. Tien. Die, demon. Slash. He cut Issei in half, from head to crotch, his torso separated, his blood fell like red rain, everyone held their breath. Valyria. Did you make it? Valyria whispered, still panting, but then, a twisted disgusting sound was heard. Tuk-chuck, crack crack. The falling blood stopped in midair, the divided body regenerated, new legs, renewed torso, intact head, and a new much darker smile. Issei. Hehe, did you really think that would be enough to kill me? Issei was complete. More than that. Now he was the bearer of Trihexa. The creature in front of them could no longer be considered human, not even a demon, that being that spawn was not Issei Hyoudou. His eyes shone with a sickening madness, his smile contorted with uncontrollable power, and an aura that made even the bravest freeze in fear. His body, torn asunder, throbbed with crimson lines like exposed veins on the verge of bursting. The Trihexa, a being that had once brought the heavens itself to its knees, had been absorbed into him, and with that, Issei became something worse than any threat they had ever known. Swallowed, his body ached, his clothes torn even without his left sleeve, his soul on the verge of collapse, but at that moment he saw something. When Issei's body regenerated there was a scar, small, barely visible, but there it was. And then he remembered, Issei's body wasn't entirely human, it was woven from the Great Red, a supreme dragon, and his sword Ascalon was made to kill dragons. Tien. It can't be fully regenerated. He thought with a glimmer of hope. Tien. That's his weakness. He didn't think of a complex strategy, just to survive. With a scream, he launched himself at the monster. Issei, Gremory. Issei roared, charging a colossal dragon shot. The sky tore, the energy destroyed an entire mountain as if it were paper, the shockwave made the earth tremble. Tien dodged by centimeters, a second slower, and he would have died. Issei laughed, that laugh it had no soul. Issei. Did you see that, bitches? I'm going to destroy everything. He screamed as he unfazedly took a direct blast from Razor, but what he didn't see was Euboluna's blast, which sent him reeling. Sererg. Now, damn it. Sererg shouted, connecting a punch powered by his pure energy, which shook Issei's chest. Valyria, Ra. Valyria launched a brutal volley that tore part of the monster's side, Tiamat slashing with claws wrapped in blue fire, each slash bleeding, but Issei regenerated instantly. Asper. No matter how much you cut it. It won't fall. Asper shouted desperately, then Azazel in balance breaker rammed him at sonic speed, breaking bones that cracked like dry branches, and then, Yasaka fell on him with her gigantic body, crushing him, while Anubis left a bloody cut along his torso. Issei tried to counterattack but. Serziches. I won't let you, you damn bastard. Serziches roared, stopping him with a wave of power of destruction so pure that it tore off part of Issei's right arm. Tien. Now, Gasper. Tien shouted, the vampire activated his ability to stop time for just a few seconds, but it was enough. Sekvera appeared like a lightning bolt, and with her technique she crashed him against a rock, breaking his spine for an instant. Tien did not hesitate, he appeared right in front of the monster, channeling all his energy into the Ascalon blade. Tien. Die. He screamed, slashing with all his might, but Issei dodged on instinct, leaving only a shallow cut. Tien. Shit. Then shouted, panting. Issei threw a punch, but Razor got in the way. Razor, AGHHH. He screamed as the fist pierced him, but his phoenix regeneration began to act even though Issei's arm was still inside him, preventing it from closing. Razor. Yup now. Razor roared, bleeding from his mouth. Tien understood, appeared right behind Issei, and aimed for the heart. Click. But a rock held by Issei prevented him from killing him, but he didn't expect someone to attack him. Azazel's arm held him, Sererg and Razor too, containing him. Everyone was screaming. Azazel. Finish this. Sererg. It's your only chance. Razor. Do it, damn it. Tien leaped up, the air vibrated, the sword trembled in his hand. It was now or never. Issei, in desperation, let out a beastly roar, and then. Boom. The burst of crimson energy erupted from its core, an inhuman shock wave swept across the entire battlefield, tossing everyone around like dolls. The ground cracked, the sky turned red, a massive crater appeared at the center of the explosion. Tien fell on his back, his whole body bleeding, barely breathing. The others were scattered, moaning, coughing blood, some unconscious, and in the center of the crater Issei was standing. Shirtless. Half-faceless. But standing. His heart pounded in the open air, his crimson eyes unblinking, blood gushing, madness burning. Issei. I'm not done yet. He muttered, with a deranged smile. Tien only stood up with effort, his clothes had lost half, leaving his torso exposed. The atmosphere became thick, the earth trembled, and the air itself seemed to crack under the pressure of the overflowing power emanating from that abomination. Issei Hyoudou no longer seemed like a human being, no. What was floating in front of Tien was a demon disguised with the fragments of a fallen hero. His form was slowly mutating into a draconic silhouette, bipedal, with brown scales that glowed like living lava and eyes that no longer contained a soul, only hunger. Tien gulped, gripping Ascalon tightly, his heart pounding inside his chest, but his attention was diverted. Yusaka, in pain and staggering, tried to get up from the rubble. Before she could even fully stand up, Issei descended beside her with a twisted smile. Issei. Sorry about what happened just now. He said in a hoarse voice, as if something was breaking in his throat. Issei. But I need to stay alive, it's just instinct, you know. The Yakai struggled, her gaze burning with revulsion. Yusaka. You disgusting bastard. Let me go, you bastard. Issei. Shut up. Issei whispered, losing his patience. With a violent movement, he raised his hand and slapped her brutally. The blow resonated with an echo as blood splashed in the air. Yusaka fell to her knees, spitting blood, and before she could get up again, she was taken by Sererg, who appeared in time to catch her in his arms and walk away. Sererg. Bastard. The Baal lion roared, gritting his teeth. Issei smiled, as if enjoying the hatred being thrown at him. He charged a gigantic dragon shot, enough to disintegrate an entire city. The sky turned red from the concentration of energy, but before he could fire it, the presence made him shudder. Issei. Huh. He muttered as he turned. Tien was right beside him, silent, determined. Ascalon's blade was already in motion, tracing a brilliant arc. Issei. Graya. The cut was brutal, tearing flesh and scales, crossing from the abdomen to the torso. A jet of dark blood splashed like an open fountain. Tien didn't stop, he tried to finish him off, taking the sword straight to the heart, but Issei, with supernatural reflexes, hit the hilt and threw the sword far away. Then, he grabbed Tien by the face with one hand, lifting him in the air as if he were a doll. Issei. You're sick. You've got me fed up. Issei roared, his voice booming like demonic thunder. Issei. Who the buck are you to keep bothering me? Ever since we met, you've just been a nuisance. Tien struggled, but the grip was like molten steel. Issei. How do you get stronger? It doesn't make sense. You're not going to kill me, you damn bug. But before he could crush its head, a silver magic circle activated beneath the monster's feet, chains emerging from it that brutally wrapped around it, sealing it in a field of magic. Issei. What the hell is this? Issei shouted, turning his head, and there he was on his majestic eight-legged steed, Sleipnir, with an imposing gleam in his one eye. Odin, the Allfather, Lord of Asgard. Odin. Long time no see, Issei. He said with a deep and serene voice. Issei's expression twisted with rage and disbelief. The features of his face mutated even more into a dragon, elongated teeth, budding horns, and scales covering his neck. Issei. What the hell are you doing here, man? He spat out venomously. Azazel raised his voice from behind. Azazel. Odin. You came too, old man. Odin. I've come for my people to see that boy. He replied, looking at Tien. Odin. He's come so far he couldn't miss it. Tien was on the ground, panting, trying to stay on his feet when Odin looked at him, a strange warmth filling his chest, that god who had been there from the beginning, always watching. Yusaka. You, get away from here. You're in no condition. Yusaka shouted from Sererg's arms. Odin concentrated all his power on keeping Issei chained, but the creature roared like a primal demon. The chains began to give way. Odin. It's been a long time since I fought, and this kid has something special. Odin said proudly. Tien propelled himself towards Ascalon, which lay buried among the rocks, but in that instant the chains broke. Azazel. Shit. Azazel shouted, Issei roared in fury and launched himself straight at Auden. Sleipnir tried to protect his master, but was knocked back with a swipe of his paw. Michael? No. Michael shouted, too late. Issei caught Auden with one hand, lifting him as if he weighed nothing. The pressure was such that blood began to flow from his mouth. Auden. You've grown. Auden said, smiling despite the pain. Auden. You've become quite a man. Issei looked at him coldly. Issei. Circumstances made me like this. Auden. Maybe. The god laughed. Auden. But every man, even the strongest, misses being a child sometimes. There is no shame in wishing for a quiet life. He is not weak who refuses to pretend to be what he is not. An overwhelming silence fell. Everyone saw Issei's eyes reflect sadness, but he shook his head to increase his pressure. Issei. Shut up with your nonsense. Issei growled. Issei. Say goodbye. Azor erupted, sweeping everyone away in a wave of pure destruction. Michael shouted. Michael. Auden, escape. But Auden shook his head, closing his eyes. Auden. I cannot harm the one I considered a grandson. I always believed that one day you could take my place. He turned his gaze one last time towards Tien, who was crying with rage and helplessness. Auden. Live, child, do what you love, don't let the world tell you who you are, live your way and never stop out of fear, I'm proud of you. And then, without further ado. Issei beheaded Auden. The Allfather's head fell off, rolling on the ground, as the inert body collapsed, still with a peaceful smile on his face. Tien. No. Tien screamed, with heartbreaking force, his soul broken, his heart burning with rage and pain. It didn't take long for him to shed tears, real tears, tears that burned, not out of sadness but out of rage, out of helplessness, out of seeing the Allfather die like a dog before everyone's eyes. His chest throbbed as if something inside wanted to break, but it didn't break, it ignited. His hand gripped the Ascalon handle until his knuckles turned white, his body trembling, not from fear, but from the rage that consumed him. And without thinking, without saying a single word, he launched himself at Issei again. But the bastard, with a smile stained with arrogance, threw Auden's dead body at him, as if it were a dirty rag. Tien. TCH. Damn you. Tien roared as he slid across the ground to avoid the corpse, but Issei was already on top of him, about to hit him until Valeria appeared, impacting his ribs with brutal force. An inhuman crunch was heard. Valeria. You're not going to take anyone else, you bastard. Tiamat emerged in blue flames, with a fury that not even the sky could contain. Tiamat. You disgusts me, Issei. And with a draconic roar, he severed the arm with which he intended to finish Tien off. Tien took advantage of the opening and, with an agile movement, cut off both of his legs. Issei fell to his knees with a cry of pain, hitting the ground with his fists, while an explosion of energy surrounded him. But Anubis descended from above, throwing his obsidian spear straight into the fallen man's chest. Anubis. Kneel before the truth. The jackal god yelled, pinning him to the ground with a shuddering crater, the ground itself twisting from the overload of power. But Issei tore it out with a roar of rage, only to receive a powerful blow from Azazel, which slammed him into a wall. Michael didn't hesitate. Two holy spears pierced the armor of Issei's shattered body, making him spit blood, and Serziches descended from the sky with a black sphere of destruction power, colossal in size, roaring as he launched his sphere of destruction, but it disappeared when it collided with Issei. Serziches. You're not the hero we thought you were. The red-haired demon thundered. Sarah Erg appeared running, impacting with a barrage of blows that made the battlefield rumble. Each blow was a retaliation for each soul that Issei had ruined. Tien propelled himself from behind, jumping and tearing with Ascalon the back of Issei, to then climb on his shoulders and try to plunge the sword into his neck, but Issei's possessed body twisted like a beast, shaking him with superhuman strength. Isaka intervened at the right moment, wrapping all her tails around him, soaking him in sacred chakra. Isaka. Enough, Issei. You're no longer human. Issei. Enough. Issei roared in a demonic voice, summoning the boosted gear on his remaining arm. Issei. Draig, boost dammit. Draig. I refuse. Draig spoke, but his refusal was silenced by an electric shock, a torture that forced the dragon to give in. Draig. Boost. 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 More than 10 energy pulses surrounded him. He was with a sick smile, while in his hands appeared a crimson sphere, which with each second was bigger. Issei. This is where it all ends, you damn flies. But before he could throw that sphere, his body shook, which undid the attack. His body began to break, the crimson lines shone brightly, covering him like burst veins. He was at his limit. Issei. Ha 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 ha. Ryo Issei, his madness increasingly broken, summoned a magic circle so immense that it covered the sky. The earth itself screamed in pain. Issei. If I'm going to die, then you guys are coming with me, not a single damn one will be left alive. His mind was corrupted, he was going completely crazy, he no longer cared about his life, he was going to become a kamikaze. Serziches. What are you planning, Issei? Issei. An explosion, just one, but so big that the world will remember my name. Issei. And I will rest in peace. The magic circle was glowing, the energy was about to reach its critical point. Azazel. Damn it, we must stop him. Michael. I'm not on time. Isaka. It can't be. Isaka cried. Tien looked at his empty hand, he didn't have Ascalon, no one expected what came next, no one saw it coming, not even Issei. Ascalon appeared, stuck straight into his heart, time stopped, Issei looked down, unable to understand. Issei. What? The bloodied figure, with hair dirty from the dust of battle, looked him in the eyes. I didn't hate you, Issei, but you asked for it. Then the magic circle began to fade, the overload destabilized, and all that remained. It was silence. The silence was sepulchral, everyone looked in disbelief at the scene unfolding before their eyes. Tien, covered in blood of others and his own, with a lost gaze, couldn't help but take a step back when he saw Rias with Ascalon still dripping blood from Issei's pierced heart. Tien. Rias. She whispered, trembling, she said nothing at first, she just watched the corpse of who was once her fiancé, her idiot, her perverted knight, her Haidu Issei, now, just an empty body of a soul that burned in its own hell. Rossweisse appeared with a cold gesture, summoning a network of magic circles that wrapped those present in chains, no one could avoid it, everyone was caught. Michael, Serziches, Azazel, Sererg, Anubis, even Tiamat and Valeria, who writhed furiously at not being able to free themselves. The others appeared one by one, as if they had planned everything, Akeno, with her kimono loose showing her legs covered in cuts, Kaneko, with an unchanging expression, Grafia, expressionless, Kuroka, with a sly smile, Zenobia, Irina and Asia, Yasaka and her daughter Kunu, Lefei and Ingold, behind Rossweisse and Elmenhold, the three women had entered the portals, when all the warriors were here, entering without problems. Issei, his mouth bloody, laughed between gasps. Issei. Has so in the end all the boars from the brothel gathered together? He said as he spat out blood with the effort. Issei. How nice, they just needed to charge me by the hour. Rias didn't react, she just held him in her arms when he asked her to come closer. Issei. But you. He murmured, his voice trailing off. Issei. Even though you're not my Rias, honestly it was you for me. His eyes, still stained with the corruption of Trihexa's power, began to lose light. Issei. I can't regret having met you, even if this world was hell for me. You were my heaven, my meaning of living. You taught me to love even a monster like me. Even if you don't love me, or even if you hate me, I hope I've been enough for you. I hope I live up to the person you expected as a partner. His fingers caressed her cheek one last time before falling to the ground, inert. Issei Hyoudou was dead. Tien trembled, his knees gave way under the weight of the scene, and he didn't understand anything. Why Rias, why them? Serziches. What the buck are you doing, Rias? He fried Serziches from his magical prison. Serziches. What's going through your head? Sererg. What are you planning, cousin? Sererg roared, writhing in anger. Michael, in pain, just asked in a deep voice. Michael. Free us, this is wrong. Azazel, chained to the ground, spat. Azazel. What the buck are you doing, Rias? Answer me. A direct blow to the stomach silenced him, it was Kaneko, her empty gaze was more chilling than any expression. Grafia, with calm steps, stood in front of everyone, her voice was sharp. Grafia. We already decided, this world, this hell, this farce of justice is over. Anubis roared in anger. Anubis. What the hell are you saying? You decided what? Isaka walked elegantly to Tien, who was still breathing heavily, and took his face in her soft hands. Isaka. You are mine now, Tien-Kun. He said in a sweet voice. Isaka. I am Yasaka, Queen Imkai, and you are my beloved. He tried to pull away, struggling desperately. Tien. What the hell is wrong with all of you? Akeno then spoke. Rizavam. Rizavam confirmed it to us. Issei was no longer within you, only he remained only Tien, and if he is the one who bears the essence, then our love belongs to him. Rias, holding the spheres of Draig and Albion, walked over to Valeria and Tiamat, who were struggling against the chains. Rias. You may join us. She said coldly. Rias. I will release you if you accept Tien. We will live together in another universe, a more beautiful one. This one is no longer worthy of him. The onlookers began to scream in unison. No one understood, no one accepted. Serziches. Rias, stop. Sererg. You have to stop, you're sick. Azazel. Catch Rizavam, you idiots. Shouted Azazel in desperation. Akeno raised her hand and a magic circle appeared from which black ashes fell to the ground. Azazel. Is that? Whispered Azazel, in shock. Rias. The remains of Rizavum. Rias responded with a macabre smile. Grafia stepped forward. Grafia. An ability that Issei's variant wrote in his diary, divide and absorb boosted absorbing power, energy, soul and killing him. Rizavum couldn't endure the process. All the girls conjured magic circles in their palms, with the same symbols as in the Diarthy were ready. Rias looked at Valeria and Tiamat. Rias. Once more, what do you decide? The two looked at each other. Tiamat clenched her teeth and Valeria closed her eyes. Finally, after a brief moment of thought, they both nodded. Valeria Shamat. We accept. The chains vanished. First, Valeria held her wrists, then, after receiving Albion, she reinserted him into her chest, letting out a satisfied sigh at having her partner back. Valeria walked toward Tien, who kept struggling, glaring angrily at the Lucifer, who grabbed his cheeks and kissed him softly, but, without warning, struck him hard on the head. Tien staggered, disoriented, the sounds around him distorting, and as he fell, he heard. Tien. Serzich's no. He whispered, seeing Grafia extend her magic circle, and within seconds the former king of the underworld disintegrated into ashes. And, as if it were a final hallucination, he heard Azazel's distant voice. Azazel. Penum, forgive me for not taking you to the motel by the beach. Everything went black, Tien collapsed unconscious. Tien felt a dull blow in his head, a sharp ringing pierced his inner ear, as if something wanted to tear him apart from within. The world slowly began to clear. The ceiling above him was completely unfamiliar. It wasn't stone, nor metal, nor wood. It was a fine ivory-white material, with golden edges and embroidered emblems he could not identify. He sat up suddenly, the memory of the battlefield returning like a shot straight to his soul. Serzic is disintegrated, the sky red, Valeria brutally beating him, and then nothing, darkness. His breathing quickened as his gaze scanned the room. Everything was luxurious, excessively luxurious, too luxurious to be a hospital room or a temporary restroom. He was covered with an almost transparent silk sheet, and when he quickly uncovered himself, he noticed that he was completely naked. Tien. What the buck? He whispered in embarrassment, his face flushed. Not only was he naked, but his body was covered in soft bites, hickeys on his neck, chest, collarbone and traces of lipstick in shades of crimson, violet and black, as well as other tones. With a frown and a shiver down his spine, he walked barefoot towards one of the huge wardrobes that decorated the wall. Upon opening it, an avalanche of lingerie, corsets and hex toys for women almost poked his eyes out. Tien. What the buck? She slammed the closet shut, panting, and made a mental note to never open this closet again. She cautiously tried to open the others. Each one seemed to have its own theme of female fetishes. Finally, after several attempts and dashed hopes, she found one with men's clothing, clean, modern, and just her size. Tien. Thanks to whatever is helping me. She sighed with relief as she dressed. In front of the mirror, she noticed that her hair was still reddish, tied behind her, and her emerald eyes shone even more than she remembered. Before she could analyze more, a familiar voice sounded inside her head. Draig. Good morning, you ungrateful brat, although I know you won't listen to me. Tien. Draig. There was a deathly silence as he said those words. Tien thought it was his imagination, but he had to grit his teeth when he heard Draig scream. Draig. Finally. Draig shouted with almost uncontrolled euphoria. Draig. You're finally talking to me. God, I thought I died with you. How are you? Does anything hurt? Do you feel weird? What did you see? What do you remember? Tien. Oh, I feel like I woke up from a long damn dream. Draig said nothing for a few seconds. Draig. Tien, be careful, this place is more dangerous than it seems, don't get too confident. The dragon's words paralyzed him for a second. What did she meant by that? He gritted his teeth and finished dressing. He opened the door. A vast stained glass hallway opened before him. The mansion was gigantic, with classical architecture, but with details that he couldn't identify. He went down a spiral staircase of white marble. There was something about it that seemed suspiciously familiar. His heart was beating hard, not out of fear, but out of an anxiety that he couldn't calm. He heard voices, instantly tensed up and without hesitation, activated his boosted gear. His arm was dyed scarlet and emerald, with an energy that vibrated. He approached stealthily, carefully peering into the dining room. And then, he saw it, all of them. Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Rossweisse, Irina, Kuroka Grafia, Yasaka, Kunu, Lefei, Ingvald, Olmenhold, Tiamat, Valeria. Talking, laughing, living as if everything were normal. Akeno. Good morning, sleepyhead. Akeno greeted with a mischievous smile. Tien quickly deactivated the boosted gear, his expression confused. Tien. Good morning. She replied, not knowing what to say. Asia ran to the table and left a plate of breakfast right on the end. Asia. I made your favorite toast. Tien sat down, still in shock. Yasaka looked at him with a playful smile while drinking tea. Yasaka. Did you sleep well, love? After that passionate night, I suppose you were exhausted. Tien almost spit out the juice as her face turned red from embarrassment. Tien. I guess yeah, I don't remember very well. Irina, with a sleepy face and nail marks on her neck, let out a laugh. Irina. We went a little too far last night, but I'll make it up to you today. Bekeno licked her lips. Bekeno. Tonight is movie night, I'll get everything ready, okay, honey. Rafia, passing by the kitchen with a folder, looked at him with her usual formal tone. Rafia. Tien, today you must accompany Nero, don't forget your promise. Tien. Nero? He asked, even more confused. Just then, through one of the doors, a girl with snow-white hair, cat ears and bright emerald eyes came in, running towards him. Achin. Jude and Iachin won't let me use the computer. The boy with deep blue hair appeared behind. Jude. Shiro, I told you that until I finish my homework, no games. Zenobia sighed. Zenobia. Let her play, Jude, your dad will help you with that later. Tien didn't know what to say. He was in a trance, confused, shocked. Children. All of them, was it a dream? An illusion? The little girl hugged him tightly. Shiro. Dad, are you okay? You look weird. Tien gulped, his heart pounding, but before he could respond, Rias stood up and walked over to him. Rias. No, I need to talk to you, alone, and we'll take Dylan to the school garden. Tien could only nod, because deep down, something in him felt like he should go, but at the same time no. Tien walked alongside Dylan and Rias, surprised by the size of the mansion. The structure of the house looked more like a palace than a common residence, but something inside made everything feel disturbing. Dylan's fragile hand rested in Tien's as they walked, and the boy looked at him with eyes full of curiosity. Rias. Tien, what's wrong? Rias asked, her voice worried, but with a hint of mockery. Tien felt uncomfortable. There was something in the environment that was making him feel more nervous than usual. Tien. Nothing, it's nothing. He responded quickly, looking down at the ground as he walked. Rias watched him for a moment, as if noticing his discomfort, and then shrugged. Rias. My still hurts. She said, pointing at her breasts playfully, without any shame. Dylan, of course, did not understand his mother's meaning, but Tien's expression transformed into a mixture of surprise and concern. What the hell was going on? Tien, in his desperation to divert the subject, looked at Dylan and asked him about his day in the garden. Tien. How is the garden, what are you going to do today? He asked, trying to stay calm. Dylan answered cheerfully. Dylan. Okay, today we're going to make clay art, I love it. Tien. That sounds great. Tien said, smiling fondly, relieved by the change of subject. Rias then intervened again. Rias. Should I buy anything before I go? She asked, while Dylan looked at her with innocent eyes. Dylan thought for a moment, then smiled and said. Dylan. Just one more piece of clay, Mom, like the teacher said. Tien nodded. Tien. We still have time. He said, before Rias looked at him with a mischievous smile. Arriving at a store, Tien stood at the entrance, watching how Rias and Dylan did the shopping, but something strange happened. Suddenly, Tien had a vision. He saw Rias stabbing Issei. The image shook him violently, a pain ran through his chest, but he was quick to push it out of his mind. He couldn't let it control him, not right now. Rias came back from shopping and looked at him with a questioning look. Rias. What's wrong with you this time, Tien? He asked, with a funny but deep smile. Tien quickly recovered. Tien. Nothing, I was just remembering what we did last night. He replied, trying to hide his nervousness. Tien. I'm still surprised by everything that happened. Rias laughed softly and leaned closer to him, her lips whispering into Tien's ear. Rias. Do you want another show, Tien? If that's what you want, they'd be willing, of course. Tien didn't blush, nor did he show discomfort. What he did was feel a shiver run down his spine when she got too close. The closeness made him uncomfortable. That wasn't the Rias he remembered. The half hour passed quickly, and finally, Tien and Rias returned from leaving Dylan in the garden. Tien, deep in thought, barely noticed that Rias was silently watching him. Suddenly, something made him look up, and when he saw what was in front of him, he froze. He stood in front of Kuo Academy, the place where it all began, the institution where Rias had been before all the chaos. His face instantly tensed. Rias, noticing his gaze, smiled at him without a hint of emotion. Rias. Are you going to ask about the academy? He said, in a slightly mocking tone. Rias. You're so innocent and trusting, Tien. Tien looked at her, his mind spinning. Something didn't fit. What did it all mean? Rias walked slowly towards him, her eyes shining in an almost disturbing way. Rias. I didn't expect you to come back, Tien, but I don't mind either. He said in a soft, dangerous voice. Rias. This place, this universe, everything is so different. Tien, confused and upset, tried to understand. Tien. What do you mean by this universe? He asked, anxiety beginning to form in his chest. Rias stared at him, her lips curling into a sickly smile. Rias. This is not your universe, Tien, nor mine. This is a place where everything supernatural related to clans, mass, leaders does not exist. It is an empty world, a world free from danger, a world where disorganized demons, angels without leaders and fallen without cadres, are the only thing that remains. This place has no rules, no structures. Tien looked at her without understanding, but something in Ria's voice conveyed a feeling of desolation. Rias, seeing him confused, hugged him with such unexpected strength that Tien could do nothing but remain motionless. Rias. You don't have to worry, Tien. He said with a disturbing calm. Rias. You're going to like this life, you don't have to do anything, you just have to take care of us, we don't ask anything of you, just take care of us and your children, nothing more, everything else is in our hands. Tien, still paralyzed by the hug, couldn't react before she kissed him madly. The kiss was fierce, as if she were trying to mark him, seal him in her life once and for all. She abruptly separated him after a time that seemed endless. Rias. Tien ta. He said with a deep and fixed look. Rias. You are one of us, I was ignorant, I understood it late, but now after 17 years, I know that you are not Issei, and I will love you, Tien, not like a former peon, I will not abandon you for any idiot who comes between us, we are you and you, we will be you and I, for eternity. Only ours, Tien, not Issei Hyoudou or Tien ta. Not the new Sekiryuutei or old Sekiryuutei. Not our beloved Issei, our beloved Tien. It's not anymore. Issei-Kun or Tien-Kun. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.